and welcome to a 20-hour-long detailed guide on how to play Branded in Master Duel. This video is not a stream VOD or a gameplay compilation. It is a fully edited and scripted video that is attempting to be the most comprehensive and complete guide to Branded that I could possibly create. A few months ago, I made another video called A Short Guide to Branded. A lot of people really liked that guide. However, I personally have always thought that it was lacking, and I knew that I could do better if I put my mind to it. So here is a detailed guide to Branded. This video will cover a lot of the stuff that you can find in other guides and online resources like turn 1 combos, decklists, and example games on the ladder. But there's also a lot of time dedicated to things that aren't often covered in other guides, like playing around hand traps, adapting to specific matchups, in-depth discussion about every single card, even ones that aren't in the deck lists, and advice on how to go second as well. There's even some second opinions in here from Branded players that are better than myself. My intention is to create an informative video for all levels, so if you're new to Master Duel and have never read a Branded card, this video will hopefully give you a solid baseline to start practicing from, even if most of it is not yet for you. And if you're a fellow competitive player aiming for top 10 in the rankings or the Duelist Cups, I'm certain that even you could learn something from this video as well. So the structure is going to go like this. Firstly, I'll give an introduction to Branded as a whole, and then I'm going to talk individually about every single Branded card, including the bad ones, as well as every other card that is commonly played in the deck. Next, there will be some example deck lists, not just the list that I play, but also lists from other players, and I'll talk about each one of those in depth. Then there'll be a big combo section, where I go over all the 1-card combos, the 2-card combos, and even some of the 3-card combos as well. Unlike my previous guide, where I only covered a handful of combos, this time I'll be covering all of them, and there'll be a spreadsheet for all of those combos in the description, which you can access for free. Feel free to just take that spreadsheet and learn the combos on your own, but you will be missing out on some context and advice on how to play the end boards, and also some commentary that I'll give throughout that section on how the different combo lines relate to each other, so it would be definitely easier to learn the combos in the video first. After that, I'll talk about how to play around hand traps when going first, and then there'll be a section on what to do when you draw a very powerful hand full of lots of different extenders. We'll then do some example hands where we bring the ideas from the combo section and the playing around hand trap section together. And there'll then be an entire section dedicated to the different floodgates that you can play in Branded. There'll then be a discussion about the different non-engine cards that you can play in Branded. So which hand traps you want, which board breakers, how many and why. Your non-engine is very format dependent and easily outdated, so I felt like it was important to dedicate an entire section to it, rather than just throwing it into the deck lists and expecting it to be relevant in 2 or 3 months' time. There'll be some example games, and then also some advice for how to go second, with some example games to demonstrate that. And then we'll go into detail about various different matchups. I've tried to cover as many as I can, with an emphasis on meta decks, and in particular the decks that I expect to stay in the game for a long time, so that the advice doesn't become outdated after just a few formats. There'll be example games for each matchup, and I'll be going over how to play each one from the perspective of going first and doing second. Next, I'll spend some time talking about how to build a side deck with Branded, and if you're thinking Master Duel doesn't have a side deck, so this shouldn't be relevant, don't worry about that, I'll explain it when we get there. And then the last thing I'll talk about is some obscure tech choices for Branded and how specifically the Endphase works in detail. If you think you know how the Endphase works already, I promise you, you don't, so please check that section out, even if you're not that interested in Branded. Overall, the structure of this video is designed so that it is as engaging as possible, and progresses in a logical order, so that if you're watching from start to finish, you'll have the easiest time following the explanations. That being said, 20 hours is a long time, so I can't recommend watching this in one sitting, and not every section is going to be relevant for everyone anyway. I tried to put the more optional areas of Branded towards the end of the video, with the more fundamental things being at the start. One more thing I want to say before getting into it is that if it wasn't obvious already, there's going to be a lot of yapping from me, so get ready to hear this AI voice a lot. Now, with that being said, let me give a brief introduction to Branded. Branded is the deck that is made by combining all of the fusion support from the Abyssal cards together. Originally it was referred to as Branded Despian and then later Branded Bystial, but is generally now just called Branded since the Despian and Bystial parts of the deck have gotten smaller. The deck is exclusively a fusion deck, with many of the cards locking you into only summoning fusions from the extra deck. That doesn't make the deck weak though, as many of Branded's fusion monsters are very powerful. Branded aims to summon these powerful fusion monsters on turn 1, especially its main boss monster Mirajade, as well as set up quick effects to let your fusion summon again on the opponent's turn. The deck excels in monster removal, having many ways to banish monsters, and without having to target or destroy them either. The grand game for Branded is very respectable, and its ability to break a board with its engine going second is very high. Spell and chat removal is more limited, but it is still pretty easily accessible, meaning that Branded has pretty well-rounded matchups overall. The main weakness of the deck is going second against huge boards with 5+ disruptions, as its strong board-breaking engine doesn't matter when every one of its style cards gets negated. The deck also typically plays less handtraps than most of the decks, which means you're also more often staring down those full combo boards when you choose to play Branded, rather than other decks. The focal point of Branded is the deck's main fusion spell, Branded Fusion. This lets you fusion summon any fusion monster that requires Fallen of Albice as material by using exactly 2 monsters from your hand, field, or deck as material. Being able to use monsters in the deck as material makes this card obviously super strong, which is why accessing this card and resolving it is the most important part of Branded. The card also sees that you cannot special summon monsters from the extra deck during the turn you activate this card, except fusion monsters. You could also get to Branded Fusion more consistently using the deck's main normal summon, Alaba the Jester Despian, which says if it's normal or special summon, you can add a Branded spell or trap needed to the hand. The main monsters you're aiming to summon with Branded Fusion are Albion the Branded Dragon and Lubellion the Searing Dragon. Both of these cards have a similar effect, that being to fusion summon again when they're fusion summoned. Specifically, they can summon any level 8 or lower fusion monster. The difference between these cards is that Albion requires a light monster as material, whereas Lubellion requires a dark. Albion's effect also banishes monsters from the hand, field, or graveyard as fusion material, and Lubellion instead shuffles monsters from your field, graveyard, or banishment into the deck. The end result of both of these effects though is usually Mirajade the Iceblade Dragon, which as I mentioned a minute ago, is the deck's main boss monster. This card requires Fallen of Elvas plus 1 Fusion Synchro Xyz only monster as material, and it is a level 8 Dark Worm with 3000 attack. It has a quick effect to banish a monster on the field by sending 1 fusion monster that requires Fallen of Elvas as material from your extra deck to the graveyard. This is Branded's main way of disrupting the opponent, and you'll be aiming to set this up almost every game. The fusion monsters you can send with Mirajade all have effects which activate in the graveyard during the end phase of the turn they are sender, and those effects let you access different kinds of follow-up depending on which specific one you set. This completes the basic game plan of Branded. You want to firstly access your Branded Fusion, and then use the Branded Fusion to summon Mirajade, and then use the Mirajade's banish effect to disrupt the opponent on their turn. Finally, the Endphase effect of the fusion monster you sent for Mirajade will give you a follow-up play for turn 3. The rest of your resources should be used to set up quick play fusion summons on the opponent's turn. This leads to further disruptions alongside your Mirajade, and further follow-up as well. Of course, there's a lot more to it than just that. Those extra resources add a lot of complications to the game plan, and even the cards I mentioned just now have other effects that I didn't even point out. But that basic skeleton is present in most of Branded's games where it goes first. So keep this game plan in mind throughout the video, as it will help explain why some of the things in Branded are the way that they are. To me, Branded is a really interesting deck. As someone who has played a lot of different decks over the course of their competitive journey, I can see that Branded is probably the most engaging of all of them. It's engaging because of how fun it is, and also because of how challenging it is. This is obviously down to personal preference, but Branded is fun to me because of how much play you have on both players' time. There's so much to do on your turn 1, and then so much more to do on the opponent's turn as well. A lot of Branded's disruptions put new cards into play, rather than just trading for the opponent's cards like other common disruptions. This keeps the game more complicated, and it makes it feel like you're only creating the disruption rather than just using one. It makes you feel like you're piloting the deck rather than just drawing cards. Branded is a combo deck, but the combo lines you go for are usually improvised instead of being memorized, which means that no two branded combos are ever exactly the same. This complexity is also what makes it challenging. There's no easy wins with branded, since your turn 1 combo always requires thinking no matter how experienced you are with the deck, and there's so much accuracy required in executing your disruptions too. The end result of this is that branded is super rewarding when you get good with it. The complex nature of the games it creates means there's a lot of room to outplay a weaker opponent, and to get creative with your own plays as well. Mastering the deck will let you dominate all levels of play up until the very top of the competitive scene, where the deck makes appearances in the top 10s of Duelist Cups, WCQs, as well as the top cuts of community tournaments as well. Okay, so before you get confused, this is not a deck list, it's just a list of all the cards that I think are relevant for branded, and I'm going to go over all of these individually. The reason I want to do it like this instead of just showing a deck list is because when we get to the deck list section, I want to talk more about the deck list as a whole, the ideas behind them, and then compare them to each other rather than having to spend a bunch of time explaining the individual cards in a vacuum. Instead, I'd rather just do that now so that we're all on the same page about how these cards work. I have here all the cards that are played in branded, as well as the cards that sometimes see play, and even the cards that don't see very much play at all. And I have them arranged into the order that I think makes the most sense for a discussion. That's why I'm on EDO Pro, by the way, since Master Duel doesn't let you change the order of the cards in a deck list. I'm going to discuss the basics of these cards, as well as the more advanced stuff, and hopefully everything in between as well, but the one thing I won't do is read the card word for word. It's going to be on screen if you want to read it, and you won't even need to pause the video since I'll likely be talking for a good chunk of time. Most of you probably already know the effects of these cards anyway. And then one more thing I should say before we start is that if you are a complete beginner with branded, this section might not make a lot of sense until we start getting pretty far through the list, as I will refer to the other cards as I explain each one. My advice is to just keep in mind the basic game plan for branded, and how each of these cards can help facilitate it. Then, once we start getting through more of the cards, things are going to start falling into place. Anyway, let's start with Fallen of Elbaz. This is the card the whole deck revolves around. All of your good fusion monsters acquire this card as material, so it stands to reason that the deck doesn't function at all without this. It's not something you need to draw though, since branded fusion can just fuse with it from the deck. Its main use is to be fusion material for branded fusion, and also your other fusion summoning effects, like Cartesia and Branded in Red. But it is also used all the time for its on-field effect. When it's normal or special summon, you can discard a card and then fuse itself with a monster on the opponent's field. You can't use other cards on your own field, it has to be just the Elbaz and then something on the opponent's board. So obviously what you summon with this depends on what monsters your opponent has. But fortunately, the Elbaz fusion monsters have pretty generic materials. Like I mentioned in the introduction, Albion requires Elbaz and any light monster, and Libellion requires Elbaz and any dark monster. You could also make Mirror Jade directly with Elbaz by using any fusion, synchro, Xyz, or link monster on the opponent's board. So basically any extra deck monster can be fused with Elbaz to make Mirror Jade, which means there's very few matchups where your opponent isn't gonna have a good monster to fuse with. It's nice that your best target for this is also the easiest to summon, but there are also other targets that get used as well. Like I said, Albion and Libellion are good when the opponent uses lights or darks. But there's also Titanic Lead, which can be made with any monster with 2500 or higher attack. There's Rindbrum, which can be made using a beast, Beast Warrior, or Winged Beast. Sanctifier can be made with a light spellcaster. And Sprend can be made with any effect monster as long as it was special summoned that turn. Elbaz can also fuse into generic fusion monsters outside of its archetype. Dragon's Dopelia and Barlowed Furious Dragon are the relevant ones. There's also the super generic ones too, Mud Dragon and Garura. One thing that's cool about Albaz but doesn't really ever come up is the fact that he can fuse with multiple of the opponent's monsters at the same time, as the only limitation on the effect is that you can't use any more of your own monsters besides Albaz. This doesn't come up much because there aren't really any fusion monsters that are worth playing that have multiple materials like this. It is Albalenitus, which requires Albaz and any number of dragon monsters. And this saw some play in the past when the extra deck wasn't as tight as it is now, and especially during formats with Dragon Link, as you could theoretically fuse a whole board of dragons away into this. There's also Predaplant Trifovatum, which requires 3 dark monsters. Albaz itself is a dark monster, so you can use its effect to fuse away 2 of your opponent's dark monsters into this. Again, no, the extra deck is just too tight these days, so I don't think you even consider playing this, even if you had a 30-card extra deck. Anyway, when you first read Albaz's effect, you might think that it's a really strong way to break a board going second. Like, you can just normal summon this and fuse away your opponent's best monster into a Mirror Jade. But in reality, most of the time, your opponent is going to have ways to stop this. The effect can be stopped by any generic negate, like Appaloosa or Baron de Flow. And it also loses to common staples like Imperm and Vela. The effect also doesn't just need to be negated, specifically, to be stopped. You can also just remove the Albaz body from the field, and that will effectively negate it, since the effect says that you have to use the Albaz as material. So destroying it, banishing it, or bouncing it back to the hand is all going to stop the effect from resolving. And then considering that the Albaz discards for cost, and that you had to commit your normal summon in a deck that already has a super good normal summon, it starts to become clearer that normal summoning Albaz as a board breaker is not actually the crazy solution for going second that it might sound like at first. That being said, if you do resolve Albaz like this, it can be really strong. If you consider what happens when it resolves, fusing away a monster into Mirror Jade means you've already cleared one monster. The Mirror Jade can then use its effect to banish a second monster, and then since Mirror Jade has 3000 attack, it's pretty likely that it can go on to the battle phase and hit over a third monster as well. So it is really good when it resolves, which means if you can plan your turn around baiting the opponent's negates with your other cards first, and then normal summon an Albaz later, it can be pretty effective. What it doesn't change though, is that it's still going to use up your normal summon, so you won't be able to normal summon something else as part of the bait. This is where fusion deployment comes in. Deployment is basically emergency teleport for Albaz, so you can save your normal summon for something like Alba, and still potentially get the board breaking power of Albaz. Now, the other way to use your Albaz effect is actually even better than as a board breaker, and it's easier to resolve too. And that is as a disruption on the opponent's turn. By summoning Albaz as a quick effect through cards like Vrindbrum, Sanctifier, and Quem, you can use this card to disrupt the opponent, and that is in fact one of your main sources of disruption, right next to Mirror Jade's banish effect. Something you always want to try to do if you can is to leave an Albaz in the graveyard for your opponent's turn, so that you can summon it to the field whenever you like, and fuse away your opponent's most important monster. When we get to the combos, you'll see that that is something we always try to set up, if possible. So, with all that being said, how many Albaz should you be playing in the deck? It's obvious that you want some number of copies, but should it be 1, 2, or 3, is the question. Well, firstly, I don't think anybody ever plays just one. Your deck is just too fragile with one. A light breeze is going to render you useless. Even though, technically, most of the turn 1 combos are possible with just one Albaz. It's not good though. Don't do it. The question is really between 2 copies and 3 copies. So, when paired with other certain cards, Albaz can become a very good draw, unless you play through stuff like handtraps, or an opponent's board quite nicely. But on its own, it is not a starter card or an extender, which makes it kind of a brick. Especially when you go fast, where you don't even have the option of using it as a board breaker. For this reason, some builds of Branded have just 2 copies of Albaz, whereas others have all 3. One reason you might want to play all 3 instead is that it's nice to have access to more copies in a grind game. Activating Branded Fusion isn't possible if you've already been through all of your Albaz. Fusion Duplication is a card that copies Branded Fusion, and would also require an unused Albaz to resolve. For 60 card Branded, there's a higher chance you're going to mail all of your Albaz with Grass if you're playing just 2 than if you're playing all 3. And there's also lots of other effects besides Branded Fusion that might want an available Albaz in your deck, like Titaniclad, Quen, and Branded Lust. It is true that Lubellion is capable of shuffling back Albaz from the graveyard or from Banished into the deck, which allows for Branded's grind game to be a lot better than it would be otherwise, and this definitely helps offset the downside of playing 2. But it's not ideal to ever be in a situation where you have to resolve Lubellion first, just to then resolve another card, which you could have resolved anyway by just including a 3rd Albaz in your deck. So if I was going to try and put all of that together and answer definitively how many Albaz you should play, I think I'd say that if you're playing 50 to 60 cards, you probably want all 3 copies, just to avoid that situation where you mill them all with Grass and to ensure that you have enough resources for a grind doom. The downside of playing all 3 is lessened when you play more cards, so I'd probably go as far as saying that in 60 card Branded specifically, it is a mistake to not play all 3. And then if you're playing 40 cards, I'd likely choose to play just 2, since those builds are focused on consistency, and cutting the 3rd Albaz is in line with that plan. In 40 cards, you'll feel the downside of playing 3 copies the most, because you'll draw on multiple Albaz more often than if you had more cards in the deck. And that one single slot that the 3rd copy takes up is more valuable when you play less turtle cards as well. I wouldn't say it's necessarily a mistake to play 3 in 40, but I think I'd strongly suggest considering it. Keep in mind that this is all in general though, so there could potentially be a format in the future where there is a specific reason to run a certain amount of Albaz. So moving on to Branded Fusion, this is the best card in the deck. I know I just said that Albaz is the most important card in the deck, but Branded Fusion really is the best card in the deck. If you ask any other competitive player what makes Branded competitive, they're probably going to point to this card, because it really is the best card in the deck. And what makes it so good is that it's just so efficient. By sending materials from the deck to the graveyard, it means that you don't need to have any other sets up for this card to be good. And when it resolves, what you get out of it in the end is quite a lot. It's not as much as a Snake Eye Ash, or a Nightmare Phone, or a Wakaushi, but it's still quite a lot. And then, the other part of what makes it really good, or one other part of what makes it so good, is that once it's resolved, your plays split into like 2 to 3 different branching paths, and each of those branching paths require a disruption from the opponent. So if you summon like an Albion, your opponent might want to use one card to stop the on-field effect, they might want to use a second card to stop the Bystial Lubellion's effect, and then they might want to use a third card to stop the Endphase effect of Albion in the graveyard. And you could even argue that it forces a 4th card out of the opponent by going to battle phase and attacking over something. So it makes it very hard for the opponent to control the situation completely once you resolve Branded Fusion. This is why Ash is such a good card against Branded, because it's the only hand trap that can stop Branded Fusion entirely. Once you resolve Branded Fusion, no other singular hand trap is going to be able to put you off of plays completely. You're always going to have something, no matter what the hand trap is. And it's especially good for going second into boards as well, since if your opponent doesn't negate your Branded Fusion, you're so much more likely to be able to break that board. Branded Fusion is also a foolish burial for lights and darks, since the materials for Albion and Libellion are generic, which means if there's ever a broken light monster or broken dark monster to send, Branded Fusion is a way to do it. Currently, the best way to play Branded is just to send your in-archetype light monsters and dark monsters anyway, but that could change in the future, so it is worth remembering. So this card typically summons Albion and Libellion the most, with Albion being the more common of the two. And then after that, it's probably Sanctifier that you're summoning the next most often. Most of the time if you're summoning Sanctifier, it's because your opponent chained Max C, and you don't want to give your opponent a lot of draws. Both Albion and Libellion require giving your opponent 2 draws with Max C if you want to use their effects to make a Mirror Jade, whereas just summoning a Sanctifier and passing only gives them 1 draw. There are other situations where you might summon a Sanctifier, sometimes going second. It is important to put a monster that can't be targeted on the field. This might be important against a stun deck, for example, or a runic deck. And you might also summon it going first when you have a really powerful hand with a lot of effects that can already summon Mirror Jade in other ways. After that, the next most common card to summon is Rindbrum. Some of your combo lines turn 1 want to summon a Rindbrum instead of an Albion or Libellion. Not a lot, but some of them. And usually when you do summon a Rindbrum in your turn 1 combo, you're going for a very strong combo. And there's also situations where going second, you might want to summon a Rindbrum into the opponent's field because it's more effective than a Mirror Jade at breaking that field. For example, in the mirror match, if your opponent has their own Mirror Jade, summoning a Rindbrum, which can negate and bounce that Mirror Jade at any time, is really effective. And it's also really good against Promethean Princess and IP Masquerade as well. By summoning Rindbrum with Branded Fusion, you're also leaving Albaz in the graveyard, which can make other cards live as well. So one of the rarest summons with Branded Fusion is Titaniclad. Titaniclad gains attack equal to the levels of the monsters used as material, so it's normally 3700 attack. This is the highest attack monster that you can summon with just the Branded Fusion, so if you're trying to get over a big monster that you can't remove any other way, you might want to summon Titaniclad. Or if you're trying to OTK your opponent without playing into Nibiru, this could be an option for that too. But other than those situations, there's not much reason to be summoning Titaniclad with Branded Fusion. It's not likely that it's ever going to be the only option you have left during a grind game, since Titaniclad actually normally leaves the extra deck pretty quickly, since the best target to send with Granquino is often Titaniclad. It's also the best target to send at High Spirits very often, and it's one of the best targets to send with Mirror Jade's effect if it's still available as well. Another rare summon is Sprend the Iron Dash Dragon. This is even rarer than Titaniclad, although it actually has a pretty interesting effect. It's one of the only Albaz fusions that is capable of getting rid of spell and trap cards. So if you're playing this card, it could come up as a way of outing some annoying Floodgates or follow-up effects. A really relevant example that comes to mind is Nightmare Paint. And then, somewhat ironically, summoning Mirror Jade directly with Branded Fusion is one of the rarest summons too. The reason it's rare is because to summon Mirror Jade, it requires you to use a fusion monster from your field as material. This is usually just not a good use of resources, so it would only ever make sense to do this if it was the only solution to a situation. Or maybe you're trying to outplay an opponent who is expecting you to do something different. And something else I should mention about Branded Fusion is that it has a restriction that locks you into fusion monsters. The way this restriction is worded means that it locks you into fusions for the whole turn that you activate it, not just after the activation, but also before. If you link summon a Verte, you cannot then activate Branded Fusion after, and if you activate Branded Fusion, you cannot then link summon Verte later that turn. The reason why Verte's effects to copy Branded Fusion still works is because Branded Fusion's restriction is not considered part of the card's effect, but rather a condition that is applied to the card, which is why you are able to link summon anything you like, and then still go into Verte at the end to copy Branded Fusion from your deck. But aside from Verte specifically, this restriction is why branded cards only see play in Branded and aren't splashed into other decks. Theoretically, a deck that doesn't special summon from the extra deck at all like Labyrinth or Voiceless Voice, could play cards like Branded Fusion, Aliber, and Opening. But since Opening and Branded Fusion are limited and semi-limited, using an engine like this is not really that attractive. Another thing about this fusion lock that I want to clarify is how it works when your Branded Fusion gets negated. Like I said, the restriction is not part of the effect. It's a condition of the card, which means that if your Branded Fusion's effect is negated, but the activation of the card itself is not, then the fusion lock will still apply. The only way to have your fusion lock condition not apply is if the activation of Branded Fusion is negated. Ash Blossom only negates effects, not activations, which is why you still can't link summon after Branded Fusion gets ashed. This is different from something like Byron de Flow, which negates activations. If your Branded Fusion is negated by Baron, then you can still link summon afterwards, since the condition on Branded Fusion will not have applied. If you're having trouble figuring out which cards negate effects and which cards negate activations, all you have to do is read the card, as it will always specify. There's nothing you ever need to memorize. Any card that says negate that effect negates effects, and any card that says negate the activation negates activations. Sometimes a card can be tricky and say something different, like negate that activated effect. This is still negating just an effect, not an activation, so a card like this will not stop the fusion lock from applying. This can be pretty difficult to get your head around when you're first starting out, which is why I wanted to break it down simply just now. I'd say that if you can correctly figure out how it works with these 4 examples, then you have all the understanding you need for most interactions. The hard once per turn clause on Branded Fusion also works the exact same way. If the card's effect was negated, but the activation was not, then you can't try to activate Branded Fusion again. But if the activation of Branded Fusion was negated, then you can attempt to use it again. Even though the card is limited, this is actually very relevant, as there are options in Branded to get your Branded Fusion back from the graveyard. Other than that, there's not much more to say about Branded Fusion. Obviously you want to play the card in your deck, and you're always going to play as many as you're allowed to. So there's no real discussion about the ratios here. You're obviously going to play the one Branded Fusion. The exact combos that you go for with Branded Fusion are going to be saved for the combo section, so for now let's just move on to the next card. So Aliber the Jester of Despia has the effect to search a branded spell or trap whenever it's normal or special summoned, and that includes Branded Fusion, which makes Aliber one of your starter cards. In some circumstances, Aliber can actually be a stronger starter than Branded Fusion itself, as the Aliber can also be used as fusion material from the field later on in the combo. And in some other circumstances it can be a worse starter as well, since it uses up your normal summon. Either way though, Aliber is one of the strongest draws in your deck. Most of the time, this will search for Branded Fusion. If you already have Branded Fusion in your hand, you have a lot of good other options. Sometimes it gets Branded Lost, or sometimes it can get Branded in red or Blighted Banishment to help add power to your end board going first. Aliber is vulnerable to cards like Impom, Vela, and Gamma, which is why it's pretty common to help insulate yourself against those cards by summoning a Cartesia to the field first. Cartesia has a quick effect to fusion summon, so if your opponent decides to Impom Aliber, you can chain Cartesia to remove the Aliber from the field, which will then dodge the Impom. Aliber also has this other effect that can be used in the graveyard. It's not the most relevant effect in Branded, but it's also far from the least relevant effect. For some reason, even skilled opponents sometimes overlook this, which means you can often catch people off guard with this. It's pretty good at denying an OTK by summoning an extra body, and then negating something can be useful too. I think the reason it gets forgotten about is because Aliber doesn't end up in the graveyard in every single Branded combo. Sometimes he ends up being banished instead, so when you're playing against Branded, you don't always get hit with Aliber's graveyard effect, making it a surprise when you do. A couple matchups where this effect can be really good are Mathmech and Snake Eyes. Against Snake Eye, Aliber can counter the Zelantis OTK by triggering right after the Zelantis uses its banish effect. You target the Zelantis, which negates its effect, preventing it from being able to destroy anything in the battle phase, and you now have an extra blocker as well. Against Mathmech, you can counter access code by triggering Aliber after it pops one of your fusion monsters. By negating access code, its attack drops back down to 2300, and it can't destroy anything else after that. which is why it's especially effective when your opponent was going for an update jammer plus access code OTK. Another way you can use this effect is as a chain block for a more important trigger effect, like Mirror Jade or Coritis, which can also be a huge swing in your favor if the opponent didn't see it coming. Now, unfortunately, you can't use both effects of Aliber on the same turn, so when you special summon it back from the graveyard with the second effect, you can't then use its first effect to immediately search for a card. If you could use both on the same turn, this card would be a lot better, and it's already one of the best draws in the deck. This is why you play Foolish Burial and Gold Sarcophagus in Branded, as they are essentially just additional copies of Aliber thanks to Tragedy. So yeah, Aliber is one of the best starters, so it makes sense to play as many copies as you can. Next is Branded Opening. This is another starter card, and it's a one-card combo just like Aliber and Branded Fusion, so you don't need any other specific card for this card to play. What it does is special summon a Despian monster from your deck, or alternatively add it to your hand. In some ways it's a better starter than Aliber, and in one big way it's a worse starter than Aliber. It can be a better starter than Aliber because it special summons from the deck, which lets you keep your normal summon for something else. When you go second, this can be extra helpful as you can now normal summon Elbaz without having to give up your Aliber effect. However, opening can be worse than Aliber since it does require an extra discard as well. Opening can also summon Quen, not just Aliber. Quen says that it's always treated as a Despia monster even while it's in the deck, so even though it doesn't have Despia in its name, it is still a valid target for opening. This is another reason why opening can be a better draw than Aliber, as it has multiple options for what to summon. Summoning Quen with opening doesn't do much by itself, but once you start adding other cards into the equation, summoning Quen can sometimes be a better play than summoning Aliber. The big downside of opening as a starter though, and why Aliber is in my opinion still the better draw, is that you have to discard an extra card. Even though there are a bunch of cards in Branded that want to be discarded, having to go -1 like this is not a good thing. There are other effects in Branded that also discard cards, so the chances of having enough beneficial discards in your hand is pretty low. Also, you don't want to be getting so low on cards in hand that you aren't even able to use all of these effects that require a discard. Unlike Elbaz, opening doesn't discard for cost, instead it's part of the effect, which means that if opening gets negated, at least you don't have to discard. However, in my experience, because opening discards for effect, most opponents are just going to let it resolve, and then use that disruption afterwards. The fact that it discards for effect though does specifically allow Tragedy to trigger when it's discarded for opening, which makes sense as they are both Despia cards. Another part of opening's effect that is important to remember is that it also has a fusion lock, similar to Branded Fusion. It's easy to forget about this card's lock since most of the time, shortly after using opening, you're going to be activating Branded Fusion anyway, but this card in fact also has its own fusion lock, although it works slightly differently to the one on Branded Fusion. Firstly, opening's lock is part of the card's effect, so the lock won't apply if the card's effect is negated. It doesn't need to be an activation negation like with Branded Fusion, so if your opponent is negating this with Ash or Impalm, the lock won't apply. The other difference with opening is that it only locks you into fusions for the rest of the turn after the card resolves. So if you have already linked summoned previously that turn, you can still activate opening. This lock and the exact rulings around it can be relevant for the times where you want to summon Verte. If you activate opening, you can't then link summon Verte afterwards, but if you summon a Verte first, then you can still activate opening. Keep in mind that Verte also has its own lock, so situations like this can get pretty intricate. Branded Opening also has another effect. While it's in the graveyard, it can protect a fusion monster from being destroyed by a card effect. It's a one-time use, it banishes itself when you use it, and it's not an activated effect, so it's not something that can be negated by your opponent. It only protects your fusion monsters, so it can't protect your main deck monsters like Cartesia or Quen, but it can be used to protect multiple fusion monsters at the same time. This is a nice bonus effect that adds some free extra power to your board. Protecting even just once from effects like Kirin, Skyborn, Princess, Byron, or Transcendent Dragion can be a difference maker. If your opponent uses a mass board wipe like Raigeki or Dark Hole, you can use opening to protect all of your fusion monsters, even if you also control a bunch of non-fusion monsters as well. The future monsters will all be protected, and the non-fusion monsters will be destroyed. One card that works really well with this effect is Borrowload Furious Dragon. Branded Opening doesn't care if it's an opponent's card effect or your own, it can be always used to protect. So by using Furious Dragon in combination with Opening in the graveyard, you can destroy a card your opponent controls without having to actually destroy a monster you control. One other thing I should mention about Opening is that it's a quick play spell. This means you can sometimes play better into Max C by chaining it in response to Max C. And you can also play around Duel and Vela by activating Opening right away in the draw phase. Since Quam can lead to disruption on the opponent's turn, it's also not impossible that you might want to set Opening from the deck with Albion in the end phase. If you don't have access to your better targets, this can sometimes be the next best option. It's a shame the Branded Opening is semi-limited, since it limits its ability to be used as an engine in other decks. Something like Voiceless Voice, for example, could make use of a branded engine, playing just Branded Fusion, Aliber, and 3 Opening. So moving on to Cartesia. Cartesia is a really interesting card in Branded. It lets you fusion summon using monsters from your hand and field as material as a quick effect. The fact that this is a quick effect lets it do a lot more than just extend your plays on turn 1. I mentioned before that Cartesia can be used to protect your Aliber from Imperm and Vela, and that of course applies to your other important effects, like Albion and Rebellion. Since Cartesia can be summoned with fusion deployment, you will often summon it from the deck as your very first play, setting up that protection right away. Usually you will end up using the Cartesia later on in the turn, so you will be vulnerable to Imperm and Vela afterwards, but once you've resolved Albion and Rebellion, the effectiveness of Imperm or Vela for your opponent goes way down. You resolve Branded Fusion, so your plays have split into multiple different paths. What I find happens quite often when your opponent has Imperm and you have Cartesia is that they end up not using the Imperm on your turn 1 at all, and they instead use it on the start of their own turn to negate your Mara Jade, Cartesia, or Quen. This is a lot better than having your Aliber get negated at the start of your combo, as that would stop everything, so Cartesia does a good job in this situation. The other huge use for using Cartesia as a quick effect is to fusion summon on the opponent's turn. This is one way to back your Mara Jade with additional disruptions. Having Albaz in your field or in your hand would allow you to make an additional Albaz fusion on the opponent's turn, which can ultimately lead to things like Furious Dragon, Dragostapelia, or a second Mara Jade. Even if you already have a Mara Jade from your turn 1 combo, it's possible to make use of another Mara Jade with Cartesia, as Mara Jade's effect is not a hard once per turn. So as long as you can remove the first Mara Jade to get around its only control 1 Mara Jade clause, summoning out a second one is going to be very strong, as you can use the banish effect again. And if this is not possible, like I said, you can still go for other options like Furious Dragon, Dragostapelia, or even Sanctifier sometimes as well. Cartesia also doesn't have to summon a monster with its own disruption to be effective on the opponent's turn. Sometimes it can be a very useful tool just to trigger your Quem. Quem can revive Mara Jade back from the graveyard, so using Cartesia to fuse away a spent Mara Jade just so that Quem can revive it can be a pretty good play. It's also branded Lost, which creates a window where the opponent can't respond after your fusion summon, so using Cartesia on their turn just to create this window could allow you to guarantee the resolution of another important effect. Branded Lost also searches a card when you fusion summon, and that could be Tri-Brigade Mercuria, which is a negate from the hand for an opponent's monster effect. So using Cartesia just to get a search for this can also be a good play. Where it gets really strong though is when you combine all of these things together. For example, using Cartesia to fuse away a spent Mara Jade into Dragostapelia, which is its own disruption, then, while under the Branded Lost window, you search for Mercuria and revive back that same Mara Jade with Quem. Now, most of the time, a Cartesia that you summon on turn 1 will end up fusing itself away for its own effect, which means that to get it back onto the field on the opponent's turn, you'll need to use an effect to bring it back. This will usually be Quem, which can sometimes trigger on your own turn to bring Cartesia back right after you fuse with it. Sometimes this happens at the end phase after Quem is brought out by Titaniclad, and then sometimes you can do it on the opponent's turn as well. It's worth noting that if you do it on the opponent's turn, then your Quem effect will have been used, which means it's not available to revive something else like your Mara Jade. You can also put a Cartesia from your graveyard onto the field with Sanctify. This might come up if you had to go Sanctify a pass because of an opponent's max C. Another method of getting Cartesia onto the field for the opponent's turn is to never fuse it away on your turn 1 to begin with. You don't normally want to give up on accessing Grand Grenouille, which requires Cartesia as material, so this is probably only going to come up if you have an additional copy of Cartesia in your hand. Cartesia's effect does not need to use itself as part of the fusion summon, even though it usually does, so you can technically fuse away a different copy in your hand for Grand Grenouille and leave the one on the field where it is. Something I will say though is that it's not essential to have Cartesia plays on the opponent's turn, as there's plenty of other ways to set up disruptions. Cartesia might be flashy when used as a quick effect, but actually most of the time when you use this card, you'll just be using her effect to extend on your own turn 1 as part of your standard combo. Focusing on setting her up to be live on the opponent's turn is good, but not really a priority. The way you normally extend with Cartesia in your standard combos is by waiting until you have Branded Lost on the field, and then using her effect to fuse herself with another light or dark monster to make Grand Grenouille. Grand Grenouille specifically requires Cartesia as material, so you have to access Cartesia in order to make use of this card. Grand Grenouille typically then sends something like Titanic Lead to the graveyard, which gives you access to Quem in the entries. Branded Lost will be able to trigger and search for some kind of extender. So that's what Cartesia is going to give you in most of your lines. Since Aliver is your main starter, and it uses up your normal summon, using Cartesia as an extender requires you to have a way of special summoning her to the field. The best way to do this is with Fusion Deployment, which can just special summon Cartesia from the deck, but you can also summon her from the hand with her own effect. In order to use this effect, you do need to have Fallen of Albaz on your field or in your graveyard, which makes it more situational than Fusion Deployment. However, it's not actually that difficult to get Albaz into your graveyard, and you also don't always draw a Fusion Deployment anyway, so summoning it from your hand is sometimes your own option. Cartesia is searchable, which means you can often set up a situation where you put Albaz into the graveyard, and then search for Cartesia to then special summon her from the hand. One really good way to do this is to use Branded in High Spirits to discard an Albaz from the hand, and then search for Cartesia. Albaz is one of the best discards for High Spirits anyway, so you're not going out of your way for a play like this. It's also worth noting that Albion the Shrouded Dragon becomes Fallen of Albaz while in the graveyard, and this is also a really good discard for Branded in High Spirits. Even without High Spirits, Albion the Shrouded Dragon can still send Albaz from the deck to the graveyard, and there's a whole bunch of other discard effects that you have in Branded that can also put copies of Albaz from your hand into the graveyard. Summoning Cartesia with her own effect could be a great way to play around handtraps. It naturally plays around Impalm and Vela like I mentioned before, but by summoning her specifically with her effect, you'll have even more options like playing around Ash, as you can go for Verte lines that don't ever activate Branded Fusion at all. This is something you can't do with Deployment, as Deployment also has a fusion lock. You'll see when we get to the playing around handtrap section that Cartesia, Albaz, High Spirits, and Verte tend to play a big role in dodging Ash Blossom. One handtrap that Cartesia's hand effect does play into though is Max C. The effect activates, which means the opponent does have a chance to chain a Max C. Chances are if you're going to summon Cartesia from your hand, you're going to be trying to do it before normal summoning Aliber so that you can protect it from Impalm and Vela. But the downside of doing this is that you play harder into Max C. The opponent will draw 1 for the summon of Cartesia, and if you then want to activate Branded Fusion, even to just summon Sanctifier, you'll be giving them a second draw. Normal summoning Cartesia also has some application for playing around hand traps, but most of the time, normal summoning Cartesia is just weaker than normal summoning Aliber. Cartesia also has one more effect. This effect to add itself back to the hand of the entries is pretty important for Branded. The biggest use for this is giving you a free card in your hand that you can discard for your discard effects on the opponent's turn. This is a pretty common theme in Branded. High Spirits also has the exact same effect, and using them as discards that constantly recur themselves is the best way to make use of it. If the game becomes a grind game, adding back resources like this, especially Cartesia, can be very helpful too, although it isn't in my opinion the main strength of these effects. Branded, when it goes first, is usually trying to get a lethal grip on the game by turn 3, and so the small value you get by adding 1 Cartesia isn't that impactful. However, if adding back that Cartesia is the difference between having no cards in hand and one card in hand, then the difference it makes is actually huge, as you can now use a discard effect. For example, you could summon Albaz on the opponent's turn with Rindbrum and then use its effect to fuse. You could summon Rebellion with Fusion Duplication, which requires a discard, or you can flip over a set Super Poly. Also, Cartesia's effect to add itself back to the hand is not limited to your own end phase, so you can add back Cartesia in your own end phase, then discard it for something like Albaz, then in your opponent's end phase, add the Cartesia back to your hand again. It's really easy to meet the requirement of sending a fusion monster to the graveyard. Mary Jade alone can do this on the opponent's turn, and on your turn, cards like Grand Granol, High Spurs, Nadia Servant, and Rebellion can all easily put a fusion monster into the graveyard. It's honestly easy to forget that this requirement even exists, as it's so much more likely to be met than not, even when you're not trying. There are times where you would choose not to add back Cartesia to your hand, for example if you plan on reviving it with Quan. But these cases are honestly pretty rare. Like I said, putting Cartesia onto the board for the opponent's turn is not a priority. Having a discard for your discard effects is usually way more important, and there's also the possibility of adding back Cartesia, even if you plan on summoning it with Quam anyway, as you could just use your discard effect first to put it back into the graveyard. The only time where you would consider leaving Cartesia in the graveyard is if you plan on immediately reviving it that same turn, with Quam doing something like a High Spirits play. In general, I'd say that you should be very certain that you don't want to add back Cartesia before you choose not to. And then the last thing about Cartesia that I should mention is that it's a tuner. This doesn't matter for regular branded, but there is a synchro build of branded that makes use of Cartesia this way. Using Quam and Cartesia as tuners outside of branded is also viable, like in Runic Bystial, for example. And if branded fusion ever gets banned, the best way to play branded cards is likely to be with synchros. So the amount of Cartesia that you play in the deck is something that a lot of branded players seem to be unsure about. I get asked a lot of questions about branded, and one of the things that I get asked the most is how many Quam and Cartesia should be played. Even amongst the competitive players, there seems to be no real consensus about whether it's best to play 1, 2, or 3. Fusion deployment is the best way to summon Cartesia. If you're playing more than one Cartesia, and you draw Cartesia alongside deployment, it does give you the option of using away the second Cartesia from the hand, and leaving the first one on the field, which can lead to a stronger end board. And if you do only play one, you can still summon Albaz from the deck with deployment instead, and then special summon the Cartesia from your hand using her own effect. Fusion deployment can also summon from the hand as well as the deck, so if you don't want to use an Albaz like this, you can also just summon the Cartesia from your hand with the deployment. If you're going second, summoning Albaz with deployment is actually a real play, so drawing Cartesia can be nice as it means you don't have to choose between going for the Albaz board breaker effect and having access to Cartesia. Like I also mentioned, drawing Cartesia can help play better into handtraps, which would make it a good draw. And with the amount of discard effects in branded, drawing redundant copies of Cartesia is not the end of the world either. Another thing to consider is that if you don't draw a better starter, Cartesia can be normal summoned at your first play. It's not just an extended. Depending on what else you have in the hand to fuse with, Cartesia can be a starter like this. Cartesia plus Serenia, for example, can access branded fusion without needing Alibi. If you think your branded deck doesn't have enough starters, adding extra copies of Cartesia would be a way to add more starters to it. Cartesia isn't a one-card combo like other starters, but in combination with other cards, it can sometimes make a decent play. There are advantages to having Cartesia over some of the other starters in branded. Keeper of Dragon Magic, for example, is very one-dimensional and vulnerable to hand traps, whereas Cartesia is very much the opposite. It plays well into hand traps and has a lot of options for how to play. Nadia Servant is another starter that branded can play. This card can be strong going first, but is much weaker going second, something that isn't the case with Cartesia. If playing through a lot of hand traps and going second are especially important in the format, playing 3 Cartesia over some of the other starters in branded could be the best option. You could also not cut down on any of the other stat cards at all in order to make room for extra copies of Cartesia. If non-engine cards are not that important during a format, then you could cut non-engine cards from the deck in order to play the extra Cartesias. Having more than one copy of Cartesia in your deck means that if your first copy gets banished, either by your own effect, like Albion, or by an opponent's effect, like a Bystial or a Cold by the Grave, there's still a second copy you can access if you need to. Some downsides to playing multiple copies is the deck space it takes up, as well as the possibility of drawing too many. In my opinion though, the biggest downside of playing multiple Cartesia is that the card, while flexible, is actually just not that strong of a draw. Deployment is a strong card to draw, but Cartesia herself requires setup to special summon, meaning you won't always be able to do it. And as a normal summon, it's a lot weaker than something like Aliber or Keeper. Even if Cartesia does play around handtraps well, it's not worth much if your end board is weak enough to be beaten by the opponent's engine anyway. Cartesia is at her best when she's an extender to an already acceptable play, and the best way to do that is with fusion deployment. I like playing 2 Cartesia in 50 or 60 card branded, and in 40 card branded, I think for sure I'd be playing just 1. Overall though, playing any amount of Cartesia is valid. All options have their strengths and weaknesses, so I think saying any number is correct would be misleading. So next is Quem. This card has a lot in common with Cartesia. It's a light spellcaster with 1500 attack, it's level 4, it's a tuner, it's kind of a starter but doesn't work on its own. And strangely enough, it's also a card that branded players can't seem to agree on how many you should play in the deck. Quem has 2 effects, both are pretty relevant, but really it's the second effect to revive a monster that mentions Albaz that makes the card worth playing. The first effect helps set up the second effect by immediately putting a target for it in the graveyard, and it also serves to make Quem not a terrible normal summon, as it can pair with some other cards to create access to branded fusion. But it's this second effect what's really going to actually disrupt the opponent, create a grind game for you, and generate advantage. This event triggers whenever a card leaves the extra deck, which includes either player summoning from it. The basic idea is when your opponent summons an extra deck monster, a Quem will trigger to revive something. It doesn't have to be your opponent summoning from the extra deck, it can also be you, and Quem can also trigger by some effects that remove cards from the extra deck without summoning. Some notable ones include your own Mirror Jade, Medea's Servant, and there's also Catch to a Unicorn and Pot of Prosperity. The standard way to use Quem is to summon it during the Endphase with the effect of Titaniclad, then use the first effect on summon to send Albaz from your deck to the graveyard. Then, on the opponent's turn, you use the second effect to revive that Albaz and fuse with your opponent's board. Quem also frequently revives Mirror Jade to get the Bannings effect again, or Cartesia to perform a fusion summon. Any monster that mentions Albaz anywhere in its text is able to be summoned with Quem. Albion doesn't trigger a fusion summon if you revive it like this, but it does still come up a lot, as Albion is very often in your graveyard, and because of its Endphase effect, reviving it to your field can be good, just to generate resources. Its Dark Dragon stat line is also relevant for summoning Furious Dragon with Cartesia, branded in red, or branded banishment. Another common way to access Quem is to the second effect of Grand Quinel. Grand Quinel says that if your opponent special summons a monster using a monster effect, you can banish it from your field or graveyard, and then special summon a Despian monster from your extra deck, or a Dogmatica monster from your main deck. Quem says that it is always treated as a Despia and a Dogmatica monster, which means it can be summoned from your deck with Grand Quinel. Again, this line of text on Quem applies even while it's in the deck. It's not an effect of the card, it's just a condition applied to it at all times. If Quem was on the field and its effects get negated by Imp-Home, the card is still treated as a Despia and a Dogmatica. This is why the card can be summoned by brand opening as well, and it's also important for banishment, which can revive a Despia monster. Quem also gets used as material for Quiritis, which specifically requires a Despia. Quem is technically not a starter card, but it often functions that way if you draw it. By itself, the best play that Quem can make is to just send Albaz to your graveyard, and then pass turn, hoping that the opponent will play right into it by special summoning from the extra deck. If they do play into this, it's actually not that bad, since if you're able to summon Mirror Jade, it's solid disruption that is then capable of accessing your whole engine eventually. The problem with this though is that it's really easy for your opponent to just not summon from the extra deck before they can deal with the Quem. Gwen only has 1500 attack, so it's not unlikely that your opponent's main deck monsters can just attack over the Gwen first. Fortunately though, if you draw any other engine card alongside Gwen, you're most likely going to be able to make a better play. And with the amount of engine cards that Branded normally plays, the chances of not seeing a card that combos with Gwen is pretty low. Gwen can combo with a lot of other cards, as its first effect to send a card that mentions Fallen of Albaz to the graveyard has a lot of possible targets. It's not just monsters, Gwen can also send spells and traps, so you will frequently send Albaz, Artesia, also Retribution, and Branded Fusion itself. Sending Retribution can help access Branded Fusion, by then also sending Branded Fusion to the graveyard with Shrouded Dragon or Sirenia. Sending Branded Fusion with Gwen can also be a way of making Fusion Duplication live. Most cards in the deck mention Fallen of Albaz, but there are some important cards that don't, so you will want to make sure you know what is a Gwen target and what isn't. Aliber, for example, doesn't mention Fallen of Albaz, and so isn't a target for either of Gwen's effects. The Bystials don't mention Albaz, Banishment, Tragedy, and Masquerade all don't mention Albaz either. Weirdly enough, Gwen is able to send another copy of itself with its first effect, which is not something you would expect it to be able to do. This isn't super important, but it does allow Gwen's effect to put a target for banishment into the graveyard, as none of the other Despian monsters mention Albaz. This is actually an interaction that sometimes matters for combos with Mabia Servant. The times where you get the most out of a normal summoned Gwen is when you already have the means to play anyway without going normal summon, and your Gwen is able to provide free value and extension. In these situations, the Gwen is pretty much a win more card, as you didn't need it in order to play. Gwen as a starter is capable of playing around handtraps, similar to Cartesio, as it has more options for how it can be used when compared to Aliber, but most strong opponents will understand that normal summoning a Gwen is probably a sign of weakness, as it's not the preferred way to start playing in Branded, so they could easily just handtrap the Gwen, knowing that you probably don't have a better play. Another huge issue with starting your plays with Gwen is that a lot of your lines are able to bring out Gwen for free with Titanic Lad in the end phase anyway, so having the Gwen already means your resources are somewhat wasted. There is also Granguinol, which can summon a Gwen from the deck using its second effect, so something that is a good argument for playing multiple Gwen is that you can summon one on your own turn with Titanic Lad, and then summon another one on the opponent's turn with the second effect of Granguinol. This is important, and I think that this is probably the best reason to want to play 2 Gwen in your deck. It shouldn't be because you want more starters, it should be because you want a target for Granguinol. Personally, I think Gwen is just such a bad draw that the card can be treated like a brick and played at 1, just like Branded in Red or Banishment. You want to search for this or special summon it from the deck, but you don't want to draw it, as it's just not powerful enough as a normal summon. I think it's fine to play 2, especially in 60 card Branded, but I still personally be trying to play 1, if possible. And if you're playing a smaller deck like 40 card Branded or 50 card Branded, playing 1 Gwen is definitely optimal in my opinion. A lot of people do still choose to play 2, which I think is fine. Again, like I said, the biggest thing is having that second target for Granguinol. Anyway, let's move on to the next card, which is Albion the Shrouded Dragon. So next is Albion the Shrouded Dragon. This card reads a lot more complicated than it actually is. The most important part of this card by far is that it can send a branded spell or trap, or a Fallen of Albaz from the deck to the graveyard. If the Shrouded is in the hand when you do this, it will draw a card, and if it's in the graveyard, you won't draw a card. Either way though, you get to send something from your deck to the graveyard. The card is deceptively important from Branded. It plays an irreplaceable role in accessing Branded Fusion when you don't draw a way to search it directly. Between Aliber opening, Foolish Burial, God Sarcophagus, Keeper of Dragon Magic, and the one Branded Fusion itself, there is a decent amount of cards that can get to Branded Fusion directly, but it's not so many that you can expect to see one in every hand, especially considering how big some Branded decks can be. So having a way to access Branded Fusion when you don't draw these directly increases the consistency of the deck. And these cards are also magnets for handtraps like Impom and Baylor, so having a backup way to access Branded Fusion that doesn't involve needing another normal summon is going to come up a lot, even in the games where you do draw direct access to it. Shrouded Dragon helps get to Branded Fusion by using Retribution. Retribution can banish itself from the graveyard to add back a branded spell or trap from your graveyard to your hand. So the plan is to send Retribution and a branded fusion to the graveyard, so that you can then add back the branded fusion to your hand. Shrouded Dragon can only send one branded spell or trap to the graveyard, and the card's effect is a hard once per turn, so it does need to be paired with another effect to get to branded fusion. Most of the time, this other effect that you pair with is Serenade, which, when sent to the graveyard, can send any branded spell or trap from your deck to the graveyard. These two cards form a pair that lets you access branded fusion by sending one half of the combo each. One of these cards sends Retribution, and the other one sends branded fusion. Since Serenade is a target for Granguinol, which could be summoned using Cartesia, any way you have to access Cartesia is also a way to get to Serenade. It's also not just Serenade that could be paired with Shrouded Dragon to do this combo. Quam can also send either Retribution or branded fusion to the graveyard. Shrouded Dragon is super searchable, so it's really easy to get to this card. Ice Spirits, Makuria, Magnum, and Branded Lust will all frequently search this, and it can even be sent from the deck to the graveyard with Granguinol and Quen. Also, a lot of lists play 3 copies of Shrouded Dragon now, so hard drawing this card is also pretty likely. The reason why a lot of branded decks play 3 is because the card is actually pretty good to draw. The most important part of the card is its cost, but the effect to draw 1 is of course not bad either. And if you don't need to use Retribution to access branded fusion, using it to add back a different card or just for follow-up on a future turn is also pretty good. The card replaces itself when you draw it, like Upstart Goblin, so the bonus of sending a Retribution or Albaz to the graveyard is almost completely free. Shrouded Dragon is also one of the best cards to discard with High Spirits, as it is a Dark Dragon. Now, the reason why I say almost completely free is because there is actually one downside of using Shrouded Dragon like this. The fact that the card is a hard once per turn is that if you use it at the start of your turn just to draw another card, you no longer have the option of searching for it later that turn, and then sending something specific to the graveyard. This can actually matter a lot, as you have to basically guess which card is going to be the most useful to send from the deck to the graveyard at the start of your turn. Retribution is usually the best one, but sometimes sending Albaz or Branded Fusion can be better. You aren't sure yet what handtraps your opponent is going to use, if any, and you also don't know what card you're going to draw until after you choose what to send. This can create some feel-bad situations where you choose to send a Retribution at the start of your turn, and then draw into a card that would have preferred you to send Albaz, like Cartesia or Branded in White. Or alternatively, you choose to send Albaz and then you draw into Quen. This isn't a huge issue if your hand is playable anyway, but it does make for a meaningful downside to playing multiple copies. Another downside of playing multiple copies is drawing too many of them. It never feels good to draw Shrouded with Shrouded, as the effect is a hard once per turn. That being said, this is a minor issue, as Branded can easily make use of a dead card by discarding it. A second Shrouded Dragon is also actually kind of a good discard, as it represents follow-up on your next turn. So overall, I'm not really convinced at all by the arguments against playing multiple copies. The only reason I might consider cutting down on them is if the deck space is desperately needed for more non-engine cards. The main card to send with Shrouded is Retribution, but other than that, another good card to send is Branded Sword. Not every list plays this card, but the ones that do have a slightly stronger Shrouded Dragon, as there's another good option to send with it. Branded Opening can sometimes be good to send, to set up destruction protection via fusions, and sending High Spirits can be a better way of setting up discard fodder in the Endphase. I mentioned that setting up Albaz in the graveyard for the opponent's turn is something you will always try to do, and Shrouded Dragon can help with that. Another part of Shrouded Dragon that can be relevant is that its name becomes Fallen of Albaz while it's on the field or in the graveyard. This means that having Shrouded Dragon in your graveyard makes cards like Cartesia and Branded in White life, and it could also be a target for Branded in Red and even Rinbrim. There are a lot of combos that rely on this by discarding the card for High Spirits, session Cartesia, and then special summoning the Cartesia from your hand, making use of the fact that the Shrouded Dragon is treated as Albaz while in the graveyard. One last thing to mention about this card is the rare cases where you actually want to summon this card to the field. Instead of sending a card from your deck to the graveyard for the cost of Shrouded, you can send one from your hand instead, which will allow you to special summon the Shrouded to the field. This is pretty much just 2 uses, The first one is to allow you to go for Verte in some bad hands, like for example if you open Shrouded Dragon plus a hand trap, as well as a brick branded spell or trap like Banishment. You can send the Banishment with the Shrouded Dragon and then normal summon the hand trap to make a Verte. And then the second use is to use it as material for an Albaz fusion when you don't have access to an actual Albaz. Something to make sure you keep in mind about this card is that it sends from the graveyard as cost, not effect. This means that your opponent can't really negate this in any way. Overall, this card is a staple in Branded. You should probably play all three, and even if you don't, this card is going to be absolutely vital to your combos. Next is Springden's Kit. This is a fairly simple card. You will often search for this with Branded Lust or Mercuria as a way of extending a plays. At this point, you've normally resolved Branded Fusion that turn, and you can use Kit's effect to search for Branded in white or Branded in red to keep extending. If you're going first specifically, you can also search for an end board piece like Banishment, Branded in red, or even Retribution as an additional disruption for your opponent's turn. If you've not resolved Branded Fusion yet, Kit can also search for Branded Fusion, which is how you can sometimes use Kit to play through hand traps. Kit is searchable with Branded in High Spirits, and is often really good to do so, as High Spirits will usually put an Albaz fusion into the graveyard, which allows you to special summon the Kit from your hand. This means that if your normal summon gets hand trapped, you can use High Spirits to search for Kit, and then use Kit to still search for Branded Fusion. Kit being a target for High Spirits is also what makes these High Spirits combos playable a lot of the time, as it means that resolving High Spirits can always get to Branded Fusion. If Kit wasn't in your deck, you wouldn't be able to guarantee Branded Fusion just from resolving High Spirits. Another way of using Kit to beat hand traps is by taking advantage of the special summon effect to help make Verte, as a way of playing around Ash Blossom. This will usually only come up when you use High Spirits, but there are other times this might occasionally come up, like after resolving Grass for example, or when you go second and resolve a normal summoned Albaz. Kit is also a starter card. It can be normal summoned, and then used to search directly for Branded Fusion. The part that makes it worse than most of your other normal summons is the fact that you have to put a card from your hand on the bottom of your deck. This effect of losing a card for nothing feels really bad, especially in a deck that wants to discard a lot of cards. Most Branded Fusion lines involve discarding a card with Lobelion, which means if you go first and start your combo with a normal summoned Kit, only 2 cards out of your 5 card starting hand get to survive until the end of turn 1. One of them is the Kit, a second one then needs to go back onto the bottom of the deck, and then a third one needs to be discarded for Lobelion. This is why Kit works better as an optional extender rather than a starter, and you can choose to just not use Kit if you'd rather keep all the other cards in your hand. Keeper of Dragon Magic is another card that also has this problem. Keeper requires a discard in order to search for Branded Fusion when it's normal summon. The reason why Keeper is a slightly better starter than Kit is that certain cards provide value when discarded, like Albaz and Retribution, whereas putting a card to the bottom of the deck is always going to be useless. There's other events just to keep it too, like the fact that it's a Dark Dragon for High Spirits, and it also can search for Fusion deployment. Not to mention the fact that it actually has a second effect to revive Albaz from the graveyard. There's also the fact that using Kit as a starter removes the possibility of searching it and using it again as an extender. The effect is a hard once per turn, and most lists don't want to play more than one anyway. In my opinion, the best way to actually use Kit is for follow-up on future turns. Kit's effect can add any branded spell or trap from the deck to the hand, but it can also grab them back from the graveyard or from banished. It's the only way to recur banished spells and traps, and having another way to add back from the graveyard alongside Retribution only increases the power of your grind game. If you use Fusion Duplication to copy Branded Fusion, the Branded Fusion ends up banished, which leaves Kit as your only option for getting it back. Similarly, if your opponent activates Dimension Shifter and you go for Branded Fusion, the Branded Fusion will be banished, and Kit will again be the only way to get it back. Keeping your Kit for follow-up and not committing to it on your first turn will not only allow you to save a card in hand, but it also allows you to save your Kit's effect for the grind game, where you might need it to reuse something. Since Kit is highly searchable, especially over the course of multiple turns, you can usually reliably get to your kit during the grind game, which, combined with the fact that it's not a great starter card, makes me really want to just play one. Most branded players agree that kit should be a one-of, but I do sometimes want more than one kit, and I do sometimes see it in some people's deck lists. Also, kit can be used going second just to put damage on the board. Its attack is 1700, which isn't that much, but I often find myself going for an OTK line, which includes searching and summoning kit, just so that I can attack with it. There's a few cute little tricks you can do with kit. For example, using the effect when you have no cards in the hand. If you use the effect with no cards in your hand, then the card that you add to your hand will just have to go right onto the bottom of the deck. This is pointless if you're adding from the deck, but if you're adding from the graveyard or from Banished, it can be a way of putting a card back into rotation. Another trick is using kit to put back your one single copy of Quem, so that you can summon it in the deck with Titaniclad, or maybe putting back your third copy of Albaz, so that you can send it from the deck to the graveyard again with Branded Fusion. And then the last trick I want to mention is to activate kit while you have no cards in the hand, then chain Mirajade's effects to banish, and then chain Rinbrum's effect to that to negate the Mirajade. At resolution, the Rinbrum can choose to bounce the kit back to your own hand, which you can then put onto the bottom of the deck with its own effect. This allows you to search with kit without losing a card, and it recycles the kit to be used later on for a grind game. Sadly though, this play is pretty rare. Next is Despian Tragedy. This is the first real brick that we're talking about, although it is far from the worst brick in the deck. It's not a starter, it's not an extender, and it's not contributing to an additional disruption when you go first, which is why the card is a brick. I know I said that Quem can be treated as a brick sometimes, but at least she does something on her own and combos with a lot of other cards. Tragedy does absolutely nothing on its own besides being a set monster, and it only really combos positively with a few specific cards, like Fusion Deployment, Cartesia, Branded Opening, or Allure of Darkness. It's those few combos, which is why I say the card isn't the worst brick in the deck, as it does work with those cards, but it's still not that many hands that make good use of Tragedy. With Fusion Deployment, you can special summon Cartesia from your deck, and then use Cartesia to fuse with the Tragedy in your hand to make Grand Grenade. This will trigger the Tragedy, allowing you to search for Alaba, which you can then use to normal summon and search for your Branded Fusion. With Allure of Darkness, you simply banish the Tragedy for the Allure, as it is a dark monster, and then it will trigger and search for Alaba. This is a really efficient use of resources, and it is the strongest way to use Allure of Darkness alongside banishing Mercuria, which is why it can be tempting to play multiple Tragedy in a list that plays Allure. And then with Branded Opening, you can discard the Tragedy, and since Opening's discard is for effect and not for cost, it will trigger the Tragedy to search. The main target to search with Tragedy is Alaba, but it can also search for Quem. In a case of using Opening to discard Tragedy, you will be able to special summon one of the targets from the deck with Opening, and then search for the other one with Tragedy, which you can then normal summon. For the most part though, Tragedy is a bad draw, especially at the competitive level where you really can't afford to be bricking with Branded. And especially when you go second. Most hands that draw Tragedy will make use of it by just discarding it for Lobelion or some other discard effect. And this is where we see another reason why Tragedy isn't actually the worst draw in the deck. Its graveyard effect can reset any branded spell or trap to your field, which means it has some value when discarded, just like Retribution or Albaz. You can't use both effects of Tragedy in the same turn, but if you discard it for the cost of a card like Rebellion, you don't get the search effect anyway, as it wasn't sent to the graveyard by a card effect. So you can just use the reset effect instead that turn if you want to. This reset effect is usually just for follow-up, which means that you can often get the search effect on turn 1 and then still benefit from the Tragedy's graveyard effect next turn, probably to reset your Branded Fusion. Another card that can often make good use of Tragedy is Grass. Even though Tragedy is just a one-of, milling it with Grass is not unrealistic, and when you do, you will often have the choice of using the search effect to search for a normal summon, or declining to search and then using the second effect to reset one of the spell and trap cards that you also milled with Grass. Sometimes Tragedy can be sent from the deck to the graveyard with Branded Fusion, which is a play that comes up a lot when you hard draw the Branded Fusion, as you will still have your normal summon available. It's also common to send Tragedy with Fusion Duplication, copying Branded Fusion, as you can search for a normal summon follow-up on the next turn. All of this might make Tragedy sound like it's actually a strong card that is worth drawing on its own merits, but in reality that's not true. The one Tragedy is only in the deck to be a target for Foolish Burial, Gold Sarcophagus, and sometimes Branded Fusion. You still don't want to draw this card. Tragedy triggers when banished or when sent to the graveyard, so Foolish Burial and Gold Sarcophagus serve the same purpose of just triggering the Tragedy from your deck to then search for Alibi. The point being that they're just additional copies of Alibi, and in order to do that, a copy of Tragedy needs to be included in the deck. If you draw the one Tragedy, then Foolish and Gold Sarc can no longer do their job of banishing Alibi, which is another reason why Tragedy is a bad draw. This is the main use for Tragedy, and I'm not convinced that the card is worth playing in the deck at all if it wasn't for Foolish Burial and Gold Sarcophagus. I think it goes without saying that most builds want to just play one, however certain kinds of branded decks can actually make better use of Tragedy when you draw it. Decks that play all 3 copies of Allure, the Patchwork engine, Masquerades in the extra deck, Chimera, and Ad Libitum are in a much better position to use Tragedy in your hand. You can fuse it away for Branded in red and benefit when it becomes banished. You can use Polymerization to make multiple Masquerades, and having extra access to search for Ad Libitum would be good too. In this kind of build, I actually kind of like playing all 3 copies of Tragedy, as the game plan is more about hard drawing fusion material than the standard branded deck is. But when it comes to standard branded, you're definitely wanting to play just one Tragedy. So overall, I would recommend playing just one Tragedy, and I'd say that applies even if you are playing Allure of Darkness. One interesting idea you can do to make Tragedy a little bit less bricky is to play Shaddoll Construct in the extra deck, so that Branded in High Spirits can discard Trajan. This is hardly worth it considering how tight the extra deck is, but if you are playing one of those more Despia heavy builds, then this might actually be something that you do. One thing to watch out for with Tragedy is that you can't use both effects in the same turn, so if you are planning on using the second effect, make sure you don't trigger the first effect as well. This is something that comes up a lot when you mill it with grass. There are times where you want to use the search, and then there are also times where you want to use the reset effect instead. So it's a good idea to think twice before using the Tragedy after grass. So next is Tri-Brigade Mercuria. If you're playing just one copy of Tri-Brigade Mercuria and you're not playing Branded Sword, then this is probably the worst draw in the deck. You have to play it as in its important search target for Branded Lust, but it really sucks to draw. It does nothing on its own, and it doesn't really provide value in the graveyard unless you can banish it. There's only really Branded in High Spirits that combos with it in the hand, and even though this is possible to do, it's not an ideal play as you prefer to send the dragon monsters for high spirits like Titaniclad and Albion, not Rinfen. Also, if you draw Mercuria and choose to discard it, you no longer have it available to search later with Branded Lost. This is why I say that Mercuria might just be the worst draw in the deck if you're only playing one and you're not playing Branded Sword. That being said, if you are playing the second copy, or you are playing Branded Sword, then the card becomes much more acceptable to draw, as it's not the end of the world to discard it, and you can actually combo with it quite effectively. This card is good to play because it's the only card that you can search for with Branded Lost that translates to immediate disruption on the opponent's turn. You can search Merc with Lost on your own turn, but you could also search for Kit or Shrouded Dragon instead, both of which can be used to set up extra disruption for the opponent's turn as well. When you search on the opponent's turn with Lost though, Mercuria is really the only target that then adds another disruption to your field. It is possible that searching Albaz can translate to a disruption as well, but that requires you to have Cartesia on the board, which isn't something you always have, whereas Mercuria is a lot more reliable, as it only needs an Albaz fusion on the field to work. I think a lot of players seem to think that Mercuria is in the deck to allow you to play around Nibiru. This is not true. Unless you hard draw the Branded Lost, most combos don't search for Mercuria before your 5th summon, and it's not like Nibiru is a big threat for Branded anyway. Most of the time, your combo has a pretty nice answer for Nibiru, which is something I'll talk more about in the playing around handtrap section. But basically, Mercuria's job is not to beat Nibiru, its job is to be an additional disruption for your end board. Since you already have plenty of other ways to disrupt the opponent, Mercuria is not so important that it's ever worth playing 2 in my opinion, especially not considering how bad of a draw the card can be. There are some combo lines that use Mercuria in a different way, like sending it to the graveyard to summon Rindbrum with Branded Fusion, and then banishing it from the graveyard with a Bystial or Albion. These combos are kind of rare, but when they do come up it usually means your end board is going to be really strong. If you go for a combo like this, it's not the biggest deal if you end up giving up on the search for Mercuria with Branded Lust, as your board is going to be really strong anyway. Also, you can use Branded Sword sometimes to add it back from Banish to your hand, which is why I wouldn't consider playing 2 over a Branded Sword. Something else you can do is shuffle back a banished Mercuria with Lubellion to summon something like Joker's Depelia or Moat Dragon or maybe Rindbrum, so it's not like banishing your one copy loses it forever. And again, like I said, if you're playing Branded Sword, it is super easy to get back a banished Mercuria, and this is something that you're going to do a lot if you're playing that card in your deck. Branded Regained is also a card that can technically put back a banished Mercuria, so if you're playing that, then you have another way of recycling Mercuria. Mercuria is a target for Gold Sarcophagus. If you're not interested in banishing Tragedy to search for Alaba, you can also banish Mercuria and then search for Shrouded or Cartesia or Albaz, depending on what else you have in hand. Mercuria searches for any monster that mentions Fallen of Albaz. The list of monsters that this applies to is something that experienced Branded players never think about, but if you are new to Branded, it is something that you might take a bit of time to get used to. A lot of the monsters in the deck mention Albaz, but not all of them. Notable cards that don't mention Albaz are Alaba, Sarania, Lubellion, and Tragedy. In the cases where you start with Gold Sarcophagus to banish Mercuria, you can easily add it back to your hand with Branded Sword if you're playing it, and if you're not playing Branded Sword, then you can also give up on the Mercuria altogether, and it's not the end of the world. All of this is to say that I don't think you're either playing 2 or 3. I think the correct decision is always to play just 1. I think some of the tendency to play 2 comes from an outdated combo using Branded Fusion plus a Bystial. This combo uses 2 Mercuria, and it plays nicely around Nibiru. But it's outdated because hard drawing Branded Fusion is not that likely anymore, so most of the time you're going to be playing into Nibiru anyway, since you're going to be summoning 5 times before searching for Mercuria. That combo existed before Quen as well, so there's actually a more modern way of playing the combo which involves using Branded Sword to add back the same banished Mercuria instead of needing a second one. So then for Branded in Red, this is one of your main sets with Albion alongside Branded Banishment, and just like Banishment, it serves as one of the main pieces of disruption on your end board. This card is a quick play spell, which means when you go first, it's basically a trap card, you're going to set it and then flip it on the opponent's turn, and it's going to translate into a disruption. And when you go second, this card can be used as a board breaker, since it doesn't need to be set, you can just use it right away from your hand. The way this card works is that it adds Maki Despia or Fallen of Albaz from your graveyard to your hand, and then fusion summons a monster by banishing materials from your handed field. There's no restriction on which monsters you can summon, and there's no restriction on which monsters you can use as material. You can just use your hand, or just use your field, and you don't even have to use the monster that you added back. In fact, you don't have to fusion summon at all, you can just choose to add back the card if you want to. Branded in Red is a really flashy card, and it can be pretty intricate at times, so you can really show your skill with a card like this. Branded in Red is really good at creating disruptions, as a fusion summon can get to something like Furious Dragon, or Guardian Chimera, or even a Mirajade. And by performing a fusion summon on the opponent's turn, you get to do things like trigger Branded Lost to search for Mercuria, trigger Quen to revive something, or even just create a Branded Lost window for you to use something else like Mirajade or Maxi. Fusion summoning on the opponent's turn is a really big part of playing Branded optimally, and Branded in Red is one of the main ways to do that. The way the card normally gets used is to flip the card during the opponent's turn, and then fusion summon either a Guardian Chimera or an Rebellion, which then triggers to summon Mirajade. Summoning Guardian Chimera would allow you to pop 2 of your opponent's cards and then draw 1, or alternatively you could pop 1 of your opponent's cards and then draw 2. In general, destroying 2 cards is preferable to destroying just 1. Even though it feels good to draw a lot of cards, at the point in the game where you normally activate Branded Fusion, you are more so trying to disrupt your opponent as much as you can, rather than generate advantage for yourself. If you're only going to pop one card, then summoning something else like Mirror Jade or a Furious Dragon might have been the better option. Guardian Chimera is unique as it is the only way you have to clear a bunch of back row in Branded. If your opponent is playing a stun deck or Labyrinth, Chimera can be pretty good to summon during the end phase, as you can just clean up 2 of their back row right away before they can chain them, and Branded in red is how you're going to do this. It is also good at removing bodies from the board for combo decks, as it can pop 2 at the same time, and the effect doesn't target, which makes it harder for the opponent to avoid. A lot of the time your opponent won't even be able to respond to your Chimera because of Branded loss. Chimera isn't in every deck, as it can be situational, and even if you are playing it, summoning Mirror Jade can often be the better play too. Mirror Jade can banish monsters instead of destroying them, so it could be better for clearing monsters that would float if you destroyed them, like Tailament monsters or Spirit of Ubel. When you summon Mirror Jade using Branded in red, you will often do it through Lubellion first, as you will more than likely have a Mirror Jade on the field already, which means you can't summon another one, as Mirror Jade says you can only control one. So in practice, what happens is that you use the first Mirror Jade to banish something, then use the Branded in red after to fuse away the Mirror Jade on your field for Lubellion, which then triggers to summon back another Mirror Jade. Remember that Mirror Jade's effect is not a hard once per turn. As long as you can put a new copy on the board, you can banish as many times as you want. You can also sometimes summon Sanctifier with Branded in way as a way of playing around with opponents evenly matched. If you're playing a lock like Recreant or Christia, Sanctifier is going to be your most common summon with Branded in red, as it's how you're going to get these Floodgate monsters onto the field. The card really has a lot of different ways to be used, and like I said, it's really skillful. The key to using this card optimally is going to be managing your chain links for creating Branded loss windows, figuring out which triggers you want to activate on a resolution of your chains, making sure you don't run out of monster zones, and making sure you don't unnecessarily waste resources for your grind game. Another nice thing about Branded in red when you go first is that hard drawing it can sometimes allow you to play around Imperm or Veiler. If a target for the Branded in red gets into the graveyard before you go for your important effects like Oliver or Keeper, then you can really punish your opponent when they try to use a hand trap by chaining the Branded in red and then banishing the Oliver or Keeper from the field. This will stop the Imperm or Veiler, just like how chaining Cartesia does. The monster you can summon will often be Coritis, maybe even Masquerade if you're playing it, but if you're lucky it can even be Lubellion, which can then get you to Mirror Jade, which is really good considering you haven't even activated Branded Fusion yet. My favorite example of this is with Verte. If your opponent imperms your Verte, you can then chain Branded in red, target Albaz or Tragedy, or Oliver, add it back to your hand, banish the Verte from the field to summon either Mirror Jade, Coritis, or Masquerade, and then resolve the Verte anyway, summoning something like Mirror Jade, or if you already have it, it can be Sanctifier. Using Branded in red to dodge targeting effects like this is something you could do on the opponent's turn as well. If your opponent tries to target your Mirror Jade with something like a Change of Heart or a Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon, you will often chain Branded in red to fuse it away. You could also make good use of this play going second. Sometimes you might even search for Branded in red so that you can then protect your Aliber from things like Contain or Chi Xiao or even Skill Drain. So Branded in red is usually just a one-off every deck list, and I think this is the correct decision. Even though there is a lot of reasons why hard drawing it can be good, I think these are actually quite situational and not as common as you would think. So overall, I think the card is best to play at 1. One thing to watch out for with Branded in red is that the monster you summon can't attack directly that turn. This means nothing when you summon it on the opponent's turn, but if you're going to be using it on your own turn, it's important to remember this, so that you don't mistakenly think you can attack for game when you actually can't. The way you're supposed to get around this when trying to OTK is to use Branded in red to summon Lubellion, and then Lubellion to summon something else. That other monster will be able to attack directly, so you've kind of dodged the restriction here. Another thing you can do is just make sure that the monster that was summoned with Branded in red attacks over a monster, as it's only prevented from attacking directly. And now for Branded Banishment. This is another key piece of a lot of your end boards in Branded. This one card is capable of leading to so much disruption by itself, and you will have games that are won by banishment alone. The way the card works is that it revives a Despian or a level 8 or higher fusion monster, and then fusion summons using either side of the field as material. either side of the field here means that you can use your opponent's monsters, which is a big part of what makes banishment so strong, although it is also not essential for making good use of the card either. The card is essentially Monster Reborn plus Super Poly in one card. The typical target for banishment is Albion, as you're mostly getting to banishment through Albion's Endphase effect anyway. When you revive the Albion with banishment, you can pretty often make Drago's Depelia, using it and an opponent's dark monster as material. And like Branded in Red, performing a fusion summon of any kind is going to let you trigger Quam and Branded Lost as well. Banishment can really win games on its own sometimes, as it's not just one disruption when you get to remove an opponent's monster. It's also a second disruption with Drago's Depelia that you summon, and a third disruption with the Makuria that you search with Branded Lost. Something else that's really good about banishment is that it banishes the monsters from material instead of sending them to the graveyard. This is really good for cleric monsters that would otherwise have been good in the graveyard, like Tyr or Yubel cards. And another thing is that with Branded Lost on the field, you can even deny your opponent the chance to trigger anything that would normally trigger, even when banished. So an opponent's Mirror Jade, for example, can't trigger if you banish it with your banishment. Drago's Depelia is the most likely monster you're going to be able to summon with banishment, although once Light and Darkness Dragon is released, then you're definitely going to be wanting to summon this most of the time if possible. In fact, when we get to the combo section, you'll see that most of the combos are future-proofed with this card in mind. To summon Drago's Depelia, all your opponent needs is a dark monster, as the Albion you revive with the banishment is the fusion monster. What's important to remember about banishment is that it can only fusion summon level 8 or higher fusion monsters, which means you can't make Muddragon or Garura with it. This leaves Drago's Depelia and the future Light and Darkness Dragon as the most generic options available. Banishment is usually pretty strong no matter how it's used, but there are matchups where banishment can be really crazy, like a Mirror Match, Telements, or a Bystial Centaurion. In these matchups, banishment is often able to fusion summon using only the opponent's monsters as material, which is really good value when it happens. Against Tyr, they will often summon Kitkalas or Rolkalas, and then any other dark monster, which means you can make Drago's Depelia by banishing only their monsters and none of your own. You even get to keep whatever you revive from the graveyard as a bonus. Against Bystial Centaurion, you can fuse away any 2 Bystials or a Bystial plus Auxilla into Furious Dragon. And against the Mirror Match, while there's a lot of monsters you can make with banishment in the Mirror Match, there's almost no combination of monsters that they can even put onto the field which isn't vulnerable to banishment somehow. You can fuse away their Cartesia for your own Granagonal, you can fuse away their Albaz for your own Mirror Jade, and fusing away 2 of their fusion monsters for Drago's Depelia is still a great play in the Mirror Match as well. Generally, when you play a Mirror Match, banishment is the card that the game often revolves around if the players are playing it. I said that Albion is the typical target for banishment. This is true in theory for a lot of the combos, but in practice it doesn't always go like that. If your opponent puts your Mirror Jade or Quem from the field into the graveyard, and you still haven't used your banishment yet, both of these are much better targets to revive than the Albion. Reviving the Mirror Jade will allow it to use its banish effect again, and reviving Quem will allow it to use its on-summon effect again. If you haven't used the revive effect of Quem, reviving Quem with banishment and then fusion summoning will allow you to trigger the revive effect of Quem right away. It's worth pointing out, by the way, that the fusion summon with banishment, just like Branded in Red, is optional, so you can choose to revive something if you want, and then not fusion summon. You might consider doing this if you're reviving a Mirror Jade, and the only legal fusion summon would require you to use that Mirror Jade. Also, if you're under Max C, banishment does give 2 draws, as the 2 special summons are separate, so if your opponent wants to chain Max C to your banishment, you might consider not fusion summoning just to give your opponent only 1 draw. Another important use of banishment that I have to point out is when you use it to fuse with your own monsters. This is still pretty good a lot of the time. Like I said, you don't always have to fuse with your opponent's monsters to make good use of banishment. Sometimes it's important to use your own monsters to make Drago's Depelia, just so that you can put another disruption on the board to stop your opponent. You can also use banishment with your own monsters just to trigger a Branded Lost window so that you can resolve something like Sanctifier to summon a Floodgate to your opponent's field. So sometimes I see branded lists that don't play banishment, and while I understand why this decision is made, I think it's a mistake, especially if you're playing more than 40 cards. A lot of the justification I've heard for why Banishment isn't worth playing is that Branded in Red is already the better set, and there's no point to play both. Also, Banishment is pretty bricky when you draw it, especially going second. But in my opinion, you do just have to play both. Banishment is the alternative to Branded in Red in a lot of situations. Both cards are primarily there to be set with Albion in the end phase, but which one you choose to go for is going to depend on what the rest of your end board looks like. Generally, if you have no target for Branded in Red, then you're going to want to set Banishment, and if you do have a target for Branded in Red, then you can set the Branded in Red instead. Once Light and Darkness Dragon is released, as long as you have the Bystial Lubellion on your end board, then you're probably going to want to set Banishment, as it will allow you to easily make the Light and Darkness Dragon on your opponent's turn. So next is Branded Retribution. This card is mainly in the deck for its graveyard effect. You can banish it to add back any branded spell or trap from your graveyard to your hand. This is good for follow-up and for a grind game, as you could use it to recur your branded fusion and use it again on follow-up turns. But the card is also really good for starting your plays sometimes too. You will often have to access branded fusion for the first time through Retribution. It's very easy to send this card from your deck to the graveyard with cards like Shrouded Dragon, Sarania, and Quem, and then by using another one of those effects to send the branded fusion to your graveyard, you can add the branded fusion to your hand by using the Retribution. This is super important, as it adds a lot of extra consistency to Branded. You don't just need to draw one of your one-card starters to search for Branded Fusion, you can instead combine multiple pieces together to get to Branded Fusion through the effect of Retribution. Shrouded Dragon and Sarania are the main ways to send Retribution from the deck to the graveyard, and both of those cards can be accessed with Grand Cornell, which means that any way you have to get to Cartesia can also be a way of sending Retribution to the graveyard. You can think of Retribution in the graveyard as being half of a branded spell or trap, and to get the full branded spell or trap, you will need another effect to send another half to the graveyard. Like I said before, the card can be used for follow-up and for a grind game. If you don't need Retribution to access branded fusion, but you can still put it into the graveyard anyway, it's still pretty good to do that, because it will let you add back branded fusion on your next turn and then use it again. If you have multiple Retribution in your deck, you can even add back branded fusion a second time on a later turn. The card is of course not just limited to adding branded fusion, you can use it to help access any other branded spell or trap that will help you extend or establish a stronger end board. So if you already have branded fusion and you want your turn 1 play to be stronger, you can use Retribution as half of a different spell or trap, like Branded in White or Branded in Red, and then if you can access another effect to make up that second half, you can add that extender to your hand. Retribution is the strongest card you can mill with Grass. Without Retribution, I'm pretty sure Grass is too weak to play in Branded at all. Grass is kinda like both halves of the Retribution combo in one, as you will likely mill Retribution as well as the target to add back with it. The nice part about Shrouded Dragon when you mill it with Grass is that it can be either the Retribution or the spell or trap that you want to add back. Retribution is needed when you get ashed on Branded Fusion, as you can add it back next turn and try again. It's, to me, unthinkable to not play this card, but the question is always how many you should play. Some lists play 2 and some lists play 1. Generally, you will see 40 card Branded fitting just one copy into the deck, while 60 card decks tend to play frequently more than one. The reason you might prefer playing 1 is that the card is a pretty bad draw, as it's not a starter or an extender, which pretty much qualifies it as a break. This is all the justification you need to play just 1, as it's always good to cut bricks from a deck, and it also takes up a deck slot. But at the same time, having 2 Retribution automatically increases your grind game, as you have an additional copy to use on later turns, and it also decreases the awkwardness of drawing Retribution, as you still have the option of sending the second copy from your deck to the graveyard. It also gives you the option of using Retribution to access Branded Fusion on turn 1, while still having the second one available to use as follow-up. And it also increases the chance to mill the card with Grass. It also gives you a better discard fodder, as hard drawing the card while still having another copy in the deck is actually really strong, since you can discard the one from your hand, and then whatever you send from the deck to the graveyard can be the target that you can add back with it. I personally think that the upsides of playing 2 massively outweigh the downsides. Another positive of drawing Retribution is that the card actually has a pretty acceptable effect on the field as well. If you're going first, this card is also just a really powerful trap that you can set to make your end board stronger. It's kind of like hard drawing Banishment, except it's less of a brick, and you can also have an additional option of using it as a discard. Retribution on the field can negate a spell trap or monster effect that includes an effect that special summons a monster. Some good cuts in the game with this are Original Sinful Spoils, Emergency, Samsara Lotus, as well as an opponent's Branded Fusion and Branded Banishment. It's also a pretty reliable disruption as it can't be chained to and doesn't lose to the usual cards that Branded disruptions usually do, like Called by the Grave and Maxine. Also, the fact that Retribution recycles your monsters when it does this is a really nice bonus whenever it comes up. There are actually some interesting lines with Nadia's Servant that involve setting Retribution with Albion and then shuffling back 2 fusions from the graveyard when you activate it. One thing to be careful of with using Retribution on the field is that you can't use both of its effects in the same turn. So if you do want to use Retribution's Summon Negation effect, you have to be sure that you don't also need to use its graveyard effect that turn. Interestingly enough, Retribution can be used in response to your own cards and effects, not just your opponent's, and Branded Loss actually protects your cards from being negated by all cards, not just your opponent's. So what this means is that in some very rare circumstances, you can technically use Retribution on your own fusion summon effects just to recycle monsters from your graveyard, and then you're still going to resolve the fusion summon as Branded Loss is protecting it from being negated. This isn't something you should try to do, but it's pretty funny, so I thought I'd point it out. Okay, so now for the Bystial Lubellion. This is the main light target you're going to want to send to the graveyard with Branded Fusion, so whenever you want to summon Albion and you need to send a light monster, this is probably going to be the card that you send. The reason why it's by far the best option is because it gives you so much stuff for free. The Albion you summon is a level 8 Dark Dragon, so you can tribute it right away to summon the Rebellion from your graveyard. This puts the Albion into the graveyard, which means you can now use its Endphase effect to set from the deck. And if you set Banishment, then you don't even need to worry about getting a target into the graveyard, as the Albion itself will be the valid target for the Banishment. Rebellion on the field then also has its effect to place a continuous branded spell or trap from your deck onto the field, so you will also get that for free as well. The Rebellion on the field is also a 3000 defender and can be used as material for Cortese's effect or as one of the materials for Guardian Chimera. So you really do get a huge amount of value from this card. Before Rebellion existed, the best light targets of Branded Fusion were Fairy Tale Snow and Outlet the Garden Lord. Compared to those cards, Rebellion is light years ahead in terms of value and synergy with the rest of the deck. Rebellion's on-field effect usually brings out Branded Lost, which helps you extend your turn 1 combo, and it also makes your end board more threatening. But you can also get Branded Beast or Branded Regained as well. Both of these are good options, and the only reason why Beast and Regained are so rarely used in Branded is because Branded Lost is just even better than both of them. Rebellion also has this other effect that can be used in the hand. You can discard it to search for a Bystial monster. This effect makes it so you're not disrupted from using Rebellion in the normal way if you draw it, as you could just immediately discard it to put it back into the graveyard. In Branded, this effect is going to search for Sarania most of the time, as Sarania is actually part of your Branded engine, unlike the other Bystials. Its graveyard effect can send Retribution from the deck to the graveyard, which, as I said before, is kind of like half of a Branded spell. So Sarania is the best target for this, but it can also be Magnum Opus if you don't need the Sarania or already have the Sarania. There's also Druid's Worm and Baldrake as well. These two are less common in Branded decks, especially Baldrake, but they do have specific uses, and depending on how good Bystials are in the format, it could be good to play these. Technically, the more Bystials you have in the deck, the better Lubellion's hand effect becomes, as you have more options to search, which is why you often see that lists that are playing a lot of Bystials also tend to play a lot of copies of Lubellion as well. The question of how many Lubellion you should play is something that Branded players seem to struggle with, myself included, honestly. There are successful lists that play anywhere from 1 to 3, and it's pretty difficult to break it down logically. Drawing Lubellion isn't bad, in fact in many ways it's actually a pretty good draw. Your strongest combos in Branded actually involve hard drawing Lubellion, The strongest 2-card combo, for example, is Aliver plus Lubellion. Lubellion is also the best card to pair with Branded in High Spirits, as the Sireneer it searches is probably the single best discard for High Spirits in the deck. Lubellion can be a good card to have in your hand after your Aliver gets impermed or veiled, as it can easily make Verte by searching for a Bystial and then summoning that Bystial. This isn't something you can just do with the Bystials themselves, as there's not always a light or dark monster in the graveyard for you to banish. But with Lubellion, you guarantee at least one target in the graveyard. If you play Jurisworm in your deck, Lubellion can also be an extra push when going second, as you can use the Jurisworm to force a negate from your opponent's board before you commit to your regular branded plays. Also, drawing Lubellion and then using the hand effect puts Lubellion into your graveyard, which means that when you use Branded Fusion, you can send a different light monster for Albion like Cartesia or Quan, and then still get all of the benefits from the Lubellion. The card combos decently well with Cartesia. Together they can access Branded Fusion. If you ever banish your Lubellion for your own Bystial, it's nice to have access to a second copy in a grind game. Grass also gets stronger when you have more cards in your deck that are relevant in the graveyard, and of course, if the Bystials themselves were just good hand traps in the format, then drawing Lubellion can also be a form of non-engine as well. Now with that all being said, a downside of drawing Lubellion is that it's not a starter by itself, and if you draw multiples, it can be very bricky. If your only target to search with Lubellion is the Sireneer, and you draw the Sireneer, then Lubellion will be able to discard itself to the graveyard, and it will be stuck in your hand. The 2-card combo of Aliver plus Lubellion might be really strong, but it is easily stopped by hand traps, and it does lose especially hard to Max C if your opponent knows how to use it. Although branded combos can also be more than strong enough to win anyway, making the power of the Lubellion combos not absolutely necessary. Playing Jurisworm just to make Lubellion a better draw can also be more of a liability than a benefit, as Jurisworm is not really an effective hand trap in every matchup, and so it can end up being kind of a brick. The combo of Cartesia plus Lubellion is functional, but it isn't actually anything special, so it's really only providing more consistency. Grass milling Lubellion is not a priority, and once you get access to one copy, it's the only one copy you'll ever need for the entire game, so drawing into additional copies is practically useless. So to put all of this together, I would say that overall, Lubellion is a strong draw, but what it offers can be situational and it's not essential for Branded's game plan. The only Lubellion you really need is that first copy to send to the graveyard with Branded Fusion. I think the best solution to this in 60-card Branded is to play 2 Lubellion along with Sireneer and 1 copy of Magnum. That way you have a chance of drawing into Lubellion, but not so much chance that you're going to brick on it, and you also have a second option to search for if you already have a plan for the Sireneer. Maybe you send it to the graveyard with Grand Grano, or maybe you open it in your opening hand. If you do decide to play a lot of Bystials though, like Magnum, Jurisworm, and Baldrake, maybe Bystial Regained, then 3 Lubellion is definitely gonna be better for that kind of list. I think playing just 1 copy is missing out on some free power. It's not unlikely that you will break on multiples when you're playing just 2. I personally really like Lubellion, which is why I often still play 3 just for fun, but I do think that 2 is probably the more optimal way to play it in a 60-card deck. In 40-card Branded, then space in the deck is pretty tight, so I think it makes sense to play just 1 copy of Lubellion, along with 1 copy of Sireneer. One small extra thing to note about Lubellion is that you can also special summon it from the hand, not just the graveyard. This might come up if you have no targets in the deck for the discard effect, or if the opponent activates Duel. And another thing to remember is that the card can't be special summoned except by its own summoning conditions, so it can't be summoned by Sanctifier, and if it was to be banished by Zelantis or Centurion Phalanx, then it won't actually come back to the field. Next is Bystial Sireneer. This is the main actual Bystial that you play in Branded. All of the other Bystials are optional, but Sireneer is mandatory. It's mandatory because its graveyard effect can send a Retribution, or a target for Retribution, from the deck to the graveyard, which means you can pair this effect with Shrouded Dragon to make up both halves of a Branded spell or trap. This makes the card important for letting you access Branded Fusion when you don't have a way to search for it directly. You can send Sireneer from your deck to the graveyard with Grand Grenol's effect, so any way to get to Cartesia can lead to sending Sireneer to the graveyard. In hands where you don't have direct access to branded fusion, the general idea is that if you draw Shrouded Dragon, your Grand Granule is going to send Saronir, and if you draw Saronir, your Grand Granule is going to send Shrouded Dragon. Together, those two effects will let you send Retribution to the graveyard, and send Branded Fusion to the graveyard, and then use the Retribution to add the Branded Fusion to your hand. The same process also sometimes gets used to access other branded Spiller traps when you already have Branded Fusion, particularly Branded in White and Branded Lost. In the cases where you draw Saronir, you will need a way to put it into the graveyard in order to get its effect. This isn't trivial, but it's also not very difficult. You can discard it for Opening, or Keeper, or Rebellion, or even more cards if you're going second. You can also fuse it from the hand with Cartesia, or in rare cases even Branded in White. The best way to discard Saronir is with Branded in High Spirits. These two cards make a very strong combo, as the High Spirits can discard the Saronir and then search for the Shroud of Dragon, which means you don't need to have anything else at all in order to get to Branded Fusion. You also get a free send of Titanic Lab to the graveyard or Albion. When drawn alongside High Spirits, Saronir is actually one of the best draws in the deck, and then when you don't have High Spirits, Saronir is still a pretty good draw. The card is limited to 1, but it is searchable with Rebellion, so you do have 1 to 3 additional copies of Saronir if you want to. When the card wasn't limited, it was standard to play as many copies as possible. This wasn't because Saronir was always a crazy draw, it's not actually a starter by itself, and you never needed the consistency of drawing it as much as possible. Instead, I think the reason why Branded liked to play 3 in the past was because drawing Saronir was just never bad. If you didn't have a better way to start playing, the Saronir would help you start your engine, and if you already had a way to play, the Saronir could easily be an extender. If you didn't need a starter or extender at all, then the Saronir was still an extremely high value discard for one of your discard effects, similar to Retribution. And then if you did draw it alongside High Spirits, or you had the option of searching for High Spirits with Alaba, you automatically had a really powerful use for the Saronir. And really none of that has changed with the card out being at 1, you're just less likely to see it. So Saronir is mandatory in the deck, and you should probably play the maximum amount that you can, so if it ever comes back off the list, you definitely want to add those extra copies into the deck. Saronir could also be used as a Bystial. All of the Bystials have this quick effect to banish a Light of Dark monster from the graveyard to special summon themselves from the hand. So when you're going second, if the opponent is playing a deck that is weak to Bystials, like Tia for example, a Saronir is basically just a hand trap. Most decks are not weak to Bystials though, and when you go first, you're almost always going to want to discard the Saronir for an effect, rather than keep it in your hand as a hand trap. So I don't think you should ever count Saronir amongst your non-engine cards, but it is a nice bonus that will sometimes come up. Saronir gets used as a Bystial sometimes as part of your combos, so you'll sometimes banish Mercuria from the graveyard in order to trigger the Mercuria to search, as well as put the Saronir onto the board, which you can then tribute to summon Rebellion. This monster comes up because you summoned Rinbrung with Branded Fusion, or because you milled Mercuria with Grass. One really cool play that unfortunately never really comes up is using a Bystial to dodge Cold by the Grave on your Mercuria's negate effect. The reason this doesn't come up much is because you don't really have Bystials available in your hand very often, but also because Mercuria is not a good target for your opponent's Cold by the Grave. Most of the time they're going to want to save it for something like Branded in Red, Banishment, or Rinbrum Reviving Elders. Another thing about Saronir is that it's one of the better mills with Grass, and you can send either Retribution or a target for it to add back, depending on what else you milled. If you already milled both the Retribution and the ideal target to add back, you can use Saronir to send something else as a free bonus. You could send the second Retribution, for example, just to have it available for a grind game. You could send Branded in High Spirits to add back a free discard in the Endphase. You can send Opening to give destruction protection, and you can even send Rebellion as well. Sending Rebellion with Saronir is pretty rare, but theoretically it can be the best play. If you're playing Branded Regained, it can make sense to send a Magnum Opus for example, and if you're playing Branded Beast, then sending Branded Lost or even Branded Regained with Saronir so that you can place it onto the field with Beast during the end phase is also a sensible play, similar to how Dragon Link uses those cards. So next is Bystial Magnum Opus. Magnum is the second most common Bystial to play in Branded after Sarania. Generally, it's not terrible because the card is a +1, but the main reason why Magnum can be good, even during formats where Bystials are bad, is because it's an extra starter or extender when you go second. As long as your opponent puts one light or dark monster in their graveyard during their turn 1 combo, you can summon Magnum during their turn, and then search in the end phase for an engine card, like Albaz, Shrouded Dragon, or even Keeper of Dragon Magic. Keeper is notable because it is direct access to Branded Fusion on its own, so even if you completely brick going second, the Magnum mode can start your plays by searching for Keeper. Often though, it's better to get Albaz or Shrouded to help break the opponent's board. The search is reliable because the effect activates when Magnum is summoned. It doesn't activate during the end phase, so if your opponent removes the Magnum or sets up a negate later on in their combo, you're still going to be able to search, and there's nothing they can do about it. It's also not likely that the opponent will choose to Ash Magnum, as it doesn't really feel worth it most of the time to do that. Same for Max C. They're not going to use Max C on their own turn 1 just to get one draw from the Magnum. The only time where your opponent might use these hand traps on Magnum during their own turn is when they have 2 copies. So if they ever do that, you can use that as a way of inferring what else they might have in their hand. Magnum could be a starter going second, but it does of course also have matchups where it's a solid hand trap going second as well. Against Tia, Mathmake, or the Mirror Match, Magnum is going to be extra strong, as it's going to be a solid disruption as well as a search for an engine card to help push through the opponent's board. Magnum can also search for other Bystials, so if it's better to get another Bystial than an engine card, you can go ahead and do that. Against Mathmake, for example, searching a second Bystial in the end phase is going to be extra strong. Some decks are not necessarily weak to Bystials, but can be slightly hurt by them. Yubel, for example, doesn't really like having its Spirit of Yubel banished, or its Grey Skorma. Snake Eye will sometimes try to put their IP in the back row with Flambudge, which means you can stop them with Magnum. Fiendsmith cards are also somewhat vulnerable to this, and Labyrinth cards are also pretty acceptable targets as well. Even if these decks never really lose to this, it can still be really good value when you consider that you're also getting the search for an engine card during the end phase. Something else to consider is that the Magnum on the board is a 2500 beat stick, so any deck that normally wants to end on IP, Appaloosa, or SP Little Knight is going to have to address the fact that you can immediately threaten those cards with your battle phase. Another thing is that Magnum, like all Bystials, can be tributed to summon Mobellion. Mobellion can then try to bring out an early Branded Lost, which is a very threatening card when you go second, so this will usually force something out of your opponent. Overall, Magnum is a pretty strong draw going second, even if Bystials aren't great in the matchup. When you go first though, Magnum is actually kind of bad. Drawing it doesn't do anywhere near as much as it does going second, as the search doesn't happen in the end phase, meaning it's incredibly slow. You don't really get to use it that often as an extender to banish your own Makuria, as those lines are relatively rare to begin with, and it's normally only worthwhile to do that when you have Sarania, as its graveyard effect is usually important in the combo. The only real use for Magnum specifically when you go first is as a better search target for Lobellion if you're planning on using the Bystial as a body to make Verte. Using Magnum instead of Sarania is better because you're going to give yourself that free +1 in the end phase. Sarania's graveyard effect is also a free bonus, but you can't just search for the Sarania with the Magnum and then get the Sarania's effect as well later on. Sometimes having Magnum available for this play can make the difference between having enough discards for your discard effects and not. Verte lines are not super common though to begin with, and it's even more unlikely that you will desperately need the Magnum over the Sarania. So it's definitely not worth playing Magnum just for these lines. Magnum going first is not a starter or an extender, so it really does qualify as a brick. But it's not a bad break when you draw it going first, as it is a Dark Dragon for high spirits, and as always in Branded you can just discard your bricks for one of the many discard effects that you have. Also, if you end up keeping it in hand instead of discarding it, it does have a chance of being a real non-engine card for the opponent's turn, and even if not, it can be used to help you survive, where it then contributes to your follow-up and grind game. Usually if you have Magnum going first, you don't want to summon it to your field to get the end phase search on turn 1. Instead, you use it, like I said, on the opponent's turn, as a potential hand trap or to block an attack, and then use the end phase effect to search for follow-up on your turn 3. I think overall it's worth playing Magnum most of the time because, while it's not good going first, it's also not the worst draw in the world, and going second, the card is actually really strong. Since Magnum has a lot of different options for it to search, including the engine cards, it's pretty hard to break going second with Magnum. Branded struggles more going second than he does going first, so playing a card that is a strong bonus going second, while only being kind of a brick going first, is well worth it in my opinion. If you're playing in a tournament that has a side deck, I think Magnum is a very easy card to side out for going first, and any other environment where you know for a fact you're going first, you should probably exclude Magnum from the list. I personally like playing this card, but I could understand if you want to cut this card to make space in the deck for other things. Also, as always, Bystials are very difficult to judge in general, because their viability in the format changes a lot. So if Bystials are really good in the format because of what decks are common, then you consider playing Magnum even when you go first. So then for Bystial Druisworm, so Bystials are good in general because against certain decks, a hand trap that can banish a light or dark monster from the graveyard is an effective form of deception. Because you can use Bystials from the hand as a quick effect, they are able to be used on the opponent's turn 1 the same way you'd use any other hand trap like Ash, Spela, or Impa. Against Telements, for example, you can banish the tier names when they try to fuse. Against Mathmet, you can banish Sigma when they try to summon it, or Diameter when they try to use Superfactorial. Against Yubel, you can banish Grey Squirmer, Yama, Rage, or a Dark Beckoning Beast when they try to revive it with Spirit Gates. And in the mirror match, it's pretty good to target Albaz with the Bystial, or whatever your opponent tries to target with Branded in red. When you use Bystials as handtraps like this, they are basically part of your non-engine cards, and Bystial Druisworm is really only able to be used in this way. It doesn't have an effect that can help your engine the way that Magnum and Serenia do, so the Druisworm is always just a Bystial. It's always a non-engine card when you draw it. If the opponent's deck is weak to Bystials, then the Druisworm would be a good draw, but if the deck is not weak to Bystials, then the Druisworm is just a bad draw. This is why Druisworm is often cut from branded decks when Bystials aren't very good in the format. If you do draw Druisworm in a bad matchup, it's still not the worst draw in the world, as the RFU uses for it. Just like Magnum, it is a dark dragon, which means it works well with high spirits, and by being a dark monster, it's also able to be used as material for Grand Granul. If you use Druisworm to block an attack, it is slightly more threatening than other Bystials, as it does have its graveyard effect to send away an opponent's monster. This makes it a little trickier for them to deal with. If your opponent attacks over the Druisworm, they both trigger to get rid of one of their monsters, same for if they put it into your graveyard by a card effect. Most of the time this isn't going to be super threatening, as most decks can easily deal with this effect, but it is better than nothing. There's also some cute tricks you can do with Druisworm, like summoning it to the field on the opponent's turn, and then fusing it away for Cartesia's effect. This will let you get the Druisworm's graveyard effect whenever you like, so you can use the Druisworm as a disruption, even if the Bystial effect to banish a monster from their graveyard is useless in the matchup. And you can also do this with Super Poly sometimes as well. In general though, these small events just don't amount to much. It's still not really worth playing this card if it's not that good as a non-engine card. The best reason in my opinion to play Druisworm is just as a target for Lubellion to search for when you go second. Druisworm is unique among the Bystials, as its graveyard effect can be kind of like a board breaker. So searching for Druisworm, summoning it, and then tributing it right away for Lubellion will let you get the graveyard effect right away, to help force out the opponent's disruption. If you're playing a build that has a lot of Bystial cards, like Beast and Regained, and all 3 copies of Lubellion, then the Druisworm does work well as a recurring form of removal, and as an extra target for one of the many Magnum searches that you can get. The more Bystials you have, the more ways you have to trigger Regained, and the more tributes you have available for Branded Beast. Branded Beast combos with Druisworm pretty nicely, as you contribute the Druisworm with the Beast to destroy a card, which then triggers the Druisworm to send away another card. So if you are playing a build like this, you should definitely include Druisworm in the deck, and you could maybe even play multiple copies depending on how much you really want to rely on the Bystial engine. Optimal Branded though doesn't really play Beast and Regain very often. Like I said, they also often just play 1 to 2 Lubellion. So they really shouldn't be playing Druisworm at all. Even though the card has a few advantages, none of those advantages are really that good, and it's important to make sure that you cut down on bricks and suboptimal draws where you can. Druid Worm definitely is one of the first cards you should cut when looking to streamline your deck, as it's definitely not a necessary card to play for your combos. But again, keep in mind that the viability of all the Bystials is dependent on the format. And then the last Bystial is Bystial Baldrake. Out of all the Bystials, this one is the least common to see in decklists, although in my opinion the card is actually a little bit underrated. One thing that Baldrake does better than Druid Worm or Magnum or Synergies is being a disruption on the opponent's turn when you go first. If you have a Baldrake in addition to the regular board going first, it's going to offer a solid disruption with its second effect, no matter how much the opponent's deck resists Bystials in general. You do need to have another light or dark monster to tribute. The Baldrake cannot tribute itself, but that's really not that difficult. Everything in Branded is a light or dark, and you're always summoning lots of monsters that you can use as fodder for the Baldrake effect. Something Branded endboards always appreciate is a way of removing your own Mirror Jade after you use it, so that you can summon a second one, and Baldrake is a really easy way to do that. Something you can do with Baldrake, Mirror Jade, and Quem is use the Mirror Jade to banish an opponent's monster, then wait until they special summon from the extra deck, trigger the Baldrake as chaining 1 by tributing the Mirror Jade, and then use the Quem as chaining 2 to revive back that same Mirror Jade. Some good cards to banish with Baldrake are Promethean Princess, Charmers, Yammer, and Kit Colossus, and it's also worth remembering that this card can also banish extra deck monsters when they are summoned from the graveyard or banished as well. Playing Baldrake in your deck also makes Magnum a stronger card going first as well, as you can now actually choose to summon it on turn 1, so that you can search for the Baldrake in the Endphase to have it available for the opponent's turn. If you compare Baldrake and Druid Worm, the disruption effect is clearly a lot better for Baldrake, as it is more proactive, and you have agency over how and when you use it, whereas Druid Worm is more passive, and you don't have a lot of control over it. The big downside to Baldrake, and the reason why it's ultimately not played much, even in versions that play a lot of Bystials, is that the card is by far the worst Bystial when you go second. There's no bonus effect when you use it on an empty board, so it often ends up being a vanilla Bystial that is just strictly worse than Magnum or Druid Worm. Baldrake can be a pretty good side deck card, as a card that you can side in when your opponents are playing decks that are weak to Bystials, or just for when you go first in general, as it's a pretty good search target for Lubellian or Magnum. Overall though, in a standard Branded deck without a side deck, I don't think you want to be playing Baldrake. So to summarize all of these Bystials together, Baldrake is really only good going first, whereas Magnum and Druid Worm are really only good going second. Baldrake and Druid Worm don't really see play in optimal Branded decks, what Magnum often does, and Synergies is the only Bystial that is mandatory to play because its secondary effect is an essential part of your engine. In Bystial heavy versions of Branded, that play Beast and Regain, playing at least one of every Bystial is good in my opinion, including Baldrake, and you can even play multiple Druid Worms as well. And then one more time I will reiterate that the viability of Bystials in general changes with the format, so all of this discussion about different Bystials could easily be superseded by the possibility of playing Bystials as some of your main non-engine cards. So now moving on to Branded in White. This is your secondary fusion spell after Branded Fusion. The way it works is that it can fuse monsters from your hand and field, but you have to include at least one dragon monster amongst the materials. The card also says that if you specifically use Fallen of Albaz as material, you can also banish monsters from the graveyard as material as well. Albaz is a dragon, so if you're fusing with Albaz, then you've already met the condition for using a dragon, so you don't need to worry about finding another dragon. And if you have Albaz in the graveyard for this, you can use it by only banishing monsters from your graveyard. This card has 3 main uses. The first one is as follow-up on your turn 3, so often you will find a way to access Branded in White at the start of your next turn, and use it to start breaking apart the opponent's board by going into Guardian Chimera or Furious Dragon or even Mirror Jade again, while under the Branded Lost window. The second use is to use it as part of your combo going first, and then the third use is as an extra push going second. Sometimes you will try to resolve this and a Branded Fusion in the same turn to try and break a big board from your opponent. The card can be searched with Bust, so it's a lot easier to get into play when you go second. Also, it works a lot more efficiently when Albaz gets summoned to your field by some other effect. So when you're going second, you can normal summon Albaz or summon it with deployment, and then when your opponent uses their board to negate or destroy it, you can follow up with Branded in White. Branded in White can also be used as a way to push 2 hand traps on turn 1. It's pretty effective against Imperm and Bela when they use on your Albion and Bobelian that you summon with Branded Fusion, as you will still have the Albaz in your graveyard to push for Branded in White. If your Branded Fusion gets ashed, you can sometimes still make Mirror Jade by using Branded in White. And there's even ways to play around Ash completely by using Branded in White instead of Branded Fusion. There are also some specific combos that use Branded in White on turn 1. You'll see those more when we get to the combo section. There's actually quite a lot of them, all things considered. One other situation where Branded in White comes up a lot is when you resolve Grass. If your opening hand has Grass, and a way to search for Branded Fusion directly, then often what ends up happening is you search for the Branded Fusion, and then use Grass to mill Retribution plus Branded in White. You can then add back the Branded in White, and use it to push your combo further. This card makes your grind game a lot better. All you need is a single Albaz or Shrouded Dragon left in rotation, and you can then use the Branded in White to summon Lubellion to then recycle your banished resources. You can shuffle back an Albaz and a Lubellion itself for a Mirror Jade, or you can shuffle back 2 copies of Albaz for Furious Dragon. You can put back Albions and Titanic Lads as well. So you have a lot more grind game because of this card. A quick aside about Branded's grind game, by the way. You have a lot of one-time uses for recursion, like the Retributions, the Kit, and the Tragedy, and you also have a lot of ability to continuously recycle your engine with Lubellion, Sanctifier, and Quinn. But your grind game is not infinite. Eventually you will run out of ways to shuffle back Lubellion for its own effect, which, once that happens, you lose most of your ability to recycle. In most normal games, Lubellion stops shuffling itself back by the second or sometimes the third time that you use it, as it's usually just not the right play. You can make your grind game even better by adding in more copies of Kits or Retribution or an extra Lubellion in the extra deck. Versions of Branded that play Regained also have an extra way of recycling cards, but you don't often need any of this, as most of Branded's games don't go long enough for the limits of your grind game to really come up. In the rare games that you are forced to play a really long grind game, I think there's a lot of skill in the way that you manage resources. It's very easy to waste resources in Branded when you're not super experienced, and the really long grind game will show this the most. In general, I will say that if you know how to manage resources in Branded, the standard competitive deck list that people play definitely do have enough grind game. So if you find yourself running out of resources often, maybe consider trying to manage them a little differently. I'll touch on this again later on, but for now, back to Branded in White. I mentioned that Branded in White can sometimes play around Ash on turn 1. In order to do this, you generally need to have access to Albaz without resolving Branded Fusion. So you can draw it, or you can send it to the graveyard with Shrouded. You can also search for Albaz with Hesperus, or by banishing the Courier with Gold Sarcophagus. The reason why you need Albaz is because you want to make Mirror Jade, which requires Albaz as material. Sometimes you can make Albion, or the times Lubellion, but the end result should be Mirror Jade. One of the nice things about Branded in White is that it cannot be ashed, and neither can the on-summon effects of Albion and Lubellion. So if your opponent is holding Ash for Branded Fusion, and then you use Aliber to search for Branded in White instead, it is already too late for them to stop you from getting to Mirror Jade. Branded in White also doesn't have a fusion lock on it the way that Branded Fusion does, so something you'll notice after you stop playing around with Branded in White on turn 1 is that you can often follow it up with Verte. Verte can then use its effect to send that Branded Fusion to the graveyard that's done your deck, and fusion summon again. You can make Mirror Jade with Verte, but if you already have a Mirror Jade, then you can also make Sanctifier as well, which is still a pretty good monster to have on your end board. Verte's effect also can't be ashed, so you can end up making a decent board while completely outplaying your opponent's Ash Blossom. Generally though, this is quite rare, as getting set up for a good Branded in White is not always possible. And after the end board you create by going for Branded in White instead of Branded Fusion is going to be significantly worse, which is often just not worth the risk. So if you don't have exactly the right kind of hand to set up for Branded in White, and get a strong board in the end, then it's probably just worth taking the risk on resolving Branded Fusion instead. So playing around Ash by using Branded and White is not that common for going first. However, it is more likely to be something you might do going second, or late into a grind game. Something cool you can do with Branded and White is make Guardian Chimera. This can be a strong play to make at the start of turn 3, as it can immediately threaten your opponent's unknown back row, especially if you have Branded Lost, and you can easily push for lethal after that. Unlike Branded and Red, Chimera summoned with Branded and White is going to be able to attack directly. Chimera does require you to use monsters from your hand and field, so you can't banish monsters from the graveyard to summon Chimera, and that applies even if you're using Elbaz. This condition in Chimera overrules the condition on Branded and White. And then the last thing to mention about Branded and White is its secret effect. Its second effect to reset itself in the end phase if it's discarded by Elbaz is one of the rarest effects in Branded, which is why it often gets called a secret effect. This isn't too useful, but sometimes it comes up by accident, so you do want to remember it and notice it when it does come up. If you are able to resolve Elbaz in your opponent's turn, and you have Branded and White available in your hand to discard, it's probably one of the best discards as it will reset itself in the end phase, be to then use on your turn. Sometimes you can even plan around this by adding it to the hand with Albion, or by adding it back to the hand from the graveyard with Retribution. If you are ever resolving Albion or Retribution, just to give yourself a discard fodder for Elbaz, then Branded and White is definitely the best one to choose. It's not normally a good idea to discard Branded and White on your own turn though, as it's probably better used as an extender. And then the last thing I'll mention about this is that because of the way it's worded, you can also reset this card if it was sent to the graveyard by the effect of Shrouded Dragon as well, provided that the Shrouded Dragon was in the graveyard when it used its effect. This works because Shrouded Dragon's name becomes Fallen of Elbaz while it's in the graveyard. One way you can use this is after you resolve Grass. If you mill Shrouded Dragon, but you don't need to use its effect for anything, then you can just use its effect to send Branded and White from it to the graveyard, and then reset the Branded and White to your field in the end phase. It's not very useful, but it is free if you didn't have a better use for the Shrouded Dragon or the Branded and White. So overall, Branded and White is mandatory for the combos, but you should really only ever play one, as it is very bricky when you draw it. Don't make the mistake of thinking that multiple Branded and White could be a better way of playing through Ash. This isn't true, it really isn't. It's better to just leave this as an optional search target. Alright, so now let's talk about Branded Lost. This card is what a lot of players think is the most confusing and unintuitive card in the deck. Branded Lost is definitely confusing if you're new to Branded, so I'll do my best to explain it as clearly as possible. The card is usually played at just one copy, but it is one of the most important cards in the deck. Branded Lost has two effects, and they are both equally important. The card is a branded spell, which means it is a target for Alaba, Retribution, and Kit, etc. And the card is also a continuous spell, which means it is a target for Lubellion as well. It is generally the best target for Lubellion, so most of the time when you activate Lubellion's effect, it will be to bring out Branded Lost. Branded Beast gives you extra disruption, and Branded Regain gives you some follow-up, but Branded Lost gives you extra disruption and some follow-up, because of its search effect. If you fusion summon a monster, Branded Lost has a trigger effect that will let you search for Elbaz or any monster that mentions it. So what you're often able to do is trigger it on your own turn to search for an extender, like Shrouded Dragon or Kit, and then trigger it again on the opponent's turn to search for a disruption like Mercuria. Mercuria is the only direct form of disruption you can search for with Branded Lost, but there are situations where searching for Elbaz on the opponent's turn can lead to extra disruption as well. For example, searching Elbaz so that you can discard it and then revive it, or searching for Elbaz so that you can fuse it away for Cortesia's effect. There's also the Golden Sword Soul, which is not very popular, but is also technically a disruption that you can search for with Branded Lost. And then when it's your turn again, you could even get a third search for some more follow-up by fusion summoning again. So Branded Lost really is kinda like combining Beast and Regained into one. Typically when you go first, you will try to use Cortesia's effect after bringing out Branded Lost so that you can trigger its effect to search. And typically you will search with Shrouded Dragon or Kit in order to extend your plays. Kit works by itself as long as you have another card in the hand to put back into the deck, but Shrouded Dragon, like we've said before, usually needs to be paired with something to make further plays. That being said, on its own it does still draw a card, which can be helpful, and it can also be used as a way to just put Albaz into the graveyard, which does make your endboard stronger. Also, if you haven't normal summoned yet, the Branded Lost Search can be used to get Quem or Cartesia as well. On the opponent's turn, you will usually try to search for Mercuria. If you don't search Mercuria, the chances are it's because you already used Mercuria, or because the card you searched for will be the only card in your hand, and you're planning on discarding it for something like Albaz or Super Poly, in which case there's no reason to waste the Mercuria. You can also search for Mercuria on your own turn. The reason you might want to do this is because you're trying to play around a hand trap like Nibiru. Like I mentioned before, I don't think Nibiru is a huge concern most of the time, but it is still something to consider. There could be times where you've just already used all of your extenders that turn, so if you've already summoned Kit and you've already used Shrouded, then you might as well get the Mercuria now, since it's just safer to have it sooner rather than later. When you go second, searching Mercuria on your own turn is a more common play, as it's going to help you play through your opponent's endboard pieces, like Masquerena and Princess. And then sometimes, in rare cases, you can actually search Mercuria with Branded Lost before activating Branded Fusion, which means you can now potentially negate your opponent's Ash Blossom if they have it. Branded Lost also has this other effect, and it's this other part that a lot of players have trouble with. The first line of this effect says the activation of your cards and effects that includes an effect that fusion summons a fusion monster cannot be negated. What this means is that any of your effects that fusion summon, like Branded Fusion, Branded in White, Cartesia, or Albaz, cannot be negated by a card that specifically negates the activation of a card or effect. I brought this up earlier when we talked about Branded Fusion, the difference between cards that negate activations and the cards that just negate effects, and this is especially important when it comes to Branded Lost. Cards that negate activations like Baron, Judgment, Appaloosa, and Gamma will not be able to negate your fusion summon effects while Branded Lost is on the field, whereas cards that only negate effects of a card and not the activation, like Contain, Imperm, Skill Drain, and Freezing Curses, will still be able to negate your cards. This is because Branded Lost only protects you from activation negations. Again, like I said before, any card that negates activation specifically will say so on the card, so you don't need to memorize anything to learn how this works. If you know which of these cards can negate Branded Fusion while Branded Lost is on the field, and which can't, then I'd say you have a pretty good understanding of what you can and can't do with Branded Lost. Something else I mentioned before, but might as well mention again now, is not to be tripped up by cards that specifically say, negate that activated effect, or negate the activated effects of, like Cold Bite, Crossout, and Dispasser. These cards are not negating activations, they are still just negating effects, so Branded Lost will not protect your effects from being negated by these cards. One other thing to keep in mind is that your opponent can still attempt to negate the activation of your fusion summon effects while Branded Lost is on the field. It just won't do anything at resolution. So if you have Branded Lost on the field, your opponent can still chain Baron in response to your Branded Fusion, it just won't do anything at resolution. The Branded Fusion will still just resolve like normal. This is a great way to immediately punish players who don't know how Branded Lost works, as it can sometimes cause them to completely waste their effects. The effects that benefit from this Branded Lost protection are any of your effects that include a fusion summon in that specific effect. So this is Branded Fusion, Branded in White, Artesia, Albaz, Lubellion, Albion, and it's also Branded Banishment and Branded in Red. Even though Branded in Red doesn't fusion summon right away, and instead returns a card from the graveyard to the hand first, it still includes a fusion summon in that same effect, which means it benefits from the Branded Lost protection. And that protection will protect the entire effect, including the part that returns a card to the hand. The fact that the fusion summon is optional also doesn't change this, so if you use Branded in Red just to add back a card, it still can't be negated by Baron if Branded Lost is on the field. And the exact same thing is true for Banishment. Banishment special summons from the graveyard first, and then optionally fusion summons, but because it's all part of the same effect, the whole thing can be protected by Branded Lost. In fact, Branded Lost will still protect Banishment and Branded in Red, even if the optional fusion summon is not possible because there's a barrier statue on the field, for example. There are a couple cards that fusion summon but don't actually benefit from the branded loss protection. These are Verte Anaconda and Fusion Duplication. The reason why these cards aren't protected by Lost is because their effects are to copy another card's effect at resolution, so technically these cards do not include a fusion summon effect. So if you activate Verte and send Branded Fusion for cost while Branded Lost is on the field, your opponent can still successfully negate and destroy your Verte with Baron. Then, after this protection effect, Branded Lost goes on to say, also, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects when a monster is fusion summoned this way. What this means is that after you fusion summon, your opponent cannot use anything in response to the summon of that monster. It doesn't mean they can't chain to the effect that fusion summons, it just means they can't use any effect on the next chain after that monster gets fusion summoned. So, for example, if you activate Branded Fusion while Branded Lost is on the field, your opponent can still chain Max C, but when the Branded Fusion resolves, and you summon, let's say, Albion, they won't be able to use anything in response to the summon. If you have trigger effects, like Albion's effect and the Branded Lost trigger effect to search, then you can go ahead and activate those, but because it's still in the new chain, in the response to the summon, your opponent won't be able to respond. And you can add as many trigger and quick effects as you want to this chain, your opponent will still not be able to respond until after that one chain has resolved. So another example, let's say you have Branded Lost on the field, and your opponent forgets to chain Maxi to Branded Fusion. Well, now when you summon Albion, you can trigger its effect to Fusion Summon, as well as trigger Branded Lost's effect to Search, but your opponent cannot now chain Maxi, as this is part of the next chain after your Fusion Summon. You can add your own quick effects to this chain, like Mirror Jade's effect to Banish, or Cortese's effect to Fuse, or Called by the Grave, and your opponent is still unable to respond until that chain resolves. There also doesn't need to be any trigger effects at all, so you can just use quick effects in response to your own Fusion Summon, although you will need to be toggled on in order to do this. In fact, you don't need to activate any effects at all in response to your Fusion Summon, and your opponent will still be unable to respond to the summon. This one chain where your opponent is unable to respond is what I like to call the Branded Lost window. There is one big catch to the Branded Lost window though, and that is that it will only apply if the effect that Fusion Summoned was activated as Chainlink 1. So for example, if you activate Branded Fusion as Chainlink 1, or Branded Lost is on the field, then when Branded Fusion resolves, you will get a Branded Lost window, where the opponent can't respond. If you activate Branded Inbred on the opponent's turn as Chainlink 1 while Branded Lost is on the field, then when the Branded Inbred resolves, and you summon, let's say Guardian Chimera, you will get a Branded Lost window, which means the opponent won't be able to respond to your Guardian Chimera's effect. However, if instead your opponent activates, let's say On Fire, and you decide to chain Branded Inbred as Chainlink 2, then when Branded Inbred resolves and you summon Chimera, you won't get a Branded Lost window, which means the opponent will be able to respond to the effect of Guardian Chimera. Making sure that your Fusion Summon effects are Chainlink 1 for Branded Lost is an important skill in Branded, as creating those Branded Lost windows in order to deny your opponent chances to respond can be very strong when used properly. Normal spell cards like Branded Fusion and Branded in White are only ever activatable as Chainlink 1 anyway, but it's especially important to pay attention to Chainlinks on the opponent's turn, as all of your effects to Fusion Summon on the opponent's turn are going to be quick effects, or trigger effects, which means they are naturally going to be able to be activated as Chainlink 2 or higher. Knowing exactly when you're going to get Branded Lost windows and when you're not is crucial for mastering Branded. Something that happens a lot with Branded Lost, and is very flashy when it does, is chaining multiple Branded Lost windows together. If you activate Branded Fusion or Branded Lost is on the field to summon Albion, you will get a Branded Lost window because the Branded Fusion would use a Chainlink 1. During this Branded Lost window, the Albion's trigger effect to Fusion Summon again can activate, and so can Branded Lost's trigger effect to search for a monster that mentions Albaz. But since Albion's effect is an effect that Fusion Summons a monster, it's possible to get another Branded Lost window after that effect resolves. So as long as you order the chain links correctly, with the Albion as Chainlink 1 and the Branded Lost as Chainlink 2, then you're going to get a second Branded Lost window after the chain resolves. You could even take this further and create 3 Branded Lost windows in a row, or even 4. All you have to do is make sure that at the start of each new chain, there's an effect that fusion summons a monster. The classic way to do this is when you go second into an opponent's board, you can activate Branded Fusion while Branded Lost is on the field, and summon Albion. The Albion activates in the first Branded Lost window as Chainlink 1 to summon Lubellion, which then also activates as Chainlink 1 in the second Branded Lost window to summon Etude, which then uses its effect in response to its own summon during the third Branded Lost window to banish an opponent's monster, and the opponent is unable to respond the entire time. This is also something you could do on the opponent's turn in order to guarantee resolving certain effects that would otherwise be preventable, like Max C, Banishment, or Branded and Bred, all of which are vulnerable to Cold by the Grace. If you're playing a lock, like Requiem or Cressia, then something you can try to do is set up your board so that you can always perform the lock during the Branded Lost window. That way your opponent can't use Cold by or Gamma or Droplet to stop your Sanctifier effect. Overall, these Branded Lost windows are, in my opinion, what makes Branded Lost one of the strongest cards in the deck. Something else I should mention is that just like how Branded Lost's protection effect doesn't apply to Verte and Fusion Duplication, these two cards also won't create Branded Lost windows even when they use as Chainlink 1. The reason for this is because Branded Lost says that your opponent cannot activate cards or effects when a monster is fusion summoned this way. This way refers to the first part of the effect, which protects your fusion summon effects from having their activation negated. Since Verte and Duplication don't benefit from the Branded Lost protection, they also don't create Branded Lost windows when they resolve. So, since Branded Lost is easily brought out from the deck for free using Lubellion, it makes a lot of sense to say that you don't want to draw it, as you would have most likely had access to it for free anyway. Lubellion can get a second copy of Lost, however, Lost's effect to search is a hard once per turn, so there's not a lot of benefit to having a second copy on the field. It does make it harder for your opponent to remove, but that's a very slight advantage, and you'd have to be playing 2 copies of Lost in the first place. If you play another target for Lubellion, like Beast or Regained, then drawing Branded Lost can actually be really good, as you're not wasting Lubellion's effect now, and you will have a stronger field in total. But most Branded decks don't play Beast or Regain, especially at the competitive level, as they're not necessary for you to win, and they're also just extra perks in the deck. Playing one Beast or Regain just for the times where you draw Branded Lost is also not really a smart strategy, as you're not going to be drawing your 1 copy of Lost very often, especially in 60 card Branded. So when you consider these reasons, it makes sense that you still only want to play 1 Lost. The card is also not a starter, as it does nothing on its own, which is another huge reason to not play more than 1 of the card. That being said, there are a lot of benefits to drawing Branded Lost instead of placing it on the field with Lubellion. Firstly, most of the time that you're going to be accessing Lubellion is by sending it to the graveyard with Branded Fusion and attributing Albion from your field. This means that you've already resolved at least 1 fusion summon before getting to Branded Lost. In order to then trigger the Branded Lost to search that turn, you need to have a way of fusion summoning again, which is not something that you always have in every hand. If instead you drew the Branded Lost directly, then you would have been able to activate it before using the Branded Fusion, which means you would have been able to get the search from Branded Lost, without needing that additional way to fusion summon. In hands like this, Branded Lost acts as a very welcome extender. Also, Branded Lost helps play around certain hand traps because of the Branded Lost windows that it creates, so it's good to have that available before you use your Branded Fusion. Bystials and DD Crow, as well as sometimes Gamma, Impalm, and Vela, can all be denied their best use by Branded Lost. When you go second, Branded Lost can be an even better draw, as it immediately threatens to push through boards quite easily using Branded Lost windows. The Branded Lost protection also means that cards like Baron and Savage Dragon no longer work on your Branded Fusion or Elbas effect, so your opponent is very much pressured to remove the Branded Lost as soon as possible. Also, if your opponent is going to negate every one of your attempts to get to Branded Fusion, then you're likely not getting to Lubellion anyway, which means you're not getting to the Branded Lost for free, so drawing it in that position isn't redundant at all. In fact, it's only helping to potentially break the opponent's board. Another thing to keep in mind is that going for Albion and attributing it for Lubellion is not a mandatory play. If you already have Branded Lost, then it could be stronger to go for a different line. For these reasons, you can make a good argument for why drawing Branded Lost is pretty good, and why you could consider playing more than one copy. If you've ever played Branded, you've probably experienced hard drawing Branded Lost to be really good sometimes. There are definitely some end boards that you have no chance of beating without the help of Branded Lost's unique effects. Also, if you were to play all 3 copies of Lust, it wouldn't be as crazy of an idea to play one Regained or one Beast as a way of still making use of Rebellion's effect when you draw Branded Lost. I think that playing multiple Branded Lost is a pretty smart idea, especially for getting an edge in the competitive scene. However, it's definitely not something that you have to do. One of the best Branded players that I know is Abahamud. He is one of the players that I currently see playing 3 Lost in his deck lists, and this is exactly what he had to say about it. The biggest downside to playing multiple Lost is that it's adding extra engine cards to the deck, especially if you also play that second target for the Bellying, which takes away the amount of slots you have available for a non-engine. The card is also not a starter, which means it contributes to bricks. Overall, I think that playing 3 Lost is something you can do in 60 card Branded, especially during metas where the best decks end boards have a lot of activation negations, like Appaloosa, but outside of those metas, it's probably best to keep the deck slots available for more non-engine. And then in smaller builds, like 40 card Branded, I don't recommend playing more than 1 copy of Lost at all. Here's what another really strong Branded player, TTK, had to say about it. So now moving on to Fusion Deployment, this card is pretty simple, especially compared to Branded Lost. It's a good extender that can special summon either Cartesia or Albaz from your hand or deck. When you go first, using Deployment to summon Cartesia is a really good way of extending your plays, and Cartesia can also be paired with cards like Shrouded Dragon and Saranir to start your plays as well. It's usually preferable to get Cartesia onto the field right away, so that you can use it to play around Imperm and Baylor on your normal summon. And Deployment makes this really easy, as it just special summons the Cartesia from your deck without requiring any setup. This is why Deployment is often a better draw than the Cartesia itself, as Cartesia requires an Albaz in your field or graveyard in order to be special summoned. Cartesia can be normal summoned, but you'd rather not do that as there are better monsters to use as your normal summon, like Alibur or Keep It. If you draw Cartesia and Fusion Deployment, something you can do is to use Deployment to summon Albaz from the deck, which allows you to then special summon the Cartesia from your hand. This could be helpful as getting access to Albaz like this gives you more options on what you can summon with Cartesia's effect. Most of the time, Cartesia makes Grand Granol, but if you have Albaz, you can sometimes make an Albaz fusion like Rebellion, Albion, or even Sanctify. This can actually make your plays less reliant on Branded Fusion, as you're able to access your boss monster Mirajade without needing to resolve Branded Fusion. Also, getting an extra Albaz into rotation means that you have a stronger end board, as long as that Albaz gets into the graveyard. This isn't something you should always do though, as it's important to keep your hand size in mind. By choosing to summon Albaz instead of a second Cartesia, and then special summoning Cartesia from your hand, you're using 1 extra card from your hand, which means you have 1 less card available for discard effects like Rebellion. A lot of the time, I find that it's better to just summon a second copy of Cartesia from the deck, and then keep the one in hand as a discard. Something important about Fusion Deployment is that it locks you into only summoning fusion monsters from the extra deck that turn. This lock is worded in the exact same way as Branded Fusion. It will still apply even if the card's effect is negated, and it also locks you retroactively. So if you link summon Verte first, you're no longer allowed to activate Deployment. This lock is important as it means you can't make Verte plays using Deployment, something that it would actually be really good at if it wasn't for this lock. When you go second, Fusion Deployment often gets used to summon Albaz from your deck to help break an opponent's board. This can be a lot more effective than normal summoning Albaz, as it means you can normal summon other cards to either bait your opponent's gaze first, or push plays through you afterwards. As a general rule, you can look at Deployment as usually summoning Cartesia when you go first, and Albaz when you go second. But you should also keep in mind that summoning Cartesia going second can very often be a better play than summoning Albaz. Fusion Deployment is also a normal spell card, which means it's a target for thrust. This is something you would do sometimes going second, and it's even possible to do it going first as well. If your opponent uses something like Gamma or Bystial or Nibiru, anything that puts a monster onto their board as a hand trap, then you can use Thrust to add Deployment, and then summon Albaz with it from your deck to fuse with those cards into Albion or Furious Dragon. Also, deployment can be copied with fuse and duplication. This is something that comes up surprisingly often. If you're not able to get to branded fusion because your opponent handtrapped you, but you did start your turn with fusion deployment, then you can use thrust to set duplication, and then copy the deployment on your opponent's turn to summon Albaz from the deck as a disruption. Another thing to remember is that deployment is technically a target for Verte, so in some rare circumstances you can use Verte to summon Cartesia or Albaz from the deck. If you're summoning Albaz this way, you won't be able to use its effect, as you're not able to special summon anything anymore after using Verte, but this play can still be sometimes useful for something very specific, like combining it with Banishment, Outbaguska, or Mega Clubs. Fusion deployment is also searchable with Keeper of Dragon Magic, so in the cases where you already have access to branded fusion, Keeper gets used to search deployment instead. Also, Alba Lenatus is capable of searching for deployment as well. In order for fusion deployment to work, you do need to have a target in the extra deck to reveal. This isn't a problem for Albaz, but often it will be a problem for Cartesia, as a lot of lists only play one Grand Granok. So after you use it, you can no longer use deployment to summon Cartesia. Since deployment is usually one of the first cards you use, this isn't normally an issue, but it can come up if you draw into the card later on, or if you use High Spirits to send away your only Grand Granol during the draw phase. When it comes to summoning Albaz with deployment, something small I like to do with the reveal is to always try to reveal a different monster than the one I intend to fusion summon with that Albaz's effect. It's a very small thing, but you never know how familiar your opponents are with branded, so there's a chance that they don't know some of the materials required for certain Albaz fusions. So there is no need to remind them by revealing the card. Often I like to reveal a monster that would be legal to summon with Albaz, but isn't the one that I intend to summon, just in case it confuses my opponent into thinking that I'm trying to summon that monster. Overall, it's pretty clear that deployment is a staple 3 of in every branded deck. There appears to be no dispute over that. It's one of the best extenders, and is also one of the most reliable extenders as well. It works going first, and going second, and it's very close to being a starter as well, as it only really needs a single Light or Daunt monster to be paired with it in order to do something. I've not seen any lists ever play less than 3, even smaller lists like 40 card branded still play all 3 copies, and there's no reason why they shouldn't. Moving on to Nadia Servants, this is a card that not every branded deck plays, but that doesn't mean it's not a very strong card. Nadia is a pretty good extender. You can send any of your Albaz fusions from the extra deck to the graveyard, like Albion or Titanic Lead, so that you can then get their effects in the Endphase. And then the card also searches for a Dogmatica monster. Since Quam is always treated as a Dogmatica monster, you can also search for Quam with this card. The fact that you can only search for monsters with equal or lower attack than the monster you send to the graveyard doesn't really matter, since the Albaz fusions are all bigger than any of your targets. Searching Quam is sometimes the right play, but most of the time you're going to want to search for Maximus with this card if you're playing it. Maximus is really strong, as it's basically a way of letting Nadia Servant send 2 monsters from the extra deck to the graveyard instead of just 1. Maximus can special summon itself from the hand, so you don't need to have your normal summon available to make full use of this card. The standard way to use this card is to send Garura and search for Maximus. The Garura draws a card, and the Maximus can then banish Garura to special summon itself. Maximus can then send 2 monsters from your extra deck to the graveyard, which can lead to a lot of powerful branded plays. Most commonly, you're going to send Albion plus Titanic Lead, but there are also other options you might send if you have the right targets in the graveyard already, like Grangrenol, Rinbrum, and Sprint. Nadia Servant is a very unique and self-contained extender, which is one of the best parts about the card. It's able to extend your turn 1 combo at any point, so no matter where you get disrupted, Nadia is pretty much going to work as an extra push. If your Alba gets impound, then Nadia can extend. If your branded fusion gets ashed, Nadia Servant can extend. If you get hit with Nibiru, Nadia Servant can extend, and if your opponent has no hand traps and you're able to complete a full turn 1 combo, then Nadia is likely still going to be able to extend and make your board even stronger, even if it's just by drawing 1 card with Garura. And then also, if you have no other play to begin with, Nadia Servant can make an acceptable play by itself, which makes the card a starter as well. Nadia is definitely the weakest starter in the deck. You can typically set up 2 to 3 disruptions with some follow-up, but it's not much compared to your other starters. Nadia 7 is technically playable without Maximus, however it does lose a lot of its power. Nadia on its own without Maximus can make a very similar play, however it does require you to use a normal summon, which makes it strictly a starter and not an extender. With Maximus in the deck, the DS7 in your hand represents 1 draw, a 3k body on the board, as well as 2 sends from the extra deck to the graveyard, whereas an Adia Servant without Maximus in the deck represents just 1 send from the extra deck and a search for Quen, which you then have to normal summon to get value from. Adia Servant can also search for Albaz, however you're not able to use its effect that turn, as Nadia also locks you out of summoning anything from the extra deck for the rest of the turn. You're also not able to draw a card with Garura if you're searching for Albaz, as Garura has less attack than Albaz. This doesn't mean you won't ever search for Albaz though, as sometimes it's good to get Albaz to use as material for Cartesia on your opponent's turn, or as a discard for High Spirits. The extra deck luck definitely holds this card back a lot, as it makes it only really usable as your last extender. So even though the card is able to extend your combo at any point, it does usually have to be your last extender. This means that you're not able to use it mid-combo or at the start of your combo, which drastically reduces the effectiveness of the Garura draw, as it's very possible that you will draw into a card that can't be used now because you're locked out of the extra deck. It also means you won't be able to fusion summon during the end phase, which is something that Branded often does. The luck works the same way as the luck on Branded opening. It is part of the effect, so it won't apply if the card gets ashed, and it also doesn't luck you retroactively. Because of this, I've heard some Branded players say that you can bait Ash Blossom with Nadia. The idea is you activate Nadia first, your opponent chains Ash, and then you can use Branded Fusion after. In practice, this is not a good idea, as it loses pretty hard if the opponent doesn't chain Ash, and it's also more likely that they don't have Ash than that they do. The better way to play this is just to use the Branded Fusion first, and if the opponent has Ash, then you can still use the Nadia 7 to make a small board. If the opponent doesn't have Ash, then use it to resolve Branded Fusion, and you can still resolve the Nadia 7 as well afterwards. The most obvious downside to using the Nadia 7 in your deck is that you have to play Maximus, which is a pretty bad prick. But the biggest downside in my opinion is actually that it's much worse going second than it is going first. When you go second, having the option to change up the order of how you use your cards is really valuable for things like baiting and forcing your opponent's interaction. Nadia can't do that because of its extra deck luck, so it has to be the last extender that you activate. Also, the card's value doesn't really show until the end phase, which means it's too late to use as bait. Something that comes up a lot going second is fusing in end phase with cards like Titaniclad to summon Albaz, which is a play you can't do if you're locked out of the extra deck. Also, your Maximus is a lot easier to remove from the field before it activates when you go second. Something else to consider is the extra deck room that Nadia 7 takes up. The Branded extra deck is very tight, and for Nadia to be played optimally, you definitely need to be playing Garura. Garura is often in the deck regardless, as it's a target for Super Poly as well as Granguanal, but it is sometimes not played, and if your list isn't running it, you don't want to be forced to just to make Nadia 7 good. If there was a lot of extra room in the extra deck, Nadia and Maximus could actually be made stronger by playing cards like Endphase and Malon. Endphase can pop a card, and Malon can bounce a card. These would be great additional targets that could help Nadia be stronger going second, however you really can't play them as there's just not enough room in the extra deck. Another downside to Nadia is that Maximus can actually be risky going first, as it also lets your opponent send 2 cards from their extra deck to the graveyard. Against certain matchups, this can be beneficial for your opponent. Voiceless Voice, for example, plays Entis and Herald, Tia plays Garura and Kitkulas, and the Branded Mirror has all of their Albaz fusions as well. Some Stun and Kastura decks will also play cards like Garura and Entis. This can be a huge swing if it comes up, as your opponent is getting a lot of value for free. Generally, I like to play Nadia Servant in my side deck for tournaments that have them, and any other situation where I know I'm going first. The card is very strong going first, as its ability to extend at any point without ever being redundant is super valuable. Per regular ladder though, you can make a good argument that the card is too bad going second to be worth playing. One interesting card you can play with Nadia is Despian Lilith. This card works well as it can be an alternative send for Nadia or Maximus, and it allows you to special summon Quem, Cartesia, or even Ecclesia from your deck in the Endphase. This can be valuable as, while Branded already has ways to special summon Quem, it doesn't actually have an equally easy way to summon Cartesia, and if you play Ecclesia, you can add an extra dimension to your end board, as Ecclesia can summon Albaz from the deck during the opponent's turn. Lulu doesn't see play though, for the same reason as most extra deck options don't, which is that there isn't really enough space for it. One other thing to mention about Nadia is that it usually works better when you play 2 Quem, so if you are playing Nadia, you should consider playing 2 Quem so that you can use certain lines. Overall, I think Nadia is worth playing if you want to, but you could consider cutting it because it's just not so good going second. In a situation where you have a side deck though, I think Nadia and Maximus are definitely worth playing at least in the side deck, as missing out on this going first feels like a mistake. And then Maximus, this is the brick you have to play for Nadia. It might not be the worst draw in the world when you look at it, but very often it's pretty bad as you don't want to actually banish any of your fusion monsters from the graveyard except for Garura, as everything else needs to stay in the graveyard to get its Endphase effect. Most of the time when you draw this, you'll just end up using it as a discard, and it'll probably be the worst card in your hand. One thing you can do sometimes that is a decent play is summoning it by banishing Albion. Most branded decks play 2 copies of Albion, so what you can do is banish the first one and then send the second copy with Maximus. That way you're still able to get Albion's Endphase effect, as well as some other Endphase effect like Titanic Lead. Maximus is also a valid discard for High Spirits, although it is only a spellcaster, so it's still not that strong of a play. You would only ever play one of this, and you'd only ever play Maximus alongside in the Dia Servant package. Now, moving on to Branded and High Spirits. This is one of the starter cards in Branded, but unlike most of your other starters, High Spirits is pretty unique in that it doesn't really have a main way in which you're supposed to use it. For turn 1 combos, Aliber pretty much always searches for Branded Fusion, Deployment always summons Cartesia, Nadia always searches for Maximus, but High Spirits often makes lots of different plays, as it depends a lot on what other cards you have in hand, and what card you plan to discard with it. Because of this, Branded and High Spirits ends up being one of the more difficult cards to use optimally. The way this card works is that it reveals a monster in your hand, and then sends a fusion monster with 2500 attack or defense from your extra deck to the graveyard with the same type as the monster in your hand. You can then optionally send the monster from your hand to the graveyard and search for Fallen of Albaz or any monster that mentions it. This is a great way to get a lot of different plays going, as you're going to be able to get value from the search, as well as get value from the fusion monster you sent to the graveyard. And in the best cases, you will also get value from the card you discarded from your hand as well. So the power ceiling on this card is pretty high, and it's actually pretty similar to Branded Fusion in that it splits your plays into multiple parts, so it's very hard to stop you from playing completely after you resolve High Spirits. The best cards to discard with High Spirits are dragon monsters. This is because the best monsters you want to send from the extra deck to the graveyard are the Albaz fusions, Titanic Lead, and Albion, both of which are dragons. Since High Spirits has to send a fusion monster with the same type, you need to have a dragon in your hand in order to send either of these to the graveyard. There's a lot of dragons in the Branded deck, which makes this fairly consistent. There's Albaz, Shrouded Dragon, Keeper of Dragon Magic, as well as the Rebellion and every single Bystial. Setting Titanic Lead with High Spirits is good because it can summon Quem from your deck during the end phase. Quem is good because it adds extra disruption to your end board, as it can revive Mirror Jade, Albaz, Cartesia. It can also send Albaz to your graveyard if you don't already have one. And sometimes Quem can also be used as a way of getting enough discards in your hand for things like Super Poly and Albaz, by sending Retribution or Cartesia. Sending Titanic Leads with High Spirits also means you don't have to send it with Grand Grinnell, so you can use it to send something else instead. And you're also never going to be relying on resolving Grand Grinnell's second effect to access your Quem, since you're going to get it in the Endphase from that Titanic lead. You could also summon Albaz with Titanic lead, so if you're going second, it can be pretty good to summon Albaz and fuse with whatever your opponent still has on their field during the Endphase. Sending Albion with High Spirits is also really good, as it can set up any of your important disruptions like Branded in Red, Banishment, Branded King, even Retribution. In the case of setting Branded Banishment, be aware that you can't revive the Albion with the Banishment, as it wasn't properly summoned first, so it can't be revived from the graveyard or from Banished. In general, this rolling is very important for Branded. Any monsters sent from the extra deck to the graveyard by Mirajade, High Spirits, Granquinol, or Nadir aren't properly summoned, which means they can't be special summoned by anything. This is pretty basic for experienced Branded players, but it is something I've seen a lot of newer players misunderstand. To be good with Branded, you really do need to master this rolling so that you never make a mistake with it. One nice thing about Albion and Titanic lead being the best sends for High Spirits is that you can send either one with any Dragon Initiative discard. So if you already have a way to send Titanic lead, you can send Albion, and if you already have a way to send Albion, you can send Titanic lead. This choice can also be very important for playing around certain hand traps. Often you will send Albion to the graveyard, even though you plan on summoning another Albion later, just because it plays better around Ash on your Branded Fusion. Out of all the Dragon discards, Albaz, Shrouded, and Lubellion are good ones, as Lubellion could summon itself from the graveyard, and Albaz and Shrouded are always good to put in the graveyard for lots of different reasons. The best card to pair with High Spirits overall though is probably Sarania. Sarania is best because it's the only one that allows you to access Branded Fusion without using any other cards. When it's discarded, the Sarania can send Retribution to the graveyard, and the card that you can search for with High Spirits can be Shrouded Dragon. Using the Shrouded Dragon to then send the Branded Fusion to the graveyard means you could add it back with the Retribution, and you also get to draw a free card in the process, not to mention sending Titanic lead to the graveyard as well. Since Kit is an option you can search for with High Spirits, technically any discard is able to access Branded Fusion. However, Kit's effect requires you to lose one of the cards in your hand, whereas the Sarania combo doesn't. Instead, it even draws an extra card, and it also doesn't lose to Imperm and Veiler the way that Kit does. Also, the Sarania combo doesn't use your normal summon, so it's a great way to play through a hand trap on your normal summon of Aliver, or keep it. I mentioned that there isn't really a main target to search for with High Spirits, and this is true. You'll often search for Shrouded Dragon, like in the Sarania combo, but when it comes to pairing High Spirits with other cards, you will pretty much equally often search for Kit, and Cartesia and Quam are not uncommon either. Shrouded Dragon is often searched so that you can send Retribution as one half of your Branded spell, and you can also search it to send Albaz in order to make Cartesia or Branded in White lies. Shrouded Dragon can also be a way to draw a card. If you're going second and your hand is bad and you need to draw into a specific card to have a chance, then searching for Shrouded Dragon is a way to try and do that. Similarly, if you're going first and you really need to draw an extender after your first play got stopped, then Shrouded Dragon can give you that chance. If the card you search for doesn't actually matter, because you already have all your other plays, or the important part of using the High Spirits was just to put an extra deck monster into the graveyard, then Shrouded Dragon is usually the card you'll search, as it's just a free draw, and you get a free send of something like Retribution. Spriggan's Kit is the card that you normally search for with High Spirits when you don't have any other way to access Branded Fusion. Kit is the worst way to get to Branded Fusion, as you have to give up on one of the cards in your hand, but it is usually better than not resolving Branded Fusion at all. So if you're discarding something that isn't Sarania, there's a good chance that you want to search for Kit. Since High Spirit sends Albaz fusions when you extra deck to the graveyard, Kit can also use its effect to special summon itself from the hand instead of just normal summoning. This gives you more options for stronger combos, as you could potentially normal summon something else later on in your combo after resolving Branded Fusion. Or you can use this special summon as a way of playing around Ash by making Verte. Any other normal summon alongside a special summon Kit means you can link into Verte and use its effect to send Branded Fusion and summon Mirajade. In the cases where you do this, the Kit doesn't need to search for Branded Fusion, so it can instead be used to get something that makes your end board stronger, like Branded Lost, Branded in Red, or even Branded Banishment. Something important to keep in mind is that when you're going for these Verte lines with High Spirits, it's almost always better to send Albion to the graveyard instead of Titaniclad, since the Verte lock will prevent you from special summoning anything else, so you won't be able to use Titaniclad to summon Quem during the end phase. However, you will still be able to set with Albion. Another option to search with High Spirits is Quem. This works pretty well when you pair the High Spirits with Shrouded Dragon. Instead of using the Shrouded Dragon in the hand for a random draw, you can instead send it to the graveyard with High Spirits to search for Quem, and then use its effect in the graveyard to send Retribution. From there you can normal summon the Quem and use its effect to send Brand of Fusion. Because High Spirits is a quick play spell, one thing you can do when discarding Shrouded Dragon is to actually use the Shrouded Dragon in your hand first to send Retribution for cost, and then chain the High Spirits to discard the Shrouded Dragon before it goes to the bottom of your deck. You won't get to draw one, but the benefit of doing it this way instead of discarding first is that the Shrouded will stay in the graveyard rather than going to the bottom of the deck. This can be useful for making cards like Cartesia and Branded in White Light, as well as just keeping the Shrouded Dragon around for the next turn where it could potentially be used as follow-up by sending another copy of Retribution. Cartesia is another decent target for High Spirits. Typically, this is good to search for when your discard is either Albaz or Shrouded Dragon, as you can use the Cartesia to then special summon itself from the hand, since there is now an Albaz in your graveyard. This is a good play to do before you normal summon, as the Cartesia will then protect your normal summon from Impermanent Veiler, similar to how Fusion Deployment is used. When you're going second, sometimes searching for Albaz with High Spirits can be good, as it can be normal summoned for its effect as a board breaker, or even paired with Super Poly for a really strong board breaker. And then the last card you can search for in most branded decks will be Mercuria. This is probably the least likely card you're going to search for with High Spirits, but it is something that you will sometimes do. Some combos will choose to add High Spirits to the hand in the end phase with Albion instead of setting something, with the intention of using that High Spirits right away in the end phase to discard a dragon and search for Mercuria. The Mercuria acts as an extra piece of disruption for your end board, and the High Spirits goes to send Titaniclad, which will then also summon Quem. So while dragons are the best discards for High Spirits, you can also discard Spellcasters to send Granguinol from your extra deck to the graveyard. Sending Granguinol is not as good as Titaniclad or Albion, but it does still have a graveyard effect, and you won't always draw a dragon to pair with your High Spirits. Cartesia, Quem, and Maximus are all Spellcasters, so they're all valid discards for High Spirits too. And what's interesting is that certain handtraps like Droll and Veiler are also Spellcasters, which means they can be discarded for High Spirits as well. In the case where you discard a Spellcaster, the card that you send from your extra deck to the graveyard will always be Granguinol, and since Granguinol is not an Albaz fusion, it means that if you search for Kit, you won't be able to special summon it, which means those Verte lines are not possible with a Spellcaster discard. You can also discard Winged Beasts with High Spirits by sending Rindbrum from your extra deck to the graveyard, so Mercuria is a valid discard as well, and if you're ever playing DD Crow, you can even use those as High Spirits discards as well. Sending Rindbrum can be surprisingly strong, as it being in the graveyard means that if you can also get Albaz into the graveyard, then you have a strong disruptive play on the opponent's turn already. Mirajade will normally send Rindbrum with this effect anyway, but having Rindbrum already in the graveyard and could potentially have a stronger board turn 1, even if your turn 1 combo gets handtrapped to death. Rindbrum is also an Albaz fusion, so it does allow for Kit to special summon itself. I think High Spirits is at its best when it's used as an extender through handtraps, as the lines that involve using High Spirits as your only play are pretty susceptible to handtraps, except for the Serenia combo specifically. When you get to resolve High Spirits and another starter card like Alibur or Keeper, your end board ends up being really strong most of the time. So overall, High Spirits is a strong extender, an acceptable starter, and most of the time just an all-around powerful card, as long as you draw a target to discard with it. The card is also pretty good for being able to play around Ash. There are times where you can search for High Spirits with Alibur instead of Branded Fusion, with the intention of going Crow-Verte line to play around Ash, rather than your normal lines. This is something we saw a branded player do at least a few times at the latest World Championships, and even though it didn't really work out for them, it's definitely a plan that can reward you to do if you do it at the right time. The biggest downside to High Spirits is that the card doesn't work on its own, and instead needs to be paired with other specific cards to work, which makes the card very bricky when you don't draw a card to pair with it. Realistically, High Spirits is only really good when paired with a dragon, so the amount of cards that you have to pair with High Spirits is probably going to be somewhere between 5 to 16. In 40 card decks, you're likely to have just 5 or 6 dragons, which isn't a lot, and in 60 card decks, you can sometimes have upwards of 15 or 16, which is also not that many considering the bigger deck size, although it is more than in the 40 card deck. There are a lot of spell cards in most branded decks, and some of your monsters are not viable discards for High Spirits either. Maxi and Ash can't be used, and neither can Alaba or Tragedy. So in the end, you do still have a lot of possible hands that can draw High Spirits without a good discard, or even no card to pair with it at all, which does reduce the appeal of the card by quite a lot. That being said, there are a lot of specific combos, as you'll see in the spreadsheet, where we actually don't need a target for High Spirits in the hand in order to make use of it, because we will search for one later. Branded in High Spirits also has a graveyard effect, which is exactly the same as Cartesia's. You can add it back to your hand from the graveyard in the end phase during the turn a fusion monster was sent there. Unlike Cartesia though, you can't use both effects of High Spirits in the same turn, so you're not able to add it back right away in the end phase after using the first effect. Instead, you'll have to wait until your opponent's end phase, and you're also not able to activate the first effect right away after adding it back in your own end phase. The use for the second effect of High Spirits is pretty much just as discard fodder, so if you don't use the first effect of High Spirits during your combo, you have the option of getting a free discard in the end phase by sending High Spirits to the graveyard with something like Sarania, Shrouded Dragon, Quen, or Grass. It's pretty rare that you will activate High Spirits a second time during a grand game, as there's almost always better uses in later turns for cards that pair with it, and you're also not likely to have that many options available in your extra deck. So in long games, especially ones that involve Grass, it's not uncommon for multiple copies of High Spirits to just accumulate into your hand, and at that point their only purpose is to be discarded for cards like Albaz and Lubellion. One thing to keep in mind about High Spirits is that its effect to send from the extra deck to the graveyard will trigger Quen, which is something that could matter for sequencing your plays. If you have a Quen as your normal summon, it's probably a good idea to summon it first so that you can trigger its second effect to revive when you use the High Spirits. This idea is something you can do with Nadia's Servant as well. High Spirits can also be used under a Nadia's Servant lock or a Verte lock, as the card doesn't special summon anything. Also, a lot of the combos I shall see in the spreadsheet later on will involve using High Spirits in the end phase to trigger Quen. And the last thing that's important to mention about this card is that since it's a quick play, you can also use it in the draw phase to play around Droll and Luckbird. Although you definitely should not always use the card like this, as like I said, it's often much better to save the card for extension after you see whether or not your other stats is resolved. Something else you can do is chain High Spirits to Droll, so if you get Drolled on another search, like your Alaba, then you could chain the High Spirits to the Droll in order to still get the search. So overall, High Spirits is a very strong card in branded, its extension abilities are really valuable, and the card is a good contributor to your overall consistency as well. Because it doesn't need your normal summon, the card is similar to Nadia's Servant, in the sense that it can extend in a lot of different situations. And using it to play around Ash Blossom is pretty nice as well. A lot of smaller branded decks will choose not to play High Spirits, or at least to play just one copy of High Spirits as a search target. This is a reasonable choice, as the card does have break potential, and 40 card branded will usually play last copies of cards that pair with it, like Bystials and Shrouded Dragon. I think playing one copy is still good in these lists, just to make use of that free discard option, as well as to allow you to do all of the certain combos that require searching for High Spirits specifically. In bigger branded decks though, I think it's probably a mistake to not play all three. I've played 60 card branded with 3 High Spirits for a long time, and I think most top branded players agree that this card is good. So now for Fusion Duplication. This card can copy branded fusion from your graveyard during your opponent's turn, which is pretty strong as it can summon a Mirror Jade on the opponent's turn, or a Furious Dragon or a Draco's all of which are deceptions by themselves, but it's also a lot more than just that. By performing a fusion summon on the opponent's turn, you will get to trigger Branded Lost, as well as trigger Quen, and you can also use duplication as a way of putting Elbaz into your graveyard that you might not have had already. This can translate into even more disruptions, as you can now revive it with Renbrum or Quen. You can also send cards like Tragedy and Sarania to the graveyard to generate follow-up for your next turn if you need it. The card is pretty good to draw when you go first, as you can just set it and it will make your end board automatically stronger. However, the main reason this card is played is to be set from your deck with Triple Tactics Thrust. The idea is that if your opponent uses a monster hand trap when you go first, like Maxi, Ash Blossom, or Vela, you can use Thrust to set fusion duplication from your deck. Thrust has a lot more application going second, as the card gets stronger when your opponent has monsters on the board, but its use going first is a lot more limited, as it can only really set trap cards. Fusion Duplication is the best in-engine trap card that you can play for Thrust. Branded does have a few options for setting trap cards going first, like Banishment and Branded King, but Fusion Duplication is by far the best option. One of the reasons why setting Duplication with Thrust is so strong is that it lets you keep playing on the opponent's turn, even after your turn 1 combo gets stopped completely. One of Branded's biggest enemies is Ash Blossom, and Duplication helps you play through Ash on your Branded fusion. In a situation like that, if you have no other way to extend, you're not going to have a target for Banishment or Branded King, so setting up those cards with Thrust would be useless. But Fusion Duplication only needs the Branded fusion in the graveyard to be useful. The fact that this card can create follow-up, not just disruption, is really important too, as it means you can fully get back into the game after completely passing to a hand trap. The best way to use this card is going to depend on what the rest of your end board looks like. It's very possible that this card can lead to a lot of extra deception, but it will also often just lead to a single banish with Mirror Jade as well. One of the downsides to Duplication is that your Branded fusion will get banished when you use it. This isn't great because it limits your follow-up, as you can no longer use Retribution or Tragedy to get back your Branded fusion. However, you can still use Kit to get it back, since Kit can still add from banished. That being said, if you had to use your Kit on turn 1, then your Branded fusion is likely gone forever. However, it is also true that you don't always need Branded fusion again to win the game. It's very common to use Duplication on your opponent's turn, and then still overwhelm them and win on your next turn without even using Branded fusion again. Duplication is at its best when it's copying Branded fusion, but you can also copy certain other cards like Fusion Deployment and Super Polymerization as well. This could be really important for when you have Thrust or the Duplication in your hand, but the opponent's hand trap actually stops you from even getting to Branded fusion in the first place. Using Duplication on Deployment lets you special summon Elbaz on the opponent's turn from your deck, which is pretty strong, and in some cases can actually be even stronger than duping Branded fusion. Duping Super Poly can also be useful, and it's worth noting that you don't need to discard a card if you dupe Super Poly, so you can sometimes Super Poly your opponent twice with the same Super Poly. But also keep in mind that Duplication doesn't stop your opponent from being able to respond when targeting Super Poly. Another downside to Duplication is that it's not always that useful going second, as it is a trap card, so it doesn't really help push to a board, especially against once per turn army negates like Savage Dragon, Blazar, and Vortex Dragon, which can be used on your turn once, and then just again on the opponent's turn to negate the Duplication. Duplication is already strong, but it actually gets a lot stronger of a card if you're playing a Floodgate monster in your deck, like Christia, Vequian, or Orthrus. The reason for this is that Duplication can set up any lock by itself, as long as there is a light spellcaster somewhere amongst your field, graveyard, banishment, or hand. The way you do this is by using Dupe to copy Branded fusion, which sends Elbaz plus your Floodgate monster from the deck to the graveyard to summon either Albion or Lobelion, depending on whether your Floodgate monster is a light or dark. From there, the Lobelion or Albion just needs to be able to summon Sanctifier for you to be able to set up the lock. Sanctifier requires a light spellcaster, which is why you need to have a light spellcaster around somewhere for this to work. It's important to remember that Lobelion can fuse with materials from the field, graveyard, or banished, but not the hand, so if your light spellcaster is in your hand, you will have to discard it as cost for Lobelion's effect. Also, if you are summoning Albion, Remember that you can't fuse a monster that is banished, so the light spellcaster will need to be in your hand, field, or graveyard. Your light spellcasters, by the way, are Quan, Cartesia, Maximus, and Granguinal. Granguinal is easily forgotten about, and this is often a way to recycle it with Rebellion if you banish it by triggering its effect earlier on in that turn. And then also Effect Veiler if you're playing it. This worked really well with Gimmick Puppet Nightmare, and a lot of players used to play 3 copies of Duplication in their deck just to have a consistent way to dupe-lock their opponent. Now though, I think a lot of branded decks are playing just 1, as they're not really playing as many Floodgate monsters, although you could reasonably still play 3 and a Floodgate monster and it would still be very strong. In best of 3 environments, you can choose to side additional copies of dupe for going first, which is something that I like to do a lot, although I also do like to main deck all 3 copies anyway. I don't think it's worth cutting this card. It's nice to have the option of playing 2 handtraps going first, and even if you're not playing a Floodgate at all, the card is definitely not a brick. It helps to play through handtraps. Next is Foolish Burial. This card's function in Branded is really simple. It's just there to send Tragedy, which then searches for Alibi, making your Foolish Burial functionally just another copy of Alibi. Alibi is the best starter in the deck, so it makes sense that you would play an extra copy where you can. If Foolish Burial wasn't limited, I think you'd probably play more than 1 copy, probably all 3, as it's basically just another copy of Alibi, which is your best starter. Technically, Foolish is an even stronger draw than Alibi, since the Tragedy in the graveyard is free follow-up or free fusion material. However, it does have a certain downside compared to drawing Alibi directly, like playing harder into Duel and Called by the Grave. You do have to play the Tragedy to make Foolish work, which is also a brick, but it's well worth to have it for the extra consistency. Also, as I mentioned before, Tragedy isn't the worst brick to draw, as it does have a few good uses. If you already have Alibi, then Foolish can send other useful cards like Serenity or Shrouded Dragon in order to send a Retribution, or another card to add back with the Retribution. You can also send Albaz or even Tragedy anyway just to get its reset effect instead of its search effect. You might be unable to send Tragedy because you drew it, which definitely feels bad, but it's definitely not a reason to play more than 1 Tragedy. My favorite alternative use for Foolish is sending Shrouded Dragon and then using Shrouded Dragon to send a spell or trap from my hand to the graveyard so that the Shrouded Dragon then gets special summoned to the field. This can be good for making a Verte play or just pushing for lethal. Another thing to remember is that Tragedy can also search for Quem, so occasionally you might use Foolish as a way of searching the Quem, although it's not likely to come up over Alibi. Remember that Tragedy triggers when banished as well, so under Dimension Shifter or Macrocosmos, Foolish Burial, surprisingly enough, has the exact same function of searching Alibi. And then lastly, Foolish can be searched with Thrust. It might not look like the best Thrust target when compared to other options, but it is surprisingly optimal sometimes. If you're going to search for a branded spell like Branded in White or Branded Fusion, and you haven't yet been through your normal summon, then searching Foolish just to get those spells by using Alibi, which puts 1800 extra damage on the board, is usually the optimal way to do it. I don't think you would ever cut Foolish. Like I said, the card is just another copy of Alibi, which is one of the best draws in the deck. You're more likely to play more Foolish if it ever comes back off the list than less. Next is Gold Sarcophagus. This card is also super simple. It's basically the same as Foolish Burial. Its function is to be another 2 copies of Alibi. Since Tragedy triggers when banished as well as when sent to the graveyard, Gold Sarcophagus is able to just search for Alibi. The card is slightly worse in some ways than Foolish Burial. Putting Tragedy into the banished zone is not as good as putting it into the graveyard, as you don't have access to its follow-up for the next turn. Also, the amount of other uses is limited compared to Foolish. However, unlike Foolish Burial, Gold Sarcophagus has another main target, which is Mercuria. Mercuria triggers to search when banished, so you will often use Gold Sarc to trigger Mercuria to get a search instead of Tragedy. It's still slightly more common to go for Tragedy into Alibi, but going for Merc is still very common. If you already have Alibi, then going for Mercuria to search for something like Cartesia or Shrouded Dragon is pretty good. Another advantage of Gold Sarc is that technically the card that you banish will eventually return to your hand in 2 turns. This isn't something that matters most of the time, but whenever it does come up, you will usually appreciate the free extra resource. If you banish Tragedy, you now get the option of using its reset effect. And if you banish Mercuria, you now have a free negate. One very cute way of using Goldsock is to banish a card like Super Poly or Evenly Matched, as a way of slowly outing something that you would otherwise have no out to. This very rarely comes up, but in theory you could use the card like this, especially when side decks are involved. Maybe you banish an out to Noir against Pearly, like Herald of the Abyss or Xyz's Encore, or maybe you banish Karma Cannon as an out to Towers monsters like the big Raid Raptors or the Arrival Cybers. Banishing Evenly Meshed against stun decks so that you can out the whole board eventually is a very real thing, and it's something I've done quite a lot during the Duelist Cups. Something to remember about Goldsock is that if you banish Mercuria and you only play one, then you don't have it available in the deck to search for with Branded Lost, or to send to the graveyard with Branded Fusion to summon Rinbrin. You can technically shuffle back a banished Mercuria using Rebellion, so it's not like your Merc is necessarily gone forever. Also, you can add it back with Branded Sword, which is sometimes an easier way of getting to the Mercuria than searching for it with Lost is. Overall, Goldsock is just another great starter, like Foolish Burial, so you will probably always play 2, and if it ever comes back to free, then you're likely playing all 3 as well. So next is Keeper of Dragon Magic. This is another starter card, and it's another 1-card combo just like Aliver. It's very similar to Aliver, as it's functionally just the same card, except Keeper has a few downsides. There are differences between this and Aliver, but their primary uses are the same. You normal summon them, and then search for Branded Fusion in order to start your combo. One of the reasons why Keeper is worse than Aliber is that it requires a discard as cost. Also, it can't search for any branded spell or trap the way that Aliber can. Instead, its only targets in most branded lists will be Branded Fusion, and also Fusion Deployment. As you'll see later in the combo section, Keeper is sometimes interchangeable with Aliber, and sometimes its differences actually matter. If you ever hard draw Branded Fusion and Keeper, then the Keeper can only be used to get Fusion Deployment, whereas Aliber would have been able to get a lot more options like Branded Lost or Branded in High Spirits. One other difference is that Keeper locks you into Fusion monsters, and this lock is the same as the one on Branded Fusion, so even if the effect is negated by something like Imperm, you're still locked out of summoning Verte. This is a big deal sometimes, as one of the best ways to extend through Imperm and Aliber is to use Lubellion to search for a Bystial, and then special summon the Bystial to then make Verte. But if your Keeper gets impermed, you can't do this play since you're still locked into only summoning fusion monsters from the extra deck. It also sucks to get negated on Keeper after you discard something with no value into the graveyard, as it pretty much means you just lost 2 cards to 1 hand trap. Keeper is overall a worse version of Aliver in practice, and the reason it's played at all is usually because you need a certain amount of extra starter cards to keep bigger decks consistent, as you're already maxing out on all of the copies of Aliber that you can. That being said, there are some ways in which Keeper can be better than Aliber. The most obvious way is that it can search for Fusion Deployment, something that Aliber can't do. Deployment is a good card, so it's not unrealistic to be in a situation where you already have Branded Fusion, and Deployment is actually a better card to search than any branded spell or trap. Keeper also discards a card as cost, which is often a downside, but it can also be an upside, since you can discard cards that have value in the graveyard, like Retribution, Albaz, or Branded Sword. Keeper also has a second effect, and it's this second effect that often leads to extra strong combos that Aliver is incapable of doing. This effect reveals a monster in your extra deck, and then revives one of the monsters listed on it as material from your graveyard in face-down defense position. This effect sounds pretty useless at first, since the monster goes face down. However, remember that face down monsters can still be used as fusion material, so something like Branded in White or Cartesia can still fuse with a face down Albaz. One way to use this effect of Keeper is before using Branded in White. Branded in White often gets used to banish Albaz and other fusion material from the graveyard, but if you instead put the Albaz back onto your field first, then the Branded in White will only banish the other material from the graveyard, and the Albaz will be sent back to the graveyard, which leaves it in the graveyard for the opponent's turn. Keeper's second effect also allows you to go for some lines where you summon a Rinbrum with Branded Fusion, because you have the extra material of Albaz back onto the field, which you can then use for Cartesia to get their Mirror Jade. Now overall, even though Keeper has a few advantages, it's not enough to make the card better than Alaba, and you're never going to build your deck differently because of these advantages. However, there is one more advantage to Keeper, and it's this one that I think has the highest chance of actually affecting potential deck building, and that is the fact that Keeper is a dragon monster, which means it is a good pair for high spirits. Keeping the number of dragons high enough for high spirits to be consistently good is important, so I could see a world where some 40 card lists actually choose to play Keeper over some number of copies of Alaba, just so that they have branded high spirits targets. The last thing that's worth mentioning about Keeper is that it's a target for Magnum Opus to search. This means that if you draw Magnum Opus going second, and you have no way to play in your hand at all, you can choose to search for Keeper, which is a 1-card starter. This is a good reason to play at least one Keeper, however Magnum Opus itself is also a one-off, so this isn't something that's going to come up very often. Currently, we see that 60-card branded decks generally like to play some number of Keepers, just to keep the consistently high enough. There are lists that sometimes play 1, 2, and even sometimes 3. And there's also 60-card lists that play 0 copies occasionally as well. Personally, I think the Keeper is needed at 1 or 2, as you don't want that many normal summons, but you also want to keep the consistency high enough. Here is a list that I played that recently made it to 1800 rating on the rank ladder, although this was before some of the recent changes to branded's consistency. So next is the Golden Sword Soul. This is an interesting option you can play in branded that not a lot of branded players choose to play. It's pretty much just used as another light monster that you can send to the graveyard with branded fusion, as well as another good mill for grass. The card's main effect is its second effect to special summon a light spellcaster whose attack equals its own defense from your hand or graveyard. Cartesia and Quem are the cards that you intend to summon with this, both of which are pretty good extenders on your own turn, as well as extra disruption on the opponent's turn. Cartesia especially is a card that you can sometimes struggle to summon on the opponent's turn, so the Golden Sword Soul can help with that. Even if you are able to summon Cartesia on the opponent's turn with Quem, it's still helpful to have the Golden Sword Soul to summon it instead, so that your Quem revive can be used on something else, like Mirajade. The Golden Sword Soul triggers whenever any monster is banished face up, so it is really easy to trigger. You can trigger it yourself with cards like Mirajade, Renbrum, Banishment, Branded and Bred, Albion, or Granguinol, and your opponent can also trigger it themselves with cards like Cold by the Grave, Bystials, and SB Little Knight. Not to mention there are decks that like to banish cards in Engine like Ritual Beast, Runic, Voiceless Voice, and Rescuers. One thing that the Golden Sword Soul can do pretty well is alleviate the impact of milling your one copy of Quem or Cartesia with grass, as it can revive them from the graveyard pretty much whenever you want. If you also mill the Golden Sword Soul with that same grass, then you get this completely for free. Another use for the Golden Sword Soul is actually as a hand trap. Its first effect can negate an attack, and then it also blocks another attack with its body on the board. This can actually be pretty game-winning when your opponent is trying to OTK you under Maxi. Eventually, you will draw the Golden Sword Soul, which can stop 2 attacks. Its first effect can then potentially trigger after letting you block a third attack as well. The card also destroys the first attacking monster if you control Alba's fusion, which means you're potentially not just surviving the turn, but also reducing your opponent's end board. Even outside of the context of Max C, you can sometimes search for this with Branded Lost, or the search effect of Makuria after you banish it. The one big downside to the Golden Sword Soul is that it's not a starter, or really even an extender. It can't trigger its second effect while in the hand, so you need to find a way of putting this into the graveyard, or onto the field, in order to make use of its extension. It's also not really that effective of a push during your turn 1, as it's not that likely that you're going to have access to a light spellcaster that you didn't already use the effects of. It can be a brick, and it's not necessary to win games in Branded, so that's all you really need to consider not playing this card. However, it does make your grass and Max C stronger, so I can see the appeal of a card like this. Overall, I personally don't like playing it, as Branded is powerful enough, and I want to lower my chances of bricking as much as possible. So next is Branded Sword. This card's main use is its second effect in the graveyard, to add back monsters that mention Elbaz from your banished zone to your hand. The most notable card you can add back this is Makuria, which is good to have in your hand because it's a monster negate. Makuria also often gets banished by things like Gold Sarcophagus, a Bystial, or Albion, and if your list is only playing one Makuria, then Branded Sword could be a nice way to get it back. There are also some extra combos that you can't do without Branded Sword, and they very often involve adding back a card from Banished, like Mercuria, although sometimes it is also Cartesia. The endboards you can make with these Branded Sword combos tend to be extra powerful, as they're getting that extra monster negate or that extra extension. However, I think where the card really shines is in improvised combos rather than predetermined lines. Combos that involve a lot of extra combo pieces, maybe grass, maybe some interaction from your opponent, and combos for breaking a board going second, all tend to benefit from the versatility and power that Branded Sword offers. The card is powerful because it can often allow you to make use of both effects of Mercuria in the same turn. And the card is also versatile because it's very easily accessible through Shrouded Dragon and Sarony, two cards that can just as easily send Retribution if the Branded Sword isn't needed. Sword can also be used as a way of just adding back cards in your hand to generate enough discard fodder for your discard effects. You can add back Albaz with Sword, which helps you win grind games, as you can add back an Albaz even if all 3 copies are banished. Overall, this card is pretty good to play, and I recommend playing this. I think it's worth the dex to break. So next is Bradis Blazing Branded King. This is an interesting option that you can play in Branded. It's used as an alternative target for Albion to set during the Endphase, instead of Branded in Red or Banishment. The reason you might want to set Branded King instead of one of those other cards is that Branded King has a unique effect that no other branded card has. When you first read the card, it sounds a little bit complicated, and you might compare this to a board breaker like Dark Roller No More or Draplets. In reality though, this card is more often used as a way of negating just a single card, which means it's more comparable to an omni-negate card like Solemn Judgment or Silvera. There's no other way to get an omni-negate in Branded, at least not until Light and Darkness Dragon is released, so Branded King is the only option for having a safety net against board breakers like Raigeki, Talents, or Dark Ruler. You can also use an omni-negate pretty effectively against your opponent's engine cards, and in a way that you can't really do with other branded cards. For example, you can negate Original Simple Spoils, Sanguine Summoning, or Fire King Island. So this card gets used very similarly to an omni-negate, however it's not actually a real omni-negate since it does have a few limitations. Firstly, it can only negate cards on the field, so you can't use it to negate something like Elder Entity Entis, which activates in the graveyard, or Bystial, which activates in the hand. Branded King also doesn't destroy the card it negates, making it a lot weaker of a disruption than other omni-negates like Baron, Skull Guardian, or Ulti Gaia Pelio. You also need to control an Albaz fusion for it to resolve, so it can't be used if you don't at least have your Mirror Jade on the field. Branded King chooses your Albaz fusion at resolution, which means if your opponent removes all of your Albaz fusions in response to the Branded King, then the Branded King won't resolve. And then the biggest downside to Branded King, and the part that makes it worse than a regular omni-negate the most, is that it also negates your own field as well. When you use Branded King, it negates all other cards on the field besides the one Albaz fusion that you choose. This is kind of bad for you a lot of the time, since there's a lot of cards on your field that you'd rather not have negated, like Cartesia, Quem, and Branded Lost. You can also sometimes have other fusion monsters like Furious Dragon and Dracostopelia. If you have Branded King and a bunch of those other cards, you will probably want to make sure you use all of the other cards first before using the Branded King, in order to make sure that you get the full value of your end board. The problem with this is that it takes away the freedom to use your omni-negate on whatever you want, as you're gonna end up negating your own stuff if you use it too early. If you're forced to use it right away to stop something like Raigeki, then most of your end board is just immediately turned off. You could also never use Branded King to help resolve cards like Banishment or Branded in Red or Quem, since the Branded King will also just negate those cards as well. So something that might happen a lot, for example, is you try to activate Branded in Red, and your opponent chains Cold by the Grave. Branded in Red will be negated by Branded King, so there's no point chaining it. These limitations make the card a lot less crazy than it seems at first, and then when you compare it directly to Banishment and Branded in Red, it's clear that it's actually a lot weaker. One of the most important parts about Banishment and Brands in Red is that they fusion summon, which triggers Quam and Branded Lost, and it lets you create Branded Lost windows as well. Rided King does none of these things, which means its power ceiling is actually a lot lower than the alternatives. It is still worth keeping in mind that Branded King can negate multiple cards. Even though it's more often used to negate a single important card, you can sometimes get value out of using it against multiple cards. For example, against runic decks, you can use it to negate a runic spell, and then also negate the fountain so that they can't draw. If it's runic stun, Branded King is actually a very important card for letting you negate multiple Floodgates at the same time. Against Fire King cards, negating Island will also negate their Sanctuary, which means the island is now vulnerable to destruction from Guardian Chimera or Furious Dragon. And against Yubel, negating a bunch of Yubel monsters, as well as Nightmare Pain, and the opening of the Spirit Gates all at once, will allow you to attack into their board normally, rather than having to crash into the Yubels. It's also pretty nice in the mirror match, as you can hold the card for the opponent's Branded Fusion, and it will also then negate their Branded Lost. Another advantage to Branded King over the alternatives is that it plays better into Max C. Banishment and Branded in Red both special summon, and usually more than once, which means a second copy of Max C from your opponent or a top-decked Max C will actually punish these cards quite a bit. Branded King also has a graveyard effect, which is exactly the same as the one on Branded in High Spirits. If a fusion monster was sent to the graveyard that time, you can add it back to your hand during the end phase. The catch, just like Branded in High Spirits, is that you could only use one effect per turn, not both. So if you use this on your opponent's turn, you're not going to get it back immediately during the end phase. Instead, you'll have to wait until the end of your own next turn just to get it back to the hand. And then you need to wait an entire turn cycle again before you can set it. This sounds bad, but it's really the same as Branded in High Spirits. You don't actually plan on resolving these cards multiple times, and instead you just use the add back effects later on as discard fodder. Using Branded King as discard fodder is a real use for the card. Combined with High Spirits and Cartesia, you now have potentially 3 free discards to add back to your hand during the end phase, which should be all the discard you ever need for the opponent's turn. This could actually come up when you resolve Grass, as it's not uncommon to mill all 3. Another thing about Branded King is that it is a target for Thrust going first. If you already have Fusion Duplication, then Branded King can be a good secondary option. It's also worth noting that Branded King actually works as a Thrust target under Dimension Shifter, whereas Fusion Duplication does not. And then the last consideration for this card is that it is kind of a brick, especially going second, so as always there is a good argument to just leave it out of the deck altogether, since it's not absolutely essential for your game point. It's not essential because it is just an alternative target for Albion, with the main target still being Branded in Red or Branded Banishment. There are a lot of lists that replace Banishment for Branded King, like this one from the top 100 of a recent Duelist Cup, and this one from Superduck at the latest World Championships. In fact, cutting Banishment is pretty common among the best Branded players in general, although I personally still think the card is worth playing. What you'll see in these lists though is that they all still do include Branded in Red. The main target to set with Albion is still Branded in Red, rather than Branded King, and the Branded King is just used as a situational option. Something else that's worth pointing out about Branded King is that, while it can be used against evenly matched, Branded in Red can also beat evenly matched. The way Branded in Red beats evenly matched is by using it to summon Sanctifier during the battle phase. You can then use Sanctifier to put a monster on your opponent's field in defense position to prevent evenly matched at the end of the battle phase. While this does force you to use the Branded in Red and the Sanctifier effect, it's still better than negating your whole board immediately with Branded King. So overall, I'd say that Branded King is a good option that you can play in bigger Branded decks. 60 card lists and 50 card lists often play it, but it should never be as a replacement for Branded in Red. I personally really like Branded King, and I often like including all 3 targets for Albion in my decks. I think the Branded King is really solid and reliable, and is kind of underexplored by the majority of Branded players. I recommend playing this card in your list, and if you're worried about breaking too much, you can always just cut it, or alternatively cut Banishment instead. That being said, once Light and Darkness Dragon releases in Master Duel, banishment becomes much more valuable, so you're probably not gonna play Branded King and would prefer to focus on Branded Banishment instead. Also, if you are gonna play this card, you're only ever gonna play one copy as it is a brick, even going first, so it's better to just search it rather draw it. Next is Allure of Darkness. This card is playable because Branded does play Dark Busters, and overall I'd say it has 3 uses in Branded. The first use is as extra consistency. Allure allows you to draw 2 cards, so it does help you see more of your starters. And the second use is to help you find your board breakers like Evenly, Super Poly, and Droplets when you go second. And then the third use for Allure is as a way of going plus by banishing Tragedy or Mercuria. Tragedy and Mercuria both trigger when banished, so your Allure now nets you board cards rather than just cycling through different ones. This is a really strong play when it happens, especially since banishing Tragedy lets you search for your main combo starter like Alaba. Banishing Mercuria also is really good because no matter what, since you have more than one option for what to search for with Mercuria, it's likely going to be a good play. When you think of Allure like this, it's easy to think that it's actually a really good card in Branded and should be played as a staple, since it's just extra consistency with a chance of being a really powerful play. However, in reality, I think Allure is actually an extremely suspicious card to include in a Branded deck. The reason is because there's a high chance that activating Allure is going to be completely neutral or even detrimental to you, and only a small chance of it being actually beneficial, due to the relatively low monster count in Branded decks and a very low number of good banishes like Mercuria and Tragedy. If you look at a standard Branded deck which looks something like this, you can see that there are around 15 dark monsters in the main deck, along with around 5 to 6 cards that immediately search for a dark monster. So a total of around 20 cards overall that pair with Allure of Darkness. If you draw Allure in your opening hand, the chances of seeing at least one dark monster in your remaining 4 cards is about 80%. That sounds like a lot, but it does mean that about 1 in 5 of your games where you draw Allure, you won't actually have a dark monster at all to banish for it. In the hands where you do draw Allure, the chance that you draw either Mercuria or Tragedy specifically is only about 13%, which means out of the games where you draw Allure, only about 1 in 8 of them will actually have a really good target to banish. And then the overall chance of drawing Allure plus Tragedy or Mercuria at all is only 3%, which is about 1 in 33 games, so building your whole deck around this is definitely not a good idea. You can try to improve these arts by playing multiple copies of Tragedy and Mercuria. However, even if you play 3 copies of both, your chance of opening one of them plus the Allure is still only about 10%, and out of the games where you do draw the Allure, only about 1 in 3 of them will have Tragedy or Mercuria in your opening hand as well. Putting extra copies of Mercuria and Tragedy is also making your deck a lot brickier, since on their own, Tragedy and Mercuria are both just bricks. You also have to think about the deck space that those cards take up. Even 60 card decks are pretty tight, and usually include only 1 copy of each, and maybe sometimes 2 Mercuria, which means you would have to be cutting a lot of important stuff to make room for those extra copies. Another thing to think about is that in this standard list, the chance that you draw exactly 1 dark monster to banish with Allure is about 40%. This is important because the hands where you have only 1 dark monster to banish are the hands where you have no choice about how to use your Allure. And if that card is Alaba or Keeper, then you're most likely going to want to use that card for its own use as a starter rather than banish it with Allure, making the Allure in your hand actually completely useless. So overall, the chance of having a bad Allure or a mediocre Allure is pretty high, while the chance of having a really good Allure is actually very low. Now, these numbers are not perfect since they don't take into account the extra card for going second, and they also don't take into account the fact that you do draw 2 cards from Allure before you choose what to banish. Also, something else you can do with Allure is hold the card until later in the turn, and then at some point in your combo you can search for Mercuria to then banish with Allure. And you could do this with Branded Lost or Branded in High Spirits. Branded in High Spirits specifically is important because this is something you can actually do at the very start of your turn. You can search for a courier and then go for Allure right away before committing to most of your starters. All of these things make the chance of Allure being bad lower, but they don't eliminate the chance enough for me to consider it a good card. Another thing you can do with Allure if you don't draw a good target to banish for it is to just discard it for one of your discard effects. The argument here is that Allure is good because if you need it, you can activate it, and if you don't need it, or you don't have a good card to banish, then you could just discard it for one of your many discard effects. A counter-argument to this is that it is still better to have a useful card in your hand rather than a card that's bad, even if you're discarding it, as it would provide more options on how you play your hand overall. And it also means that if you draw a better discard like Retribution or Branded Sword, then you're likely going to discard that anyway and still be stuck with the bad Allure of Darkness in your hand. Another thing to consider when you're playing Allure is what you're going to be drawing with it. If your deck has a bunch of hand traps in it, then Allure is going to be drawing into those pretty often, which makes it a lot worse of a card going second. In this situation, it's a lot better to be playing board breakers, as the Allure is going to let you draw into them. However, when you go first, Allure drawing into board breakers is pretty bad, and you'd then rather be playing hand traps to draw instead. So in the end, if you're main decking Allure, you're kinda just gambling no matter what. Allure of Darkness theoretically adds consistency to your deck, but in practice I think it ends up just being too awkward most of the time for the reasons that I just mentioned. Branded is also not desperate for the extra consistency anyway. If Branded needed more consistency, you could easily play more starters like maybe a Servant, 3 copies of Keeper, and even multiple copies of Kit if you're that desperate. You could also just play less cards in your deck to increase consistency as well. In my opinion, there's actually only 3 situations where Allure of Darkness is a good card at all. The first situation is in a deck with so many interchangeable dark monsters that you're always going to have multiple monsters to banish for Allure, and you're never going to need to banish the best card in your hand. An example of a deck like this would be Danger Darkworld. This deck is almost entirely dark monsters, and pretty much every danger monster is the same. So drawing a bunch of them and banishing one for Allure is just going to be cycling through your deck with no awkward downsides. The second situation is in a deck that has a lot of monsters in its deck that trigger when banished, like Thunder Dragon or Chaos decks. There's a lot of cards that combo really well in these decks with being banished by Allure, in the same way that Tragedy and Mercuria do. Since the chances of seeing the combo in these decks is a lot higher, Allure is more of a power card rather than consistency. And then the last situation in which I think Allure is a good card is in decks that are relying on very specific board breakers to win the game going second. This is the one situation that Branded can sometimes find itself in, as in some formats you could argue that the best way to go second is with board breakers, and that there is really only 1 or 2 specific ones that actually get the job done. For example, suppose that Rescue Ace is the best deck. Evenly Matched and Lightning Storm are really the only board breakers that do the job here, so playing Allure of Darkness to draw into those cards specifically is a good idea. If there's a lot of different board breakers that would work similarly though, like Droplets, Talons, Evenly, and Super Poly for example, let's say they all do a good job against a certain deck, then it's still mathematically better to just play more of the board breakers than any copies of Allure. If you do choose to play Allure in a build like this though, the card is still awkward, as when you go first, you're still going to have the same bad math on drawing good targets and having to deal with drawing board breakers when you go first. So overall, I think Allure of Darkness is just not that good in Branded. I don't recommend playing this card at all, but if you were to play it, I'd be very skeptical about playing a lot of it. That being said, I know that my opinion on Allure of Darkness isn't shared by every good Branded player, so here are the opinions of a couple other Branded players that may be better than myself. Abahamot said that it's good, just not in hand trap decks, and TTK also said that it's good, but it would be the first card they replace. So moving on to Frightfur Patchwork, as well as Ejim Chain and Polymerization. These 3 cards make up the Patchwork engine, so I might as well talk about them all as one. The idea behind these cards is that they help generate card advantage in hand, which you can then use for discard fodder, and the Polymerization can be used as an extender, especially going second, where it has the ability to summon Guardian Chimera. Agent Chain triggers when sent from the hand to the graveyard to search for Patchwork, which means your plan is to discard the Egypt if you draw it for one of your discard effects like Opening or Rebellion. The Patchwork can then search for Polymerization and another copy of Agent Chain, effectively turning your -1 into a +1 instead. If you draw Patchwork instead of the Egypt, then you can use it right away to search for Polymerization and the Agent Chain. Then you can use that Agent Chain for a discard effect, which will then trigger to search for another copy of Patchwork. Even though the Patchwork is a hard once per turn, having that extra Patchwork in the hand for either follow-up next turn or just as discard fodder again is still pretty good. Either way, you get to access the Polymerization and the free discard fodder no matter which card you draw. The additional Agent Chain can also be used with Polymerization as fusion material. It is a dark monster, which means it can be used as material for Masquerade, Dragostapelia, or even sometimes the Rebellion. When you're going first, these are the most likely monsters that you're going to summon with Poly. In order to summon Owlbear's fusions, you will need to hard draw an Owlbear's, or at least search for it, which is why you often end up making Dragostapelia or Masquerade instead. You can make Masquerade with leftover Despian monsters like an Aliver on your field, an extra Aliver in your hand, or even a hard draw in Tragedy. When you go second, by far the best monster to summon with the Polymerization is Guardian Chimera. The additional Agent Chain you get from the Patchwork engine can act as a free monster in the hand for Chimera, which makes it easier to summon, and the Polymerization in the graveyard actually acts as a buff deal Guardian Chimera, as the Guardian Chimera will then become untargetable. If you draw the Polymerization directly instead of the Patchwork or the Agent Chain, you won't get the free card advantage or discard fodder, but you can at least still use the Poly as an extender or as a discard itself. Since Agent Chain and Patchwork are better draws than the Polymerization, you normally see the package being played with a 3-2-2 ratio. Agent Chain is the best draw, so it's played at 3, and Patchwork is pretty much just as good, so it's also played at either 3 or sometimes 2. The Polymerization is the worst draw, however, it's still normally played at 2 rather than 1, simply because Patchwork needs to be able to add Polymerization from the deck in order to resolve, so you don't want the engine to become dead just because you drew the one copy of Poly. Poly is also not the worst draw in the world, as like I said, it can still be used as an extender, and since it's not once per turn, you can theoretically use both Poly if you draw one, alongside Patchwork or Agent Chain. The biggest advantage to the Patchwork engine is how good it is at making Guardian Chimera going second. Against slower and lower power decks like Labyrinth, Runic, Sword Soul, Centaurion, or Voiceless Voice, playing into their end board with powerful engine like Guardian Chimera is often better than trying to beat it with non-engine cards like handtraps or board breakers. That being said, against combo decks that make really strong boards turn 1, like Yubel, Snake-Eye, Dragon Link, anything with Wakaushi, or anything with Fiendsmith, you'd prefer to have a hand trap or board breaker over an Agent Chain, as the extra push that the Agent Chain provides is not likely going to be enough to break their board. I think this is the main reason that the Patchwork engine isn't really played anymore. It's become harder to break the end boards of the meta decks with just your engine, and so it's usually better to play 7 or 8 non-engine cards rather than the 7 or 8 card Patchwork engine. The Patchwork engine was also played a lot before branded got Quem, Cartesia, and Rebellion, which means it made a lot of sense to add extra engine to the deck back then, so that it wasn't so one-dimensional. Another reason that the Patchwork engine has fallen out of favor is that one of the best monsters to summon with the Polymerization going first was Masquerade the Blazing Dragon. Since Masquerade no longer fits in most branded decks' extra deck, it means that you'd be struggling to find a good use for the Poly going first. Even Dragostapelia, which is one of the other good targets for Poly going first, is not always included in every branded deck now either. I personally think Dragostapelia is pretty good still, but not everyone agrees with that, and I also sometimes don't have room for it in my lists. The number of Despian monsters in the deck has also decreased, due to hits on the ban list, as well as certain cards like Ad Libitum and Dramaturge being cut from the deck completely. This makes it less likely that you will be able to make Masquerade with your Polymerization, even if you were playing it. The end boards branded can make turn 1 without the Patchwork engine are strong enough already, and for going second, you'd rather be playing as many hand traps or board breakers as you can, instead of extra engine. In an environment like Challenger Cups, where you can play whatever cards you want, whenever you want, without having to submit a deck list, playing a Patchwork engine alongside a couple of Masquerades could actually be a very good strategy against decks like Labyrinth, Paleo, or Runic. In the TCG, the Patchwork engine is still played a little bit, but in Mastodon, I personally don't see it coming back anytime soon. One small thing to note about Etude Chain is that it triggers when sent from the field to the graveyard as well, which means if you brick, you can actually set the Etude Chain, and it will replace itself when your opponent removes it. Another small thing to note is that Etude Chain is a fiend, which means it can be used as a high spurs target if you're playing Croritis or Masquerade in your extra deck, and if you do discard it for the high spirits, it will then trigger to search for Patchwork. So overall, the Patchwork engine isn't really worth playing anymore, unless the format becomes slow enough that breaking boards with engine becomes more realistic. Okay, so now let's talk about That Grass Looks Greener. This is a really powerful card in Branded, just as it is in any deck. It's really the main reason to play the 60 card version of Branded at all, although I will say that it is not the only reason. This card pretty much just mills 20 cards, which is a pretty good effect, but if your opponent is playing more than 40, then it will mill slightly less. And if you're going second, then there's actually a very good chance it is going to mill more than 20 cards, sometimes even a lot more depending on how much of the deck the opponent has gone through on their turn 1. Branded has a fair few graveyard synergies, which is why Grass is good to play in the deck. The main cards you're trying to mill are Retribution, Serenity, Shrouded Dragon, Tragedy, Branded Sword, as well as Branded Fusion, and Branded in White. The reason why you want to mill your fusion spells is so that you can add them back to your hand with Retribution. Milling Serenity or Shrouded is really good for this, as they can both send either Retribution or the fusion spell, depending on which part of the pair you maybe didn't mill. Milling Tragedy is good, as it will be able to just search for Oliver when you mill it, making it basically the same as Foolish Burial, except you also get to mill a bunch of extra bonus cards as well. Tragedy can also be used for its reset effect, which means you have 2 possible ways of reusing the spells that you mill. Branded Sword is also another good mill because it just gets you a free card to add to your hand once you start banishing cards. If you also mill Mercuria, then you can easily banish it from your graveyard with Albion or Branded in White, and then add it back to your hand with Sword, as well as getting the Mercuria's search effect. This makes Mercuria a pretty good mill sometimes too. In general, Albaz is also a good mill, as like I've said before, having Albaz in the graveyard for the opponent's turn is always better than not having it, since you can revive it as a quick effect and then fuse with one of their monsters. It's not normally that difficult to get Albaz into the graveyard yourself, but milling an extra one for free with Grass is helpful as it means you don't need to go out of your way to make sure that a copy of Albaz gets into your graveyard during your combo. Basic lines using Albion and Lubellion usually remove your first Albaz from the graveyard, so having a second one milled for free can sometimes make a big difference. One concern you have with Grass is the possibility of milling all 3 Albaz. If you do this, then you won't be able to activate Branded Fusion, as there's no Albaz left in your deck to use as material. The solution to this is to go for Branded in White instead of Branded Fusion, and then banish Albaz from your graveyard to make your plays. Sometimes if you mill the right monsters, this can be no different from actually activating Branded Fusion anyway, as if you make Albion, you can then use its effect to banish another copy of Albaz, and then even tribute the Albion for a Lubellion that you also milled with that Grass. Zoning Lubellion the Searing Dragon will also allow you to recycle copies of Albaz back into your deck, which means you can then activate Branded Fusion afterwards. Because of Branded in White, milling too many copies of Albaz isn't really that big of a concern with Grass. Instead, a much bigger concern for me is milling important one-offs like Branded in Red, Branded Lost, and Branded Banishment. These cards can be recurred with Retribution or Tragedy, but if you need to use those cards on your fusion spells instead, then you're going to have to make do with the fact that your Albion might not be able to set your ideal target in the Endphase, and your Lubellion might not be able to get your Branded Lost. One way to help deal with this problem is to play multiple targets for Lubellion, like Bystial Regained or even multiple copies of Lost, and it also helps to have multiple good targets with Albion so that you're not as likely to mill them all with Grass. For example, you could play Branded in Bread, Brand Management, and Branded King. It can also be frustrating to mill your only copy of Gwen if you're playing just one, as you're not then able to summon it from the deck with Titaniclet. Instead, you'll likely have to access the Gwen by reviving it with Banishment or Sanctify. Another good thing about Grass is that it usually ensures that you get enough free discard fodder in the end phase. Between 1 to 2 copies of Cartesia, 3 copies of High Spirits, and maybe a Branded King, there's a lot of cards that you can mill with Grass that will just add themselves back to your hand during the end phase, which means you're unlikely to ever run out of discards. Milling multiple copies of High Spirits is also not unlikely, which means over multiple end phases, you're going to be accumulating a lot of free card advantage. So because of all of these good mills, Grass is very often a one-card combo for Branded, which means you could be realistically counted as one of your starter cards. It is possible that your Grass does nothing, or very little, and not enough to start your plays, but the chances of that are relatively low. One tip for using Grass is to use your fusion deployment first. Getting the maximum mills from your Grass is not really that much of a consideration. It's definitely more important to get important one-offs out of your deck first, like Cartesia. Another tip is with Tragedy. Make sure you think twice before clicking the Tragedy trigger when you mill it, since there is a very good chance that you'd rather use the Tragedy for its reset effect instead, especially if you already have a normal summon in your hand. So Grass is pretty good from just the mandatory cards that you play in Branded, but you can also make it stronger with some additional options in your deck as well. One option you can play is a Floodgate monster. Just like Gimmick Puppet Nightmare before it got banned, you can also use other Floodgate monsters in combination with Sanctifier to lock out your opponent from playing. And milling these with Grass is very helpful, since it means you no longer need to worry about getting your Floodgate monster into the graveyard, and you only need to worry about summoning Sanctifier. The best Floodgate monsters to play that are currently still legal are Arcworld Christia, DDD Requiem, and DD Offers. Milling any of these with Grass is pretty good, as you can then just summon Sanctifier and lock out your opponent. Another optional mill you can play to make your Grass stronger is Fairy Tale Snow. This card was played by Tiras at Worlds, and its function is to be a good card to mill with Grass and has a lot of free activations right away. It's also a light spellcaster, which means it can be used as the material for Sanctifier and Albion. Other than that, Snow is pretty self-explanatory. It's a disruption by itself from the graveyard, and it can be used as a blocker to help protect yourself from being OTK'd. One cool thing you can do with Snow is banish Mukuria from your hand or graveyard, so it can technically help you combo in certain situations. Snow also goes pretty well with the Golden Sword Soul, as you can use the Snow to trigger the Sword Soul at any time. Milling both of these together with Grass, alongside a light spellcaster like Quema Cartesia, is a potential lucky high roll that you can go for with your Grass that gives you an extra push or disruption for free, and I believe that this is what Terras was actually going for with his Worlds deck. Another optional mill is Chaos Nephthys. This card adds free extra disruption, removal, battle damage, and survivability all by itself. It triggers to summon itself whenever a card on the field is destroyed by a card effect. That can be either your card or your opponent's card, and it can be either you destroying it or your opponent. So there's a lot of ways that this card can end up being triggered. The easiest way to trigger this yourself is with Furious Dragon, but you can also technically trigger it with Guardian Chimera and Branded Beast. In order for this to work, you do need to have a light monster and a dark monster in the graveyard, which isn't super difficult. However, without Grass milling a bunch of bonus cards, it can sometimes be difficult to get a light and a dark into your graveyard that you are willing to banish for Nephthys. The payoff though is really high, as you get to banish any card in your opponent's field and take away follow-up out of their graveyard, so it's really powerful when it resolves. All of these optional mills that you can play make your Grass stronger, and they all have the same downside, which is that they aren't very good to draw. So adding these to your deck is really just a way of gambling with a brickier deck in exchange for more power. I think that playing 1 or 2 of these extra bricks is fine, but any more than that is pushing it a little bit too far. And I also think that Branded is completely fine on its own without playing any specific mills for Grass. Chaos Nephthys is probably the better one right now, as it has a good Fire King matchup, and it's also accessible with Grand Quenelle and Fusion Duplication. So, while Grass is really strong in Branded, It's not actually the auto-win card that it would be in other decks. Tia, for example, or Infernoids, or even Super Heavy Samurai Adventure Synchron kinda just automatically win the game when they resolve grass, due to the sheer number of graveyard effects that it mills. Branded doesn't really do that though. Instead, grass is usually just there to trigger 1 or 2 effects, and it kinda just helps you play in all the same ways that you normally do, and with maybe a little bit more power in there for free. So it's actually more of a starter than an auto-win card. It's very possible that you will activate grass and the only relevant mills you get are Retribution and a fusion spell, making the grass not really much better than just drawing branded fusion directly. When you go first, you only have 1 copy of grass, so it's not often that you will draw it anyway. However, when you go second, you can also search for grass with Thrust, which means you have access to it a lot more often. It's kind of like having 4 copies of grass just for going second. Thrust has other good targets going second as well, but grass is one of the best, and in general it's probably the strongest option, even over branded fusion, as grass is likely to get access to branded fusion anyway, and then have other good bonus mills on top of that. Overall, grass is really strong, and you're definitely going to play it in the 60 card version of branded. You can even play grass in a slightly smaller branded deck too, like a 50 card deck, with the idea being that it's an option you can search for going second when your opponent has been through a lot of their deck during turn 1. If grass ever comes back to 2 or 3, then it's possible that you can experiment with all 3 copies in branded, and if it ever gets banned, it's still going to be just a small hit, as the deck is completely fine without grass. Next is Dramaturge of Despia. This is going to be the first of a lot of these main deck cards that we have left that are all kind of similar. They're similar in the sense that they're not really quite good enough to make it into the branded deck, although some of them do see the occasional bit of play. Dramaturge fits into this category quite nicely. This card was better in past versions of branded, back when there was more Despia names in the deck, and it relied on using branded in red to summon Guardian Chimera as one of its main power plays. The reason this was good for Dramaturge was because branded in red could be used to banish Dramaturge from the hand as one of the materials for Chimera, which would then allow it to special summon itself. While on the board, Dramaturge acts as an additional disruption that can negate your opponent's extra deck monsters. The idea is that when your opponent special summons a monster from the extra deck with an activated on summon trigger, its effect would be Chainlink 1, and the Dramaturge would then activate its Chainlink 2 to negate it. This does only work on the opponent's turn, as if it was your turn, then the Dramaturge would actually be Chainlink 1 instead. But most of the time you are only activating Branson Red on the opponent's turn anyway. Dramaturge could also be used as the target for Branded in Red, so you could easily discard it for Rebellion or Opening and still get good value from it later on. Dramaturge was also searchable with Tragedy, and it could even be special summoned from the deck with Opening. Both of these effects used to be more relevant in these past versions of Branded, back when there was more copies of Opening than Alaba overall, meaning that Tragedy was more often able to search for extenders like Dramaturge or Ad Libitum, instead of needing to get your starter card every time, Alaba. Since the number of Alabas and Openings in your deck has gone down due to repeated hits on the ban list, the chance of having a Tragedy search available to use on something like Dramaturge is much lower, and this makes the card much less likely to come up when you don't draw it directly. Also, the less focus on Guardian Chimera that Branded has now means that it's possible you won't get a good chance to summon Dramaturge even if you do draw it. Another good use for Dramaturge in the past was in combination with the Patchwork engine. Using Polymerization on turn 1 to summon Masquerade or Draco's Depelia was extra powerful when one of your fusion materials was a Dramaturge from the hand, since you were able to just special summon it back right away, and have 1 extra disruption on your end board. Since the Patchwork engine is no longer played in most branded decks, Dramaturge also gets weaker in those decks. And overall, Dramaturge offering potential extra disruption on your end board is not something that Branded really needs. Branded is already really good at making a strong board going first, and it doesn't need extra engine to help make it stronger, especially when that engine comes in the form of a brick. That being said, cards like Cartesia and Grand Grenole actually synergize pretty well with Dramaturge, making it not completely unreasonable to consider finding a new place for it in the deck. Cartesia can fuse away Dramaturge from the hand at any time, which will allow it to special summon itself. And Grandquadal can send it from the deck to the graveyard, as it is a level 8 dark monster, where it can then be used as the target for Branded in red. Branded also still summons Guardian Chimera a lot of the time, meaning that you can still get the full value of Dramaturge just like before. In a creative build of Branded that focuses more on summoning Masquerades turn 1, I could see a place for Dramaturge. However, in standard Branded, the card just doesn't really offer what Branded needs anymore, and it's not really any stronger than other options, especially when it comes to Grand Granol, which has a lot better targets to send. I wouldn't be playing this in Branded, and I'm pretty sure that won't change anytime soon. And the next is Ad Libitum of Despia. This card is pretty close to being the exact same story as Dramaturge, and when it comes to past Branded lists, Ad Libitum was usually the card that saw play over Dramaturge, as it pretty much did the same thing, but slightly better. When used as material from the hand or field, Adlib can special summon any Despia monster, or level 8 or higher fusion monster, from your graveyard or banished. The idea with this card is that you can banish it for Branded in red, alongside a Mirror Jade from your field to summon Chimera, and the Adlib would then trigger to summon back the Mirror Jade to your field. That Mirror Jade would now be able to use its effect again, and Mirror Jade's effect is a soft once per turn. Adlib is a Despia monster, which means it can be the Branded in red target, and it can be searched for with Tragedy and Opening. Again, this is very similar to Dramaturge, with the main difference being that Adlib's effect is usually stronger, since an extra banish with Mirror Jade is a stronger disruption than Dramaturge's targeted negate. This is why Adlib generally saw play in older versions of Branded, whereas Dramaturge was only an option that was sometimes included. The one situation where Adlib was worse than Dramaturge was when triggering it on turn 1 with Polymerization. Generally, you didn't have good targets to summon for Adlib a lot of the time on turn 1, so it would just be used to summon out random copies of Tragedy or Aliba, which are just useless bodies, whereas Dramaturge would be able to summon itself out. In today's build of Branded, Adlib doesn't see play anymore for the same reasons that Dramaturge doesn't. Branded doesn't need the higher ceiling, so there's no reason to include the bricks in the deck. The Patchwork engine is also no longer played, and the amount of times you will have a spare Tragedy Circs to use on Adlib is less now than before, due to the lower total number of Despia cards in the deck. Adlib could possibly see play again in a future build of Branded that is focused heavily on engine. Like I mentioned before about the Patchwork engine, if there's ever a format where going second without non-engine is realistic, then a heavy engine build of Branded that includes things like the Patchwork engine, extra Bystials, and Masquerade could also play Ad Libitum. If you know for a fact you're playing it as the deck like Voiceless Voice or Labyrinth, a build like this would actually be pretty good even now, as you can easily overwhelm them with your engine. When it comes to standard Branded though, it's probably better not to include this card. Then we have Despian Comedy. This card, like the other Despia monsters I just talked about, is less of a currently playable card, and more of a relic from the past. This card was sometimes used as a way of dodging targeting effects like Imperm and Vela on your important monster effects like Aliber and Lobelian. The first of it could be used from your hand to protect your Aliber by negating the Imperm or Vela, and the second effect could be used from the graveyard to protect your Lobelian by tributing it in response to the Imperm or Vela, which would allow it to resolve normally. You would sometimes send this from your deck to the graveyard with Branded Fusion as the dark monster needed for Lobelian. This would allow you to resolve the Lobelian more reliably. If you had the Comedy in your hand, all you had to do was discard it for the cost of Lobelian, and then you'd still have the protection available. Another good use for this card was as a way of outing Skill Drain. Comedy can tribute any fusion monster as a quick effect, so to out Skill Drain, what you could do is activate Guardian Chimera, and then chain the Comedy to tribute the Chimera so that it's no longer on the field when it resolves. This would allow the effect to not get negated by Skill Drain, and you can then choose to destroy the Skill Drain. You can do something similar with Banishment and Super Poly now, but admittedly, Comedy is still the easiest way to out Skill Drain like this. Overall though, just like Adlib and Dramaturge, the release of Cartesia, Quam, and Sanctifier, and the Bystials made Comedy not so useful, as you're way more likely to want to summon Albion with your branded fusion in order to take advantage of how good the Bystial Lubellion is. So summoning the Fusion Lubellion and setting Comedy just for some extra safety is a huge compromising power by comparison. And again, the lower number of openings and alibers means that you're now way less likely to ever want to search for Comedy, which means it ends up being too unlikely to be worth playing. It is a potential useful mill with grass, and that's also true to some extent with the other Despias, Dramaturge and Adlib, but again, in the end, none of these cards offer what Branded needs now, so they're just not worth playing. Another thing is that skill drain is now at 1, so there's less need for Comedy, but if there is ever a popular meta deck that runs skill drain, Comedy could be a potential option to help fight against it, although I still have my doubts that it would even be worth playing then. So next is Branded Beast. This is actually a pretty good card in general, and it's not that uncommon to see it in Branded. However, it doesn't always see play in most Branded decks, especially at the higher levels of competition. It did see a little bit of play at Worlds, although it was just a single Branded deck that was using it. This card's main role is to be an additional target for the Bystial Lubellion, and while it's on the field, it offers you removal and extra disruption. As I've said before, Branded has a lot of ways to remove monsters, but comparatively few ways to deal with spells and traps, so that's exactly what Branded Beast is good for. You can use Branded Beast to destroy problematic floodgates like Skill Drain, Rivalry, and Grave with a Super Ancient Organism, as well as other annoying cards like Sankin Summoning and Nightmare Paint. Since you will normally access Beast through the Bystial Lubellion, you're always going to have at least one Bystial to tribute Verte's effects, and if you want to get multiple uses out of Beast, what you can do is actually try to tribute other dragon monsters instead of the Lubellion, so that you always keep a Bystial monster on the board. The more Bystial monsters you play in your deck, the better Branded Beast becomes, as you're going to have an easier time making it live if you draw it, and you will also have more options for how to use it in general, even if you access it through the Bystial Lubellion. Druis Worm specifically combos very well with Beast, since tributing Druis Worm would allow you to get its effect when sent to the graveyard as well, letting your Beast effectively remove 2 cards for the price of 1. Branded Regained works really well with this card, as it allows you to constantly recur Bystial monsters to tribute for Beast, and a draw effect will keep generating you cards to offset the card advantage you lose by tributing monsters with Beast. Another thing that Branded Beast can do is make your 1-card combos with Aliber or Keeper more reliable. This is something I'll show in the combo section, but a lot of the 1-card combos won't actually trigger Branded Lost on turn 1, and instead only trigger it on the opponent's turn to search for Mercuria after fusion summoning with Banishment or Branded in Red on the opponent's turn. Mercuria is a disruption, but since resolving Banishment or Branded in Red is unreliable, it can be safe as just get Branded Beast with Lubellion instead of Branded Lost, as it is a more guaranteed disruption. The biggest downside to Branded Beast is that it's one of the worst bricks you can possibly play, and another big downside is that it's still almost always better to just get Branded Lost with Lubellion instead of anything else. It's also not necessary to play Beast, as the grind game it offers with Branded Regained is not something Branded desperately needs, and outing spell and trap cards is also possible with other cards like Furious Dragon and Branded King. Branded Beast does have a second effect in the Endphase, and this is actually my favorite part of the card. Its effect to place Branded Lost or Regained from the graveyard onto the field for free is pretty good. It's relatively easy to put Branded spell or traps into the graveyard, so it's not unlikely that you can access Branded Beast and Branded Lost by placing the Beast with Lubellion, and then somehow sending Branded Lost to the graveyard. Overall, Branded Beast is acceptable. I don't think it's necessarily a mistake to play this card, however, it's definitely not necessary for the deck to function. Branded King, Furious Dragon, Guardian Chimera, and even Branded Lost all allow you to do what you want to do with Beast without actually needing to play it, which is why I ultimately don't think you should play this card. That being said, in versions of Branded that play a lot of Bystials, you could easily put this in your deck and play it alongside a Branded Regained for a really powerful grind game. And then there's Branded Regained. This is another optional target for Lubellion that gives you extra recyclability, as well as a grind game by providing small incremental advantage. Recycling your engine is good for long grind games, as you can put back copies of Albaz and Mirajade as you banish them, meaning that you never actually run out, and don't ever have to resort to making a specific play with Lubellion just to recycle some cards. One-off extra deck monsters like Granguanol and Rinburm will also automatically make their way back into the extra deck with Regained, as they banish themselves as part of their effect, which will then trigger Regain to recycle. You're also getting a draw every time, which allows you to slowly accumulate a lot of card advantage over multiple turns. Branded banishes light and dark monsters all the time with its engine. Albion, branded in white, Bystials, even Gold Sarcophagus and Tragedy can all banish monsters on your turn, and then Mirajade, Banishment, and branded in red can also banish monsters on the opponent's turn. When you factor in the fact that the opponent can also banish light and dark monsters with their own cards, it becomes pretty clear that Regained is going to get a draw every single turn. The card works best with Bystials, since it has the effect to revive them to the field, but also because Bystials are the easiest way to banish specific light and dark monsters from your graveyard in order to recycle them with the draw effect. Revat Magnum Opus with Regain's effect also adds to your ability to recycle as well, as Magnum Opus can add dragon monsters from the graveyard, not just the deck. Reviving Jerusalem helps defend you against attacks, which plays well into the grand game of Regained, as it might let you survive a turn that you would have otherwise not. Something to keep in mind is that Regained can't special summon the Bystial Lubellion, as the Bellion could only be special summoned by its own summoning condition. And then something else to note about Regained is that it works pretty well with Branded Beast. Regained provides extra Bystials for you to keep tributing for Beast, and the card advantage from Regained helps offset the cards you lose by tributing cards with Beast. One cute trick you can do with Regained is against your opponent's SP Little Knight. If your opponent banishes the SP with its effect, you can trigger Regain to put it back into the deck and draw a card. Now the SP won't return in the end phase, but the other monster that they banish still will. This is something to consider if you have Regained live and available to use its first effect, while your opponent has an SP on the board. You could consider not activating Regain at the first opportunity in order to save it as a threat for the opponent's SP. Overall though, Regained is still worse than Branded Lost in most situations, since Branded Lost offers you extra disruption as well as more immediate control over the board, which is more in line with what Branded is trying to do in his general game plan. In general, Branded's game plan is to win the game pretty quickly through a really powerful turn 1 board, backed up by a bunch of follow-up. While it can play a long grind game, that's not what you're trying to do. So playing cards like Regain that are specifically there just to help with grind games aren't really going to be that impactful in most games. You could play this card as an additional target for Lubellion. Maybe if you're playing 3 copies of Branded Lost, you can play 1 Regain so that your Lubellion effect isn't wasted when you draw one of the Branded Losts. However, even in lists set up buying triple Lost, I don't think it's a good idea to include another target. Personally, I think Regained as well as Beast are pretty format dependent. Both of these cards are made better when more Bystials are played in the main deck, and in slower formats where the best decks are more controlling than combo, games are going to be more likely to go long, so Beast and a Regain become better. I'm always open to playing these cards as I do think they're very fun, and I often try them out from format to format. However, I do think that the most competitive version of Branded would typically only play Branded Lost. So next is Branded Etude. This is an interesting card. It's not played in regular Branded because the Synchro Summon effect is pretty useless. You don't play Synchros in Branded, and even the few that you could play, you don't really have room for in the extra deck. That being said, in a build of Branded that is focused specifically on Synchros, this card can actually be a pretty integral part of the deck. Using the level 6 Bystials and the level 4 tuners the Branded has, Cartesia and Quem, you can synchro into level 10 monsters on your opponent's turn, like Dispata and Baron de Flow. And if you have the Bystial Lubellion on your field instead of a level 6 Bystial, then you can make level 12 synchros like Ludo Walilith and Centurion Legatia. Something else you can do is make Chaos Angel when you don't even have a tuner, using another level 4 like Albert or Albaz instead. Here's an example of how a synchro version of Branded might work, and this is something we'll look at more in detail later on. The Floodgate effect of Etude that banishes all of your opponent's monsters that gets used as material is one of the big advantages of playing the Synchro build over regular branded. It hits most meta decks pretty strongly, although there are a few good decks that play pretty well under it, like Ritual Beast, Tempai, Centurion, and Stun. Overall, I think Etude is a really good card to play in Synchro branded, however, you would never need to play it in regular branded, as there is just no reason to ever choose this over branded Lust for the Bellion effect, and there's no reason to ever set this with Albion over something like branded in red. In fact, even in a lot of Synchro branded versions, Etude is not actually that mandatory of a card, as there are lists like this for example, which we'll look at later on, which doesn't even include it. Next is Branded Loss. This card is a removal spell that can shuffle back one of your opponent's monsters if it dispatches someone from the extra deck. It also allows you to tag out one of your fusion monsters for an Elbaz fusion during the end phase. The problems with this card and why it never sees playing branded are that firstly, it's too low impact as a search target, compared to other options that you can search for with Aliber and Kit like Branded Lost, Branded in Red, Branded in White, and Branded Fusion. This card is just weak, so you're not going to want to search this very often. Secondly, this card can only target monsters summoned from the extra deck, which means it's limited on what it can remove. Thirdly, shuffling back your own fusion monster and then only replacing it in the end phase means that this card isn't helpful at creating OTKs. And then finally, having to control a fusion monster already means that this card only works when you're already playing. It cannot be used as a starter or extender, making it a brick if you draw it. The fact that your opponent is allowed to special summon an Albaz fusion in the end phase is actually not that relevant, since aside from the mirror match, no deck is going to have random Albaz fusions in that extra deck. This card does have some cute uses, like shuffling back a Mirror Jade and then summoning it back in its end phase in order to reset it, but that's nowhere near enough to make this card playable. Next is Decisive Battle at Golgonda. This card often gets forgotten about since it doesn't have branded in its name, but it is still part of the archetype. Typically this card only gets played in stun decks to protect Fossil Biner and barrier statues, however I do think its use in other decks is kinda underrated. If you were to put this in your branded deck, you'd probably find it to be quite good when you draw it. Being able to protect any card from being destroyed by either battle or card effect is not that bad of an effect, especially when it's going to generate you advantage in the end phase as well. This card protects multiple cards at the same time, and it can even protect itself from destruction as well. The last part of this card to special summon Sprengen's Kit from your hand or deck would also be pretty good in branded as well. Unfortunately, this card is not searchable, so it wouldn't be that worth it to play. Although I could see a world where branded can play this in the future if the full mon is right, or if there's some more potential hits on a ban list. So next is Super Polymerization. This is more of a non-engine card than an engine code. However, just like the next two cards, Thrust and Coldbite, they're pretty stable in branded, and are kinda synonymous with the deck, so I decided to talk about them here. Super Poly is a really strong card in branded. It can help win games that you have absolutely no chance of winning otherwise, and it can also be one of the strongest disruptions, as well as tools for outplaying your opponent, all due to the fact that it cannot be responded to. The main targets you're normally trying to summon with this are Muddragon, Gorora, and Mirajade. Between Muddragon and Gorora, you're able to fuse any two monsters your opponent controls with the same attribute together with Super Poly. Two monsters with the same attribute and type make Gorora, and two monsters with the same attribute but different types make Muddragon. You don't just have to fuse two of your opponent's monsters though, and also fuse just one monster your opponent controls with one of your own monsters, as long as the types and attributes line up appropriately. If you're able to get Elbaz on the board, you can also use Super Poly to make Mirajade with the Elbaz and one of your opponent's extra deck monsters. Unlike Muddragon and Gorora, which have pretty negligible effects on the field, Mirajade is much stronger and can break a whole board by itself, which is why using Super Poly to summon Mirajade is one of the most impactful things you can do in branded. You can also use Super Poly as a way of dodging Imperm and Bela on your Aliber, by fusing away the Aliber in response. As long as your opponent has a light or dark monster on the field, you can use this trick to make Despian Comedy or Masquerade if you're playing it. Since Super Poly can't be responded to, doing this will guarantee that your Alba search resolves, even if your opponent has a second input set. Since Super Poly is a crit play spell, it can be used either as a disruption on the opponent's turn, or as a board breaker on your own turn, which means that the card is pretty good at both going first and going second. Generally, when you go first with Super Poly, you're trying to fuse two of your opponent's monsters into Mud Dragon or Garura as a way of disrupting their combo. And when you go second, you're going to be trying to summon Albas first so that you can use the Super Poly to summon Mirajade. Although, depending on what your opponent's end board is, using Super Poly to summon Mud Dragon or Garura right away with two of their monsters can be a possibility as well. When it comes to using Albaz at Super Poly, you might think that it's a little bit pointless to use the card like that, since the Albaz already has a built-in Super Poly-like effect. However, the difference between Albaz's effect and Super Poly is that Super Poly cannot be responded to, which makes it pretty much impossible for your opponent to stop, whereas Albaz can be stopped by pretty much anything. Something cool to keep in mind is that you can fuse with face-down monsters, so even a set copy of Albaz can be used with Super Poly to make Mirajade. Another use for Super Poly is as a way of pushing for extra damage in the battlefield. After you've attacked with a couple of monsters, you can then use Super Poly to fuse them into Dragostapelia or Coritus or Masquerade and then attack for that last bit of damage. This is actually a pretty common OTK line, since Albion has 2500 attack, and Mirajade, which is very easy to summon with Albion, has 3000 attack. Dragostapelia, which can be summoned using the Albion and the Mirajade as material, can then attack for 2700, which is a total of 8200 damage. Another thing to know is that Super Poly can be a target for Verte and Anaconda. This is not just a gimmick, it can actually be the best play sometimes for finding legal on turn 3. And you will often do this as a way of outing Paguska as well. Super Poly can also be a target for fusion duplication, which is something to keep in mind for when you don't access branded fusion but still have a thrust or dupe in your hand going first. Overall, Super Poly is super strong in general. However, it's actually not a card that always sees play in every branded list. I don't think it's ever really a big mistake to play Super Poly. However, at the top of competitive play, it can be suboptimal to run Super Poly in certain formats. This is because different meta decks and boards have varying degrees of susceptibility to Super Poly. Some boards can be beaten right away by it, and then others won't be able to be beaten by Super Poly at all. Some boards in between will also only lose to Super Poly if it's paired with Albaz to make Mirajade. A board of Baron plus Appaloosa, for example, can immediately be cleared by Super Poly, as you can use it to fuse both monsters into Mud Dragon. A board of Appaloosa, Baron, Regulus, and Naturia Beast can only really be beaten by Super Poly if it's paired with Albaz. And then a board of Baron, Dispertus, Selene, and a secret village of the Spellcasters cannot be beaten by Super Poly at all, as you're going to be locked out of being able to use spell cards at all. In general, if you're just looking for a standard branded deck for the rank ladder, playing Super Poly is going to be completely fine in pretty much all formats. Even if it's slightly suboptimal, this card is still going to find a lot of really good uses. Next is Triple Tactics Twist. This is one of Branda's power cards going second. Reason it's only a power card going second and not going first is that in order to search a card, Twist needs your opponent to control a monster, and they also need to have used a monster effect that turn. If both of those things are true, you can use Twist to search for any normal spell or trap in your deck. Going first, it's relatively likely that your opponent will use a monster effect, at Max C or Ash, but it's pretty rare that they will actually control a monster. For that, they need to do something like summon a Bystial, or Havness, or Kirin, all of which are pretty unlikely overall. However, when you go second, your opponent will almost certainly control a monster, and they will almost certainly activate a monster effect. The spell card you search for can be Branded Fusion, which means going second, you pretty much get 3 additional 1-card starters in your deck. The only catch is that it probably can't be the first card you use, as your opponent won't have activated a monster effect yet. This makes Thorsa more like an extender you can use if your opponent uses the end board to stop one of your other Stases first. You can also search for Grass, which is often stronger than Branded Fusion, and you can also sometimes search for other spells like Fusion Deployment, Foolish Burial, and Triple Tactics Talents if you're playing it. Another really strong target is Evenly Matched, which is a card you can play in the main deck for Branded in certain formats. You can play 3 copies of Evenly Matched, or just 1 as an optional search target for Thrust. I mentioned that Thrust is only a power card going second because its range of targets is much lower when you go first. However, it is still a good card going first, as it's helpful for playing through hand traps. When your opponent doesn't control a monster, you can only set a card with Thrust, and you're not allowed to activate the card that turn. This means that you're limited to only 7 cards that are going to be useful on the opponent's turn, which means normal spell cards are out of the question, and only normal trap cards make for an acceptable target. The best in-engine trap card you can set with Thrust are Fusion Duplication, Branded King, and Branded Banishment. Duplication is generally the best option, because it does the most, while also requiring the least from the rest of your end board. As long as Branded Fusion is in the graveyard, Duplication doesn't require anything else in order to be useful. You can copy Branded Fusion and summon either Albion or Rebellion, which then summons Mirror Jade. By sending 2 copies of Elbas to summon Rebellion this way, you could even create multiple disruptions from just the duplication, as the Mirror Jade can now send Rinbrum for cost, and the Rinbrum can revive the second Elbas that is still in your graveyard. Banishment is also usable without much setup, as it only needs a target in the graveyard for it to revive. However, compared to just duplication, just banishment usually achieves a lot less, as the monsters it most likely summons are just Koritas and Drados Depelia, both of which are weaker than a Mirror Jade. And then in order for Branded King to be good, you need to have been able to summon at least 1 Elbas Fusion, which is not a guarantee when you're getting hand trapped. Outside of the in-engine trap cards, Thrust can also set non-engine trap cards as well. The best options are Infinite Impermanence, Dimensional Barrier, and Daruma Karma Cannon. It's not uncommon for a branded deck to play Imperm anyway, just as a hand trap or as a crossout target, but by playing Imperm, you're also giving yourself an additional target for Thrust to set going Frost. Imperm is good because it's pretty generic, most decks are going to be hurt by Imperm, so you can set it pretty comfortably without knowing anything about your opponent's deck. The downside to Imperm is that it's relatively weak, and the fact that your opponent knows about it makes it even weaker. Karma Cannon can be pretty good against decks like Kashtira, Zodiac, and Pearly, and Salamangrate as well, and Dimensional Barrier can be really good against Tempai or the Mirror Match. Setting Dimensional Barrier to stop Tempai is a pretty practical option, since the Tempai deck is going to choose to go second if it wins the claim flip, so you can reasonably choose to set Barrier, knowing that it's most likely going to be effective. You can maybe do a similar thing in the Mirror Match, as your opponent's deck size being 60 might be a giveaway that they are playing Branded, although the exact popularity of different 60-card decks in the format is going to make a difference to this. Setting a non-engine trap card can often be stronger in times of disruption than an in-engine one. D-Barrier and Karma Cannon are very high impact when you resolve, but the downside is that they don't inherently generate any follow-up or win condition, which is something that Fusion Duplication specifically is very good at. Thrust is generally played at 3 copies in most 60-card branded decks and 50-card branded decks. However, it is often cut from 40-card branded decks in order to make room for the more essential parts of the engine and enough non-engine. In general, Thrust is kind of an in-between card between engine and non-engine. It can search your engine spells like Branded Fusion and Grass, but it can also be used to search for non-engine cards like Evenly Matched and Talents. You can set engine cards going first like Duplication, and also non-engine cards like Imperm and D-Barrier. This makes Thrust a very flexible card to draw, and helps combat your opponent's end board very well, by having the option of searching for a board breaker if you need it, or engine card if you need that. That being said, while Thrust can be seen as a non-engine card, the card is still really only ever a board breaker and not a hand trap, which means in formats where hand traps are essential for winning the game going second, like against Snake Eyes or Fiendsmith decks, you shouldn't be counting Thrust as part of your non-engine. Something else you can do with Thrust in a best of 3 environment is search for your side deck cards, like Darkruler and Hobby's Feather Duster. It also gives you the option of siding less copies of certain cards with the intention of being able to search for them with Thrust instead of having to hard draw them. Overall, First is pretty standard in Branded, and you should probably play all three, even though the card can contribute to bricks, as it is a hard once per turn, and it does rely on your opponent playing into it, especially going first. Those downsides are well worth the benefits. When it comes to going first, having as many ways to beat handtraps as possible, in particular Ash Blossom and Maxi, is actually kind of mandatory in Branded. Next is Cold by the Grave. This card is pretty simple, and every Branded deck should be playing 2 copies of it. And if the card ever goes to 3, then you're going to be playing all 3 copies of it. 2 of the biggest weaknesses of Branded are Ash Blossom and Maxi. Cold Buy stops both of these cards, and if you don't need to use the Cold Buy because your opponent doesn't have those cards, then it's still a pretty solid disruption to set and use on your opponent's turn. There's no reason not to play Cold Buy, and it's only going to get better when Master Duel releases Perulia and Fluolos as well. So next is Incredible Ecclesia the Virtuous. This card can be special summoned from the hand if your opponent controls more monsters than you do, and it has a quick effect to tribute itself during the main phase to summon Albaz from your hand or deck. The fact that you can summon a Sword Soul with this isn't important for Branded, although if you are playing the Golden Sword Soul, you can technically summon this with this card as well. The idea of why this card could be played in Branded is that summoning Albaz on your own turn with it going second can help break boards, just like how Fusion Deployment does. And going first, having it on your end board gives you the option of summoning Albaz on your opponent's turn as a disruption. Ecclesia isn't played in regular Branded decks because it's just not something that you need. The card going first is pretty much a brick, as it needs to be normal summoned as your opponent won't control any monsters, and you have a lot of much better normal summons that you'd rather summon at start. Going second, the card is more useful, as it does represent another push. Drawing this card alongside Deployment, for example, will allow you to use the Deployment to summon Cartesia, and the Ecclesia will still give you access to Albaz, all without using your normal summon. However, if it's a going second card that you won, then it probably makes more sense to just use the deck slot for a board breaker or a hand trap. A copy of Talents, for example, is going to do a pretty good job of helping break the board, just like an Ecclesia will. One way in which this card has potential is with Despian Lilith. Lilith can special summon Ecclesia from the deck in the end phase, which can then be used to summon Albaz on the opponent's turn. Getting Lilith into the graveyard is possible with Granquinol, Dia Servant, or Maximus, and this combo overall allowed you to generate stronger end boards. In particular, there's some combos in the spreadsheet section that you'll see later on that allow Deployment on its own to be a pretty good combo thanks to Lilith and Ecclesia. Overall though, like I said before, it's not mandatory to play this, so omitting as many bricks from the deck as possible is a really good argument against it. Lilith is also not a card that can be easily fitted into the Branded extra deck. I can see more potential for Ecclesia being played alongside some Branded cards in other non-standard versions of Branded, like Branded Synchro for example, Bystial Runic, or even a version of Fusion Branded in a world where Branded Fusion gets banned. Next is the Bystial Alba Loss. This card is a boss monster for Bystials, however, since Branded is not anywhere close to being a pure Bystial deck, there's no reason to play this. Its effect is going to negate your own monsters if you want to summon it, and the payoff is pretty much nothing. The only place I can see this being useful is in some kind of pure Bystial stun deck. I did briefly consider this card as an option for outing Expelli Noir, however there are much better options for that. Next is the Bystial Aliber. This card is sometimes used in Bystial Runic as a tuner monster that can be searched by Levelian, but it doesn't have a good use in regular Branded. Its effect on summon to discard a card and take one of your opponent's dragon monsters is just too unreliable to be useful. If your opponent has no dragon monsters, then this card does nothing. And it also takes up your normal summon for an effect that is probably just worse than any of your other normal summons. The fact that the Bystial Aliber is treated as full-on of Albaz while on the field or in the graveyard doesn't actually matter, as regular Branded has no trouble getting access to Albaz. The only thing that this card can do is allow the Bystial Serenia to send Albaz to the graveyard. Overall, there's really no reason to play this in Branded though, and it's not even mandatory in Bystial Runic either in my opinion. Albaz the Ashen is another bad branded card. This card's effect to gain attack is pretty useless, and its effect to give targeting protection is impractical because summoning this to your field takes too much investment. Accessing this card through your searches like Branded Lost or Makuria is also not worth it. Its ability to special summon itself is pretty useless, since at best it works as a blocker to stop your opponent's attacks. Summoning random bodies to the field in Branded doesn't really mean much, since you're never link summoning or synchro summoning. The only world where this is potentially useful is against a deck that relies exclusively on targeting effects. However, even then I'm not so sure. Next is Chaos Nephthys. This card can banish any card from your opponent's field, as well as 2 cards from your opponent's graveyard. This means that it's an additional way for your branded deck to deal with back row, and it's generally pretty good at taking away follow-up from your opponent, since follow-up effects very often come from the graveyard, or from continuous spells and traps. For example, things like Original Simple Spoils, Titaniclad, Fire King Island, Nightmare Pain, and Sanguine Summoning. Nephthys combos pretty well with Furious Dragon, as Furious Dragon will allow you to trigger the Nephthys whenever you want, but it will also trigger with Guardian Chimera and Branded Beast. It's not just you that can trigger Nephthys, your opponent can also trigger it themselves, and it will also trigger when either player's card is destroyed. This means that your opponent will sometimes trigger the Nephthys all by themselves with things like Fire King Island or Nightmare Pain. This card is generally really good against fire decks, because it can banish 2 important cards from the graveyard every time it's summoned, like OSS, Princess, Flamberge, and Karunix. It can also banish Fire King Island from the field, which not only removes it from the game, but also triggers it to destroy the opponent's entire board. And this even gets around Fire King Sanctuary's protection as well, since it doesn't destroy. The existence of Nephthys in the graveyard is just threatening for fire decks in general, since most of their proactive removal is going to be with destruction. Things like Kirin, Princess, and Zelantis all trigger Nephthys, which makes it harder for them to play into your board. Nephthys can be accessed by Granguanol, and is generally a pretty good target to go for, especially if you're summoning the Granguanol on your opponent's turn, as it can have immediate impact on that turn. Another way to get Nephthys into the graveyard is by milling it with grass. This is usually the stronger way to use Nephthys, as you will also mill a bunch of extra light and dark monsters that you could use as fuel to summon it. However, it does require you to have drawn grass. The biggest downside to Nephthys is that it requires monsters in the graveyard to banish. It's usually not that hard to get a light and a dark into the graveyard in Branded. However, you will mostly want to keep those monsters in the graveyard for their own uses. This is why it's at its strongest with grass. This card is also a brick to draw, however you can discard it with one of your many discard effects. And it is also a valid target for high spirits, since it is a wind beast, like Rindbrum. Overall, I do think this card is a good option to play, and a lot of Worlds competitors actually chose to play it. That being said, I do think it's specifically a tech for Fire King Snake Eye mainly, but that isn't to say that it doesn't have good uses in other matchups as well. Next is Despian Theatre of the Branded. This is another one of those branded cards that doesn't see play because it's just not really good enough. This card's effect is only marginally better than regular Polymerization, which means it's not likely to be searched for over your better fusion spells like Branded Fusion and Branded in White. The fact that this card had use over multiple turns is not actually that relevant, since Branded is mainly focused on building a board on turn 1, and isn't desperate for more ways to have follow-up on later turns. The extra floating this card gives you is not useful, as it relies on your opponent to play into it for it to be good. Alibur is also the only fairy monster you're ever going to have for this, and you're not usually ending with Alibur on the field, and you're also not always ending with Alibur in the graveyard either. That being said, this card does have potential in a deck that is specifically aiming to summon 3 Masquerades on turn 1. Such a deck would be more like pure Despia than actual Branded, and it might even include Tailorman cards as well. A Tailorman Branded deck might play this card as a way of replacing Polo Rhino, and it can even be played as a search target for Rainbow Bridge. Overall, this card is just not strong enough to see play in regular Branded, but it does have some potential in different versions of the deck. Next is New Frontier. This is a pretty cute field spell with a cute effect, but it's not strong enough to see play in regular Branded. I'd say it's overall a slightly worse field spell than the Despian Theater, since it can't really make any proactive plays. However, it is technically a strong disruption by itself. The idea is that your opponent special summons from the extra deck, and you can then add Albaz from your deck to the hand. And then, when they special summon from the extra deck again, you can special summon the Albaz from your hand, which will then trigger to fuse into Mirror Jade. It's not bad if it all resolves, but it does give your opponent a lot of chance to play around it. This card is also not searchable for some reason, and it is also only useful going first. I can see this card having some potential, but only really in a world where Branded Fusion gets banned. Next is Branded Bond. This card is really disappointing to me. If it was a quick play spell instead, then it would actually be a really solid option to play in the deck. Summoning Albaz as a quick effect is really good, but doing it on a normal spell is relatively underwhelming. You already have a lot of better ways to summon Albaz if you want, like Ecclesia and Deployment, and they can both summon it from the deck, something you can't do with Branded Bond. This card is not good enough to be played in any branded deck at all. Light of the Branded is another bad branded card. It's kinda like a mini Sanctifier, and in fact, it's kinda like what Branded Bond should have been. A quick play spell that can summon Albaz. The problem with this card is that it's just not as strong as other options. The way you would probably access this is with Albion's effect in the Endphase, which means you have to compare it to Branded in Red, Branded Banishment, Branded King, and even Branded Retribution. There are also a lot of other ways to reborn Albaz from your graveyard, like Sanctifier and Quem, but most importantly Rindbroom. Rindbroom is important because it's basically free, as you're always going to get access to it whenever you have Mirror Jade on your end board. This means that you can always revive Albaz from your graveyard as long as you access that Mirror Jade. So using a card like Light of the Branded that only has this one very specific use is pretty redundant. Shoveling back a fusion monster from your field or graveyard is a pretty negligible cost for this card. In fact, it's actually more of an upside than anything else, as it can let you recycle your Albaz fusions from the graveyard. And you can even make flashy plays that involve returning an already used Mirror Jade from your field to the extra deck, so that you can then summon out a new one with the Albaz. You can also target any player's fusion monster, it doesn't have to be your own. So in a mirror match, this card could actually be genuinely good enough to play. However, I don't think there's ever a chance that you main deck this card. Next is Judgment of the Branded. When you first read this card, you might be tricked into thinking that it's actually pretty good. It seems like it could be a searchable quick play Raigeki, which would be pretty strong if it were true. The only problem with this card is that it destroys monsters on the field with equal or higher attack than your fusion monster. All of the fusion monsters in Branded are huge, smallest ones are 2500 attack. That means you don't get to Raigeki your opponent whenever you want. Instead, it's more like removal for just one or potentially two monsters during a choke point in their combo, which is suddenly a lot worse. The second effect of Judgment, to reset itself in the end phase if it was discarded by Albaz, is interesting, but doesn't really save the card from being bad. Screams of the Branded is another card similar to Judgment of the Branded. This card is actually a little bit interesting, as it is an easy way to revive Mirror Jade even from Banished. The fact that it can summon from Banish means you can banish Mirror Jade for Branded in Red, and then summon it back with Screams. It's also easy to meet the condition of a fusion monster being sent to the graveyard that turn, since Mirror Jade sends a monster from the extra deck for cost. The end phase effect of this card to reset itself is also a little interesting. What you can do with this if you have a spare Shrouded Dragon in the graveyard is use the Shrouded Dragon to send Screams from your deck to the graveyard. Since Shrouded Dragon is called for one of Albaz in the graveyard, this will automatically reset the Screams in the end phase. So it's a cute little way of getting a free extra disruption. Overall though, it's definitely not worth playing. Next is Branded Disciple. This card has the ability to negate a monster effect during resolution, which is a powerful effect since it can't be responded to. However, the card in general is still pretty bad. Disciple is a continuous spell, which means it is a target for Lubellion, but the other targets we talked about are all much better than this card. For this card to get its monster negate, you pretty much need to have Coritis on the field, and you then need to resolve Coritis' effect. Going out of your way to summon Crossout is always pretty lame, since it does so little compared to your normal fusion monsters, and waiting to get it for free when your opponent triggers Grand Granol is not something that's good either. You might think that this card is good against Yubel, since a lot of monsters in the Yubel deck are naturally 0 attack. However, it's still not really any better, since you always have to control a level 8 or higher fiend monster anyway, which means you still need to summon the Crossout. Overall, this card sucks, don't even think about playing it. And then the last card I have here for these main deck cards is probably the worst card that has Branded in its name, which is Branded Befallen. Branded Befallen is another janky Luvelian target. Its effect to protect your Bystials from targeting is not that good, since your Bystials are not even boss monsters, they're pretty much just vanillas on the field, so you shouldn't even care if they're being targeted for effects. And the effect to further banish monsters from the graveyard if your opponent tries to respond to your Bystial is only going to be relevant if your opponent's deck is already weak to those Bystials. Overall, don't play this card, except for maybe in a pure Bystial deck to protect your Elder loss. So now moving on to the extra deck monsters, and first up is Mirajade the Iceblade Dragon. This is the main boss monster of the Branded deck. You're always trying to summon Mirajade every single game, usually on your turn 1 end board, and if not, then you're trying to summon it as fast as you can on the opponent's turn. The way you most often get to Mirajade is with Albion and Lubellion. Both of these can summon Mirajade directly, and you'll often chain them together by using Albion to summon Lubellion, and then Lubellion to summon Mirajade. It's also pretty common to summon Mirajade with the effect of Albaz, since the fusion materials for Mirajade are very generic. The reason it's so important to summon this card is that it's just such high value for one card. You can technically have an entire game plan over multiple turns contained within one Mirajade. The main feature of the card is its non-targeting quick effect banish for any monster on the field. This effect is really strong, and it's also really reliable, since most decks are going to be hurt by having their monsters banished. This same effect also generates follow-up, as it requires you to send an Albaz fusion from your extra deck to the graveyard as cost, for example Albion, Titanic Lad, or Sprint, all of which will trigger in the Endphase to generate follow-up. The fact that Mirajade sends with cost means that follow-up is even more reliable than the disruption, since you're still going to be able to get it even if Mirajade gets negated by something like droplets or impalm. That being said, one of the most common monsters you're gonna send with Mirajade is actually Rindbrum. Sending Rindbrum doesn't generate any follow-up for future turns, but it does help create more disruptions on that same turn. If you have Albaz in the graveyard, then sending Rindbrum would allow you to revive the Albaz whenever you want, leading to further disruption via its effect to fuse with the opponent's monsters. Generally, it's best to send Rindbrum with Mirajade whenever there's an Albaz in the graveyard, or if there's a realistic chance of putting Albaz into the graveyard later on in that turn. Something that's kinda confusing about Mirajade is that its effect is not once per turn, but once per 2 turns. It says at the end of the banish effect, but you cannot activate this effect again next turn. What this means is that if you use Mirajade on your own turn, you cannot then activate it on the opponent's turn, but as soon as it becomes your turn again, you can then use the Mirajade. And likewise, if you use it on the opponent's turn, you won't be able to use it on your next turn. We'll have to wait until it becomes the opponent's turn again. What's notable about this part of the effect is that it is part of the effect, meaning that if your Mirajade gets negated, the part preventing you from using it again next turn won't apply, meaning you can still use the Mirajade right away on the next turn. Waiting 2 turns for Mirajade's effect to reset is not really something that comes up very much in most games. The reason for this is partly because games are too quick, ending in just 2 or 3 turns, but also because there's a way to get around this problem altogether. Mirajade's effect to banish is not a hard once per turn, so if you summon another copy, you can use its effect to banish again. Since Mirajade's banish is one of the stronger disruptions you have, it makes sense that you would invest resources on the opponent's turn into removing your own Mirajade after using it, and then re-summoning it to reset its effect. The reason you have to first remove the old Mirajade is that you're only allowed to control one Mirajade. The classic way to reset your Mirajade is to use Branded in Red targeting Albaz, You fuse the Albaz and the Mirrorjade to make Lubellion, and then use Lubellion's effect to summon the second Mirrorjade. Another way to reset Mirrorjade is to use Cartesia and Quem. After using the Mirrorjade's effect, you can fuse it away with Cartesia, and then trigger Quem to revive back that same Mirrorjade. Banishment, Sanctifier, and Ringdom Revive the Albaz are all other ways that you can reset Mirrorjade, providing that you have a way to remove the first one. Mirrorjade also has another effect when it leaves the field by an opponent's card. During the end phase of that turn, you can destroy all monsters your opponent controls. This effect is often misunderstood, so it's important to make sure you know exactly how it works. This effect activates when Mirrorjade leaves the field, but doesn't resolve until the end phase. The trigger is optional, but once you've activated it, you no longer have a choice about whether you can destroy in the end phase or not. You will have to destroy your opponent's monsters. This may not sound like it matters, but there are rare situations where it's better to leave the monsters on the board, so that is something you would have to decide at the time that Mirrorjade leaves the field. During the end phase, you can resolve this destruction at any time you could activate any of your other spell speed 1 effects, like Titaniclad and Cartesia. The only difference is that this destruction doesn't activate, so neither player can respond to it. A nice consequence of this destruction not activating at the time that it resolves is that it gets around any monsters that are unaffected by activated effects, like Chaos Angel, Expelling Noir, and Psychic End punish it. This means that one of your viable outs to those cards includes crashing a Mirrorjade into them, since Mirrorjade does also trigger when destroyed by battle. In order for Mirrorjade to trigger, it does need to be fusion summoned, so if it's revived from the graveyard or from banished, then it won't get its trigger effect when it leaves the field. This is important to remember, so make sure you keep track of where your Mirrorjade was summoned from. Another thing to keep in mind is that flipping Mirrorjade face down, and then flip summoning it back up, does not change the fact that it was fusion summoned. When it comes to what kind of removal actually triggers Mirrorjade, it's pretty much all of them. Being destroyed or banished by card effect will trigger Mirrorjade, but it will also trigger even if tributed by a Kaiju or a Sphere mode, and it will even trigger if used as link material for the opponent's Goddess of the Closed World. The only common form of removal that doesn't trigger Mirrorjade is shuffling it back into the deck, and also banishing it face down with a Kashtira card. I mentioned that one of the common ways to summon Mirrorjade is with Albaz, and this means that Super Poly is also pretty likely to be able to summon Mirrorjade. All you need to do is access Albaz, since your opponent is very likely to have a monster special summon from the extra deck. Most branded lists play 2 copies of Mirrorjade. This is so that you can summon out a second one after you or your opponent removes the first one. And it's also so you can shuffle back Mirrorjade with the Rebellion as material for another Mirrorjade. If you only had 1 copy, then this play wouldn't actually be possible. Since extra deck space in branded is very tight, it is occasionally tempting to want to cut 1 Mirrorjade. However, I don't think this is ever a good idea, as Mirrorjade really is just the best and most practical monster in the deck, so not having access to a second copy when you could have otherwise is not a situation you want to be in. If you're playing branded cards in other decks, like Branded Tier for example, you could easily just play 1. However, in a standard build of branded, you for sure want to play 2. Overall, Mirrorjade is actually the most unintuitive card in the deck in my opinion, so if you're a beginner and this is confusing to you, don't worry, that's because the card actually really is confusing. That being said, understanding Mirrorjade and how to use it is key to doing well with branded. Next is Albion the Branded Dragon. This is the most common monster you're gonna summon with branded fusion, mainly because the card is just really efficient. Summoning Albion with branded fusion is efficient because it usually gives you access to Mirrorjade, Branded Lost, and something like Branded and Bred in the end phase, which is already a lot of a good branded end board. The typical light monster you will use as material for this when summoning it with branded fusion is the Bystial Lubellion. The Bystial Lubellion is really good as it provides a way for you to put the Albion into the graveyard, and it gives you a free Branded Lost. In most turn 1 combos, Albion's on-summon effect Diffusion Summon will summon Lubellion, which will then trigger to summon Mirrorjade. Going through Lubellion like this allows you to keep the Albion on the field, which means you can then tribute it to summon the Bystial Rebellion. Once Albion's in the graveyard, you can use its effect in the Endphase to set one of your Albion targets, like Branded in Red, Branded King, and Branded Banishment. In the case of setting Banishment, you already have a viable target in the graveyard for it, which is the Albion itself. This line is the basis for a lot of your combos, especially the one-card combos, as you'll see later on in the combo section. Even though the Bystial Lubellion is the best light target for this, you can also make it with other light monsters like Cartesia and Quem. Sending Cartesia allows you to access Grand Grenouille, and sending Quem lets you use it as a better target for banishment. The reason you might want to send these different light monsters is because you already have a Lubellion in the graveyard, which could be because you drew it and then activated its effect to search, or because you've milled Lubellion with grass. Albion is in general really good at pushing for damage, as it can pretty reliably put 5500 damage on the board by itself. This is especially relevant on later turns when your graveyard has more cards in it, as you can comfortably summon Mirror Jade or Furious Dragon directly, using only monsters from your graveyard. When it comes to which target for Albion's Endphase effect is the best, the general answer is Branded in Red. However, things like the rest of your end board and the meta decks in the format will change this. Branded in Red doesn't always have a target, for example, which is why banishment is sometimes needed. Also, some decks, like Telemans and the Mirror Match, actually have a harder time dealing with banishment than they do Branded in Red. Branded King can be important for dealing with board breakers if they're common, and even Branded Retribution can be the better card to set in certain situations. Once Light and Darkness Dragon is released, banishment actually becomes the primary set, which you'll see later on in the combo section, as it allows you to easily summon the Light and Darkness Dragon, giving you 3 Omni-Negates. One other thing to note about Albion is that by banishing monsters from your hand, field, or graveyard as material, you can trigger cards like Mercuria and sometimes even Tragedy to get extra advantage, and this can lead to some creative freestyle combos as well. Another thing you can do with Albion in some situations is to summon it but not trigger its on-summon effect. Even though its effect sounds completely free, there are times where it's better to not banish anything so that you can better make use of the monsters used to summon Albion as well as the cards in your hand. An example of a situation like this would be if you drew Aliber as your starter, as well as Cartesia and Branded in Red. Using Aliber as your normal summon and then searching for Branded Fusion, you can use the Branded Fusion to summon the Albion by sending Elbaz and Lubellion to the graveyard. If you then activate the Albion in this situation, the best you can do is banish the Albaz and the Aliber for Lubellion, and use it to make Mirror Jade, and then tribute Albion for the Bystial Lubellion, which then gets Branded Lost. Albion's effect in the Endphase can then set banishment. In this situation, the Branded in Red is useless because there's no target for it, and the Cartesia was never used. There was also no way to trigger Branded Lost on your first turn. However, if instead you opted to not trigger the Albion on summon, the Albaz would stay in the graveyard, allowing you to summon the Cartesia, which then allows you to trigger the Branded Lost in that same turn. Since Albaz is in the graveyard, you now have a target for the Branded in Red, and you can choose between using it right away to summon Mirror Jade or even saving it for the opponent's turn. By the way, this end board is a lot better, and it was only possible because you chose not to activate the Albion's effect. Another use for not activating Albion's effect is to play slightly better around Max C, since some players actually like to hold Max C for the effect of Albion. Overall, most people play 2 Albion, since the second one comes up all the time, either on the opponent's turn or your next turn, so you can't really get away with playing just 1. Next is Lubellion the Searing Dragon. This is another very fundamental piece of Branded's game plan, just like Albion. It is your second most common target to summon with Branded Fusion, and usually you're going to be using this card on summon effect to fusion summon a Mirror Jade. What's nice about Lubellion is that it can fusion summon using materials that are banished in the graveyard or from your field, which means it's pretty much always live, and it's very difficult for your opponent to stop this using removal effects. Most of the time, when you're summoning Mirror Jade with this, you're going to shuffle back the Lubellion itself for its own effect, which is important for your grind game, as it allows you to keep your Lubellion available for more recycling of your engine on future turns. This is the theory behind why you're able to get away with playing just 1 Rebellion, because you can easily shuffle it back into the extra deck for its own effect. The best dark monster to send from your deck to the graveyard as material for this with Branded Fusion is Tragedy, as it will trigger, allowing you to search for Aliber or Quen. The problem with this play specifically is that it requires you to have your normal summon available, otherwise the Aliber or Quen that you search is just useless. For this reason, summoning Lubellion with Branded Fusion and sending Tragedy is usually something that you only do if you were to first access Branded Fusion without using your normal summon. If instead you get to Branded Fusion by normal summoning Aliber or Keeper, it's most likely better to just use your Branded Fusion to summon Albion instead. If you do hard draw the Branded Fusion in your opening hand, this line where you send Tragedy to search for your normal summon is likely to be the best one to go for. In this case, Aliber can search for Branded Red or Branded Lost or whatever you need to extend your combo optimal, as it no longer needs to search for Branded Fusion. There are also some other good dark monsters to send for the summon of Lubellion, like Sarania, Shrouded Dragon, and even a second Albaz. Sending Sarania or Shrouded Dragon can help to complete two halves of the pair that the two of them make together, and sending Albaz allows you to leave that extra Albaz in the graveyard so that it can be revived with Rundbrum. Another option you could send is the dark Floodgate monsters, DD Orthros and DDD Vice King Requiem. Summoning these to your opponent's field with Sanctifier is going to be game-winning a lot of the time, especially Orthros, and especially versus Tempai. Not to do this whole play as a quick effect on the opponent's turn, using Fusion Duplication. If you're not playing a Floodgate monster or you don't need to summon one, using Dupe for Lubellion can also create follow-up by sending Tragedy anyway. Another really important part of Lubellion is that it discards a card from your hand as cost. This discard is what allows you to play as many perks as you do, since you're usually going to need to discard something for Lubellion anyway. Therefore, it's okay to draw one bad card. It can also be used to your advantage when you draw cards with relevant graveyard effects like Retribution and Branded Sword. One thing to note about Lubellion is that it plays around Bystials much better than Albion, as Lubellion doesn't care about having its fusion materials banished from the graveyard. So if you're playing against a Bystial deck like Centurion, then you can consider prioritizing Lubellion over Albion just to play around them. Overall, Lubellion is always played as a 1-0, with the idea being that it can recycle itself. That being said, Lubellion won't be able to recycle itself if you're using it to summon something like Furious Dragon or Sanctify, which means you would lose your only Lubellion forever. For this reason, it would be nice to find space for two, like branded lists used to do in the past. However, there really isn't enough room anymore, which is why you have to settle for playing just one. Next is Albion the Sanctifier Dragon. This card is most well known for summoning Floodgate monsters like Gimme Puppet Nightmare and Jaugen. Gimme Puppet and Jaugen are both banned now, but there are other monsters that do a very similar thing that are still legal, like DD Orphers, DDD Vice King Requiem, and Archlord Christia. The idea behind these cards is very simple. Sanctify can summon any monster to either side of the field, so by summoning cards like Requiem and Orthros to your opponent's side of the field, you can lock them under the restrictions that those cards have. Orthros has a lingering effect that prevents you from special summoning any monsters that aren't fiends, and Requiem has a continuous effect that prevents you from special summoning anything besides DDD monsters. Since it's your opponent that's going to control these cards, they are the ones that are locked. In the case of summoning something like Artifact Scythe, you would instead summon it to your own field so that you get to activate Scythe's effect, and the same is probably true for Christia as well. These floodgates are really strong and are potentially game-winning by themselves. However, they aren't mandatory to play in Branded, and Sanctifier is still a good card even when you're not using it to summon a floodgate. Another way to use Sanctifier is to summon Albaz to your field, allowing you to fuse with your opponent's monsters. Since Sanctifier puts a monster on your opponent's field as well, you can even give your opponent a monster for your Albaz to fuse with if they don't already have one of their own. This is a pretty powerful disruption, and would honestly be a pretty fundamental part of Branded's game plan, and a feature of most endboards, if it wasn't for the fact that Albaz is already easy to revive on the opponent's turn with Rindbrum and Quen. Another part of Sanctifier that is important is that it can't be targeted by your opponent's card effects, which makes it a lot harder to remove with things like SB Little Knight and Unchained Soul of Rage. It's also immune to every runic card and cannot be negated by Imperm. This targeting protection sometimes helps Sanctifier stay on the board for multiple turns, which helps play into the card's next strength, which is the extra grind game that it offers you. Since Sanctify can revive any 2 monsters from either graveyard during every opponent's turn, you can use it during a grind game to constantly revive your Mirror Jades, Furious Dragon, and even Springan's kit to recycle spells and traps. It is also able to revive Quen, which is important because Quen is then able to revive Sanctifier, so if you are able to perfectly control the game, you do theoretically have a very long-lasting resource loop between these 2 cards. This doesn't come up a lot, but when it does, it helps to understand how it works, as it can be the difference between outgrinding your opponent and getting outgrinded yourself. One example of a time where this might come up is if you're trying to outlast an ex-Pearly Noir or Psychic End Punisher. Sanctifier is critical to winning games against unoutable monsters like this, as it's the only card that can give your opponent small monsters in attack position for you to then repeatedly attack into for damage over multiple turns. The other huge use case for Sanctifier is as a way of playing into Max C. If your opponent chains Max C to Branded Fusion, the chances are that the best play is to just summon Sanctifier and give your opponent only 1 draw. Sanctifier can lead to a lot of disruption by itself, if you're able to successfully revive the Owlbears and resolve its effect. If you weren't playing Sanctifier in your extra deck, this auction wouldn't be available to you. Another really good use for Sanctifier is as a way of being evenly matched. By using Sanctifier to summon a monster to your opponent's field, they're now unable to use even matched. And if you summon that monster in defense position, then they aren't able to crash that monster to remove it either. Sanctifier is really good in the branded mirror match. The reason for this is that it can't be used as fusion material, which means it's immune to your opponent's Albaz, Banishment, and Super Poly. Sanctifier can also steal good monsters out of the opponent's graveyard, like their Albaz, Mirror Jade, and Cartesia, so that you can use them for yourself. Another good matchup for this card is against stun decks. Against Runic Stun, Sanctifier is immune to all the runic spells, and as a light monster, it can also still be special summoned if the opponent has a light barrier statue. Against the more pure stun decks that use Fossil Diner and Moon Mirror Shield, Sanctifier is very hard for them to out, as it cannot be targeted by Punishment, Crackdown, or Fairy Tale Luna, and it cannot be fused away with Super Poly either. Sanctifier also has a second effect in the graveyard. However, this effect is basically irrelevant, as it just never comes up. I think I've only ever resolved this effect 2 or 3 times ever in total, and I've probably played thousands of games of Branded at this point. The only thing I will say is that because it's so rare, there is 0 chance that your opponent will play around this with their zone placement. So if it ever does get close to coming up, keep it in mind as your opponent is likely to stumble into it. One last thing to keep in mind about Sanctifier is that it can only be activated during your opponent's turn. So don't make the mistake of summoning it on your own turn, expecting to be able to immediately revive in it. Overall, Sanctifier is mandatory in Branded, but you definitely need only 1. Next is Titaniclad the Ash Dragon. This card is mainly used for its Endphase effect. In the Endphase, if this card is in the graveyard, you can special summon a Dogmatica monster from your deck. The target for this is Quen, which is a good card to have on your end board as it can revive things like Mirror Jade, Albaz, and Cartesia, and its on summon effect helps you get Albaz into the graveyard. Titaniclad can also summon Albaz from the deck, which can often be a lot stronger than summoning Quen if your opponent has a monster on the board for Albaz to fuse it. If you're going second, you will often send Titaniclad to your graveyard with the intention of using it to summon Albaz in the end phase, and then using that Albaz to help break the opponent's board. This is also something you can do if you're triggering Titaniclad at the end of your opponent's turn as well. In general, if you're triggering Titaniclad on your turn, your target is probably Quen, and if you're triggering it on turn 2 or later, your target is likely Albaz. The way you normally get Titaniclad into the graveyard is not by summoning it, but by sending it to the graveyard with Grand Granol, Mirror Jade, or Branded in High Spirits. A lot of turn 1 combos that include Grand Granol will send Titaniclad, and a lot of turn 1 combos that include High Spirits will also send Titaniclad. And this is something that you will see during the combo section. If you don't have Albaz in the graveyard during the opponent's turn, then you don't really want to send Renbrum for the cost of Mirror Jade, so instead you can send Titaniclad. In general, Titaniclad is the second best card to send for Mirror Jade after Renbrum, as it can summon Albaz from the deck during the end phase to help break the opponent's board. Another way to send Titaniclad to the graveyard is with Medea's Servant and Maximus. So if you are playing these cards, then you have even more chances to access Titaniclad during your combos. So this card is mainly used to be sent directly from the extra deck to the graveyard, but you can also summon it from time to time. Summoning Titaniclad is something you can do as a way of putting extra damage on the board, as it will have higher attack than any other Albaz fusion, and this can make the difference between doing lethal damage or not. Alaba, for example, can perform an OTK against an empty board in less than 5 summons by using Titaniclad. Without Titaniclad, there is no way to OTK with just Alaba, and if you do have other cards, it's still not likely that you're going to be able to play around the bureau. Titaniclad could also be used to out big monsters that you otherwise can't attack over, and one rare other use for Titaniclad is as a monster that you can tribute for Lubellion. Sometimes your Albaz has to fuse into this with its effect, since your opponent doesn't control any extra deck monsters, or maybe you already have a Marajade on the field. This is something that comes up against Kashtira cards, Labyrinth, and Rescue Ace quite a lot. Overall, Titaniclad is a much needed part of the deck, it helps a lot with Axis and Gwem, and is also important as the only Albaz fusion in most lists that can summon Albaz from the deck. You can't play without this card, but you do only need one. If you want to recycle this, you can put it back into the extra deck with Lubellion as material for Furious Dragon, as Titaniclad is a Dark Dragon monster. Next is Renbrum the Striking Dragon. The main use for this card is to be sent to the graveyard with Marajade, so that it can then use its effect to revive Albaz on the opponent's turn. By far the most likely way you're going to send this to the graveyard is with Marajade, but you can occasionally send it with High Spirits, Grand Gonal, or by actually fusion summoning into it, and then having it go to the graveyard naturally. Setting up Marajade on the field and Albaz in the graveyard as a basic for most of your end boards allows you to have a solid game plan for disrupting the opponent, and Renbrum plays a big role in that. Renbrum also has an effect on the field, although how impactful this effect is a little dependent on the matchup. Most decks will use the extra deck at some point, meaning that Renbrum will have viable cards to negate. However, some decks will be able to easily clear the Renbrum with their main deck plays first. Fire King cards can pop Renbrum without needing to use the extra deck, Snake Eye can push it into the back row with Flamberge, Tempai can use a board breaker like Raigeki first, and Yubel can summon Phantom of Yubel, which can immediately negate the Renbrum. Another issue for Renbrum's on-field effect is the possibility of your opponent chain blocking important triggers on their extra deck monsters, since Renbrum's effect has to chain directly to the card it's negating. That being said, Renbrum is still a very powerful disruption against a lot of good cards, like Chromebian Princess, SP Little Knight, and Tailorman's Kid Kelos. This effect can also be pretty good at helping to break a board too, by immediately checking certain end board cards like IP Masquerena, Appaloosa, and Kashtira Arise High. When you negate a card with Renbrum, you also get to bounce any monster on the field to the hand. This makes the effect extra powerful as a disruption, as you can bounce the monster you negate back to the extra deck, but you can also return any other monster on the field to the hand instead, including potentially your own cards. Some turn 1 combos actually make use of this by negating your own Marajade with Renbrum, and then bouncing something like Kit, Alaba, or Lubellion back to your hand for follow-up. Negating your own Marajade this way also allows you to get a free send for the Marajade, as by negating its effect, it remains live for the following turn. Remember that if your Marajade is negated, the part of the effect that prevents you from using it again next turn doesn't apply. It's not super often that you summon Renbrum during a turn 1 combo. Usually it's the kind of thing that you only get to do when you have really powerful hands, and you have to go uninterrupted as well. Summoning Renbrum with Branded Fusion can be really good when paired with a Bystial, since you can summon Renbrum using the Courier as material, which you can then banish from the graveyard with that Bystial. Lines like this usually lead to end boards that are above average in strength, however they don't come up that often, and they do play into hand traps pretty poorly. Something important to note about Renbrum is that you cannot special summon it from the graveyard with its effect if it wasn't first properly summoned. This is a question I've been asked a lot of times. If you send Renbrum to the graveyard with Marajade, then it wasn't properly fusion summoned, which means you aren't able to revive it even with its own effect. If you activate Renbrum in this situation, you will only have the option of reviving Albaz. In order to special summon Renbrum with its own effect, you would have to first fusion summon it from the extra deck. Pretty much all branded lists I've seen play one copy of Renbrum, with just a few in the past that sometimes choose to play two during Kashtira format, so that Unicorn didn't banish their own copy. So overall, you should just play one. Next is Sprint the Iron Dash Dragon. This is a card that isn't always played in branded decks. However, the main reason for that is a lack of space in the extra deck. If you could play just one or two more cards in your extra deck, I think Sprint would probably make it into almost every branded deck. This card is an Albaz fusion that, similar to Titaniclad, is mainly used for its effect in the graveyard in the Endphase. Sprint is able to special summon or add to the hand a Springans monster, which in branded is just Kit. Special summoning Kit during the Endphase can allow you to add branded in red from your deck to the hand, and then use that branded in red right away to fusion summon. And adding Kit to your hand can be used as a way of generating follow-up. Sprint can also add Albaz to the hand or special summon it from the deck, just like Titaniclad. Special summoning Albaz in your opponent's Endphase won't allow you to fuse with their monsters, and adding it to the hand can again help with follow-up. Special summoning Albaz in your own Endphase can be a way of breaking boards, or as a way of setting up for plays with cards easier on the opponent's turn. In general, I find that playing Sprint helps mainly because it adds a second target for Birajade that is able to special summon Albaz during the opponent's Endphase. Even though Renbrum is the usual target for Birajade to send, it's not always the right option, as you don't always have Albaz in the graveyard. And after Renbrum, Titaniclad is usually the next best one, because it provides the option of summoning Albaz in the Endphase. However, if you were to use your Titaniclad during turn 1, then you won't have it available to send for Birajade anymore, which means without having Sprint in your extra deck, you are limited to having to send something else, like a second copy of Albion, or the Renbrum anyway, even though you get no value from it. Playing Sprint helps to ensure that you don't run into the situation, and it allows you to use your Birajade multiple times without having to send a resource that you didn't want to. Sprint can also be summoned, although it's something you would do only very rarely. Its effect is able to destroy spell and trap cards, which is actually pretty good when it comes up. You can use this to destroy continuous boss of traps that are providing follow-up for your opponent, like Opening of the Spirit Gates, Nightmare Pain, Kashtira Birth, and even Branded Regained. Or you can even use it to out Floodgates like Beck and Be Only One and Power Sink Stone. One rare use for Sprint is as a way of outing Contact C, as you can use the Contact C as material for Sprint, whereas no other Albaz fusion can be made using Contact C. If you're just playing regular Mastodon ladder, Contact C is not a card you would expect to see much of. But if you are playing in best of 3 tournaments where side decks exists, or a Challenger Cup, where you can play whatever you want at any time, Contact C is a more realistic possibility. For what it's worth though, Guardian Chimera also outs Contact C. And then the last use of Sprint, which is often given as the main benefit of the card, is that it allows Albaz to fuse with anything at all on the opponent's board, so long as it was special summoned. This can be important for matchups where your opponent doesn't often summon from the extra deck, and her monsters aren't lights or darks. Kashtira is really the main example of this, but it can also come up against Fire King and Rescuers. Overall, Sprint is an interesting option that a lot of lists do choose to play, but a lot of lists also don't. Usually you see that lists that don't need to play Mud Dragon or Aurora because they're not playing Super Poly are the ones that have Sprint, since they have more room for it. I think that if you have room for this, you should play it. However, it's definitely not an essential card for having success with Branded. The deck is still able to complete its full game plan in most games without needing Sprint. Next is Brigand the Glory Dragon. This is another Albaz fusion that doesn't really see play. However, unlike Sprint, this card isn't really that close to seeing play either. It's very similar to Titaniclad and Sprint in the sense that it would be mainly played to be sent to the graveyard for its Endphase effect. In the Endphase, if it's in the graveyard, you can search for or summon Albaz from your deck, which has all the same advantages as doing it with Titaniclad and Sprint does. Brigand can also search for or special summon a Tri-Brigade monster, which in standard branded decks is just Mercuria. Adding Mercuria in your own Endphase is nice because it's a negate for the opponent's turn, and if you're using Brigand in your opponent's Endphase, you can summon Albaz instead. Brigand is not really a monster you would ever summon. Even if you were playing it, as its effects in the field are pretty underwhelming, especially compared to the other fusions. If you do summon it though, it can be occasionally useful for its targeting protection, and the fact that it can't be destroyed by battle means it can be a good attack blocker as well. One small advantage of playing Brigand is that it turns Kit into a valid target for high spirits, since they are both beast monsters. There is also one combo you'll see later on in the combo section that actually does use Brigand as part of the combo. Overall, Brigand is kinda cool, but overall you don't need it. You can always search for Mercuria with Branded Lost during the opponent's turn, so there's no need to search for it during the end phase. I don't recommend you include this card in your deck. Next is Albulenitus the Abyss Dragon. This card is interesting as it is the only monster you can play in Branded that you can contact fuse into. What makes it even more interesting is that you can also use any number of monsters your opponent controls for this contact fusion summon as well, so long as the materials are all dragons. Summoning this card is not an activated effect, so it cannot be responded to, just like a Link summon or a Synchro summon. This makes it a good way to get around Omni Negates, and against decks that do have a lot of dragons on their end board, you can actually clear a whole board of monsters with just one Albaz. You don't need to activate the Albaz, you can just normal summon it, or special summon it with deployment. In fact, you can even set the Albaz face down, and you will still be able to contact fuse into Albulenitus. Against Dragon Link, this is a really flashy play, as you can fuse away things like Savage Dragon, Seals, and Borderland Dragon all in one go. Also, against Centurion, it's really good, as you can clear Auxilla and Cosmic Blazar Dragon. One other matchup where Albulenitus can be good is the Branded Mirror Match, as there are a lot of possible dragons that your opponent could have on their end board, and if they ever have Albaz on their end board themselves, you can even contact fuse into Lenitus using only their monsters. Out of everything though, the best matchup for Lenitus is actually Tempai. Using Lulu Lilith to negate the Tempai field spell, and then fusing away their entire field of dragons using Albaz is a solid game plan against that deck. So against Tempai specifically, Lenitus is very strong. In general though, while Albulenitus might sound like a really strong card in theory, because you're getting good removal for free, in practice it's actually a lot worse than it sounds. The removal going second is not free at all, since you have to commit your normal summon, or your fusion deployment, into Albaz, and once Albulenitus is on the field, it is pretty much just a 2500 attack vanilla monster. Its effect to attack multiple times is kind of lame, since you can only attack monsters, and it's only 2500 attack, which isn't even enough to attack over a lot of common boss monsters. It would be better if you could attack directly multiple times, that way it wouldn't feel like as much of a vanilla monster. If you are playing Lenitus, there are some really cool rare combos you can do with Keeper that involve using Keeper's second effect to summon Albaz. Remember that you can use face down dragon monsters as material for Lenitus, so you can use the face down Albaz and the Keeper to summon a 2-material Albulenitus. If you then have a way to get to Mercuria before activating Branded Fusion, you're able to set up a negate for Ash Blossom to protect your Branded Fusion. Although this is a combo that is pretty rad, even if you are playing Lenitus. One last thing to note about Albulenitus is that if you contact fuse into it, it will not trigger Branded Lost, and it will not create a Branded Lost window. This is because summoning Lenitus this way is not considered a fusion summon. Overall, I don't think Lenitus is a great card in general. Even in matchups like Dragon Link and Centurion, it can be a bit of a trap sometimes. The exception to this is Tempai. If you are expecting a lot of Tempai, like in the current format, then it's pretty worth it to play Lenitus, so at least for now this card is good. Next is Granguinal the Dust Dragon. This is not an Albaz fusion, instead it's a Cartesia fusion. You summon this card a lot using Cartesia on your first turn, particularly when you draw fusion deployment. It's not the only target you make with Cartesia, but it is the most common. You typically use this to send Titaniclad to the graveyard in order to then get Quem during the end phase. You can also send Serenia to then put Retribution into the graveyard, and if you've already used the Serenia that turn, you could send Shrouded Dragon instead, so that you can complete the pair with Serenia. This means that you're able to use Granguinal to help access your Branded Fusion, if you don't have a way to search for it directly. If you're playing a level 6 or higher Floodgate monster like Christia or Requiem, then this is going to be the main way that you get them into the graveyard. Granguanol is also a light spellcaster, which means it can be used as the material for Sanctifier, which is how you can then summon these Floodgates to the field. Another target you can send with this effect is Renbrum. Sending Renbrum is something you might do if you're making Granguanol on the opponent's turn, as it can translate into immediate disruption if you also have an Albaz in your graveyard. Pierce Nephthys is another good target that will catch a lot of players off guard. This card is not something most players are going to expect you to send, so it can be pretty clutch, especially if you're making Granguanol on the opponent's turn. Something you can do if you have all the setup you need already is send Garura. The Garura will allow you to draw a card, which would allow you to try and find a non-engine card to back up your full combo. You can also do this on the opponent's turn to draw a card, which might be crucial in order to have a card in hand to discard for the effect of Albaz. Granguanol also has its other effect to special summon a Despian monster from your extra deck, or a Dogmatica monster from your main deck. The main targets for this are Quam and Quiritis. Summoning Quam is usually a higher priority, since Quam can actually affect the board state, and also translates into actual disruption. Quiritis is mainly played to be a backup target for the many times where you already have access to your Quam. Since this effect is not an essential part of the game plan for Branded, you definitely don't want to be including a secondary target in the main deck, since it would just be a waste of space, and it's not worth the amount of times that you draw it. So instead, the secondary target should be in the extra deck. Even though Quiritis' effect is underwhelming, you still want to play it because this second effect of Granguanol is completely free most of the time, so you don't want to ever let it go to waste. If you play more than one Quam, you also have the option of summoning a second Quam from your deck. Even if you already have a Quam on your end board, it is still potentially good to get that second use of the on-summon effect of Gwen. In truth, a secondary target for Granguanol is not actually needed in the deck at all, as it's often either just an addition to an already strong board, or if you're not able to make a good board, is just a way to slow the opponent down a little bit before they inevitably beat you anyway. So you could make a good argument that the backup target should be cut from the extra deck altogether. This second effect of Granguanol is a lot less situational than it sounds. Pretty much every deck in the game will play into this effect at some point during its combos. Some examples of cards that commonly end up triggering Granguanol are Poplar, Flamberge, Garunix, Princess, Spirit of Yubel, Ulti-Canahook, Riseheart, Heavy Borger, Lady Labyrinth, Beast of Starfrost, an opponent's Albion, Fiends with Requiem, Crimson Dragon, Low, Pearly, as well as just about any card in the Telemans deck. Tempai is also a deck that triggers Granguanol, although with Tempai it's important to keep track of when exactly you're allowed to trigger Granguanol. Cards like Genroku, Biden, and Chandra's hand effect will all trigger Granguanol. However, Chandra's damage step effect will not, since Granguanol cannot be used in the damage step. Fadra is also able to trigger it, but only if its effect is used on summon and not during the damage step. You also have to keep in mind that you're often not able to activate effects during the battle phase at all due to Transcendent Dragon or Meteor Burst. There's also the effects to Synchro Summon, which do not in fact trigger Granguanol, as they are making a Synchro Summon happen rather than special summoning a monster as part of the effect. Some other important cards that trigger Granguanol are Bystials, Gamma, and Nibiru. This is important to point out, as they are all handtraps that your opponent could potentially use during your turn 1 combo. If you have Granguanol on your field or in the graveyard by the time those handtraps resolve, you can trigger it, allowing you to special summon Quan during your main phase. This is extra powerful, since it's still going to be your turn, which means you have a wider range of uses for that Quan. Something to note about Granguanol is that you can sometimes use both of its effects in the same chain. If you chain Cartesia to the effect of something like a Bystial, and then summon a Granguanol with it, both effects of Granguanol are going to trigger on the same chain. It's important to make sure that you always use the first effect as chain link 1, and the second effect as chain link 2. If you use the second effect as chain link 1, then you won't be able to activate the first effect, since Granguanol has left its trigger location. So keep in mind that there is only one way to order this. Chain link 1 is your effect to send, and chain link 2 is your effect to summon. One interesting additional option you could play that works well with Granguanol is Despian Lula Lilith. Sending this card to the graveyard will allow you to special summon any light spellcaster whose attack equals its own defense from your hand or deck in the Endphase. This can be Quem, but it can also be Cartesia, and it can even be Incredible Ecclesia the Virtuous. Ecclesia gives you the option of summoning Albaz from the deck as a disruption, and summoning Cartesia means that you don't have to commit your Quem effect to reviving the Cartesia on the opponent's turn. Generally, Lulu or Lilith is not important enough to be worth playing, but it definitely does make your deck stronger, especially when you play it alongside Ecclesia. One tip for using Grangonol is not to rush in activating its second effect on the opponent's turn, especially while the Grangonol is on the field. In slower matchups, it can sometimes be worth more to let the Grangonol go to the graveyard naturally first, so that you get more value out of its body on the field. This won't matter for most matchups, but like I said, in slower ones, like Runic and Labyrinth, this could be something to consider. Overall, Grangonol is a staple in Branded. You can't get away without playing this card. A lot of lists do run just one, but a good amount of lists actually choose to play two as well. You definitely only need one for the game plan of Branded to function. However, a second copy can very often make your gameplay a lot smoother, especially if you're trying to summon a Floodgate with Sanctify. Having the option of summoning one Grangonol on your turn, and then another on the opponent's turn, makes a lot of your plays involving Cartesia and Quem a lot smoother, as you have a very easy monster to summon with Cartesia. That also provides impact on the opponent's turn. The advantage of playing just one is that it saves one extra deck space, which is a big deal since Branded's extra deck is extremely tight. One of the best Branded players in the game right now is Player, and here was their opinion on how many Grangonol should be played. My personal opinion is that you shouldn't play more than one Grangonol, however, it is completely fine to play two if you think you have the room for it. Next is Despian Comedy. This card is played because you can summon it for free with Grangonol. If it wasn't for Grangonol, you probably wouldn't be playing this card at all. However, since it is in your extra deck, it helps to know how you can best utilize its effects. The most obvious way to use Coritis is at the end of your opponent's main phase. You can make all of their monsters 0 attack, and prevent them from being able to attack over your important small monsters like Quem and Cartesia. Since you summon Coritis mostly on the opponent's turn when they trigger your Grangonol, this is how you will most likely be using Coritis. A lot of decks don't really have an issue forcing this card out early and then doing a lot of extra damage afterwards, so it's not really that reliable at preventing an OTK, but it does still make an impact. Decks that usually struggle to OTK, like Labyrinth, would definitely be stopped from doing so by this card. Reducing attack points to 0 is not really strong enough to be considered a disruption. However, against specifically Appaloosa, the attack reduction is pretty much a quick effect negate, since Appaloosa has to reduce its attack in order to resolve its negate. Something that sometimes comes up with Coritis is that your opponent will attempt to end the main phase in order to bait out Coritis' effect. Since the main use for Coritis is just stopping an OTK, you should actually consider allowing them to go into the battle phase anyway, knowing that you can't be OTK'd because what they have on the board currently is not lethal damage. From that perspective, it's actually kinda like Coritis did its job successfully, even though you didn't activate its effect. Another use for the attack reduction is on your own turn. You can use it to reduce the attack of a bunch of attack position monsters your opponent controls, and then attack into them all for lethal damage. Coritis' second effect to float into Albaz or a Despian monster is a nice bonus that makes it a little harder to deal with. However, it is pretty difficult to make great use out of this, since it relies on your opponent to trigger it. It won't trigger when Coritis is destroyed by battle, and it also won't trigger when banished face down by Kushtira monsters, or when shuffled back into the extra deck by something like Dynamondo. When you do get to trigger this though, it is pretty good, as you can summon Albaz and fuse with your opponent's monster, either as a disruption if it's your opponent's turn, or as a board breaking tool if it's your turn. You could also summon Quem and Alaba as ways to extend as well. One way you might trick your opponent into triggering this is by chaining Cartesia to fusion summon it in response to a mass destruction effect like Garunic's Eternity. Overall though, this effect of Coritis, just like its was direct, really only serves to slow your opponent down a bit, as most meta decks are not going to struggle that much with playing around it. Zelantis OTK, for example, can play around Coritis nicely by banishing it with Zelantis and then returning it to the field face down. It won't trigger from this, since Coritis left its trigger location, and it also won't trigger later on when destroyed by Princess or Zelantis, as it has to be face up in order to trigger. One other good use of Coritis is in combination with Super Poly to dodge Imperm and Vela on your Alibi. If your opponent controls a light or dark monster, you can use Super Poly in response to the Imperm to remove the Alibi from the field, therefore allowing its effect to resolve. Overall, Coritis is a card that you probably should play, based on the fact that you can get it for free with Granguinol. It's also going to make your Super Poly plays a little bit smoother, and your banishment plays a little bit smoother as well. That being said, it's not the most important card in the world, so you could consider cutting it if you really needed the space. Next is Masquerade the Blazing Dragon. This is something that is missing from the extra deck of most branded decks these days. The reason for this is very simply that there is not enough space for it. The card is really good as a potential target for Super Poly, in the exact same way that Coritis is, using it to dodge Imperm and Vela on your Alibi. It's also pretty useful when you're going for an OTK, as it will tax the opponent when they try to use effects to keep themselves alive. In tournaments with time rolls, Masquerade also helps you win in time too, which is actually a very important quality of the card. In tournaments where there are side decks, you can actually consider siding one Masquerade just to side into it when there's not a lot of time left on the round. There are also some matchups where Masquerade's burn effect is too much for them to ignore, and so they have to go out of their way to deal with it at some point. Snake Eye, Ritual Beast, and Fluondaries can all be examples of a deck like that. Masquerade is also an immediate auto win against specifically Dinomorphia, which is very funny, and against decks that use a lot of transactional rollbacks like Paleon Labyrinth, Masquerade can be a way of suddenly stealing a game that would have otherwise been quite complicated. The way Masquerade's burn effect works is that it applies immediately before the opponent activates their card or effect. Masquerade does not activate, so it cannot be responded to, and since the burn happens before the card resolves, any cards that would remove Masquerade, like Waigeki or Lightning Storm, will still cost your opponent the 600. I personally really like Masquerade, and I'll always play it if I get the chance, but the optimal way to play Standard Branded probably doesn't include it. I sometimes replace Coritis for Masquerade, since they do fulfill a similar role. The only difference is that Masquerade cannot be summoned with Granguinol. In other versions of Branded, like Branded Tier for example, Masquerade could be a good additional option for going first, as it's a lot easier to make with the extra fusions from Havness and Sharon, and you could even play multiple Masquerades and make the stacking burn part of your main win condition. Next is Garura, Wings of Resonant Life. This card is played because it's one of the best generic targets for Super Poly. A lot of archetypes generally have monsters that have the same type and attribute. There's some current meta examples like Yubel with Dark Fiends, Tenpai with Fire Dragons, and Snake Eye with Poplar and Ash, but it's also just true in general across a lot of different decks and formats. This means you can pretty reliably disrupt your opponent on their turn with a Super Poly, fusing away 2 of their monsters into Garura. When you're using Super Poly as a board breaker, Garura can still be an option. Some decks like Sprite for example can have their end board broken by a Super Poly summoning Garura. However, in general, end boards do tend to be a bit more mixed with types and attributes because of generic end board pieces like Apollousa and Masquerena. For this reason, Super Poly for Garura tends to be a play that you do more often on your opponent's turn as a way of removing 2 monsters from their field as a disruption. Against Snake Eye, the best time to do this is usually when they have Ash and Poplar in the field. Removing Ash here could deny them access to Flamberge, and there's a chance that if you wait any longer, they can actually play around Super Poly or threaten to remove it using cards like Linkery Bow, Nightmare Phoenix, and SB Little Knight. Against Yubel, it can be harder to deny them their combo pieces with this, but everything is still a Dark Fiend, so you can remove 2 monsters whenever it looks like they might be trying to summon Yama. Against Tenpai, you can consider removing their monsters as soon as they are threatening to summon Black Rose Dragon. However, you need to watch out for Sangan summoning, since it will protect their monsters from Super Poly. So if you are playing Super Poly in your branded deck, it makes a lot of sense to be playing Garura, since the card works so naturally with it. However, there are still uses for Super Poly without Garura, so you could consider not playing this card even if your deck is playing Super Poly. The reason to do this would be either to make space in the extra deck for other cards, or if the format has a lot of decks that don't play monsters with the same type and attribute. That being said, Garura is also not just a Super Poly target, as it does also have other relevant effects. One other use for this is to send it directly from the extra deck to the graveyard with Granguanol in order to draw a card. This is something you might do if you're completely boozing and your last resort is to try and draw something off the top of your deck. And you might also do this in the exact opposite situation too, where you already have everything you need to win, and you're just drawing a card because there's nothing else you need. If you're playing this as stun, and most of your engines will be useless under certain Floodgates, then this could be an option where you send Garura to try and draw a card, so that you can draw through your deck to find your elves faster. You can also send Garura to the graveyard with Nadia's Servant and Dogmatic Mexodus. In fact, if you're playing Nadia's Servant, Garura is pretty mandatory for optimal lines. And then the last use you might get out of Garura is for its double damage effect. When Garura hits your opponent directly, it does 3000 damage, which means it's not unthinkable that you could need this for an OTK, as there is only a fairly limited number of other 3k beaters in the branded extra deck. Garura can be summoned by a lot of the usual fusion summon effects, like Albion, Dobellion, and Branded in White, and you can of course use Super Poly on your own monsters in the battle phase to summon Garura as well. Overall, I think this card is worth playing if you're playing Super Poly, and I think it's even worth playing without Super Poly if you are playing the Nadia's Servant package. If, however, you're not playing either of those, then Garura is probably a wasted spot in the extra deck, as its uses with just Granguanol or as an optional monster to summon sometimes are definitely not worth it, and it's better to just play a different card instead. Next is Mud Dragon of the Swamp. This card is similar to Garura in the sense that it's mainly played as a Super Poly target. While Garura is more suited to being used as a Super Poly target on the opponent's turn, Mud Dragon is generally more suited to being the Super Poly target for your own turn, as it's generally more likely to be summonable with 2 monsters on your opponent's end board. 2 monsters with the same attribute with different types is less restrictive of a requirement than 2 monsters with the same attribute and type. Against the Snake Eye Fire King end board, for example, Ambler Whale plus Avata can be fused into Mud Dragon, as can Ambler Whale plus Flamberge. Baron plus Appaloosa can be fused into Mud Dragon, which is relevant against decks like Super Heavy Samurai and Vanadium. Voiceless Voice endboards are entirely light monsters, any 2 of which can be fused into Mud Dragon, and there are many more examples. You can also sometimes make Mud Dragon on the opponent's turn by using the card as a disruption. If a fire deck like Snake Eye or Rescue Ace tries to make a play with Promethean Princess, Super Poly is a really good way of shutting that down. Against Rescue Ace, sometimes Mud Dragon is needed to prevent Turbulence from resolving, as some of the Rescue Ace monsters have different types, which makes Garura not always possible to summon. Once Mud Dragon is on the field, it does have a pretty useful effect. Being able to protect your monsters from targeting is a nice effect to have at any point in the game, but especially right away when you use Super Poly to clear the opponent's endboard monsters and then use Mud Dragon to call Dark to protect your Alga from their Imperms and Veilers. Branded is mostly dark monsters, with a few light monsters sprinkled in, so you can get pretty good coverage from Mud Dragon calling Dark for the rest of the turn. Your Albion effect, for example, will also benefit from Mud Dragon's protection later on. There are a few examples of cute tricks you can do with Mud Dragon, since its effect actually also prevents your opponent from targeting their own monsters as well. If you call Fire with Mud Dragon, Princess is unable to use its effect in the graveyard, since it can't target a fire monster the opponent controls. If you call Dark against Elements, Kid Colors cannot use its second effect to target itself, and you can also prevent Vanquish Soul from targeting their own monsters with Heavy Borger and Seize It. Another cute trick you can do with Mud Dragon is in combination with Rindbum. Rindbum can chain to your own monsters, so you can use Mud Dragon's effect to call an attribute, and then negate it with Rindbum, allowing you to bounce a monster at any time you want. This is something you can do as a disruption, or just for free value at the end of your opponent's turn, or even at the start of your own turn to bounce your own starters back to hand. So because of Mud Dragon's value on the field, you can sometimes summon it with your engine in order to play against certain decks that rely a lot on targeting. Rescue Ace, Runic, and even Fairy Tail Luna Stun are all examples of decks that need to play a lot of targeting cards. Overall though, Muddragon is generally just a super poly target. Just like Aurora, while it has other uses, they aren't enough on their own to make the card playable due to how tight the branded extra deck is. Next is Guardian Chimera. This is one of Branded's iconic power plays. The idea is that you summon this as a quick effect on your opponent's turn with Branded in red, turning its effect into a really impactful disruption. Chimera destroys cards and draws cards, which means in addition to being a disruption, it can also generate follow-up. When you use Chimera, often you will have a choice between destroying 2 cards and drawing 1, or destroying 1 card and drawing 2. These 2 options both sound pretty good, and you might think that they are both used pretty equally across different situations. However, in practice, using Chimera to destroy 2 cards is the much more relevant way to use it. The reason for this is that at the part of the game where you're normally trying to use Chimera, the most important objective at that time is usually just to disrupt your opponent from playing. Remember that you're summoning Chimera with Branded in red, and on the opponent's turn, which means you've already performed your turn 1 combo, and are now using your end board to disrupt your opponent. Generating follow-up is important for Branded, however, you never need to rely on Guardian Chimera drawing cards for this, as you have plenty of other guaranteed ways to create follow-up, like the Endphase effects of your Albaz fusions and Cartesia. Something you can't do with Chimera is go all the way to either side, and draw 3 cards or destroy 3 cards. Chimera does stipulate that you have to use at least 1 monster as material from your hand, and at least 1 monster from the field, and of course 3 monsters overall, which means there are only 2 options for how to use Chimera. Chimera's effect to destroy 2 cards is a powerful disruption. At its core, it's simply able to remove 2 cards at the same time, which is stronger than a lot of your other disruptions. And also the fact that it could destroy any kind of card, like monsters, spells and traps, face-ups, face-downs, is also really good. The fact that it doesn't target is extra good, and something that makes Chimera's effect even stronger is Branded Lost. If Branded in red was activated as Chainic 1, then your opponent wouldn't be able to respond to your Chimera effect due to the Branded Lost window, which means they can't negate it or do something otherwise to prepare for their cards being destroyed. If they wanted to resolve something before Chimera resolves, they need to chain it to the Branded in red, which is very preemptive and therefore easier for you to exploit by summoning Chimera in a slightly different way, or maybe not even summoning Chimera at all. So Chimera is one of your strongest disruptions, and it used to be a core part of the game plan back in the original versions of Branded, which leads a lot of players to believe that it is still the core part of Branded's gameplay. In reality though, I don't think this is true. To me, Chimera is more of a situational card that comes up sometimes, rather than a core part of the game plan. The reason I think this comes down to the way that you typically want to sequence your disruptions with a Branded end board. If you consider an end board like this, for example, it has Mirror Jade, which is a disruption, it has Branded in red, which is a disruption, and it has Albaz in the graveyard, which combined with Rainbrim results in a 3rd disruption. And it also has Branded Lost, which can search for Mercuria as a 4th disruption as well. With an end board like this, sequencing your disruptions is very important, as you can only really access all of your disruptions if you sequence them in the right order. For starters, the target for Branded in red here is just Albaz, and the material for Chimera would have to be the Mirror Jade and the Lubellion from the field, as well as the Albaz from the hand when you add it back with Branded in red. Going for Chimera as your first disruption would immediately kill the rest of your disruptions, as you'd be removing your Mirror Jade, as well as the Albaz from the graveyard. Searching for Mercuria with Branded Lost also doesn't do anything without an Albaz fusion on the field, which Guardian Chimera is not. In order to make the most of this end board and use all 4 disruptions, you would have to save the Branded in red for last, making Chimera your last disruption. You would start with Mirror Jade, banishing it upon this monster, and you'd send Renvum to the graveyard as cost. Then you can use the Renvum to revive the Albaz, and use its effect to fuse away it upon its monster, which would then put the Albaz back into the graveyard, as well as trigger the Branded Lost to search for Mercuria. In this position, if your Albaz was able to fuse into another Albaz fusion, then you are now free to use the Branded in red, targeting the Albaz, to then summon Chimera, so long as you leave an Albaz fusion on the field so that you can still use Makuria. If Albaz wasn't able to put another Albaz fusion onto the field, then in order to still use Makuria, you need to wait until after using the Makuria negate before going for Chimera. This is just one example of a possible branded endboard, but this concept of ordering disruptions being important, especially when it comes to branded in red, is actually pretty common throughout a lot of different endboards. What this all means is that using branded in red to summon Chimera can sometimes be a little awkward on certain endboards, as using it too early can take away from the rest of your disruptions. That being said, don't get the wrong idea, Chimera is still a very strong card, and summoning it with branded in red is still absolutely a powerful play, and you're gonna do it a lot. You just have to be careful with exactly how and when you do it. Another important part of Chimera is that it's one of the few ways branded has to deal with back row. While Furious is in general the main way you deal with back row, Guardian Chimera is still pretty good. Setting up branded in red when you go first against a back row deck means that you can clear 2 of your opponent's back row in the end phase using Chimera. This is really good, as it helps you overwhelm them with card advantage, which is exactly how you want to win against decks like Labyrinth and Paleo. And it also has a good chance of destroying powerful Floodgates before they can be flipped, like Skill Drain, Rivalry, and there can be only one. Adding Floodgates is the main advantage to this play against stun decks as well. You can also use Chimera going second to help break a board, as branded in red is not limited to being used on the opponent's turn. Using it on your own turn can help you dodge things like Imperm and Veiler, as you confuse away the monsters on your field into Chimera before the Imperm or Veiler solves. Something else you can do when using Chimera going second is to chain block its effect with another trigger. Something like Makuria or Tragedy, for example, can trigger when banished by branded in red, so you can use those as a chain link too to prevent your opponent from being able to negate Chimera with something like Baron, Appaloosa, or even Ash Blossom. You can also create a chain block using branded Lost or Quem, or by using certain other quick effects in response to your branded in red, like Cartesia or branded opening. Something else that's important to keep in mind when breaking a board with Chimera is that you can also summon the card with branded in white. This is not always as effective or as common as summoning it with branded in red, since branded in white is not a quick effect, but it is still for the most part exactly the same. Guardian Chimera used to be a more relevant part of branded, back before it had all of its support. When the deck didn't have Cartesia, Renbrum, or Quem, using branded in red to summon Chimera was actually crucial to having a strong enough endboard. Mirror Jade on its own was not enough, so you needed Chimera to make up the difference. One of the cards that was played in this earlier version of branded was Ad Libitum Despian. This card worked really well with Chimera, as you could use this card with branded in red to banish it alongside Mirror Jade as the materials for Chimera. Adlib would then trigger to resummon the Mirror Jade, which would then be able to use its effect to banish again. Something else that worked really well with Chimera in the past was the Patchwork engine. You could use Polymerization on your own turn to summon Chimera and use its effect as a means of breaking a board. This was made easier by the fact that the Patchwork engine was also capable of searching for Edge and Chains, which was a free extra monster you could use as material from the hand. Playing Chimera in a build of branded that has the Patchwork engine also lets you take advantage of Chimera's second effect, which is that it cannot be targeted by card effects while Polymerization is in the graveyard. Since branded has gotten stronger though, the need for Chimera largely disappeared, and like I've said, it's now just more of an option. One important thing to keep in mind with Chimera is that it requires 3 monsters with different names, so you can't use 2 of the same monster. You can however use stuff like your handtraps, Ash Blossom, Maxi, or whatever else you might be playing as material if you need to. Another important thing to remember is that Chimera can only get its effect when summoned by a spell effect. Using Cartesia to summon Chimera is a classic beginner mistake, as it is a legal play, however the Chimera won't be able to activate its effects if you summon it this way. And then the last thing I want to mention about Chimera is that it has 3300 attack. In general, getting over 3000 attack is a critical threshold, as most boss monsters do seem to cap out at 3000. So Chimera is a very strong part of branded that is probably going to be in your list. That being said, I do think Chimera is not quite mandatory and can actually be cut for other cards if you really want. I personally have had a lot of success with Branded on things like the rated ladder, at tournaments, and in Duelist Cups while not playing Chimera at all. However, I am honestly uncertain about whether or not it was optimal to not play Chimera at those times. So overall, without complicating it too much, I'd say that Chimera is optional in Standard Branded. Next is Borrowload Furious Dragon. This card is mandatory in my opinion, definitely more so than Chimera. There's never been a format since I started playing Branded that I didn't want this card in my deck. The main use for Furious Dragon is removing spell and trap cards, which is important in Branded since you only have a limited number of ways to do it. Compared to the other main option for back row removal, Guardian Chimera, Furious Dragon is by far the best. The main reasons Furious Dragon does it better than Chimera is that it's a quick effect that you can use at any time. So you can use it right away after summoning it, or you can just use it at the end of your opponent's turn on a card that they just set. You can chain it to the effect of the field spell or continuous spell in order to effectively negate it, and you can even use Furious Dragon during a Branded loss window so that your opponent can't respond to it. Another thing is that you can use its effect again and again, turn after turn, without needing any setup. As a result of this, you can comfortably snipe random back row in your opponent's Endphase with Furious without worrying about not having the out to a potential Floodgate on your next turn. The only thing that Furious Dragon can't do that Guardian Chimera can is destroy 2 cards at the same time. So in a situation where it's essential that you remove 2 cards, only Guardian Chimera will do the job. Similarly, if your objective is just to create card advantage over your opponent, Chimera again does a better job than Furious. That being said, in pretty much all of the situations, Furious Dragon is a more useful tool, as it's just more flexible and precise. You can think of Guardian Chimera as being like a sledgehammer, and Furious Dragon as being a smaller handheld hammer. Chimera might be more powerful, but good luck trying to be precise with it, and good luck trying to use it more than once. You can pretty easily summon a Furious Dragon using most of your standard ways to fusion summon. Albion can summon this, Lubellion can summon this, Cartesia, Branded in White, even Albaz's effect can summon Furious Dragon, since its materials are dark dragons, and Albaz is a dark dragon. The materials of 2 dark dragons are very easy to access as well. Albion and Albaz are dark dragons, as well as Titaniclad, Shroud Dragon, Keeper of Dragon Magic, and all of the Bystials. You won't normally summon a Furious Dragon on turn 1, instead it's something you usually make on the opponent's turn, or on your own follow-up turns. It's also not something you have to make exclusively to deal with back row, as it can still target monsters with its effects as well. Since you can only control 1 Mirror Jade, Furious Dragon often gets summoned with your extra resources just because it's an extra disruption that you have the means to make. If you're ever resolving Albaz on the opponent's turn, and making Albion for example, then one of the most likely monsters you're going to summon with that Albion is Furious Dragon. And when you do this, you can use things like the Albion, Titaniclad, and Sireneer that you might have used on turn 1 as material from the graveyard. This play is even nicer when you're using the Lubellion, since it will also recycle some of the resources in the process. One card that has some good synergy with Furious Dragon is Branded Opening. Using Branded Opening's effect in the graveyard to protect a fusion monster will allow you to use Furious Dragon's effect without needing to actually lose one of your own monsters. Even target itself, for example, and then during resolution, use Branded Opening to protect the Furious from being destroyed. Another card that has good synergy with Furious Dragon is Chaos Nephthys. Nephthys will trigger when any card is destroyed by Furious, meaning that your Furious Dragon effectively becomes 2 disruptions in 1. Furious Dragon can also be revived with cards like Banishment and Sanctifier, allowing you to still have access to its back row removal even after your opponent clears your Furious Dragon the first time. A trick you can do with Furious is to dodge Imbalm and Vela on Alaba by destroying it in response. And another trick you can do is to destroy your own Mirror Jade after using it, so that you can then clear the way for summoning another one. And finally, the last thing I want to mention that is important about Furious Dragon is that you can sometimes summon it with Super Poly using your opponent's monsters in certain matchups. Centaurian, for example, plays a lot of Dark Dragons, as does the Mirror Match, Dragon Link, and also any deck that decides to play Bystials. There is a second effect on Furious Dragon, and if you're playing Verte Anaconda, it can technically be used. However, this effect is genuinely the single least relevant effect in the whole deck. You are, in my estimate, hundreds of times more likely to win a game because of Sanctifier's graveyard effect than you are with Furious's. So, overall, I think Furious is a mandatory part of Branded. You need to play this for efficient back row removal, and as an additional boss monster to channel your resources into. I don't think this card is cuttable at all. Next is Predaplant Dragos Depelia. This is another card similar to Furious Dragon that has a relevant disruption on the opponent's turn. As a quick effect, it can negate the effects of a monster and make that monster become level 1. It's important to realize that this card only negates activated effects, not continuous ones, and it only negates while Dragos Depelia is on the field. On the other hand though, the counters it puts onto monsters will remain there even when the Dragos Depelia leaves the field. So those monsters will remain level 1 forever. The level modulation can sometimes be useful by itself. This can disrupt synchro or Xyz plays, and against Bystials, for example, you could prevent Libellion from summoning itself from the graveyard since the Bystial is no longer level 6. Dragos Depelia works very well with Branded Banishment. The reason for this is that the most likely monster you're going to be able to fusion summon with Banishment is Dragos Depelia. Albion, the most common target to revive with Banishment, is a fusion monster, which means there only needs to be a dark monster on either side of the field for Banishment to be able to summon Dragos Depelia. This is a pretty strong play to do early on in the opponent's turn, because it lets you use Dragos Depelia's negate against more potential targets, and also lets you search for Mercuria with Branded Lost earlier on as well. Dragos Depelia also works well with Super Poly. Unlike Gorura and Mud Dragon, Dragos Depelia has a useful effect on the field, which means if you're ever able to fuse your opponent's monsters into this, it's much stronger than just making Gorura or Mud Dragon. Dragos Depelia is also really easy to make with your own deck's monsters, as you're playing a lot of fusions and most of your monsters are also dark. So if you're ever going for lethal with Super Poly in your battle phase, it's very likely that you're going to be able to fuse your own board, no matter what it is, into Dragos Depelia. One other important use for Dragos Depelia is as a means of clearing your Mirror Jade on your opponent's turn, so that you can then replace it with another one. As I just mentioned, it's really easy to summon Dragos Depelia with your own monsters, and Mirror Jade can be used as one of those materials. The idea is that you use Cartesia to fuse away your own Mirror Jade, and then revive it back with Quem. The monster that you're likely to be summoning with that Cartesia is in fact Dragos Depelia. Overall, Dragos Depelia is a very good card in Branded that has a lot of useful applications. However, it's not absolutely essential for your game plan. If you're not playing Banishment in your deck, then Dragos Depelia actually becomes less needed, and especially without Super Poly, it becomes even less needed. I wouldn't say this card is mandatory, but if you are playing it, Banishment and Super Poly that is, it's probably better to play Dragos Depelia. Also, once Light and Darkness Dragon is released in Master Duel, it is going to replace Dragos Depelia for the most part. Next is Predaplant Verte Anaconda. This is the only Link monster that sees play in standard Branded decks, and its main purpose is to copy Branded Fusion with its effect, and summon Mirror Jade using itself as material. You have to summon Mirror Jade directly with Verte, instead of going through Albion or Libellion first, because Verte's effect locks you out of special summoning for the rest of the time after it resolves. When you summon Mirror Jade with Verte, it's actually a bit stronger than when you normally summon Mirror Jade, since by going into Mirror Jade directly, the Fallen of Albaz gets to stay in the graveyard, allowing it to be revived on the opponent's turn with Rinbram. This is why summoning Sanctifier with Verte is not necessary, as you already have the means to use Albaz on the opponent's turn by going for Mirror Jade instead. One thing that Verte is pretty famous for is playing around Ash Blossom, since Verte's effect cannot be ashed, even if it's attempting to copy something that can be ashed. The way you normally use Verte to play around Ash and Branded Fusion is to forego searching for Branded Fusion and instead focus on summoning 2 monsters to the field without locking yourself into fusions. This isn't as trivial as it sounds, since a lot of the cards that special summon monsters to the field in Branded actually do lock you into fusions, like opening and deployment. So instead you normally get 2 bodies using things like Cartesia, Kit, and Bystials, as well as your normal summon. Playing around Ash like this normally leads to a weaker end board, however it can still be pretty strong depending on what you draw. The minimum end board for a Verte play is still Mirror Jade plus Albaz in the graveyard, so if you can pair that with a Branded in Red, a Duplication, or some non-engine cards, then your end board is definitely not too weak. Sometimes making a Verte play is something you can do in response to getting handtrapped, in which case your end board doesn't always have to be as strong, since your opponent is already down 1 card. Alaba plus Lubellion, for example, would never normally aim to summon Verte. However, if your Alaba gets impound, then the backup plan would be to link some Verte using the Bystial and the Alaba. Also, there are some branded hands that have no other option but to go for Verte. For example, if your only playable engine cards are Rebellion and Tragedy, then the only way you can make a play here is with Verte. One other thing that comes up sometimes is using Verte on later turns to copy Super Poly, which can be a good way of outing something like Baguska. It could also be used as a way of clearing some monsters that might otherwise be annoying to get rid of, like Kirin or Fadra. Something important to keep in mind when going for Verte plays is that you cannot special summon for the rest of the turn after it resolves, which includes summoning in the end phase with Titaniclad. This means that if you are going to use High Spirits or Gramguinol, it's better to send Albion rather than Titaniclad, since Albion will still be able to get value in the end phase. Overall, Verte is kind of needed in Branded. It helps make awkward hands playable, and it can also let you outplay against an obvious Ash Blossom. Like I said already, there are hands that need to pivot into Verte after being hand-trapped, and there are also times where your hand loses so hard to Ash that you have no choice but to go for a Verte play to play around it. If you weren't playing Verte, then a lot of these situations would result in losses instead of potential wins, meaning you're very likely to miss Verte if you cut it. I think the card is mandatory, however it is technically not impossible to play without it. Next is Despian Comedy. This card is an alternative to Coritis. Most of these cards are usually only ever included in Branded because they can be summoned for free with Gramguinol's second effect. In general, Coritis is played because it can make it harder for your opponent to OTK, increasing your survivability. Comedy can also do a similar thing, since it's a 3200 attack body that is capable of summoning back another blocker from your opponent's graveyard. Unlike Coritis though, Comedy has the potential to make some pretty powerful plays, like stealing boss monsters out of your opponent's graveyard. Baron de Fleur, SB Little Knight, and Chaos Angel, for example, are all very powerful monsters that you can steal and then use for yourself. You can also choose to banish monsters instead of summoning them, which is something you might do against cards like Princess. When it comes to actually fusion summoning Comedy, it is harder to do than Coritis, since it requires 3 monsters as material. This makes it much harder to use than Coritis in practical situations, like as a way of dodging imperm on your Alaba, or as a super poly target. When it comes to the Branded Mirror Match, Comedy is actually a really good card, as it can steal important monsters out of your opponent's graveyard, like Mirror Jade and Furious Dragon, or banish important monsters like Albion and Brynbrim. It also acts as a stronger target for super poly and banishment. If you are going to use Comedy, it's important to be aware of what monsters you can legally summon from the opponent's graveyard. Anything that wasn't properly summoned from the extra deck first cannot be special summoned with Comedy. To this day, one of my favorite lines in Branded is using Comedy. Against Sword Soul's standard end board of Baron, Chi-Xiao, and a Protoss luck, you can use Comedy to completely break this board if you have Super Poly and a Despia. You use Super Poly to fuse the Despia with the Chi-Xiao and the Protoss into Comedy. Comedy then attacks over the Baron, and you can then revive the Baron to your field in main phase 2. This is a game-winning play when it resolves. While Sword Soul is a little bit outdated now, Ritual Beast is currently still using Protoss, so a similar play could be made in that matchup too. Overall, Comedy is an interesting alternative to Coritis. I don't personally prefer it over Coritis, however the difference between them is admittedly pretty small. Both of them will have specific uses that make them worth playing over the other. However, really both of them are equally fine. One thing I will say though is that even though I think Coritis is slightly smoother to play when it comes to Super Poly and Banishment, playing a card that your opponent expects less definitely has its advantages. Even if Coritis is slightly more optimal, for example, and therefore more commonly played, playing Praskinian instead is still going to catch a lot of people off guard, and it might make them misplay. Next is Magnum the Reliever. This is a card that doesn't see much play in standard branded decks, however it's not actually a terrible card. In TCG decklists like this one, Magnum seems to be more popular, but in Master Duel this card is pretty much non-existent. This card offers two things. The first thing it offers is follow-up by recycling cards from your graveyard, as well as drawing cards. And then the second thing it offers is a disruption. The issue with this card is that while its effects are okay, they aren't overly powerful, so other options are almost always better. The effect to recycle Branded Fusion is not actually that needed, since Branded Fusion is very easily accessible from the graveyard anyway. In fact, I'd argue it's maybe even more accessible from the graveyard than it is from the deck. The disruption that Magnum has is also pretty mid. Targeting one card on the field and destroying it is a solid effect, but it's nothing special, especially when compared to Mirror Jade, Furious Dragon, Chimera, Rindbrum, and Sanctify. Having to chain directly to a card or effect, as well as banish a fusion spell from your graveyard, also makes this effect situational on top of being mid. You can banish Super Polymerization for this, as well as Fusion Deployment. It doesn't just have to be Branded Fusion. But if you don't have those cards, then you might have to banish the Branded Fusion in order to use this, which is not very ideal. Magnum is a little better in other builds of Branded, like a Runic version for example, or a Chimera version, but in Standard Branded, it's not really worth the extra deck slot. The one thing that this card had going for it is that you can forcibly draw a card during the course of your combos, which isn't something you can do a lot of. However, overall, again, I really just think this isn't worth it. Next is Light and Darkness Dragonlord. This card is not yet released in Master Duel as of the time of making this video. However, when it does release, this card will be an immediate staple in every good Branded deck. What makes this card so good is that it's an Omni-Negate, and not just one Omni-Negate, but 3 Omni-Negates. Even though the card's effect is mandatory, so it will negate whatever card gets used first, it's still a really powerful disruption. You might think it's awkward because your opponent can bait it out with bad cards, and also because it negates your own cards as well. However, in practice, I don't think these are huge weaknesses, because your opponent still only has a limited number of plays, so negating 3 of them is almost certainly going to have an impact. When it comes to negating your own cards, all you have to do is not activate anything of your own until you've used all 3 negates from Light and Darkness Dragon. You can summon this card pretty easily using Banishment. The most common target to revive with Banishment is Albion, which is half the material required to summon this card. If you have the Bystial Rebellion on your field from your turn 1 combo, then you can use it alongside the Albion to summon Light and Darkness Dragon, Banishment. And this is actually the exact line that you'll see in most of the turn 1 combos from the combo section. Aside summoning it with Banishment, you can also pretty easily summon this with any of your other ways to fusion summon as well. If you ever summon Lubellion on the opponent's turn, then you can pretty easily summon Light and Darkness Dragon, since level 8 Dark Dragons are very easy to come by in Branded. If you play with this card a lot, I'm sure you will realize just how easy it is to summon in practice. One thing to note about this card's negate effect is that it does only negate monster effects or the activation of spell and trap cards. What it doesn't negate is the effects of spell and trap cards, so anything that is already face up on the field or that activates in the graveyard is not going to be negated by this card. What this means is that when you fusion summon this card with Banishment, or by any other means, you can actually trigger Branded Blast and resolve it. This makes a lot of the one-card combo lines better, as you can still easily access Makuria for that extra negate after you summon this card. If you have other triggers when this card is summoned, like Quan for example, you can easily play around this card negating your own cards by ordering your chain links correctly. If Branded Lost is the highest chain link, then Light and Darkness Dragon won't negate anything. Similarly, Branded Lost also prevents your fusion summon effects from having their activation negated, even by your own cards. So even while Light and Darkness Dragon is on the field, cards like Albaz, Cartesia, Albion, and Lubellion will still resolve normally. The second effect of Light and Darkness Dragon is also really relevant. Being destroyed by an opponent's card includes being destroyed by battle, which means it's not as trivial for the opponent to get around this card's floating effect as it is with Kuroshina. If you have Albaz in the graveyard when this card is destroyed, you can special summon it with this effect, which will then allow you to use the Albaz to fuse away the opponent's board. This is something you have a lot of other ways to do in Branded. However, Light and Darkness Dragon is the only realistic way you have to potentially trigger Albaz in the damage step. Triggering Albaz in the damage step is extra powerful, as there's a lot less cards that can be used to stop it. Impum, for example, can't be used. You can even summon this card on your own turn, and end up crashing it into the opponent's monster in order to revive Albaz in the damage step. This is a play that is similar to how Fire King cards and Unchained cards often utilize the damage step to help resolve their cards. Even if you're not reviving Albaz with this effect, reviving something else like Albion just for value is still nice, as you can trigger its effect again during the end phase if your opponent attacks over it. Overall, this card is absolutely amazing, and once it's released, it should be in every Branded deck ever until the end of time. Next is Predaplant Trifo Vertum. I mentioned this card before when talking about Albaz at the start of this section. The reason why it's worth mentioning is that it is a potential target for Albaz and Super Poly in the future. Free dark monsters on the field is not actually that unlikely of an end board, so you could potentially beat a board like this with Super Poly, and having the ability to fuse away two monsters at the same time with Albaz is also pretty good. There's no matchup at the moment, except for like maybe the mirror match, where this is good, but in the future that could very easily be a deck that this is good against. While on the field, this card has a solemn warning-like effect, and it also synergizes a little bit with Drago's Depelia, increasing its attack, and also being able to revive itself from the graveyard. Its effects don't really matter though. What's important is that you just remember that this card exists, just in case it ever becomes a viable target for Super Poly or Albaz. Next is Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. This is a card that has been used as a Super Poly target in the past. It's also been used as a way of outing Ex-Perle Noir by gaining a lot of attack points. There's better outs to Noir now though, and Perle is also not that relevant of a deck anymore, so there's no reason to play Starving Venom as a Noir out. With Garura and Muddragon making it so that Super Poly can always fuse two monsters with the same attribute together, it makes Starving Venom pretty obsolete, so there's no real reason to play this card anymore. Next is Despian Luno-Lilith. This is a card that doesn't see much play, however I think it's actually a pretty interesting option. Since this card is a Despia monster, it can actually be summoned from the extra deck with the second effect of Granguinol, as an alternative to Kuroshina and Proskinian. The reason you might want to summon this card instead of one of those other options is that Luno-Lilith actually provides a genuine disruption. This card can negate the effects of any card on the field. This can be pretty good against Tenpai. Using Luno-Lilith to negate their Sangan summoning can allow the rest of your end board to now affect the Tenpai monsters, and using Lulu to negate Bind and Dragon when it's summoned is also pretty good. It's nice to have an option like this against Senpai, because Kuroshina and Proskinian will never do the job of keeping you alive in that matchup. Another thing you can do with Lulu is to send it to the graveyard with the other effect of Granguinol. Sending Lulu would allow you to get its effect in the end phase, which can special summon Quem, Cartesia, or Ecclesia from the deck. Summoning Ecclesia is a nice play, and it's something I personally like to do in my fun builds of Branded, as it can allow you to summon Albaz on the opponent's turn as a quick effect. Since it's already very easy to summon Albaz on the opponent's turn, playing Lulu and Ecclesia just for this purpose is a little bit redundant. However, it is very fun, and it can work pretty well against decks with a lot of Bystials, as they would be able to counter things like Rinbrom and Sanctifier, but not Ecclesia. You can also play Lulu as an extra target to send to the graveyard with the Dear Servant and Maximus. Having extra targets to be able to send to the graveyard is always nice when you're playing these cards, as it allows your strongest hands to make even stronger endboards instead of being redundant. And then the last thing you can do with Lilith is actually synchro summon it. This isn't something that will happen a lot, but it could technically happen. Remember that Quam and Cartesia are both tuners. Something to keep in mind with Lilith is that you can't summon it with Granguanol during the turn that you are fusion locked. And remember that it is possible to fusion lock yourself on the opponent's turn with Lubellion. Overall, Lilith is a good card to play, especially versus Tenpai, although I don't think it's actually mandatory versus Tenpai, it just has a few theoretical nice uses. Also, even though not a lot of lists are paying attention to this card, it's definitely still good enough to see play at the competitive level. I recommend trying this card out and see if you like it. Next is Bystial Despata. This is a cool boss monster for Bystials, much better than Albalas, and you can play this in a synchro-oriented build at Branded like this one. This is a list from Nash that includes a couple of synchro monsters as part of the main game plan for your 10-1 combos. But there are also other versions of synchro Branded that play even more synchros. The advantage of cards like Baron and Omega is that they work better against board breakers than a standard Branded endboard does. In a format where Tenpai is really popular, or any deck with board breakers for that matter, this kind of build has more reason to be played. This pattern works pretty well with Omega, allowing you to perform a 2-card hand loop, and there will be some exact combos for this in the combo section as well. This pattern isn't the kind of card you'd play in regular Branded, since synchro summoning is just too rare and unlikely to come up, but it is still a strong card that offers a nice disruption and follow-up for a synchro Branded deck. Next is Chaos Angel. This is another cute card you could play in synchro Branded, however you can also technically play this in regular Branded as well. Something I've done before in Duelist Cups where Runic Stun was very popular is actually play a Chaos Angel in my extra deck in regular Branded. The idea is that it can banish Runic Fountain or Outer Floodgate, and it can even attack on the Synchro Zone. Chaos Angel could also be worth including if there's a matchup in the meta where the card is just unoutable when it's summoned using a light and a dark. If there is ever a deck that doesn't usually play Imperm or Droplets as a means of hard drawing an out to Chaos Angel, then you could potentially exploit that deck by going out of your way to synchro summon a Chaos Angel. Remember that you don't actually need a tuner to summon this card, so you can just use things like Alba plus a Bystial for example, or a Bystial plus Albaz. Overall, Chaos Angel is a cute idea, but it's not something you should waste a slot on without a good reason. Next is Dogmatic Calamity Alba System. As of the time of making this video, this card is not yet released with an English name, so the actual name for this is probably going to be different. The setup for this card's effect to send all cards in the extra deck to the graveyard is not impossible, as you do have 6 different Albaz fusions in most Branded lists. However, it is pretty impractical, and would never be the reason you play this card. The better part of this card is its effect to attack all monsters your opponent controls, and send 1 card from your extra deck to the graveyard each time you do. This can be a powerful play, as it's not once per turn, it's just once per attack. So you can send all kinds of cards like this and get their beneficial effects. Not just Albaz fusions like Rinperm and Albion, but also cards like Garura, Granguanol, Lilith, and even cards that aren't normally played in Branded like Alderant's de Entis and Ferigi. Attacking over a full board of monsters and sending lots of cards to your graveyard is the most likely way that you're going to be able to set up for this card's other effect. The fact that this card is 4500 attack is also pretty nice for Branded, since Branded is pretty distinctly lacking in the ability to summon a huge monster. The biggest monsters you can summon are Chimera and Light and Darkness Dragon, which are both only just over the 3000 attack benchmark, so having access to a card that is 4500 attack definitely offers some easier OTKs. The big downside to this card, and the reason it's ultimately just not that good, is that its materials are way too intensive. Summoning this card is too hard, and if you are able to summon this card because you have turns of setup, you can probably just easily win the game anyway without needing this card. So overall, this card is more gimmicky than playable. However, I could see some interesting idea for a fun gimmick version of Branded that aims to send a bunch of interesting monsters to the graveyard with this effect. Next is Chaos Star Souls Dragon. This is a pretty cool card in Branded, and once this released in Mastodol, it will be a staple in my opinion. This is another way of destroying back row that is relatively easy to summon, which means once it's released, in combination with Chimera and Furious Dragon, Branded will no longer really have a distinct lack of back row removal at all. This card is kinda like a halfway between Guardian Chimera and Furious Dragon. It is easier to make than Chimera, but also still destroys 2 cards. It's not reusable every time like Furious Dragon, but it is just as easy to summon. In fact, it's actually slightly easier. The fact that this card targets does make it weaker than Chimera, and of course it doesn't draw cards the way that Chimera does, and it also has less attack. However, the ease of summoning this, in my opinion, actually makes up for this. There is a second effect of this card when it gets banished, however, this effect is completely irrelevant, and would only ever come up in theory to help you summon the Bystial Rebellion. Overall, this is definitely a card that I will be experimenting with once it's released, and I suspect it will be a pretty staple card overall. And now the last cards I have here are the 2 Azamina fusions. Azamina cards are playable in Branded, and these are the 2 fusions that you would likely play if you did. However, the Azamina engine would also include main deck cards like Sacred Azamina, Simple Spoils Deception, and then some number of Diabellstars and Wantons. The main use of Azamina cards is that they can set up Silvera, which is an Omni-Negate. Since you can set this up with just 1 card, without using your normal summon, and also without summoning anything from the extra deck other than fusion monsters, it means you can easily play this in a branded deck in order to protect your branded plays from handtraps. If you don't need to use the negate on a handtrap, then it ends up making your endboard stronger as well. The main advantage specifically would be using Silvera to negate Ash Blossom on Branded Fusion. Once Dominus Impulse releases in Mastodol, there will be another handtrap that is as reliable as Ash at stopping Branded, and it can negate Branded Fusion in the same way that Ash does. This would make the Azamina engine all the more impactful and important. The downside to an engine like this is that it would be a lot of additional engine cards added into a deck that is already pretty tight on space for non-engine. Branded is also known for having a lot of bricks already, so adding in an extra one in the form of Sacred Azamina is also not ideal. Overall, I think the Omni-Negate engine like this would easily outweigh the weaknesses, so I would be looking at playing Azamina once they are released in Mastodol. Overall, I think that the Omni-Negate is still likely to outweigh the weaknesses, so I would be wanting to experiment with these cards once they are released in Mastodol. However, I do suspect that they will not make the final cut of an optimal branded deck. Also, lastly, there are 2 other cards that I want to mention. The first is Estella, and the second one is Red Eye's Dark Dragoon. Estella is a white forest monster that has been somewhat hyped for its ability to special summon Quem, Cartesia from the deck. This might be a playable normal summon in some other decks that use Quem and Cartesia, however, it's not good as a normal summon in Branded. Using your normal summon to get Quem or Cartesia is usually what bad branded hands do, and you'd rather be summoning Aliver or Keeper instead. Estella is playable as a target to send to the graveyard with Branded Fusion though, since it actually has a pretty good graveyard effect, allowing it to special summon itself. If you discard a spell or trap card with Lubellion, or any of your other discard effects for that matter, Estella can revive itself, which then allows you to get access to Cartesia or Quem for free. Overall, I think playing 1 Estella is good, but it's definitely not mandatory, and the downside of playing it is that your deck now has 1 extra brick in it. Even if you argue that Estella is not a brick, since it can still be a relevant normal summon, it's not an ideal starter, and it would probably be taking up the deck space of a non-engine card anyway, which means that drawing it is still a bad thing overall. Including 1 Estella in your deck pretty much only improves some of your 1-card combos, and most hands that have multiple engine cards are probably going to completely ignore the Estella. And now for Dragoon. Dragoon is recently unbanned in Mastodol, and it is a very playable card in Branded. This card offers a clean Omni-Negate, and it's also exceptionally good at pushing for lethal as well. Certain decks will have a lot of trouble outing this card, like Runic, Labyrinth, Stun, Rescue Ace, and even Fire King Snake-Eye. There's a lot of specific combos that can summon this card, however, it's also a good card to summon freestyle, rather than with any specific line. by taking advantage of the fact that you can access Dark Magician in a variety of different ways. You can summon Dark Magician with Fusion Deployment, which you can hard draw, or search for with Keeper of Dragon Magic. Gramgronol can send Dark Magician to the graveyard, and you can also send it with Branded Fusion, or Duplication for Branded Fusion. You can also mill it with Grass, or simply draw it in your opening hand. Another way of using Dragoon is with the Light Hex Sealed Fusion. This card can substitute itself for Dark Magician, allowing you to access Dragoon by sending this to the graveyard with Branded Fusion as material for Albion. This can be important since it allows for better combos. However, the downside of using the Hex Seal instead of Dark Magician itself is that you won't be able to use Dragoon's effect to destroy a monster, as it won't have been summoned with any normal monsters. Often, a combination of both is played, so you can have all of the possible options available. Another way of using Dragoon is with Duality, and I think overall this is my favorite way of using Dragoon. Duality can target your Gramgronol and then turn it into a Dragoon. This is really strong when it happens, however it does require you to hard draw the Duality. Duality does have other uses. It can also turn Maximus into Dragoon, and it can also be used with your other engine cards like turning Lubellion, either of them into Barlow Furious Dragon. You can also turn a Dark Dragon like Albion into Albion the Sanctifier Dragon. We'll go over the specific combos for summoning Dragoon in the combo section, however I will say now that I don't think this card is mandatory in Branded at all. That being said, it is still pretty good, and if summoning an Omni Negate makes a crucial difference in a certain matchup or a certain format, then I could easily see Dragoon being part of a standard deck list. As it stands right now though, I don't think it's a mistake to play Dragoon, and I don't think it's a mistake to not play Dragoon either. So now that I've covered all of the relevant engine cards for Branded, let's move on to looking at some actual deck lists. Before I move on though, one thing I want to say is, if you've seen my previous Branded guide, I did a similar section where I went over every card in detail. A lot of the points I've made about the cards in that video will be the same as the ones I've made about their same cards in this one, but some of them will be different. And in some cases, I might have even given completely opposite opinions to what I did before. I recommend taking the advice of this video over my previous one, as I am a better player with Branded now than I was back then, and the format in my older guide is also more outdated. This video also has more time and effort put into it, so less corners were cut on the explanations. Anyway, let's move on to looking at some actual deck lists. So here's what I think a standard Branded deck list should look like. When I say standard, what I really mean for this list specifically is an average competitive level deck list. It's not exactly something that I personally play, but it is close. And there's a lot of good Branded theory in this deck list as well. Also, instead of showing a deck list specific to the current format, this one is a little more generic. So a list like this is going to stay pretty good across multiple different formats. If you were to copy this deck list for yourself, it would perform perfectly fine, in any format really, at any level of play. First thing you might notice about this deck is that it's 60 cards. In general, at the competitive level, Branded is mainly played as the 60 card version, and there are multiple good reasons for this. Biggest advantage of playing 60 cards is that you have access to Grass. Grass is a big power play to Branded that 40 card versions just don't have. You might think that because Grass is just a one-off, playing the 60 card deck just for the few times that you get to draw Grass is not a good idea. However, while that is true when you go first, when you go second, you also have those 3 copies of Thrust, which can search for Grass, making the number of times you have access to Grass much higher. The other main advantage of playing 60 cards is that you minimize the chances of drawing your bricks. This allows you to realistically fit more bricks into the deck, which translates into having more options available for different situations. Notice, for example, that this list is playing 3 different targets for Albion. A 40 card deck would never be able to do this, as it would take up too much deck space and cause too many hands to be filled with bricks. Another advantage of playing 60 cards that doesn't get brought up as often is that, in addition to minimizing the chances of drawing your bricks, you're also minimizing the chances of drawing multiples of the same starters or extenders, as well as the chances of drawing multiple normal summons. This means that on average your hands are going to have more ability to push through an opponent's board or through hand traps, since you have that higher chance of drawing 2 different engine cards. Also, in these situations, if you're not hand trapped, then it also means that your end board might be stronger as well, since you had 2 different cards to work with. This effect is even more pronounced by the fact that this card is playing Nadia Servant as one of its starters, rather than playing more copies of the normal summons like Keeper and Quan. A 60 card deck is overall less consistent at drawing any specific card, which is not always a bad thing, as like I said, drawing bricks and duplicates less consistently is actually beneficial. When it comes to being less consistent at drawing a starter card, 60 card decks don't have to be worse than 40 card decks. There's a lot of excess starters in Branded that a 40 card deck just won't play because it doesn't need that many starters. Even this 60 card list is not maxing out on Keeper of Dragon Magic, for example, and that's because the deck is not struggling to have enough starters, so you can easily play as many as you need to fit the size of your deck. Branded can easily just dip further into the pool of playable starters if it needs to. The only kind of lower consistency that 60 card decks cannot really compensate for is the lower chance of drawing specific, irreplaceable cards like your outs to Maxi and Ash Blossom. A 40 card deck would be more consistent at drawing Cold by the Grave, which is one of the best draws in Branded realistically, since it can stop either Maxi or Ash Blossom. 40 card decks also have a higher chance of drawing the best starters like Alabra and Branded Fusion itself. Overall though, these advantages of being able to draw less bricks, draw less duplicates, and play more bricks, as well as have access to grass, actually really outweighs the downsides of drawing those specific cards less often in the 60 card decks, in my opinion. So now if we take a closer look at this deck, you can see that some of the theory we talked about in the going over cards section is reflected in the deck building. To start with, the best starter cards like Aliver and Goldsack are being maxed out, while the worst starters like Keeper of Dragon Magic and Kit are not. Quan and Cartesia are being played at just 1 copy each, since you do only need 1 copy and they aren't that good to draw. You can see that we are playing the mandatory Bystials, which is 1 Saronia and 1 Lubellion, along with an additional Lubellion as a choice because it's often good to draw, and the 1 Magnum because it is an extra star to go in second. We're playing all 3 copies of Albaz to have a better grind game, and it also keeps the number of cards that pair well with Branded in High Spirits high enough. Bricks like Tragedy and Mercuria are kept at 1 copy each, since they suck to draw, and there's also no Allure of Darkness to make good use of them in the hand. We're playing the Nadia Servant package since it's a really powerful engine for going first, due to its ability to push well into hand traps. Nadia Servant is best played alongside Maximus, which is why we're playing it, and we're also playing the Garura in the Exo deck, which is needed for the Nadia combos as well. You can see that we're playing as many outs to Maxi and Ash Blossom as possible, which makes sense since those 2 cards are 2 of Branded's biggest weaknesses. You don't always see Crossout in Branded decks, mainly due to the fact that Ash Blossom is also not always in the deck. However, to me it makes sense to play them both, since, like I said, you are trying to out Maxi and Ash Blossom as often as possible. So, at least in a generic list like this, where the list isn't tailored towards any one specific matchup, an idea like this can be pretty good. This is one of the benefits of playing 3 Thrust as well, along with a Fusion Duplication, as a means of playing through these powerful hand traps should you go first. There's also this 1 copy of Imperm, which looks kind of random, but playing it actually allows you to negate Imperm with Crossout, and choose to set the Imperm or search for it with Thrust. It's also a reliable hand trap in its own right, so it's not like it's a brick. You can see that we're playing 2 copies of Retribution, which I think is optimal. Drawing Retribution is so much less of a problem if you have a second one available in your deck, and using both copies over the course of a grind game is not uncommon either. Branded Sword is in here, which helps make Grass a stronger card, as well as providing an extra means of creating disruption by adding back the 1 Mercuria if we have to banish it during the course of our combo. Branded Sword also means that if we do get to execute certain combos uninterrupted, then we actually have a lot more options for executing really strong combos, as you'll see in the combo section. Since we're playing Super Poly in here, it makes sense that we are playing Mud Dragon as well as the Gorera, and as a result, some of the more optional monsters have been cut from the extra deck, like Drago's Depelia and the second Grand Quinol. And then you might also notice that this deck is not playing a Floodgate monster for Sanctifier like Requiem or Christia. In general, I don't think a Floodgate is necessary for Branded, especially if you're not playing in the most competitive of settings. In certain formats, Floodgate monsters make more sense, as the best decks are sometimes only reliably stopped by a Floodgate. When Snake Eye was at full power, for example, a Floodgate like Gimmick Puppet Nightmare was more necessary for Branded to compete. So what you could do if you were playing in a format like that is replace some card that is not mandatory, like maybe the Magnum or the Banishment, with a Requiem or a Christia. You can then also try to fit in multiple copies of Duplication, since Duplication becomes a lot better of a card when you're playing a Floodgate. An Idea 7 package, for example, which consists of 3 cards total in the main deck, could nicely be replaced with a Floodgate monster, which is a brick, so you're replacing Maximus, which is a brick, with another brick, and then 2 additional copies of Duplication can be swapped out for the 2 Idea 7. When it comes to the non-engine, I've chosen ones for this list that are more generic, rather than being specific to one format. Super Poly, Maxi, and Ash are always going to be good, and so is this Impo, but whether or not they are exactly optimal at the competitive level does definitely depend more on the format. You can see that there are 14 one-card starters in this deck. I'm including Grass as a one-card starter here because most of the time it will be able to play on its own. Even though there is a chance that the Grass Mills will do nothing, the chance is pretty low, and Grass is only a small part of the considerations here anyway. Something you can do to help get an idea of the consistency of a deck is use a hypergeometric distribution calculator to find the exact probability of drawing certain cards. Using this is actually a lot simpler than it looks. You just need to enter a value for these first 4 variables, and the calculator will then show you the important probabilities. Let's say we wanted to find the probability of drawing one of these one-card starters in our opening hand going first. All we have to do is enter the appropriate values. The population size is just the deck size, so 60. The number of successes in the population is just the number of one-card starters that we have in this deck, so 14. The sample size is the size of our opening hand, which is 5, and then the number of successes in the sample is how many of these starters we are interested in drawing, which in this case is just 1. Pressing calculate, the calculator then shows these 4 probabilities, the most important of which is this last one, which is the probability of drawing 1 or more of these starter cards in our opening hand. These other numbers can be useful too, but generally when you're using this for Yu-Gi-Oh! It's the last number that you're going to be most interested in. So the probability of drawing at least one of these one-card starters in our open hand is about 0.75 or 75%, which is 3 in 4 games. This is actually a pretty good chance considering that it's only including the one-card combo starters. You also have these other engine cards that can create 2-card combos, but the math behind that calculation is actually a little bit more complicated. So I'll just tell you that the overall probability of technically opening a playable hand is about 92%. And if you can't follow this kind of math, then you can also just prove it by checking a bunch of different hands over and over and seeing whether or not you're able to play. We can also do this same hypergeometric calculator process for our bricks. The worst bricks in the stack would be these 8 cards. Even though some of these are better draws than others, they're all on average pretty bad. There are also other cards that commonly contribute to bricks, like Albaz and your non-engine cards. However, it's these 8 that stand out to me as the cards you almost always prefer not to draw. So putting these values into the hypergeometric calculator, we get a probability of drawing 1 or more bricks in your opening hand of about 0.52, or 52%, which is about 1 in 2 games. You can also see that the chance of drawing exactly 1 brick is about 40%. You might find it surprising to see that just over half of this deck's opening hands would have a brick in them. However, it's important to keep in mind that drawing 1 brick doesn't automatically mean your hand is bad. Branded is easily capable of playing with those other 4 cards. And as I mentioned a minute ago, some of these breaks are better draws than others. In certain situations, Retribution, for example, is actually a good draw, since any play that includes discarding a card actually becomes stronger when you discard a card with a graveyard effect, like Retribution. Most branded combos actually do involve discarding one card, whether that's with Lubellion or because your starter card requires a discard like Opening or Keeper. In addition, branded often cares a lot about having a discard available in your hand for the opponent's time, so that you can summon Elbaz as a quick effect, and then use its effective use. It's for these reasons that opening one of these bricks is usually not a big deal at all, as you can just use that brick as a discard. Therefore, this 52% number doesn't actually mean that much. Instead, what I think is a better number to calculate is the probability of drawing 2 or more bricks in your opening hand, not just 1. You could calculate this by entering new values into the calculator, but the probability of drawing more than 1 brick is actually shown already in this second to bottom box. The probability of drawing 2 or more bricks is 0.13 or 13%, which is about 1 in 8 games. Drawing 2 or more bricks is where it starts to get suspicious for branded, as the remaining free cards in your hand are going to have to do some heavy lifting, and you're likely going to be discarding one of the bricks, meaning that the other one actually stays in your hand, providing nothing. And then we can also do this to find out the probability of drawing your non-engine cards as well. When I say non-engine cards, what it refers to are our cards with going second, so hand traps and board breakers, which would be these. I'm including Thrust as one of our non-engine cards, since in practice, Thrust can be as powerful as a board breaker when you go second. Even though you normally use it to search for engine cards, like Grass or Branded Fusion, it really does substitute for a board breaker, since Branded's engine is very good at breaking boards to begin with. This is actually one of the reasons why I don't think that playing Talents as a Thrust target is something you have to do in Branded. It's often just as effective to search for an extender. That's not to say Talents is necessarily bad in Branded, just that it's definitely not necessary. So for this calculation, Thrust could be treated as a non-engine card. Also, while Magnum and Sarania are kind of like hand traps for certain matchups, I thought it made more sense to not include them since they aren't hand traps against every deck, especially some of the more relevant ones right now, like Snake Eye and Tenpai. So after putting in the values, we can see that the chance of drawing one or more non-engine cards is about 0.71 or 71%, which is just a little bit under 3 in 4 games. Now, since we're talking about non-engine cards here, and non-engine cards are most important for going second, it makes more sense to actually factor in the extra draw that you have when going second. While the 3 copies of Maxi and the 3 copies of Ash Blossom will still need to be hard drawn in your opening hand, the 3 copies of First and the 3 copies of Super Poly, as well as the 1 Imperm, are actually useful as board breakers if you draw them as your 6th card. The way to compensate for this extra draw for turn is with this calculation. The population size is now 55, as you've already drew a 5-card opening hand, and the number of successes in the population is 7, which is the number of useful non-engine top decks. The reason why the population has 7 successes in it is because we are assuming for this calculation that our opening 5 cards didn't contain any non-engine at all. The sample size this time is just 1, since we are only interested in our top deck, and the number of successes in the sample is still going to be 1. This produces a probability of top decking a useful non-engine card of 0.127 or 12.7%. This probability then needs to be multiplied by the probability of not drawing any non-engine in the 5-card opening hand, and we can find that by just doing 1 minus our previous result of 71%, which comes to 29%. This ends up at about 0.036 or 3.6%. So then adding this value to the 71% we found earlier brings the total probability of seeing 1 useful non-engine card when you go second, or more, to about 75%, which is, again, about 3 in 4 games. The non-engine cards in this list are one of the things about it that is subject to change the most, since different formats require different non-engine, so this probability is in a way the least important one, as it would likely change from format to format. In fact, none of these probabilities are really anything super special, as you can make a lot of changes to a branded deck without really affecting its playability. So these exact values aren't that important. What's important is that they demonstrate a rough idea about what the probabilities are, and it's going to help us compare to some other lists as well. So now let's look at a 40 card version of Branded. The differences between this build and the 60 card version can be seen right away. First of all, this version is not playing Grass, which makes sense since Grass does nothing in a 40 card deck, and you can also see that we're only playing 2 Thrust instead of 3. Thrust doesn't have the option of searching for Grass when going second in this build, so it makes sense that there would be slightly less priority on it, although it is still good to play because it can search for Branded Fusion or any of your other targets, and of course going first, it is still able to set duplication. Playing 2 Thrust also helps with reducing the chance of bricking, since it's a hard once per turn, and First is not a starter on its own, and it relies on your opponent to make it live. This is especially relevant when you go first, since your opponent won't always have a hand trap. Therefore, playing just 2 eliminates some of the chances of bricking or Thrust. You can also see that we're playing a copy of Triple Tactics Talents. This is there to be a Thrust target going second. I said previously that the 60 card version doesn't need to play Talents, because it has enough engine targets with Thrust that can act as board breakers. However, in the 40 card version, I think it makes sense to play Talents, since Grass is no longer an option, and it's also more likely that you have drawn your other targets as well. You can see that we're playing Albaz here as a 2-of rather than a 3-of. This is because the 40 card deck is more consistent, and we're trying to minimize our chances of drawing bad hands. It does damage the grind game with this deck, and it makes using duplication sometimes a little awkward if you don't have any Albaz left in the deck. But it is still perfectly manageable if you manage the resources right, as you can still recycle them with Lubillion. You can see that there's only 1 copy of Shrouded. This is because the card can be actually kinda bricky if you draw too many copies, since it is a hard once per turn. Drawing Shrouded with Shrouded is always a bad feeling, and there's also less copies of High Spirits to pair with the Shrouded Dragon in the first place. The deck is also not struggling to fill the deck with consistency cards, so playing more copies of Shrouded Dragon would only be replacing cards that are more important, like your non-engine cards or your engine requirements. You can see that this list is playing 2 targets for Albion instead of 3, Branded in Red and Branded King. This is because playing more than 2 is too bricky for 40 card decks, and playing just 1 would make the deck more one-dimensional than it really needs to be. I still think it's okay to play just Branded in Red in a 40 card deck, because the chances of drawing it are not that high, and most of the time you're just going to experience setting Branded in Red from your deck, and everything's gonna be just fine. Branded in Red is generally the best target, and then Branded in Red is being played in this list instead of Banishment, because it provides a very particular use that Banishment can't do, like negating board breakers or outing Baguska. Although in general you could of course still play Banishment, and once Light and Darkness Dragon is released, you're definitely going to want to play the Banishment. There's only 1 copy of High Spirits in here. This is because the priority starters are the 1-card combos and the fusion deployment, and there's a lot less Dark Dragons in the deck that you have to pair with the High Spirits in the first place. It's still worth playing 1 copy so that you can search for it in certain combo lines, and it also allows you to send it to the graveyard in the Endphase to get a free discard back to your hand. Playing around Ash is often done by using High Spirits, and if you do draw really good pairs for the High Spirits like Serenia, then searching for it with Alva is sometimes the better play, even if you're not planning on playing around Ash eventually. You can see there's only the minimum Bystials and only 1 Retribution, as well as all the best 1-card starters. And then for non-engine, there's just Super Poly and Max C. In 40 card Branded, you generally only have room for about 6 to 7 non-engine cards, and that means that you want to try and play the non-engine cards that have the most impact, like Max C and Super Poly. Playing cards like Talents and Thrust can help add additional non-engine without really taking away from the amount of engine cards, since these cards can double up as either engine or non-engine. So now what we can do is compare this list to the 60 card version using the hypergeometric calculator. Starting with the starter cards, you can see that there are 10 1-card combos in this list. So putting the values into the calculator, we can see that the probability of drawing 1 or more of these 1-card starters is about 0.78 or 78%. This is only a little bit higher than the probability of opening a 1-card combo in the 60-card deck, and if we then factor in the 2-card combos to find the overall chance of seeing any playable hand, the number now becomes around 95%. Now let's do the same thing for the bricks. The bricks in this deck would be these 4 cards. Again, other cards can also be bricky sometimes, like Branded in White and Branded Lost. However, we are only considering the worst bricks for this calculation. If you're wondering how Branded King can be a brick, but Duplication isn't, it's because Duplication almost always becomes live once you stop playing, even if you then get hand-trapped, and so it contributes to your engine since it can create follow. Whereas Branded King is dead more often since it required you to have gotten to an Albaz fusion specifically. So, putting the values into the calculator, we get a probability of drawing 1 or more bricks of 0.43 or 43%. If we then apply the same logic we did last time and say that we are more interested in the probability of drawing 2 or more bricks, we can instead take this value, which is 0.07 or 7%. That's about 1 in 14 games that this deck will draw more than 1 brick. And now we could do the same for the non-engine cards as well. These are our only non-engine cards, but since Super Pally, Thrust, and Talents are both breakers and can be drawn as the 6th card, the calculation needs to account for this. The calculation for this is going to start with the probability of drawing any non-engine card in the opening 5-card hand. Putting values into the hypergeometric calculator shows this to be 0.74 or 74%. From this, we can find a probability of not drawing a non-engine card in the opening hand by doing 1 minus 0.74, which gives 0.26. This value then needs to be multiplied by the probability of drawing exactly Super Poly, Thrust, or Talents as your 6th card for turn, which is about 0.14 or 14%, to give a value of 0.0364 or 3.6%. You can then add this probability to our first probability to give an overall probability of drawing a non-engine card going second in this list of about 78%. So, looking at the differences between the probabilities for the 60-card deck and the probabilities for the 40-card deck, we can see that there's actually not too much of a difference across the board. In each criteria, both deck versions score roughly the same, with a 40-card version being just a little bit better all around. The implication of this is that when it comes to things like drawing starters, drawing non-engine, and drawing bricks, both decks actually do a very similar job, as long as they're built similarly to the examples that I've shown. And so the real deciding factor for which deck you should play is in the other strengths and weaknesses, not in the probabilities. The 60-card version has the advantages of being able to use grass, play more options in the deck, and draw duplicates in his hand less often. And in comparison, the 40-card version can really only include an advantage that it draws max C-outs like Ash Blossom and Cold by the Grave more often. In my opinion, the 60-card version is just stronger all around, and really doesn't suffer from being less consistent the way a lot of players seem to think it does. Something else you can see from these probabilities is that Branded as a whole is not an inconsistent deck. The chance that its opening hands are technically playable is actually pretty high, even when compared to other consistent decks. Where Snake Eye was at full power, for example, its chance of opening a starter was about 92%, the exact same as Branded. Instead, I think Branded gets mistaken for being an inconsistent deck due to a number of other factors, like the fact that it often draws its bricks, the fact that it's often easily stocked with hand traps, and the fact that inexperienced Branded players often build the deck and play the hands incorrectly. The key to building Branded correctly, in my opinion, is just about balancing the amount of bricks, starters, and non-engine in your deck so that the probabilities stay roughly similar to these ones. There's a lot of different ways to play Branded, with a lot of specific card choices varying from player to player and format to format, and by just how players regularly change their mind about what they want to play. So the exact probabilities are going to be different for every list. However, keeping them close to these numbers is what I think you should aim for when building a Branded deck. I think that 60 cards is the best, as do most of the top Branded players, but in reality, the deck is still perfectly fine if you build it correctly. Any deck size is honestly completely fine. So in light of this, another way to play Branded is with a number of cards between 40 and 60. This list is exactly 50 cards, but you can also play anywhere down to 40 or up to 60 as well. As long as you're putting the appropriate amount of bricks, starters, and non-engine in your deck is going to be just fine. The main idea behind playing a 50 card deck would be to try and benefit more from your outs to Maxi and Ash Blossom, like Cold by the Grave, by drawing them more often, while also still benefiting from grass. You can see that this list is still playing grass, even though it's not 60 cards. This works because the majority of the times where you're going to be activating grass, you're going to be going second, since, as I pointed out before, 3 copies of Thrust makes you 4 times more likely to have grass going second compared to going first. This means that your opponents will have often emptied a lot of their deck during their turn 1 combo, so your grass is still now going to be able to mill a good amount of cards. You can see that because there's a higher amount of cards total, the amount of starters in this list and non-engine cards is slightly higher than in the 40 card deck, but lower than in the 60 card deck, which makes perfect sense. We're also playing an extra brick in the form of Maximus. This is a very valid way of playing branded, and it's something that player, who is potentially the best branded player in the game right now, really likes to do. Here is a branded deck played by Verte at the latest World Championships. You can see that this list follows a lot of the same theory that we've talked about with my lists. It's not a perfect match, but the ideas are kind of visible. It's 60 cards with grass, and it's playing extra starters like Keeper and Nadir. It's also playing a lot of non-engine, and you can see that it's willing to play some more bricks, like the Requiem and the second copy of Retribution. Now, at the time of Worlds, Opening and Gold Sarcophagus were limited, so that's why there's only 1 copy of each. I'm sure that this list, as well as every other branded player at Worlds, would have chosen to play those cards if they could. When it comes to this list, I think that this deck is playing slightly more non-engine than it needs to. If we count Thrust again as a non-engine card, then this list is playing 19 non-engine cards, which is quite a bit more than what most lists normally play, and more than what I think is needed. This list could also fit in slightly more bricks if it wanted to, like Branded Sword or a second target for Albion. You'll also notice that there's no Cold by the Grave in this list, although I'm pretty sure the reason for this is due to the Worlds format having a shared card pool. If you can play Cold by in Branded, then you definitely always will. This is another list from Worlds, this time from Mateus Pro. You can see that this list is also a 60 card grass deck, and is playing a lot of non-engine, just like the previous list. It's playing 3 branded Lost, which is an idea they got from Abahamud. Chaos Nephthys is also in this list, which is a great choice for Worlds, considering the amount of Fire King Snake Eye that was there. And you can also see that this list has 1 copy of Nibiru, which is a nice insurance policy you can play against Maxi. Branded is known for not playing a whole lot of hand traps, so often players will try to OTK you when you Maxi them, which means you can punish them a lot by eventually drawing into 1 copy of Nibiru. Triple Cartesia is a choice that makes more sense alongside the triple branded Lost, as it becomes a better starter than just Cartesia on her own, and plays around hand traps better as well. This is another list from Worlds. This one is not quite a 60 card deck, showing that you don't necessarily have to go all the way to 60 to benefit from grass. This list is playing Jaugen, which is now banned, so I won't really say anything much about it, other than that I will go into detail on the Floodgate logs during the Floodgate section of the video. You can see that this list chooses to play 2 copies of Mercuria, which is justified by the 2 copies of Allure of Darkness. Allure of Darkness is a card that is hard to get right in Branded. I personally think it's never really that good, but it does make the most sense in a list like this that is playing mostly board breakers as its non-engine, like Evenly Matched and Droplets. There's even a Change of Heart in here as well, which is an interesting target for Thrust. There are a total of 7 bricks in this 56 card deck, alongside a lot of non-engine cards that aren't great to draw going first, so I'd expect to be bricking a lot with this build when I go first. I personally prefer to cut the Allures alongside one of the Mercuria in order to make a smaller deck overall. This next list is from Bogan. You can see that this is an example of a 50 card version of Branded that is still making use of grass, and it has a total of 6 bricks overall, which is about the same number as my 50 card version for Melia. This list is also playing a pure board breaker approach, rather than playing any hand traps, which, similar to the previous list, justifies the Allure of Darkness a little bit. You can see that there's also all 3 copies of Keeper, as well as all 3 copies of Shrouded Dragon, suggesting that this player was focused on having a lot of consistency. Here's another deck from Worlds that is playing grass with less than 60 cards. This one is from Super Duck, and you can again see a very similar approach of playing a lot of board breakers. Board breakers were a choice that these players made because they thought that the format at the time was best countered by board breakers instead of handtraps. It's also going to have a lot to do with the shared card pool at the World Championships. This next list is from Tier S. This list is the one that I felt was the most interesting when I saw it, as it's playing a lot of cards that the other decks didn't really touch, like the Golden Sword Soul and Fairy Tale Snow. It's also deep on the Bystials, playing Drua's Worm and all Free Debellion, which makes sense given that it's even playing Branded Beast. There's Chaos Nexus in here, and you can see that there's 3 targets for Albion if you include the Branded Beast. Overall, there's a lot of bricks in this deck, and in my opinion, there is actually too many bricks. At Worlds itself, we did actually see Tier S brick a few times, going first with no play at all. I think I would improve this list by cutting 1 or 2 of the bricks, and going ahead and playing the extra starters that Branded is now able to play. There's this list as well, which is another grass deck that is really deep on Bystials. It's playing Baldrake and Regained, although no Branded Beast. This list is playing 3 Allure of Darkness, which I don't really like. Even though there's a lot of board breakers, this list is still going to have some trouble with not opening a good dark monster to banish. There's Dark Hole, which is interesting, and there's also 2 copies of Albaz. This is the only list we've seen from Worlds that is playing 2 copies of Albaz, which I think is a mistake given that it is a 60 card deck. I think there's no reason to be playing just 2. You'll also notice that none of these lists have been playing 40 cards. As I said earlier, I think that most of the top branded players understand that the 60 card version just has a slight advantage given that it has access to grass. And then this is the last branded deck from Worlds. This one was by far the most striking to me, since there's a lot of choices here that are not standard in regular branded. To start with, there's the Patchwork engine, which is not something that normally gets played anymore. There's also Ad Libitum as a Grand Grenade target, as well as Depthis and Requiem. There's Triple Tragedy in here to work with the Allure of Darkness, which is strange considering that Mercuria is generally the card that is more favourable to play multiple of if you want to work with Allure of Darkness, as Tragedy really only has 1 option for how to use it, whereas Mercuria has quite a lot. It also benefits from Branded Sword, as a banished Mercuria can be added back, whereas a banished Tragedy does nothing. I think the idea is that this list is trying to draw a Tragedy so that it can search for Ad Libitum for free. You'll also notice that there's Triple Lost in here, as well as 2 copies of Branded in Red. There's even 2 copies of Kit, a card that is almost always played at 1, since it is the worst 1-card combo that you can play in Branded. This list looks to me like it's similar to old school Branded, which is closer to a Despian Chimera Turbo deck. There's also Magnum the Reliever in the extra deck as well, which is a card that works better when you're playing a Patchwork engine, as it's a pretty good card to hard make on your turn with the Polymerization. To me, this list makes sense as a way of better countering low power engine decks, like Voiceless Voice and Labyrinth. To me, this list is cool. I don't think it's optimal, but obviously none of the World's players are bad, and this list definitely looks fun to play. So now that we've gone over every card in detail, as well as a lot of different deck lists and the theory and math behind them, I think it's finally time to show the combos. I'm going to be showing the combos one by one from this spreadsheet that I made, and I'll provide some explanation as we go about things like why certain choices are made, how to best use the end board, and things like that. I'll also make it clear when the combo contains a choice, so you can maybe pick which option you prefer for yourself. The spreadsheet is available in the description, by the way, so you can look through it by yourself, although I will say the video is going to be significantly prettier and more informative as well. Anyway, let's now move on to the combos. Okay, so this is the spreadsheet that I have of the branded combos. You can see that it's quite big. We have a lot of combos here. We have, if I scroll down to the bottom, yeah, we have up to 201 combos, but there's actually even more because some of these, like this, 148.1 and 148.2, all added in afterwards, and I didn't want to renumber the combos, so there's actually even more than 201 combos here. There's maybe like 210, 220 different combos, which is more than you'll ever need. It's more than you need to memorize. You definitely don't need to memorize all of these combos, but I thought I would map them out just because I can. So the way this is set out is you have the combos here, the cards that you need in hand, you have the end board here, and then you have a replay here. There's also some notes. The notes just mention some simple things about the combo that you might need to be reminded of, like this combo, for example, reminding you that it requires playing branded sword. And there's this one that tells you it uses the normal summon, this one telling you that it uses the big hand. So yeah, these are a little bit of helpful advice for the combo. And then there's the replay here and it shows you how to do it. So what I'm going to do is go through all of these one by one and show off the combo. Starting with the most basic one, which is followed by one god combo. So if we open up this DB replay, okay, so we can see we have Volcanic Rat. The Volcanic Rat is just my vanilla master of choice. This just represents a random discard. Obviously, in a real game, you don't have a completely useless discard, but you can have some that do nothing, like Maxi or As, for example. So that's basically what these represent. But in reality, a lot of the time they're gonna be engine cards, so they could have relevance in the graveyard. But just for the sake of the combo, we're gonna use Volcanic Rats. So that's what these represent when you see them in the rest of the combos. So this combo starts out pretty normal, exactly what you'd expect. This is why we need the discard, because we're going to use Lobelian, and we're going to make Mirror Jade. So the reason why we bring out Branded Lost with Lobelian is because you're not playing any other target in your deck. At least you should be. There aren't really any other targets worth playing. And also, we're not going to trigger this turn, but we are going to trigger it on the opponent's turn. So it's important to bring out the Branded Lost. And then we're going to get Albion, and we're going to set Banishment. The reason to set Banishment is because we are playing with Light and Darkness Dragon. So what we're going to do is use the Banishment on the opponent's turn, fuse the Albion and the Lobelian into Light and Darkness Dragon, and that's going to be 3 Omni Negates for our opponent's turn. We also have Mirror Jade, Branded Lost Cassette from Mercuria, and that's a pretty strong board. That's 3 negates, plus Mirror Jade, plus Mercuria, and it's 5 disruptions in total. It's pretty good. But this is the basic one gut combo. You can see that's the end of the combo, so we can close this out. Come back to the spreadsheet, and yeah, now we can move on to the next one. So for the next one, we have Foolish plus 1 discard. You can see this is the exact same end board, which makes sense. We know that Foolish Burial is just another starter for your deck and just searches for Alloy. It's just another copy. So what it's going to be is that we start by sending Tragedy, which searches for the Alibi, and then from this point it's clearly just the same combo. So I'll show it again. You go for Albion, into Lobelian, into Mirror Jade. And then the same is also true for Gold Sock. We know that Gold Sarcophagus is just, again, another copy of Alibi, except instead of sending Tragedy to the graveyard, you're going to banish it. Yeah, so we banish it with the gold sack, it triggers, such as the Aliver, and now it's the exact same combo again. Okay, so the next one is Keeper of Dragon Magic plus 2 discards. So this one is again the exact same end board, because it is the exact same combo, but it requires 1 extra discard, because as you'll see, Keeper requires a discard, right, in order to search. So we still need 1 for Rebellion, but we also need 1 for Keeper, which is why we have 2 rats this time. So there is nothing special you can do with Keeper's second effect in this 1-cut combo line. You don't get to do anything special with this effect, but there are combos that you'll see later where we do get to do something special with this effect. And then there's also Opening. Opening is also the exact same combo. You can do the exact same line. So I'll show it off like this. Opening, 1 rat, 2 rat. We need 2 again because opening itself requires a discard. We summon the Aliber in the standby phase, but it should really be the draw phase because we're trying to play around draw and also Bela. But other than that, it's the exact same line, ending with the exact same board. By the way, the reason for the placement of the cards and the positions, it's playing around Mech Knights, but you don't actually need to play around Mech Knights. The more important thing to play around is just anima zones. So you're just trying to not put any monsters in this zone or this zone. At least, as you'll see for some of the bigger combos later, you can't always avoid that. So you just want to put your worst monsters in these zones. So for now, because we can't avoid it, we are avoiding it. And then we have combo 6, Branded Fusion plus 1 discard. You can see this combo is actually a little bit different, because instead of starting with Aliber, we have the Branded Fusion itself. It's still a pretty simple combo though, as you'll see. So this time I gotta sing Tragedy, and Tragedy is gonna trigger, and that's gonna search for a normal summon. Rebellion's gonna resolve and make Mary Jade like usual, and now we can have Aliber search for Branded in red. The reason we're gonna search Branded in red is so that we can make Chimera on the opponent's turn, right? We have the Tragedy as a target, we have the Mary Jade banish, and we have 2 monsters on the board. So with the Tragedy, that's 3 monsters for Chimera. That's a pop 2 and a Mary Jade banish. There's 2 disruptions. It's not amazing, but it's also not terrible. We know that this can be pretty good. It searches a lot of follow-up because it draws a card and you get a search with Tragedy. Mary Jade also has follow-up inherently with its graveyard effects. The graveyard effect to the monster that you send, I mean. So that this can be good, but it is pretty simple. And then we have Kit. Kit is also the same combo as the other 1-card Aliber combos, since Kit is basically the same kind of starter. Since you have to put a card back for Kit, that's why we need this second discard. I'm calling it a discard even though you put it back to the bottom of the deck, it's basically the same thing. From here is the exact same line. There is no way to go for Rinbrum here instead of Rebellion into Mary Jade. Even though Kit, you can use it to summon Rinbrum. Without any of the combo pieces to work with, it's not that good of a play, so you should just make Mary Jade instead. And then, like usual, we have the Branded Lost and the Banishment. And then the next combo we have is Aliber plus 1 discard again, but this time it's a different version. You see this combo ends on a very different board. This is an interesting line. I think this is important to know. It's important to know because not a lot of people actually go for this, in my experience. So it starts out the same, you have Aliber plus your discard, and you're actually going to go for pretty much the exact same line. You're going to go for Albion, into the Belly, and into Mirror Jade. You're then going to bring out the Branded Lost. And then you're going to activate the Mirror Jade. This is the difference from the previous 1-card combo with Aliber. You can actually choose to activate the Mirror Jade and send Titanic Blood, so that in the end phase you can trigger the Titanic Blood. And you're going to send Cartesia. Then you're going to add the Cartesia back to your hand, and it's important that you did both of these effects before triggering your Albion, because you're going to trigger Albion next. You need to add High Spirits. I guess it doesn't really matter if you do them in which order, but you want to make sure that your Titanic Blood resolves and your Cartesia resolves before you commit to adding High Spirits. But here what you're going to do is activate the High Spirits. You will need to toggle on to do this in the end phase. You're going to reveal the Cartesia, and you're going to send Grand Quenelle to the graveyard. That's going to let you search for Albaz, and then that will trigger the Quen to revive the Cartesia. So now this end board, what you have is a Grand Quenelle in the graveyard, which can summon something like Croitis, or a second Quen if you're playing it, maybe Lulu Wanele. But the bulk of your end board is your Cartesia and Albaz. So on the opponent's turn you can use Cartesia, fuse the Albaz into maybe Albion or the Bellion. The Bellion is pretty nice, you can use the Mirror Jade from the field, and that means that your Quen can then revive the Mirror Jade back to your field. Remember, this Mirror Jade was used, so it is not a disruption on its own, but just by having it around, it is a disruption, because once you get rid of it, you can revive it with Quen. So that's pretty good, and when you do fuse with the Cartesia, you get Branded Lost again to search for Mercuria. So this is a stronger end board than the other 1-card combos. It's just less reliable because you're relying on Cartesia to resolve here. Without Cartesia, you have not a lot. If your Cartesia gets negated with something like Impalm or Joplets, then you're pretty much relying on Grand Quenelle on its own to do the heavy lifting, right? And if you only have Croitis as a target and not a second Quen, you're going to struggle to do much from that position. But this is a stronger board, this is a higher ceiling, so it's worth knowing about this. And yeah, as you can see, I said in the notes, you could also do this for any of the other combos, starting with any of your other 1-card starts, since it's exactly the same thing. Then we have Branded Fusion plus 2 discards. This is a very interesting combo. This is one that I don't see a lot of people doing, at least not in Master Duel. So what this combo does is actually perform a Requiem lock or a Gimmick Puppet lock with just Branded Fusion. So the way it goes is like this. You're gonna go for Libellion plus Tragedy. Exactly like before, you're gonna make the Mirror Jade, and then you're gonna normal summon the Aliber. So in the previous combo, what we did was search for Branded in red, and set Branded in red, and then have Mirror Jade plus Branded in red as disruptions. But what we learned from the last combo we just looked at is that you can actually sometimes use the Mirror Jade on your turn to create a better end board, and that's exactly what we're going to do this time. So we're going to search for Opening, and that's going to let us summon a Quen. This is why we need the second discard. Quen's going to activate and send Cartesia. Now we can actually activate the Mirror Jade, sending Albion. Albion is important to get because we haven't banned so an Albion yet. And we're going to banish Aliber, and now we get to trigger the Quen. We're going to activate the Cartesia and fuse away the Mirror Jade. This is important because we want to get rid of this Mirror Jade that's already used this effect, so that we can bring it back to the field some other time. I've already used Quantum Effect, so we can't revive it right away, but we do put it into the graveyard, and it is a target for Quen later on. So we're going to send Titanic Blood. The reason we sent Titanic Blood is because even though we have Quam already, we actually need its effect. We're going to use it to search for an Albaz. So we have branded in red plus Albaz. And we're actually going to leave the Cartesia in the graveyard. And it's important that you do that because we're going to need it in there. So sometime on the opponent's turn, we're going to be able to flip the branded in red. We're going to target the Tragedy. And then we're going to banish the Albaz from our hand. Not the Tragedy that we just added back, but the Albaz, as well as the Grand Grenelle. And that's going to summon Sanctify. Now we can trigger the Quem. This is why we needed the Cartesia in the graveyard. Now Cartesia can fuse with the Tragedy for another Grand Grenelle, which can send a Floodgate, right? Previously this was Giving Puppet, but now this is Requiem. We get a search, and we now have Sanctifier, which can revive the Requiem to our opponent's board, and probably the Mara Jade, but you could also revive Cindergelts if it was more appropriate to your own field. And this is pretty good. This is one branded fusion. This Mara Jade is now live, you have a Requiem luck, and you have Grand Grenelle available here. You do need to be playing 2, which not every deck does, and you also need to be playing a luck for this to be important. But this is a stronger board than what you've made before. So by activating Mara Jade in your turn 1, you got to do quite a bit more. Anyway, so moving on to the next one, we have another 1-card combo. This is Nadia Servant. This is what you could do with Nadia Servant by itself. So we're going to send Gavura, which draws a card. And I'm going to add a rat to my hand just to indicate that I drew 1 card. So we're going to go for this play again, which is the High Spirits in the Endphase. You do need to toggle on for this to work. You're going to send the Cartesia and the Grand Grenelle and get the Albaz, and then revive the Cartesia with Quem. This is an important line to know since it makes High Spirits and Medea, and also drawing cards like Cartesia and Quem directly, it makes them a lot stronger if you know how to do these lines. So keep in mind, you might be able to do this. And with the Dia Summon specifically, you have this. What this end board has is a fusion. You have Cartesia to fuse with Elbaz. You can make Albion into Mara Jade. You have plenty of targets to banish from the graveyard into Mara Jade. You don't need to discard, don't need to go through Rebellion. You have Grand Grenelle can summon a second Quen or a Coritis. And you also have Quen trigger again, so you fuse with Cartesia and Albaz into Albion. What you can do is trigger the Quen to revive the Albaz, and then just use the Albion to banish this Albion and this Titanic Lad for Furious Dragon. That way you can use the Albaz for its actual effect. Discard whatever you drew with the Garura on turn 1, and fuse into a Mara Jade. So you have quite a lot here, providing that it all resolves. So there's also other versions of the combo for Nadia Servant. You can see we have a version 2 and a version 3 here. So if we take a look at these, this is a slightly different version of how you can do the 1-card combo. Again, we're going to draw a card, so I'm going to add a rat to my hand. Keep in mind, by the way, that even if you draw a really good starter or extender, you are still locked. After using Nadia Servant, you're locked out of the extra deck. So even drawing something like an Alibert or a Branded Fusion, it's unfortunate, but it doesn't help you that much. Alibert is still okay because you can still Noble Summon it, but you can't go for a full combo anyway because you are now locked out of the extra deck. But the draw is still good. As you saw in the last combo, we used it as a discard for Albaz, and you can draw like a non-engine card here. That would be really good. Or like a Bystial, something like that. So this line sends the exact same two monsters with Maximus, and we're gonna trigger it in the exact same way, but this time instead of adding high spirits to our hand, we are just gonna set Retribution. And we're also gonna send Albaz with Quam instead of Cartesia. The reason for this is because we wanna just revive the Albaz. We wanna just revive this when our opponent summons from the extra deck. We're gonna discard this card and we're gonna fuse into a Mirror Jade. At any time we have a summon negation, right? This is a negate. We can return the Albion and the Titanic Lead back to the deck. So against certain matchups, this could be stronger. Technically, it is a little bit weaker because it's a lot better to play when like fusing and Cartesia and summoning Mirror Jade, things like that. But this is still a viable option. Sometimes it's more important to have Retribution. You could probably get away with doing this combo on the Maxi, whereas the previous combo would be pretty bad to Maxi because you're going to give him 3 draws. So things like that are what you can consider when deciding between which combo to go for. There's also version 3 here, which is again another alternative. And this one looks like this. Again, we're sending the same 2 monsters and we're sending Albaz. This time we're setting Branded in red. So the reason to set Branded in red would be if you have other monsters in your hand, in particular a dark monster, if you have a dark monster in your hand for Albaz to fuse with, and the Branded in red could be better. Even without a dark monster, this is technically playable because you can make Chimera with the Quen, the Maximus, and the Albaz from your graveyard, but you probably don't want to go for this combo unless you have a dark monster to fuse with so that you can make a very easy Mirror Jade. And then we have the last Nadia Servant combo here, which is what you can do with Nadia Servants without playing Maximus. So I've said in this video that I think you should play Maximus, but you don't have to, and a lot of people don't. This is what you can do with Nadia Servant without playing Maximus. So you can see it's the same high spirits in the Endphase play that we have shown quite a few times now. It has Grand Granel available, it has Cartesia fuse into Albion, Quem revive the Cartesia, well Quem revive the Albaz rather. Pretty good combo. And then the last one-card combo I have here is Quen. There's no replay for this because Quem is not a one-card combo. I felt like I had to point this out because for some reason I feel like people don't understand this, but Quem is not a one-card combo, which is why it's not played at 3, it's not a starter, it's just an extender. And now we have the 2-card combos. These are all the Alibur 2-card combos, so here is the first one, Alibur plus Rebellion. This combo looks like this. So we're gonna make Rinbrum here. So this is one of the Rinbrum lines. Instead of going for Albion into Rebellion, we get to send Mercuria, and this is important because we can now banish it with the Bystial to trigger its effect to search. Whenever you can do this, it's usually pretty good, although it generally only happens when you draw Rebellion. Just drawing Sarani on its own isn't enough to justify sending Mercuria, in my opinion. You need the Rebellion in order to access Branded Lost. So here you're going to activate your Mirror Jade, and it's important that you then chain your Rindbrum to negate it. By negating it, you're allowing it to be used again on the next turn. And the reason why you want to do this now in the end phase instead of drawing a branded loss window to make it safe from your opponent interacting with it is so that you can trigger the Quem. The whole point of doing this is so you can trigger the Quem right now to revive the Cartesian. You now get to use Albion and you get to set your branded in red. I'm setting branded in red because Albion is not a target for banishment, right? Which means we can't fuse into Light and Darkness Dragon, and we also don't have Lubellion on the board. In fact, this is the reason why we bounced a Lubellion to our hand. It's so that we have a discard for Albaz, but also because we're not going to be making Light and Darkness Dragon with banishment, so we don't need it on the board. Instead, we're going to set branded in red, and we have the Alvar in here. We also have the Albaz. Probably better to go for Albaz eventually, but you can also go for Chimera at any time with the Alaba, right? And that's your game plan. You don't have the means to revive Albaz on a Rindbrum board because the Rindbrum is on the field. So until this goes to the graveyard, you can't use it to revive your Albaz, but you can still revive it with Quem. So you might want to consider doing that before slipping the branded in red if you're going to target the Albaz. But it's up to you, and it really depends on what the opponent does, how you're going to use this board. You have a lot of disruptions in total. You have like a Mirror Jade, which is a negate, or it's a disruption. You have Rindbrum, which is a negate. Albaz can be revived with Quem. You have branded in red into Chimera. You can search for another Makuria if you're playing it. If you are only playing one though, then remember that it is banished. So again, this is a strong board. This is my personal favorite combo in all of Branded. I love this combo. And I will always try to go for this if I ever get the chance. So this is a good board. And then we have Alaba plus Sarania. This combo looks like this. As I said, you don't usually go for Rindbrum lines unless you hard draw Lubellion itself. So Alaba plus Sarania is not going to go for Rindbrum. Instead, we're going to get High Spirits. So the reason to access Branded Fusion this way, instead of just searching it directly with the Alaba, is because you get Titanic Lad in the graveyard, which is good. You want this in the graveyard. There's no reason to not go for it like this. You get a free draw, and you also get Titanic Lad in the graveyard, which makes this end board a lot stronger. And from here, it's a pretty basic combo. Just like before, you're going to summon Mirror Jade as usual, bring out Branded Lost, and then go to the end phase where you're going to summon your Quen, send a second copy of Albaz, and then set Banishment. You have Albaz in the graveyard, so you can now send Rindbrum with Mirror Jade and revive it. Remember that you do have other cards in your hand. We're not showing the rest of the hand. So you do have discards for Albaz, and you also now have Quen, plus Banishment to make Light and Darkness Dragon, Branded Lost to search for Makuria, and Mirror Jade to banish. And then we have Alaba plus Albaz. This combo has quite a lot of variations. You can see we have quite a few different options here. But the pure one with just Alaba and Albaz, without using any other discards, looks like this. You can see that yet again, it is just another basic one-card combo. Except this time, we have Albaz in the graveyard. Getting Albaz into the graveyard is always a good thing. It's always like a checkpoint that you want to check off your checklist when building your Brandon end board. If you have Albaz in the graveyard, it's just better than not having it because it makes your Mirror Jade really strong. So this is the one-card combo, but with Albaz in the graveyard. What you can do here is use the Mirror Jade, just like we showed before. In the one-card combo, you could banish your Lubellion to get access to Quen, Then instead of setting banishment, you can go for the high spirits play in the Endphase. That is an option. Although I don't recommend that in this line because one of the main benefits of that line is that you get Albaz into the graveyard. And in this combo you already have it. So you should probably go for this line if you have this. Really this is just showcasing that if you draw Albaz Auto, you can just use it as a discard for your regular 1-card line. And then it's beneficial in the graveyard. That being said, there are other ways to use it, and that's what this combo is going to show you now. This is a Verte line where you can actually play around Ash. So you can see instead of getting Branded Fusion, we're gonna get Kit. And then we're gonna get High Spirits into Kit. Kit can then special summon itself, so we have Albion in the graveyard. And that's gonna trigger it to search for Branded Lost, which is why we need this second discard, because Kit has to put a card back into the deck. So from here, we have 2 monsters, and we have not yet locked ourselves into fusions, which is why we're gonna be able to go for Verte and play around Ash like this. So this triggers Branded Lost, and we're gonna search for Shrouded Dragon here. The reason to search for Shrouded Dragon is because you have Albaz in the graveyard, which means on the opponent's turn you're gonna send Rinbrum, you're gonna fuse with Albaz, and then you're gonna trigger Branded Lost again, right? And this is gonna let you search for Mercuria. On your turn, there's no reason to get it right away. You might as well get Albion so that you can draw a card. Right, we're gonna send the Retribution, and we're gonna search for, but this is a random draw. So now you have follow-up, you have Retribution and the Branded Fusion, you have Rinbrum into Albaz, and you also have Mirror Jade Banish on its own. If you do get to fuse, then you also get a Monster Negate. It's a pretty strong board. And then let's not forget we also get Albion in the graveyard to set Branded in red, and we actually have a second copy, an Albaz here if we want to use it for a Branded in red early, and then we still have the means to revive one with Rinbrum later on. So this is pretty good. This is one way you can play around Ash. And then there's version 2 here, which is very similar, but instead of searching for Branded Lost with Kit, we're actually going to search for Branded in red. There are other options. You can search for obviously anything. You didn't need the Branded Lost. It wasn't a crucial part of the combo. So we're going to show one option that you can do when searching for something else. So just like usual, you're going to use High Spirits, you're going to get Kit, you're going to summon it, we're going for Verte so that we can play around the Ash. But here we have Branded in red instead of Branded Lost. So instead of going for the draw 1 on our turn and the Mercuria on our opponent's turn, we are instead trading that for Branded in red. And the way you can use this Branded in red is like this. What you can do is you can activate the Verte, sending the Branded Fusion as cost. Because we have an Albaz in the graveyard now already, we can actually use the Branded in red in response to add back the Albaz and then summon Mirror Jade. You can do this because Verte hasn't yet resolved, so even though it says you can't special summon, that's not gonna matter. We're gonna do this first, this chaining 2, and then as chaining 1, Verte is gonna resolve, and it's gonna summon Sanctify. And we're gonna send Quen here. Quen is important because in the Endphase, we're gonna trigger Albion, and we're gonna set Banishment, right? So Banishment can target the Quen. You can't target the Albion, but you can target the Alba or the Quen. And Quen is a bit better than Alba because this is actually relevant. You can use this to have some kind of effect. You can also revive it with Sanctifier potentially, although I think you'd be trying to resolve Sanctifier by summoning Albaz. That's probably the best way to play this. So on the opponent's turn, you can use Mirror Jade Banish, you can use Sanctifier to revive Albaz, and you can use Banishment to revive Quen. And then there's one more option, version 3, which is pretty much exactly the same thing again. Another Verte line, but we have another option, this time by searching a different card with Kit. So it starts out the same, like normal, and we're going to search for branded in white this time. So the branded in white is actually really interesting. We can't chain this to Verte, but what we can do is use it before activating the Verte. So we're going to activate the branded in white now, and that's going to let us banish the Kit, which is a beast, and the Albaz for Rundbrun. So now we can do a similar play to what we saw a few combos ago. We're going to summon Mirror Jade with the Verte, and then we're going to activate it and negate it with Rundbrun. Now, what we actually send here is Bergrand, which is not an Albaz fusion you are likely to be playing, but if you are playing it, this is a combo that you can do. It's going to activate in the Endphase and it's going to search for Mercuria. So this card lets you add a Tri-Brigade. It also lets you special summon Albaz like usual. But this is how you can get to Mirror Jade, Rundbrun plus Mercuria, and then also get to trigger Albion for branded in red. You have one target, but also a second target. You have Rundbrun, which can negate and bounce. You have the Mirror Jade, which can still activate, even though it activated its effect already, because it was negated by Rundbrun. We can use it again. And then we have the Mercuria itself. So this is a pretty strong end board. Probably not the one you're gonna go for though, because you're not gonna be playing Bergrand realistically. And then lastly, there is this other combo, which is Alaba plus Albaz, but not respecting Ash. So this time we're not gonna go for a Verte line, and this is gonna show you what you can do without playing around Ash. So this time we require 2 discards, and the reason is because we're still going to get High Spirits, and we're still going to need to put one back with Kit, but we're also going to need to put back the other one with, or discard the other one with Rebellion. So the combo is going to go like this. So this time we're going to get Branded Fusion, and the reason why it's worth, again, like I said before, the reason why it's worth going through the High Spirits instead of searching for the Branded Fusion directly is so that you can get Titanic Led into the graveyard. It's worth it. These extra discards are not worth as much as the Quinn provides for you, right? So you really want to go out of your way to get Titanic Led in the graveyard. From here, it's a pretty basic combo. We're going to go into Mirror Jade, and we're going to Tribute, we're going to summon out, we're going to bring the Brand of Lost onto the field. So this position you've seen a million times, and from here, we're going to go to the Endphase, activate the Titanic Led, summon out the Quen, and we're going to send Cartesia because we already have an Albaz here. So there's no reason to send another one. We can just send Cartesia to get that into rotation. We can actually add it back if we want. It's going to be a target, a discard for our Albaz. Yeah, there we go. And we also set the banishment because we're going to have Albion, which we can revive. We have Rebellion on the field. So that's Lightened Darkness Dragon. So this blood is pretty strong. We have Mirror Jade, we have Quam Revive, we have Mercuria from Branded Lost, we have 3 Omni Negates with Brand Banishment. Albaz in the graveyard, pretty good. It's pretty good. Okay, next we have Alaba plus Deployment. This is one of your standard combos. This one is very well known, I think. It is Alaba plus Deployment plus 1 discard. So it's gonna start with Deployment. You're gonna start with Cartesia because you want to play around Imperm Vela on Alaba, so you can protect yourself for Branded Fusion. It does play a little bit harder into Maxi, but that's fine. You take it. There's more Velas and buns than Maxi if your opponent is playing them. It also plays a little bit better around Gamma as well. For the most part, you should just use the deployment first in almost all of your lines, just because the in-palm protection is important. And even if you do get max seed, a lot of the time you're probably gonna decide that it's worth it to summon the Cartesia anyway, because it does provide play on the opponent's turn. So this line goes for Albion. It's pretty much a one-card combo line, except at the end we're gonna have Cartesia available so we can trigger our Branded Lust. So the chain link order doesn't matter for these. You're just gonna trigger one and then the other. Your opponent can't respond anyway. You're gonna set Titanic Blood and you're gonna search for Shrouded. We're gonna draw a rat because it's a random card. And then in the end phase, we're gonna summon Gwen. That's gonna send Albaz, and we're gonna set. This time it's not banishment because we don't have Rebellion on the field. So banishment reviving Albion is less malleable. We can't make Light and Darkness Dragon. So we're gonna get Branded in red instead. And then there's a very similar line that is almost identical, except if you want to use an extra discard, then you can. And it ends on a slightly stronger board, as you will see. So this time we have 2 discards, then you go for Cartesia again to protect the Alba. Exactly the same line. And then here, what we're gonna do is actually search for Springan's Kit instead of Shrouded Dragon. So in the previous line, we used 1 less discard, and then we drew an extra card. With Shrouded, we also got to send a Retribution for some follow-up. In this combo, this is gonna be slightly stronger, but we're gonna have a lot less follow-up. We're gonna use more cards, we're gonna have no Retribution, and we're not gonna have drawn a card as well. We're still going to send a Titanic Blood because we need to Quen, but now we get to use Kit, and Kit is going to let us search for banishment now. We're going to put back a card from my hand, and then in the end phase, we get the Quen, and then we're going to set Branded in red. So now we have banishment and Branded in red, both of which are live. We don't have Light and Darkness Dragon, but we could theoretically get there with the Branded in red if we wanted to. You can kind of always do this, because Rebellion is also the fusion. Rebellion is also a light dragon, so we can get there. We have both traps basically. This is why this combo is the same as the standard Alba plus deployment combo, but just a little bit better. If you want to commit more into it, you can make this end board instead. And we're also going to get Cartesia back in the end phase as well. And then the next combo is Alba and Branded Fusion. So this is actually a pretty strong combo, and there's a few different variations of this. So this is going to be the first one. So we're going to summon Titanic Lead, which is something you don't do very often, but it's just because it's better than Albion here, because Titanic Lead is a lot stronger on its own as a standalone play than Albion's in the end phase. So now we're going to get Lost, and then activate White. And we're going to send Albaz there. There's a specific reason why we're going to do that. It's because in the end phase, when we summon a Quen, we're not going to send Albaz. We're going to send Cartesia. And we're going to add the Cartesia back to our hand. And then we're going to activate Mirage. So this is the same line that we saw before, which is searching for high spirits in the Endphase. You will need to toggle on if you want to use this. I'm going to activate it in the Endphase, search for another Albaz, and then revive the Cartesia. So we can now fuse with the Cartesia on our opponent's turn. We can use the Albaz. We can make Albion, but we could also, if we're playing a second Grand Guinel, could fuse away the Marigade with the Cartesia. And even if we're not playing a second Grand Guinel, we could fuse away the Marigade with the Albaz in the hand for Rebellion. Use this card as a discard, and then Quem could revive back the Marigade. So this is pretty strong. This is a pretty strong way of playing it, although it's not the strongest way of playing. So this was Alba and Branded Fusion with one discard, and then there's an alternative version like this. So this is actually just going to search for Branded King directly. And then we're going to do a 1-card combo line, which is going to end on the Mirrorjade that is live with the Branded King set on the field. So this one is a lot lower powered, and it's definitely also not the strongest thing you can do, but it is very reliable. You have Mirrorjade that's live right away, you have Banishment that's live for your Light and Darkness Dragon, and you have Branded King, which is a negate for anything as well. You have Makuri in the deck with Branded Lost. It's relatively simple and straightforward. It only takes one discard, so this is an option if you don't want to rely too much on your Cartesia resolving in the previous line. And then there's also an option where you discard 2 cards, like this. So this is why we need the second discard, because we're actually going to use this opening as an extender. So we're going to need 1 discard for opening and another discard for Rebellion. So we're going to go for Albion, sending Rebellion like usual. And then we're going to chain opening to Albion to summon Quen. Now, the way this is sequenced is to play around max C as best as possible. By holding opening, until now you are pretty much confirming that your opponent doesn't have max C. Most players will chain max C to Branded Fusion, but sometimes when they know Branded very well, they will chain to Albion, right? Because they want to play around the possibility of you just summoning Sanctifier with Branded Fusion. If they chain max C, then you can just summon Sanctifier. But if you hold it, they can commit into something like Albion or Rebellion, then max C has better value, and then you could chain the opening to that. By activating the Albion here, and then chaining opening, we confirm that they don't have max C. If they did have max C in response to Albion, we can chain the opening anyway. So now we're going to trigger the Quen to revive the Cartesia. It's important that we used the opening in response to the Albion. The reason why we couldn't use it even later than that is because we need a monster to be summoned from the extra deck to trigger Quen's effects. Right? We need Quen on the field, we need it to resolve, sending Cartesia, and then we needed to summon Marigade so that Quen can revive the Cartesia. And from here, it's fairly straightforward. We're going to fuse into Grand Guinel, we're going to trigger Lost. The reason to send Serenia is because we've already accessed Quen, so there's no reason to send Titanic Light. We're going to set a Retribution, and Serenia paired with Shrouded lets you search for any spell or trap, which is what we're going to do. We're going to send Branded King. This could also be branded in red or Banishment. And then in the Endphase we get another one. So we have 2 traps of our choosing, or 2 spells and traps. One of these could be branded in red. There is not a target for branded in red, which is why I've not set it in this combo. But you could not be playing Branded King. If you're not playing Branded King, then this probably wants to just be branded in red, or maybe a second Retribution also is a viable option. The reason why we haven't added Bite the Cartesia, by the way, is because this is our only good target for Quen to revive. So we're planning on reviving Cartesia, and then using that to continue extending. And then afterwards, we even have another version of this combo, Alibut plus Branded Fusion, again with 2 discards. This time, we have a slightly different end board. So it's the same idea. We're going to search for opening, we're going to go for Lobelian, and then we're going to chain to that Albion so that we can trigger Quen in just the right amount of time, but also maximizing our chances of playing around Maxi. So exactly the same as before. Send Cartesia, summon Mirajade, trigger Quen. Now we get both of these effects. And we're going to send Garura this time. The reason to send Garura is because we don't need to search for a spell or trap. That's not our plan. We're just going to draw a card, and then we're going to send Albaz to the graveyard. This is because in the previous option, we did not have access to Albaz, and Albaz is very strong. Sometimes you would rather have access to Albaz in the graveyard than an additional spell or trap. Your spells and traps are very strong, but Albaz is also very strong. So this is the version where you choose to send Albaz, so that you have... And we also draw another card here with the Shrouded. And then the Endphase, we're going to set Branded in red. This time we have Branded in red because we have a target for it. Banishment, again, not as good because we've fused away our Rebellion. So access to Light and Darkness Dragon is not very easy with Banishment. That's why we set Branded in red. Now we have access to Albaz on the opponent's turn. And again, we're not going to add back Cartesia, but I think honestly you should add back the Cartesia here. Just add it to your hand, and then discard it for Albaz, and you revive with Rindbrim. That would be the preferred way of playing it, I think. So you should add Albaz, or add the Cartesia back to your hand here. However, there is this line, which is what I think is the strongest line. This is Alibut plus Branded Fusion with only 1 discard, so it's even better than the previous combos we just looked at. Except this end board is really strong, and you'll see. This line is the optional way to play it, but it does play slightly more into hand traps. So it's going to start with Alibut, and the reason why we summon it here is because we actually need it here so that we can play around anima zones as best as possible. So we're going to add opening. It's the exact same idea, but we're going to use it now. So we're playing harder into Maxi. Most opponents would probably chain to this because they've already normal summoned, but we need the Quen on the field first because we want to send Makuria. We're going to activate Branded Fusion. We're going to summon Titanic Lad. Not Titanic Lad. We're going to summon Albion. And we're going to send Cartesia. So the reason we send Cartesia is because we're going to get to Lubellion a different way. So we're going to actually trigger Quen here to revive this Albaz. And we're going to trigger Makuria because it was banished. And we're going to trigger Grangrenol. We have to also summon Grangrenol to the extramost zone again. If we don't do that, we're going to run out of space. So we have to summon this to the extramost zone. We'll search for Shrouded. And we're going to revive this Albaz to the field. And then Grangrenol sends the Lubellion. We're going to use the Lubellion, but again we're going to summon the Lubellion here because we want to play around the anima zones as best we possibly can. So we have to summon it here. I'm gonna bring out Branded Lust. Now we're gonna draw. The reason why we draw after bringing out Branded Lust is because there's no other target, so we don't want to draw into the Branded Lust. And we're gonna send Branded Sword. Branded Sword is required for this combo, but if you do play it, it's really, really strong. So we're actually gonna add back the Cartesia, not the Mercuria, the Cartesia, because we can still now special summon it and use its effect. This is gonna make Mirror Jade, that's gonna trigger Branded Lost. Now we can get Kit, we have a discard available for the Kit. This gets branded in white. Put back the discard. And now we're gonna make Renbrum. We can make Renbrum because Kit is a beast. We have Albaz in the graveyard. And on summon, under the Branded Lost window, you're gonna want to activate your Mirror Jade. And then chain Renbrum to negate and bounce the Rebellion back to your hand. It's important that you do this in the Branded Lost window, just in case your opponent has a response to Mirror Jade that can really mess you up because Renbrum has to directly to the Mirror Jade. And then we can search Magnum Opus because we haven't used Rebellion yet. We're going to add Albaz, we already have Gwen, so Albaz just works with that Cartesia here. And then Albion sets our Branded Banishment. Doesn't have to be Banishment, but because there's no target for Branded in red yet, I decided to set Banishment, but Branded in red is also just as good. Next we have Aliber and Branded Lost. This combo doesn't require any discards, so this is a pretty simple combo, but it's worth noting because it doesn't require any discards. So if you do draw a hand with a lot of cards that you want to keep, this is an option. It sends Lubellion to the graveyard because there's nothing better to send. We still need to use it to put our Albion in the graveyard, but other than that, it's just a one-card combo, except we're also going to get Albaz into the graveyard because of the Shrouded Dragon that we're able to search for with Lost. So it's a one-card combo with Albaz in the graveyard. If you wanted to, from here you could use the Mirror Jade to banish the Rebellion, to do the same line where you send Titanic Lab to the graveyard, summon Quen, and then use High Spurs in the Endphase. But honestly, this is fine. You have the Lost Search, you have the Mirror Jade banish, you have the Renbrum Fuse, you have Banishment for Light and Darkness Dragon. There's 3 more cards in your hand. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good combo, even though it looks pretty basic. And then there's Aliber plus Shrouded. This one is interesting. I think this one is important because what a lot of players do when they draw Shrouded is they just activate it. Right? They would start that turn by just activating Shrouded. And I think that's a mistake. Sometimes you have to consider what you have by comboing with the Shrouded in a specific way. So this combo, for example, we're going to search for High Spirits. And you're going to activate Albion as Chemic 1. You're going to send Retribution, and you're going to chone the High Spirits. It's important that you chone because you don't want to send away your High Spirits target. So by sending it to the graveyard, you are not going to get a draw, but it's worth it because you now have a stronger combo. You now got Titaniclad into the graveyard, which is going to be Quen in the Endphase. You also got to use Cartesia, which you're going to use now. Going to summon Grand Grenell, and we're going to access Branded Fusion from the graveyard using a Shrouded Dragon and Sarania Pella. So that sends Branded Fusion, we add it back. And from here, it's just a one-card combo. Albion into the Rebellion, into Mirror Jade, into Branded Lost, and then Endphase. But the difference is we now have access to Quen, Albaz in the graveyard, Cartesia is available, and we have Grand Grenell in rotation as well. So this is an Aliber one-card combo, but because we do the Shrouded, we get to do this extra combo. It's definitely worth going for this over drawing a random card. Next is Aliber and the Dia. So the thing about Nadia combos is that in general Medea 7 just activates and does its own thing at the end of any other combo. So as you might expect, this combo is just going to be an Alaba 1-card combo followed by a Nadia 7 1-card combo. And here we have to send Karura to draw a card. It has to be Maximus. If we're not playing Maximus, then Nadia gets not a lot of value because you've already used our normal summon. So we draw a card, and then we're going to summon the Maximus. And that's going to send Lulu Walili and Titaniclet. This is going to give us access to Glenn, and this is going to give us access to Cartesia. If you're not playing Lulu Walili, there's actually not a great card to send here. You can send maybe Alba Lenitus, but that doesn't do anything on the opponent's turn, that just searches you follow-up. If you are playing this, you're going to want to send it. You could send a Grand Granole, you could send a Rendbrum, but you're going to be able to send Rendbrum anyway, and Grand Granole isn't that good. You're already going to get access to Quen. So this line gets a lot better when you have Lulu in the deck. But if you don't, then the next best thing to send probably is... yeah, it's probably Grand Granole or Lenitus. But you're gonna summon the Quen, and I was gonna send Albaz, and now you're gonna summon Cartesia to the field. You also get Albion, like usual, set Banishment. We still have Libellion on the field, so we might as well go for the Banishment. And that's that combo. This is how a lot of Nadia combos look. Now we have Alaba plus Foolish. So if we think about what Foolish represents in a vacuum, since we already have our normal summon, Foolish is really just a way of sending Albaz to the graveyard. And Alaba 1-card combo doesn't actually set up Albaz in the graveyard. So it stands to reason that one way to use it in this combo is to just do an Alaba 1-card combo and then send Albaz to the graveyard with Foolish. That's a very valid way of playing this. You have your basic 1-card line plus Alaba in the graveyard. Or Albaz, sorry, in the graveyard. Then we have Alaba plus Sock. This is pretty much the exact same thing if you wanted to, but because Gold Sock can search for Shrouded Dragon, you can actually do the same line as Alaba plus Shrouded, and as you can see, the end board is the exact same between these two combos because the line is the same, which makes sense. Yeah, so this is the exact same end board as we had before. Next is Alaba and Cartesia. So since we have Alaba, we can do a Alaba 1-card combo. And if you want to, you can use the Cartesia just as your Libellion discard for a regular 1-card combo. In fact, that would even allow you to do a nice extended combo. If you can imagine activating the Mirror Jade in the 1-card combo line to send Titaniclet and Exus. Quen in the Endphase, we can actually send Albaz to the graveyard since we already have Cartesia. We discarded it with Libellion. So that is an option, but there's also a stronger option with just these two cards. which goes like this. So we're going to summon Albion, but we're not going to activate its effect. We want the Albaz in the graveyard so that we can use our Cartesia. We can still tribute, we can still bring out Branded Lost. And now we get to use Cartesia. We put the Albaz of the Alabasari in the graveyard. We summon the Grand Gwenel, we search with Branded Lost. Now we're going to send Sarania and pair it with the Shrouded Dragon so that we can search for a Branded in White. We need to get Branded in White here because we haven't accessed Mirror Jade yet, so we're going to draw a random card. We're going to add the Branded in White back. And now I can summon Mirror Jade. I'm going to set Banishment because we have Libellion on the field. Now we have Grangwin on the graveyard. On top of our regular 1-card combo board, we also drew a random card. So it's the same thing, but better. We're also going to add the Cartesia back to our hand as well. So because we have a Midter Quan, Grangwin can actually summon Quem, which can send Albaz, which is going to make a nice addition to this regular 1-card board. If you want to discard cards though, with Alaba plus Cartesia, you can actually do a pretty strong board. It goes like this. So this is Alaba plus Cartesia plus a couple of discards. So we're actually going to search for opening. The reason we're going to search for opening instead of Branded Fusion is because we want to get access to Branded Fusion later by summoning Quen, because we want to make use of Quen's second effect and also as its value on the end board. So we're going to send Shrouded, which is Albaz in the graveyard, so we can summon our Cartesia. Now we're going to use the Shrouded to send Retribution. Now we're going to use the Cartesia. We're going to summon Grangwinel, and we're going to trigger both effects, the Quen and the Grangwinel. Bring back Cartesia, this is now available on our end board. Sarania paired with the Shrouded searches for Branded Fusion from the graveyard. And now we're going to do our regular line. We're going to summon Libellion into Mirror Jade, into Tribute, into Branded Lost, into Endphase. And now we have Banishments for Light and Darkness Dragon, we have Mirror Jade Banish, and we also have Clan Cartesia on our end board, right? So the previous version that we showed, where you didn't use any discards, set up this same board, minus the Quen and the Cartesia. This time we have them on the field by using our discards. Next is Alaba and Quen. This is in here just to demonstrate that drawing Quen is not a combo piece. If you draw Alaba plus Quen, you have access to a Alaba 1-card combo, except you don't even have the option of going for the extended combo unless you play a second Quen, because you've already used it, it's already in your graveyard. So here all we can do is bring out the Branded Lost and set the Banishment. We do have the option of reviving Quen with the Banishment, which could be strong, but it's probably not stronger than just summoning Light and Darkness Dragon and ending on the Omni Negate, right? And if we did play a second Quen, we could use the Mirror Jade to banish the Libellion and play with High Spirits in the end phase instead of setting Banishment. Next is opening plus Alaba and 2 discards. This is a pretty strong combo. So it's the same idea that we've seen before, where you send Makuria and then banish it for Grangwinel, and then access Libellion this way with Grangwinel rather than sending it directly. Then we're going to revive the Albaz, use the kit, search for white. We've seen this line before. We're going to get Shrouded Dragon. And then ascend the sword, add the rep, or draw a card, and we're going to search for Makuria, or add Makuria back from the Banished Stone. So this is a pretty strong combo. This is something you can do with opening plus Aliba. What you can also do is the exact same line from before as well, which is this one. The Aliba plus Branded Fusion ending on this end board. You can do that as well. If you think about it, Aliba and Branded Fusion plus 1 discard is the exact same as Aliba plus opening, because you just change what your Aliba searches. This time it searches for Branded Fusion, and in this combo it searches for opening. So you can also do the exact same line. It says you can also do the line in combo 23.5, which is this one. You can end on this exact same board as well, and it even requires 1 less discard. Next, we have Aliba plus Dupe. This is showcasing a Requiem luck. Most of these combos are assuming that we don't have Requiem in the deck, because most of these lines can find a way to force a Requiem luck if you want, but there are other strong end boards you can go for as well. But for the sake of the duplication combos, we're going to assume that we have a Requiem, because that's the strongest thing you can do with duplication. So here, it's just a standard Aliba 1-card combo, but we're going to activate the Mirror Jade, and this is not an option. In this line, if you're playing Requiem, you really want to do this, because in order for duplication to be a dupe luck, a Requiem luck, in order to luck with just dupe, you need to have access to a light spellcaster, which is why we're definitely going to go for the extended 1-card line, like banishing our Lebellion, triggering the Titanic Lead, and getting access to a Quen. So this is the High Spirits in the Endphase line that we've seen before. And then sometime on the opponent's turn, we're going to activate the duplication, probably in the standby phase. And we're going to banish the Branded Fusion with an Ascender Requiem as material for Lebellion. Rebellion can actually discard the card that we have in hand. And we're going to make Sanctify. It's important that we have space on the board, so we don't want to needlessly trigger our Quen. If we had triggered our Quen on the summon of Lebellion, then we would not have had room to activate Sanctify here. So we're going to Requiem lock, and we're going to do this under the Branded Lost window. So we have Albion on our board. The reason we put Albion on our board, and the reason why we discard a different card and keep this Albaz, is so that we can use the Cartesia to fuse with the Albaz to make Furious Dragon. So we can use this Albion, the Albaz, and we can make Furious. And Furious is really good in addition to a Requiem lock, because it allows you to pop back row in the Endphase, which is just about the only thing they can do under a Requiem lock. It also negates Fire King Sanctuary as well, which is one of the ways in which they could out the Requiem lock. And we're also going to search for Makuria as well for good measure. Next we have Aliba and High Spirits plus a discard. So this is a similar line. It's not got a Requiem lock, but this is also another line where we're going to use High Spirits in the Endphase. So as you can see, it's just a 1-card Aliba combo where we go for the extended line. The only difference is, because we already have the High Spirits, we don't need to use our Albion to search it. So we're going to add the Cartesia, we're going to go for the full line, regular combo that we've seen before, revive the Cartesia to our field. But we also get to keep back Branded in Red because we didn't need to use our Albion search on the High Spirits because we already had it. Next is Alba plus Keeper. This is just another Alba 1-card combo. It's in here to demonstrate that if you have both of these, you're better off just summoning the Alba and then discarding the Keeper. So this combo uses zero discards. The standard 1-card combo. And then if you want to actually use some discards, Alba plus Keeper plus 2 discards, we can go for a combo like this. So in general, because Keeper is a dark dragon, if possible we want to search for high spirits so that we can delay our branded fusion surge by getting it with Kit instead. And the benefit of that is that we get to put Titanic Light at the graveyard, which is something we don't get in the 1-card combo, so it's very worth it. I've explained this before. Discards are not worth the Titanic Light. So we're going to go for the standard 1-card combo, but we now have Titanic Light in the Endphase to go for Clams and Albaz, and then we're going to set El Banishment. So it's the same board, but stronger, because we used a bunch of discards. And then there's also this line, which is Alba plus Keeper and then 1 extra discard. So the previous line we saw used 2 discards. This one is going to be showing what you can do if you just want to discard 1 card. So maybe you have some non-engine cards in your hand that you really want to keep. We're going to go for Branded Lost, and we're going to make Verte. So this line actually plays around Ash, providing that they don't Ash High Spirits. Most plays will not Ash High Spirits, but some will. So now you're going to search for Shrouded, and you then draw a card. And then you can use the Albion to set the Branded in Red. So we have Albaz in the graveyard as the target for Branded in Red. We can make a second Mirror Jade. We can go Mirror Jade Banish, Branded in Red, make a Lobelian into another Mirror Jade. We can revise with Runbrum first. We can also target the Alba at any time with the Branded in Red if we want to make Chimera. So this is reasonable. It's a decent board. It's something to consider. It plays around Ash, and it's not terrible. Next is Alba and Kit. This is an interesting line. Uses 2 discards, so it's pretty expensive, but it is pretty much just a Alba 1-card combo, followed by Kit. And Kit just searches for any spell or trap that you want in addition to your 1-card combo. So you're going to summon the Kit, and we're going to search for Branded King. It could be Banishment, Branded in Red. And of course you can follow this up if you wanted to with the extended line where you activate the Mirror Jade. Right, and that is this line exactly. We have this line here, which is activating the Mirror Jade. Same line as before, but we're going to go for the extended line instead. So what's interesting here is that because we have the Kit on the board to banish, we get to keep Rebellion, which means we can set Banishment, and we have the means to go into Light and Darkness Dragon. Okay, and then the next one we have Aliber plus White. This is one option for when you draw Aliber plus Branded in White. A lot of the time, if you have just Aliber and Branded in White, what I have been doing is just discarding the white for my Rebellion discard, but there is technically other options that you can go for. So this, I'm going to go into Titanoclad, I'm going to bring out Branded Lost, I'm going to go into Rebellion, make Mirror Jade, and now we have the means to send an Albaz to the graveyard. We're going to draw a random card, and now we have Quem in the end phase. We're going to add Cartesia back, and this is basically a Albion-less line, so what we could do instead during the end phase is actually activate the Mirror Jade if we wanted to, before adding back Cartesia, sending an Albion, and then reviving the Cartesia to the field with Quem. We're going to banish the Rebellion, and then we're going to get Albion in the graveyard to set something like Branded in Red. That is a possible play. It might be stronger than this, I think. It's probably a bit stronger than this. But this is fine, and it's just one of the options. Anyway, there is a much better option here, which is Aliber plus White plus a discard, and this is version 2. So I think this is what I just talked about, where you activate the Mirror Jade. Yeah, so we're going to activate the Mirror Jade, we're going to banish the Rebellion, and we're going to revive Quem. We're going to set Branded in Red this time because Rebellion's gone, so we can't make Light and Darkness Dragon. The Mirror Jade is dead on this end board, but overall this is fine. We don't have an Albazilan to fuse with Cartesia, but we also haven't made through Grand Guignol yet, so it is very easy for us to activate Cartesia, fuse away the Mirror Jade, summon a Grand Guignol, and then Quem can revive back the Mirror Jade. Next combo is Aliber plus Mac plus 1 discard. This is surprisingly good. Alright, if you look at the end board, we can see that we have more than you'd expect. So the Mercury here is not just an end board piece, so we could go for an Aliber 1-cut combo and then just keep the Mercury in hand as a discard. But there's actually a better way to play it, which is by sending Cartesia and banishing it for Albion. And then going like this, getting Branded in White, going for Mirror Jade this way. So now we have Banishment with the Rebellion, we have Albaz in the graveyard, we have a Mirror Jade banish, and assuming that we have a second Mercury in the deck, we also have Mercury available to search. If we don't have Mercury in the deck, then that's one less disruption, but we could search for Albaz, and then Grand Guignol triggers to summon Quem. Quem sends Cartesia, because we already have Albaz. Cartesia, if that gets revived, that's going to give us the means to use an Albaz in the hand, effectively, as a disruption. So this combo is pretty good. It's a stronger way of playing it. So don't be fooled into thinking that Mercury is always a brick. Sometimes drawing it does actually lead to a combo. And then there's also Aliber plus Retribution. This is exactly the same idea. Just because you drew a brick does not mean that it doesn't combo with your starters. So this could be an Aliber 1-card combo, where we just discard Retribution for follow-up, but we could also search for Opening instead, and that gives us access to Quem, which is going to extend our 1-card combo quite a bit, is going to add extra things to our end board. So here we're going to send Cartesia, and we're going to see this familiar line that we've seen before a few times. So we use Quen to revive Cartesia, and then we're going to summon Grand Canal. It's not actually the line that I thought it was. We're just going to get rid of the Albion by fusing it away. We're not going to send... We're going to send a Lubellion to the graveyard. We could just put it into the graveyard by fusing it for Grand Canal. So this line does miss out on Branded Lost. We're going to use the Shrouded Dragon to send an Albaz to the graveyard, so that we have that. And we're going to add back Cartesia, then activate Albion, and that's going to set Branded in red because we have no Lubellion. And this is the end board. We have Albaz in the graveyard, Branded in red, Quam, Mirajade. So that's it for the Aliba combos. Okay, so for the Keeper combos, you have Keeper plus Lubellion plus 1 discard. This is going to be the same as Aliba plus Lubellion. So because you can use Keeper in the exact same way as Aliba, in a lot of the combos, it is going to be the exact same cut. And this is one of those examples. So this is the same end board we had with Aliba plus Lubellion. Again, you're setting Branded in red because you bounce Lubellion back to your hand. And the reason you can't leave it on the field is because you don't have a target for banishments. I remember that Albion is sent with Mirajade, which means you can't target it with banishment, which is why we're not trying to make Light and Darkness Dragon. Otherwise we would. If we could target this, we would leave the Lubellion on the board, set banishment, and make 3 Omnigates. Right, most of the combos that can do that will try to do that. Next up is Keeper plus Saranu. So if you remember the combo with Aliba, we actually searched for High Spirits in this line, but we can't actually do that because Keeper does not search for High Spirits, right? It only searches for Fusion normal spells, which is either Branded Fusion or Fusion Deployment. But we can do a similar thing. We're actually going to search for Branded Fusion, and then we're going to use the Serenia in a different way. So with this end board, you can see we actually made use of Keeper's second effect to special summon Albaz from the graveyard. This is something that you see a lot, and it's one of the key differences with Keeper is that you can make use of its second effect to bring back an Albaz from the graveyard. And what that usually means is that in a real hand where you have lots of different extenders, you could summon a Renbrum with your Branded Fusion quite a lot. In this combo, it actually wasn't because we had the Bystial. That's not the reason why we wanted to summon Renbrum, it was because we had Keeper, so we can special summon the Albaz from the graveyard. That gives us access to Albaz again for our Cartesia, which allows us to get back to Mirajade. So this is a pattern to watch out for. Usually you're going to see in a lot of these combos that Keeper ends up summoning Renbrum with Branded Fusion. So I move on to the next combo. We have Keeper plus Sarania plus 2 discards. This is another combo line you can go for. The first combo required Sword, and I believe this one does not need to play Sword. Yeah. So this is what you could do if you don't play Sword. So here it's making use of the fact that we can search for deployment, and then it's pairing Cartesia into Grand Grenole with Serenia to search for branded fusion. And now it's just a basic one-card line where we get to Mirror Jade and we print out Branded Lost. This time we do set banishment because we have a target for it. And yeah, this is the alternative line. You see, it's not quite as strong as an end board. There's no Quem on the end field, but we can still get to it with Grand Grenole if our opponent allows it. So next, this is Keeper plus Albaz. You can see the end board here is looking pretty basic. It looks like a one-card combo but with an additional Albaz in the graveyard. Yeah, so this is a one-card combo line, but our discard was Albaz, so we were able to use it as our discard for Keeper, and then we used one more discard for our Lobellion. Next is Keeper plus Deployment. So this is going to be a really good example of comparing Alba and Keeper. So the Alba plus Keeper combo, or sorry, the Alba plus Deployment combo ends on the same board that this combo goes. We're going to go for the exact same line, but using Keeper in place of Alba. So we go for Cartesia first to play around Imperm, and then we go for the same line, utilizing the one extra discard that we need to end on the same board. It's the exact same line as if we had Alba, except we needed one more discard. So we draw a random card, and then we set the Quim in the end phase, get back Cartesia, and set Banishment. Or branded in red. Yeah, branded in red. Just the same end field that we had. You remember we have Quim, Mirror Jade, branded in red, Albaz in the graveyard. And if we look back at Alba plus Deployment combo, it's the same end field. We have Quim, branded in red, Mirror Jade, Albaz in the graveyard. But here we can see that there's actually another version. This makes use of Keeper second effect. This uses the differences between Keeper and Alba to make a much stronger end board. This combo goes like this. So we still need 2 discards because we need one for Keeper, but the second one is not going to be for Lobellion, it's actually going to be for Kit, as you'll see. So we're still going to start with Cartesia, because this is how you play around Imperm and Bela. We're going to summon their Keeper, and we're still going to search for Branded Fusion, but this is where we can make use of Keeper's second effect. Like I said a minute ago, because we have access to another Albaz by special summoning it face down, and then fusing with it with Cartesia, we can summon Renbrum here instead. And Renbrum usually leads to really strong end boards. So we're going to summon back the Albaz. Now we can use Cartesia, going to Albion this way. Remember, we can still fuse with face down monsters, that is not a problem. We're going to banish the Nakuria and the Cartesia, and we're going to go for Grand Grenole. We're not going for Lobellion into Mirror Jade yet. It might be very tempting, right, to banish Nakuria and Albaz, discard this card in hand and make a Mirror Jade, and then be done with it. But that would not actually be that strong, because we would have Mirror Jade, we would have Renbrum, but we would still have Albion on the field. We could activate the Mirror Jade and negate it to send Titanic Lad, but we still don't have a way of putting the Albion in the graveyard. So there's actually a much stronger way to play this, which is by going for Grand Grenole. So we're going to trigger both effects. We're going to search for kit. This is why we need the second discard. I'm going to send Lubellion. Discard can send Lubellion. And this is how we're going to get our Albion off of the field. We're going to get Branded Lost. And our kit is going to be able to search for Branded and White. It has to put back the discard, and now we can use the Branded and White to banish the Albaz that we have in our graveyard, send the Grand Gnoll to the graveyard, and this gets us our Mirror Jade. And then what we can do is trigger Branded Lost, and then during the same chain, activate the Mirror Jade. This is just to play around a disruption from our opponent. We really don't want to be doing the Rinbrim negate your own Mirror Jade play if your opponent has responses, because if they chain it to the Mirror Jade, you can no longer negate your Mirror Jade, and that's going to be a problem. It means your Mirror Jade is not going to be alive for the next turn, and it also means you're going to have to banish one of your own monsters. So we're going to do this in the Branded Lost window so they correspond, and we're going to search for Shrouded. We're adding back Lubellion because we have not activated its effect yet, so we can actually discard this and use it. And we're going to do this first. We're going to search for Magnum. If you're not playing Magnum, you could consider not using it first and just drawing a card. Because you only have one target, so if your Shrouded Dragon actually drew into Saronir here, then Lubellion would be dead. So you would want to... I guess you would use it first. Yeah, you would still use it first, just in case the Shrouded Dragon drew into it. But now we're going to send another Albaz, we're going to draw a card, and then we're going to go Endphase, and we bring out Quen. And this sends Battered Sword. Branded Sword here adds back Macaria. It's important to do this in the Endphase, you might as well. And then we get Branded in Red. So you can see we have Albaz back into the graveyard, Grand Gnoll available. We have Branded in Red. We could theoretically have, because this Albion is a target, this is properly summoned, we could have set Banishment and then chose to keep Lubellion on the board instead of bouncing it back to our hand. And instead we could bounce the kit back to our hand for follow-up. In many ways that is stronger because that gives you access to the 3 Omni Negates from Light and Darkness Dragonlord. But this is the combo that allows you to search for Magnum Opus, so if this is a really important card in the matchup, maybe you're playing a Mirror, or maybe it's T-Elements or something, this could be stronger, but I think for the most part, once Light and Darkness Dragon is released, you should just leave the Lubellion on the board and then go for Banishment instead. But that's the end field. So this is really, really strong, and this is not possible with Alga plus Deployment. This has to be Keeper. So next is Keeper plus Branded Fusion. This is another strong combo. It goes like this. So this combo made use of the fact that we can search for deployment if we already have Branded Fusion. This is something that you might do in general with Keeper. You can search for fusion deployment if you already have a way of accessing Branded Fusion. It's a pretty good play to do that because accessing Cartesia extends your plays by quite a lot. So this is basically a Alibi plus deployment combo. This is basically the same end field. And then something to remember about this combo, as it says in the notes, that we can also do the same line as in 44.52, which is this line. If you think about it, Keeper plus deployment, where you search for Branded Fusion, is no different to Keeper plus Branded Fusion, where you search for deployment. They both require 2 discards, So you can end on the same board. This is one alternative, it's the same as this. And then you can also do this line as well. Next is keep it plus lost. So keep it plus lost plus 1 discard should be ending on a pretty mid-range board. So this is the combo. Yeah, so it's a pretty basic 1-card combo, but we have an extra Alba and extra Albas, in the graveyard. And then we can also upgrade the combo by adding 1 more discard into the mix, which lets us end on a much stronger board. This is again going to make use of the differences between Keeper and Alba, so it's important that you recognize when you can use Keeper like this. So here, because we already have Lost on the field and we've already used it, there's no reason to send Libellion. We can just send, in this case we sent Shrouded because it's Sarania, and I could send Branded Sword so that we can get access to our Cartesia back, or our Mercuria. Now we're going to use the kit, get the Branded in white, and the important difference here is that we have to send the Albion to the graveyard, not the Granganol, just so that we can get this into the graveyard. And there's the Mirror Jade. Again, we're going to use this in the Branded Lost window, there's no reason not to. We're going to bounce the kit for follow-up. And we have to send another Albaz because we don't have one yet. So this is the end board, it's pretty good. We're also going to set with Albion first. This is branded in red. It's not banishment because we don't have access to Libellion. So if you want to access like Darkness Dragon, it's not going to be through banishment. And yeah, this is a similar line to the one we saw before. Make sure you keep in mind this idea of Keeper being used in a different way, right? To special summon back an Albaz in defense position. Very good effect. Don't overlook it. Next is Keeper plus Shrouded. So if you remember, when we had Alober plus Shrouded, we would actually search for high spirits, because this is a Dark Dragon, it's a really good high spirits target. We can't do that with Keeper, we're not allowed to search for high spirits, but we can instead search for Deployment, which pairs with the Sarania, with the Shrouded Dragon, by getting to Sarania with Granganol, and that searches for Branded Fusion. It's the same thing as searching for it directly, but we also get our Cartesia and Granganol into rotation, which is much better. And then here is just the basic line, Albion into Libellion into Mirror Jade, Tribute for Branded Lost, Endphase set our banishment. We have banishment because we have Libellion. Yeah, so this is a basic 1-card combo, but we use the Shrouded instead to ensure that we accessed Cartesia and Granganol, so we now have access to Quen. If you could imagine this in a real game, if you instead just shotgun the Shrouded and use it to draw a card, like Upstart Goblin, and you don't draw into an extender, and you just send something like a Retribution, then this is not possible. Right? It's not possible. I guess it technically is possible, because you can still search for deployment. Yeah, it's technically still possible because you can search for deployment and then fuse with the Keeper. So it is still possible. I guess that would be a stronger way to play it, so there's actually no reason to play it like this, right? No, I'm confused. Never mind. This is correct. We played it properly, right? If we reload the combo, you can see this was played exactly how I thought it was. We definitely draw the card first. You're supposed to draw the card first. Yeah, so we draw the card. I thought for a second that we used Cartesia to fuse away with the Shrouded, but we didn't. So we draw the card. You might as well draw the card. Anyway, next is Keeper plus Nadir. This is, again, if you remember what I said about Nadir combos, in general, they don't combo much, because once you use Nadir, you are locked, right? So it's pretty much just the rest of your hand combos, and then Nadir does its thing, which is what you're gonna see here. It's a 1-card line, and then Nadir 1-card combo. We draw a card with Garora, we send with Maximus. And we're gonna send Lulu Walili and Titanic Blood. So here we have Albion, which is summonable. So we set Banishment, we have Rebellion, we have Cartesia, we have Quams and Hellbaz. If we're not playing Lulu Walili, you could send maybe Rendbrum here, or maybe Grand Granol if you're playing 2. But neither of those are particularly that good. You can get to Grand Granol anyway using Cartesia. And if you are playing Lulu, then the Dia works really well. In fact, I don't really recommend playing the Dia without playing Lulu. It's fine, but not only as an extender, really. Like, if you're gonna use it in a full combo like this, you're gonna find that you're gonna miss one send, right? There's gonna be one send from your extra deck that you don't really know what to do with because you don't have any valuable send, right? So Lulu can sometimes really help out with that. Next is Keeper plus Foolish Burial. So you can see again, we search for deployment, which is a similar idea as before. We're going to access Branded Fusion through Retribution because we just want to get access to Grand Granol. We want this in rotation. Instead of doing a 1-card line and then sending Albaz, we're going to get Grand Granol into rotation because it's stronger. Right, we don't have Albaz yet, but as soon as they trigger the Grand Granol, we're going to summon Quan and we're going to send Albaz. So it's pretty much the same thing, but better. Next is Keeper plus Gold Sarcophagus. This should be a very similar thing. Foolish and Gold Sarc are very similar in this respect. Yeah, so we're going to search for Shrouded, we're going to send Serenu, and then access our Branded Fusion and do a 1-card combo. So this is the same end board as the last combo. Then we have Keeper plus Cartesia. This is another interesting example of using Keeper as alibi to make a weaker end board. Or we can use Keeper with its second effect to make this much stronger end board, which you'll see here. So to start with, this is the first line. And this is what you can do if you're not playing Branded Sword. So notice that we did not actually activate our Albion. We just summoned it and then passed him. Well, not directly, but we summoned it and then passed priority. Right? We wanted to tribute it for Rebellion, and the reason we didn't activate it is so we can keep Albaz in the graveyard to summon our Cartesia. An interesting consequence of lines like this that you don't really notice or think about until it happens is that since we didn't actually activate Albion, if we were to get Nibiru'd at some point in this line, it would actually go very well for us because we would trigger Grand Godel to get Quen, and we would also chain Mirajade to send Titaniclad from my extra deck. In the Endphase, we can actually use that Titaniclad to summon out an Albaz from our deck and then fuse with the Nibiru, which is a light, into the second Albion, and then because we didn't use the first one, we can actually activate that Albion's effect. We could summon something like Furious, and then Quam is gonna revive like our Mirajade. So if you're ever gonna not activate Albion or not go for Albion, you have a much stronger punish for Nibiru in general. Just something to think about. And then this is the other option if you are playing Branded Sword. This is using Keeper to its fullest potential. So again, we have this same end board, and what we could have done if we wanted to make Light and Darkness Dragon is set Banishment, keep the Rebellion on the field instead of searching for Magnum, and then return the kit to the hand as follow-up instead. Next is Keep It plus Quen. This is a one-cut combo. This is to demonstrate that the Quen Hydron does not really do much. So we have Quen available as a target for banishment, but once Light and Darkness Dragon is in the scene, there's kind of no reason to ever want to target the Quen. You don't summon free Omni Negates almost certainly instead of Quen, but it is a viable option. Then we have Keeper plus Opening. So this combo actually requires 3 discards, so this uses the whole hand. So this is a similar line we've seen before where we actually delay sending the Lobelian, and we send it with Grand Granol instead to tribute our Albion. We also revive the random Albaz to the field with Quen, so that when we fuse with Branded in White, the Albaz goes back to the graveyard instead of being banished. So now we use our last discard, the Kit. Now the Albaz is back in the graveyard, and we can search for Shrouded, which sends Branded Sword. A lot of these lines, by the way, if you're not playing Branded Sword, you can still do the same line for the most part if you're playing a second Makuria. So on the opponent's turn, when you do a fusion summon, you can search for the second Makuria, and then instead sending Branded Sword with something like Sarania or Shrouded, whichever sends it. Then you can send something like Retribution for follow-up. And then we set Banishment here as well. Next is Keep Up Less Duplication. Again, this is showing a Requiem look, just again demonstrating that duplication makes it very, very easy to Requiem look. And it's also going to showcase the facts that you can do an extended one-cut combo if you have duplication, and you very much should, because you want to access those light spellcasters in order for fusion duplication to be a lock by itself. So we're going to activate the Mirror Jade, access our Quen, access our Cartesia. This is the Endphase High Spirits line. We've seen this before. Search for Albaz, revive the Cartesia, and then in the opponent's turn we can use a duplication to lock our opponent. We're going to summon Sanctify, and we're going to give them the Requiem. And we have Keep Up Less High Spirits. So this is an interesting line. This is basically the same thing, except we don't have dupe, but we are still going to go for the end phase line where we use High Spirits in the end phase. So this is the same end board for the most part, except instead of duplication we have Branded in Red. We're allowed to get the Branded in Red because we hard drew the High Spirit, so we don't need to search for it with Albion. And then we have Keep It plus Makuria. This is pretty much a one-card combo again, but with a little bit of a bonus because we get to banish Makuria from the graveyard with Albion. So we get to trigger the Albion here, or the Makuria, I mean, and then we get to search for Shrouded. The rest of the one-card line is the usual thing, and then we get to put Albaz in the graveyard for free, draw a card, and insert Banishment. So what we could do, if we wanted to, is the extended one-card combo. We could also, instead of searching for Shrouded in Makuria, we could search instead for something like Kit, and then extend, but that would require the use of more discards. And again, we could also send Sword instead of Albaz, so that we could get back our only Makuria to use as a disruption. And then a way of maybe improving that would be to activate the Mirror Jade and go for the High Spirits line as well, so that we can get Albaz again once we fuse with the Cartesia. And then we have Keep Up with Kit plus 3 discard. This again uses the whole hand. So on this end board we have Mirajade, Banishment, Albaz in the Graveyard. Quem can revive Albaz, Quem can also revive Mirajade. We have Granganol can trigger to summon Croritis. And Banishment can make Lion Darkness Dragon. We haven't been through Armor Courier yet, so we can search for it with Branded Lost. It's a pretty strong end board, it does use the whole hand though. And then the last Keeper combo is Keeper plus Branded in White, which ends on this. It says here, because it is the same line as 39.1, which is this one, Alba plus White plus 1 discard, ends on this line. So what this is basically saying is that we can activate our Mirajade if we want a stronger end board to go for the extended 1 card line. So that is it for the Keeper combos. Like I see, it says here that Keeper combos can be stronger when you discard certain key pieces like Retribution. This is true. Also keep in mind that sometimes your Keeper is just Alba with an extra discard, and then sometimes it's better because you can revive Albaz to the field, and that allows you to do some fancy Rinbrim lines, which end on these release term lines here, and things like that. So next is the opening. Opening is, again, similar to Keeper in that it is sometimes just Alba with an extra discard, but sometimes it's not. So we'll start with this first one, which is opening plus Luvelian. This is the exact same end board as the other lines that use Luvelian, which is the Bystial combo. The only difference this time is that we're going to play in the draw phase, because we want to play around Duel and Bela on our Alba. So we're going to search for Branded Fusion, then we're going to go for Brindbrum, and then we're going to go for the rest of this line. Yep, so this is the same end board as before. Every time we draw Luvelian, we do a Sibylla end board. This is one of your strongest end boards. You still have access to pretty much everything. The only thing you don't have is Mercuria unless you play another one. Next is opening plus Serenia. This combo looks like this. So we're again going to play in the draw phase to beat Duel and Bela. And we're going to search for High Spirits. Remember, Alba can search for High Spirits, and paired with Serenia, it's better than searching for Branded Fusion directly, because you're going to get Branded Fusion to the graveyard, but also getting Titanic Heart in the graveyard for free. So from here, we're just going to do the 1 card line, the basic line, and then I'm going to go Endphase, and we get all of our key pieces into play. We have Mirajade, we have Branded Lost, we have Quen, and Albion set on Albaz in the graveyard. Next is opening plus Albaz. This ends on another basic end board, except we're putting Albaz in the graveyard, so you can maybe infer at this point exactly what this combo is going to look like. It's going to be an opening 1-card combo, but just putting Albaz in the graveyard by discarding it. And if that's what you thought was going to happen, you would be right, that's exactly what it is. Next is opening plus Albaz plus 3 discards. So you might have expected there is more we can do with opening plus Albaz, and this is what you can do if you want to discard more cards from your hand. We're going to search for High Spirits again this time, making use of Albaz being a good High Spirits target. That gets us the Titaniclad in the graveyard, and then we can just use Kit to search for Banded Fusion instead. Yep, so this has pretty much everything we need. Albaz, Banishment, Mirror Jade, Quen, and Makuria can search on the opponent's turn. I am opening plus deployment plus 2 discards. You can see this is a pretty big end board. So this time we have branded a red, and you can see the pattern here. Every time we have Rebellion, it's always Banishment, and every time we don't, it's always branded in red. Next is opening plus deployment plus 3 discards. So this is another option you can go for. This combo again doesn't use its normal summon. So you can see this time we set branded in red and also branded king. We sectro branded king with the kit. This is basically just a way of adding strength to the end board by using one of our extra cards in hand. If we do a Beck, if the card in hand was not useful, then this can be worth it, as branded king does add some extra strength to the end board here. And then the next combo is opening plus branded fusion. So similarly to how it says here, it's the same line as combo 23. If we look back up at here, get Alva plus branded fusion plus 2 discards here. So what this means is that we could also do this line here, I think. No, we can't do this line. We can't do this line because this requires Alba to search for opening to get Quen. And here we have opening plus branded fusion, which is not the same thing because we don't have Alba and Quen. Okay, so this is what this combo ends on. You can see it's still going to go for a similar line where we banish Mercuria for Granguinol. We're going to search for Kit. We're going to send Lupillion the hard way. Yeah, so we're going to add back Mercuria and we're going to set banishments. It is possible, I think, to do a line where instead of searching for Kit right away with Mercuria banished, we're going to search for Shrouded, then send Sword, then add back a Cartesia. I'm going to make a similar line as we did before, so I think it is possible to do the same line. Yeah, so this line here, we can also end on the same end board as this one, which is this line. I believe this is possible as well. You just need to change the combo a little bit. And then next we have Opening and Blast. This ends on another strong board here. This time we actually do use our normal summon. We actually search for one. So this combo might look less fancy, but it's pretty good. It has everything you need. You have Nerve Jade, you have Quan, you have Branches and Bread, Elba's in the Graveyard, Bind at Lost, Granguinol. It's everything you want for the most part. It's easily enough to win a game. And then we have Opening plus Shrouded, which ends on this end board here. This one doesn't ease the normal summon. So we're going to search for High Spirits because we have Shrouded. You can see a similar pattern here. Whenever you have a target for High Spirits and Dark Dragon, you pretty much always go for it instead of the Branded Fusion. Because you could access Branded Fusion later, and you want to make use of High Spirits, giving you that Titanic Lad for free. So this is the end board, it's pretty good. And then we have Opening plus Nadir. Again, we're going to be doing an Opening 1-card combo here, followed by Dear Servant. So we're going to draw a card with Garura, and then we're going to summon Maximus. And again, this time we have not sent. Okay, we're going to set first. We're going to send Albaz. With Maximus, we actually send Granguinol, so this does not need to send Lulu or Lilith. You could send Lulu if you wanted to, but I thought I'd throw in an example where you don't access Cartesia like this and you just send Granguinol, so this is something that you can do if you don't have Lulu in your extra deck. And then we have Opening plus Foolish, which looks like this. Another really strong combo. So we have everything we need here: Granganol, Mirajade, Quen, Banishment, Albaz in the Graveyard, and Magina Search from a Courier, which we've not been through yet. And then we have Opening, Close, Sarcophagus. This is a slightly different combo because what we can't do is send Tragedy to the graveyard and then banish it. I believe that has to use Tragedy as material. So we can't do that in this combo because Tragedy is not in our graveyard. So the combo is actually a little bit different, but it's still just as strong, and it looks like this. So the reason why we banished Mercuria instead of Tragedy is because we really wanted to add it back with Branded Sword. That's important that we did that. Next is Opening plus Cartesia. So we also need 2 discards. Notice that we start by normal summoning the Cartesia instead of activating Opening in the draw phase like we've done in every other combo. This is because you don't want to play around Duel and Bela. You'd rather just play around Bela and Impalm, which is more reasonable. Your opponents are more likely to be on Impalm than they are Duel. So you want to just normal summon a Cartesia. Now your Aliber is protected from Impalm. Yep. So next is Opening plus Quen plus 2 discards. So see here, it's actually a draw 2, and the way we get to that is with Garura. So you didn't need to be playing Garura for this, although it's not the end of the world if you don't play it. So this time we are going to go for Opening in the draw phase, although one consideration is that you could actually start with normal summon Quem, just because if it baits the Impalm, then the Opening is a little bit better. If Aliber gets Impalmed here, then a Quem does not actually extend. It's not a 1-card combo, and we can't make a Verte because Opening locks us out of summoning late monsters. So I think the better way to play this is most of the time it's going to be to normal summon the Quen first. So this is better into Impalm, but the way that this combo has done it is playing around Vela and Draw. So this is our we draw a card. The only reason we send it is because we don't need anything else. We're going to draw a random card, that's what that was. And then we're going to set Branded in red because we don't have Rebellion, add back Cartesia. And the Zen board is Mirajade, Branded in red, Albaz in graveyard, Granganol Quen. Makuri is available if we want it to. If we didn't have Gorora in the extra deck, maybe we don't have room for this, what we could do is send Lulu and then summon Cartesia from our hand. We could send Titamiclet and then search for an extra Albaz. We could also be Sarania and then send a Retribution, or Binded Sword for some time later. So there's a lot of options, but since we didn't need anything desperately, the best thing to do is actually just to draw a card if you can. And then we have Opening plus Dupe. This is just, again, another example of showing a Requiem luck using duplication. So we activate the Mirror Jade because we need the light spellcasters. And now we're going to do the Endphase High line. And that allows us to use duplication, make Sanctifier, and Requiem luck the opponent. And we're going to do it under the branded loss window. There's a Heaven of Courier for a negate for a normal summon monster, and we have Albion with Cartesia. Cartesia confuse the Albion with the Albaz into Furious Dragon, and that can pop back row. So this is a complete shutdown of the opponent. They can't summon, they can't use their normal summon, and they also can't use back row. It's pretty good. Next is Opening plus High Spirits. This is, again, whenever you draw High Spirits plus no good targets for it, a lot of the time what you're looking at is an Endphase High Spirits line. So we're going to search for our target by adding Cartesia back. So that usually means you end up with dead Mirror Jades in these lines. It's another pattern that you can try to remember. Yep, exactly as I said. And then we have Opening plus Tragedy. I like this line. This is a particularly cute line to me. Whenever you hard draw Tragedy and make use of it, I actually really like it. I think it's really cool. So what you're going to do is activate Opening and discard the Tragedy, and you're going to do it in the draw phase to player and draw. Then I go chinning 1 Aliber and chin 2 Tragedy. That's to play around Gamma. And now you can all summon your Quan. So because we used Quem to send Cartesia and not Albaz, it's important that we search for Shrouded Dragon to send Albaz to the graveyard. It's probably stronger to do this than to search for Kit. Kit plus an extra discard would let us search for another trap or spell, so like a Branded in Red or Branded Kin or their Retribution. But getting Albaz into the graveyard is really important, so it's probably better to go for Shrouded Dragon even if you do want to use an extra discard for Kit. Next is Opening plus Mercuria. This is surprisingly not a brick. You can banish the Mercuria from the graveyard. So we're gonna make use of the fact that we haven't used our normal summon. I'm gonna search for the Quen. Next, we have opening plus kit plus 3 discards. This again uses the whole hand. This is pretty common when you open a lot of cards that require a discard. So opening is one of them and kit is also another one. A lot of the time, if you can't visualize your whole combo line, then you can sort of cheat by just adding up how many cards require discards and then adding 1, right? Because generally most combo lines go through Lubellion, which means you need an extra discard for that. And the guest starters, if they also require discards, you can figure out how many discards you're gonna need for your opening hand. And that's also how you can figure out if you can't afford to use them all. Right? So sometimes what will happen in practice is that you'll see a hand like this, and you'll see like an ash blossom in your hand, and you'll realize that you can't keep the ash blossom because this requires a discard, this requires a discard, and then Lubellion also requires a discard. So it's important to acknowledge things like that. Yep, so that's the input. This card is what we drew with Shrouded. This is not one from our opening hand. We did have to discard our entire hand. And then we have opening plus branded in white, which, again, you could go for a similar line as before. If we look here at Alambert plus branded in white, we have this option here. Will we activate our mirror jading Endphase? We could go for this line as well. But this line here looks like this. Yep, so we search for the Quen, are able to search for it with... Wait, the branded lost? And that's it for the opening combos. In general, it says that they don't always use the normal summon, and they all give openings graveyard protection. This is something to remember. When you have opening as your starter, you always get it in the graveyard to protect from something like Lightning Storm or Raigeki. Okay. So next is the Nadia combos. You have Nadia plus Lubellion. You can see that this combo is pretty much just Nadia on its own plus Lubellion, right? Lubellion can't combo with Nadia, so you pretty much just doing a Nadia 1-card combo and then activating Lubellion. Right? You can't make Verte because Nadia 7 locks you. What you could do if you already had a normal summon is normal summon first and then summon the Magnum to make Verte, and then activate the Nadia 7 after using Verte. But we don't have a normal summon in this combo. So it's the exact same combo. We're going to send Cartesia. We're going to search for High Spirits. We've seen this before. And we're gonna revive the Cartesia. So we have Cartesia diffused with Elbaz on the opponent's turn, but what makes it interesting is that we have Magnum. This is a disruption sometimes against some decks, but more importantly, it is a dark monster. So we can actually use Cartesia to go into Lubellion if you wanted to, which is good. It's good. It means we don't have to go Elbaz or Albion. We can reserve Albion Char later if we want to. We could maybe go Cartesia into Lubellium, and then use Lubellion to shuffle back the Titaniclad and the Albion to Furious, and then the Quan can actually revive the Albaz that we still have available later on. Next is Nadia and Serenia. This is pretty much the exact same thing, but we don't have Magnum, we just have Serenia. There is a slightly different way we can play this though, as you'll see. So here we have the exact same board except it's Serenia instead of Magnum. However, one option we could have gone for is actually to use the High Spirits with the Serenia. The reason why we don't is because having already gone through Albion and Titaniclad, it actually doesn't make any sense to want to send a dragon to the graveyard because there aren't any more good ones. So it's still better to send the Grand Grenal to summon Cartesia. And then everything applies here to send bodies usable in the same way. You can make Furious, you can make Mirror Jade. Next we have Nadia and Albaz. So again, the same idea applies. We have to send the Cartesia with the High Spirits, not the Albaz, because you've already been through both good dragons. But what we do have to do now is search for, or we don't have to, but we can search for Mercuria because we already have Albaz. So now, when we revive the Cartesia, we have material to fuse with, but we also have a free Mercuria now to use as a negate once we summon an Albaz fusion. And then there's Nadia plus Deployment. This is another Nadia combo that doesn't get to fusion summon. It has to play purely locked out of the extra deck, because Deployment is not a one-card combo by itself, and we don't have anything to fuse with until we use Nadia. So the difference here is that because I already have access to Cartesia, we don't need to access it through High Spirits. So instead of searching for High Spirits, we could just set a trap. And the best one to set here is Retribution, because we have 2 targets for it in the graveyard, and there's also no Dark Monster. So branded in red for Albaz is not that good. In general, you don't want to brand it in red for Albion, because you need a second Albaz in the graveyard if you want to get to Mirror Jade. But if you have a Dark Monster, then branded in red for Rebellion, you only need 1 Albaz to get to Mirror Jade, right? Because you can shuffle it from Banished. So if you had a Dark Monster in your hand in addition here, you could set branded in red, and that would be a little bit more reliable than what we have here, right? Just Retribution. Retribution can be strong, but it's a lot stronger to go for your Fusion Blaze because they also represent Trollowit. So next is Nadia plus Branded Fusion. This ends on an actual strong board. Because Nadia Servant doesn't help extend, it is basically a branded fusion one-cut combo followed by Nadia Servant. Although, there is an interesting way to play this, as you'll see. So it starts like a regular one-card branded fusion combo where we sing Tragedy and we search for our normal summon. we make Mirror Jade, and we search for Branded in red. Now we can just activate Nadia and go for the Nadia 7 1-card combo, which looks like this. You get to draw a free card, and then we get Maximus sending the Albaz fusions, which gets us to Quen, and we get the Cartesia back to our hand at the high spirits, and we go for this line again. So this board has Mirror Jade, it has Quen, it has Albaz in the hand to fuse with the Cartesia, it has Branded in red. We already have a target in the Tragedy, but if we really wanted to target the Albaz, we can wait until we fuse it away. Probably better to just target the Tragedy though, because we have a lot of free monsters on the board to use as Chimera material. Knight to Alibert and Maximus, they're not doing anything, so we could banish them for Chimera with Branded in red. Could also get rid of the Mirror Jade so that our Cartesia can then make a second Mirror Jade. Pretty strong board. One possible alternative way of playing this is you could activate the Mirror Jade, but that would be a little bit wasteful because you already get access to Quen through the Maximus. So this is the strongest way of playing this. Then there's Nadia 7 plus Lost. This is not really a combo, it's just a Nadia 1-card combo. We know that we don't fuse on the first turn with Nadia, so obviously we're not going to be triggering Lost. So it's pretty simple, you can activate Nadia 7 and do the regular 1-card combo. So the only difference here is that now that we have Branded Lost, we can search for a Mercuria on the opponent's turn once we fuse with Cartesia. Next is Nadia and Shrouded Dragon. So this combo again is... This is a little bit different. This is the kind of hand that uses Shrouded Dragon, immediately draw a card. So because we have no other starter, we have Albion and Nadia 7. It makes sense that we would want to draw a card first, just to try and find a potential starter. And we're going to send Albaz because, in general, if you don't have a starter, then it's better to send Albaz with Shrouded because it works with more top decks. We could find Cartesia, for example, which can be special summoned. We could find Branded in white or Branded in red. But assuming that we draw nothing, it's now just going to be a Nadia 7 1-card combo. The only difference is we actually have an Albaz in the graveyard, so we don't need to wait until our Cartesia resolves in order to get access to it. We're still going to go for the same line now. And now here we have Albaz, we can fuse on the opponent's turn, but we also can revise at any time with Quen. Next, we have Nadia, Foolish, and a discard. So this is now the first time where we actually get a real combo. We had a real combo with Branded Fusion, I guess, as well. But here, because we have Soulish Burial, that's going to give us access to Alibert. So this is our regular 1-card combo. We're banishing Tragedy instead of Alibert because having Alibert on the field means that when the opponent clears it, they have to deal with its graveyard effect. It just makes it slightly harder for us to be anti-Cade. So we're going to use Lulu in this combo to access Cartesia, and we're going to set Banishment because this Albion is summonable, so we can make Light and Darkness Dragon using the Rebellion. If you're not playing Lulu, you could send Brindbrum here or Granville. is kind of interchangeable, but Lulu is the strongest thing here because we get access to Cartesia. Next is the Deer and Gold Sarcophagus, which you can see ends on the exact same board because it's the exact same line. So that's the exact same line as before. The only difference is that we had to use the Albaz, or the Aliber, instead of the Tragedy, because we didn't have Tragedy in the graveyard. So next is Nadia and Cartesia. So this is another combo where we can't quite fuse on our turn because we don't really have the materials. In a real hand you might have any light or dark monster, in which case it's worth using the Cartesia first. But because we don't in this combo, we just go for the Nadia, and we are going to normal summon the Cartesia. We get access to Quan. Quan's gonna send Albaz because we don't need to access Cartesia, and we get to set Retribution since we don't need to resolve High Spirits to get Cartesia onto the field. Again, the same applies from before. If you have a dark monster in the hand, then you could set Branded in red. But if you have a dark monster, then you probably would resolve Cartesia. One thing you could do that this combo line didn't do, but realistically, I think you should, is normal summon Cartesia before going for Maximus. It doesn't protect because after you resolve Nadia's Servant, you can't fuse away with Cartesia, you can't use the effect. But there's always a chance that your opponent doesn't realize that and they don't imperm Maximus. Next is Nadia and Quen. This combo looks like this. So what's interesting here is that by summoning Quen first and sending Cartesia to the graveyard, we can actually trigger it with Nadia 7. A card leaves the extra deck, so we can revise with Quen. I'm gonna draw a card with Dorura, and then Cartesia comes to the board. Now we can use Maximus. So we've now basically accessed Cartesia and Ecclesia, or Cartesia, I mean, which means our Endphase effects don't need to do the High Spurs line. We could just use Titanicat to search for Albaz, and we can use Branded in red to set whatever we want. Probably Retribution is the best, but again, for the reasons I mentioned before, whatever is the best set for the situation, you can also set that. Next is Nadia 7 plus Duel. So this is interesting. This is showing a Requiem look because it's the strongest thing to do with Duel. So what you're going to want to do this time is basically the same combo as normal, except in order to make duplication live, you have to send Branded Fusion to the graveyard. So you're going to summon Quen, but you're actually going to send Branded Fusion instead of Cartesia. And that means your Albion has to set Retribution. Then on the opponent's turn, you're going to flip the dupe, you're going to banish the duplication, summon Rebellion, send the Requiem to the graveyard, and because you have access to light spellcasters, you can shuffle one back for Sanctifier, and then use a Sanctifier to lock the opponent. And to your field, you're going to have to summon anything that's summonable. Right now, this combo was not technically doable because we didn't have a monster to summon. Remember, we can't revive these extra deck monsters because they weren't properly summoned. So you will have to wait until you either have another monster in your opponent's graveyard that you can summon, or if your Requiem or your Lubellian discard, if it was a summonable monster, then you can go for it, right? So if it was Max C or something, you can special summon it here. Next is Nadia and High Spirits. So as you might imagine, you can probably figure out where this combo is gonna go, because like usual, when we hard draw High Spirits without a target, the best way to use it is usually by using one in the Endphase with a Cartesia that we add back to hand. So we're gonna go for the Maximus, send the dragons, and that's gonna send Cartesia, which we get to the hand. Now we can use the High Spirits, and because we don't need to search for it with Albion, it means we can set Retribution, and then we do the regular line to revive the Cartesia. And then the last combo here is Nadia plus Kit. This is a real line because Kit is a 1-card combo, so we actually get to fuse. He's the same as combo 26. So here we are playing Lulu, which allows us to get to Cartesia. It's basically a 1-card Kit combo, followed by a 1-card Nadia combo. And if we see, it's the same line as combo 26, but with 1 extra discard. If we look back at combo 26, you can see that it is what you do with Alaba plus Nadia, which makes sense, because Kit is just Alaba, but with 1 extra discard. And that's it for the Nadia combos. So, and in general, like I said, they tend to just be bonuses to existing combos. You basically use your other cards, and then Nadia basically goes on top of it. The downside to this is that you don't get any like exponential combo synergy, but what you do get is very clean extension through handtraps. So if your other combo gets stopped, Nadia 7 basically is untouched, and it can do the same thing as it always does. Okay, so next is the Quan combos. This is Quan plus Lubellian. This is an interesting combo because you can see it has Furious on the end board. This is, I think, the only combo on the spreadsheet that actually has Furious on the end board every time. So usually you make Furious Dragon as like an improvised thing, like after you get hand trapped or you have a really powerful hand, but this is the one combo that actually summons it every time. So similarly to summoning Rindbrum with Branded Fusion, you're making use of a Bystial banishing Mercuria by sending it with Quan. So this is the end board. Like I said, it has Furious on it every time. That's the optimal way to play this. You already have the means to get to Mirror Jade, so there's no reason not to use your Albion effect to make Furious Dragon. Next is Quan plus Lubellian version 2. This is a different version, and this is how you can play around Ash. You see it has in the notes, it says a version that plays around Ash. So usually the way you can play around Ash is by going for Verte, And in this case, we're going to get Magnum instead of Sarania. The reason to get Magnum instead of Sarania is because it achieves the same thing, which is to banish the Mercuria and summon an extra body to the field. That's going to allow us to get to Verte, because you had 2 bodies before activating Branded Fusion. But Magnum is just better than Sarania because it can search for the Sarania in the end phase. So now we're going to link instead of trying to get to Branded Fusion, and we're going to send it with Verte, and that's going to make Mirror Jade. Now we're going to get to activate Branded last, and we're going to search for Cartesia. So we're going to draw a random card with the Shrouded. The reason to search Cartesia is because there's actually nothing better to search. You already have Branded Sword with the Shrouded, which is going to let you add back the Mercuria. If you are playing into the Mercuria, you could add it to your hand with the Lost instead. But the combo that I have chosen to go for here is actually playing with just 1 Mercuria, and we're going to search Cartesia just so that we can discard it for Albaz and get Cartesia into rotation. And in the end phase, what's going to happen is we get our our Magnum at such. We're going to have the Mercuria in this turn. There's no reason to wait for our opponent's turn. And then sometime during the end phase, you can search for your Sarania, which is going to get you Retribution eventually, because either you're going to summon it to the field and it's going to die and then send Retribution for Branded Fusion next turn, or if it doesn't die, you can easily fuse it away for Cartesia or discard it for Albaz. It's very easy to get to the Retribution that way. One alternative way of playing it, if you don't play Magnum, or if you think this is the worst way of playing it, one better way to play it could be to go for Sarania anyway, and then pair the Shrouded Dragon with the Sarania, which will trigger, to search for something like a Branded in Red or a Branded Banishment. Next is Quen plus Sarania. So usually when you have Lubellion as part of a combo, you would think that Sarania would be very similar, but it's actually not. A lot of the time, Sarania is a much worse version of Lubellion. And you'll see in this combo that we don't do anywhere nearly as much. Here we're going to trigger the Mercuria like before. And we're going to draw a card with Shrouded. But now we have no choice but to go into Verte. And we're just going to send with the Sarania something like a Branded King. You could also get Branded in Red, that's also very reasonable. In fact, it's probably better in most situations, but for this example, I've gotten Branded King. You draw a card with Shrouded first because you only play as Verte, so what you're gonna do is draw first just in case it allows you to find something better to do. Maybe you draw into Branded Fusion and then you would feel very stupid for summoning the Verte already. So yeah, that's the best way you can play this combo. Next is Quen plus Albaz. So this one is interesting. This is something that it's not really a combo that needs memorizing. It's more about a concept that is important to realize. And it's this idea of sending Shrouded Dragon to the graveyard and then summoning it to the field with its effect. Right? Remember that if you place it from the hand, or send it from the hand, you can special summon this card, and that's from the hand or from the graveyard. So this is going to let you get to Verte. There's no locks involved in these effects. So this is going to be a Verte line. And it also makes use of the fact that Shrouded Dragon can send Albaz, even from the hand. Next is Quen plus Deployment. So this combo is pretty much just a Cartesia line. This is how you get to Branded Fusion. You're going to use Cartesia. Quen sends half of the Branded Fusion, and then Grand Granol is going to let you send the second half. You could send Sarania instead. The reason to send Sarania instead is so that we can keep a dark monster in the graveyard for Branded Fusion. So here you can see we're going to go into Albion. However, there's no dark monster to fuse into Lubellion with. So we're just going to make a Mirajade directly using the Grand Canal. And then, as usual, we'll get a tribute to get the Albion into the graveyard. We have branded last on the opponent's turn, and we do have the means to make the Light and Darkness Dragon one. We also get Cartesia back to hand. So, if what you can do instead is, no, you see it says in the notes here, no dark monster to make Lubellion with. If instead of sending Shrouded Dragon you send Sarania, you can then have a dark monster. But in order to make Lubellion into Mirajade, you would need another discard. Right, so Quem plus Deployment plus another discard is going to let you keep your Grand Granol in rotation. Next, this is Quem plus Branded Fusion. So this combo looks like this. So this did look pretty basic for a card for a line that hot drew Branded Fusion. However, that is sometimes what I find. In Branded, it's quite surprising that sometimes when you hot draw Branded Fusion directly, you actually have a more limited end board, in my experience. Not always, the send board is still fine, but often you do. We have Quem, we have Mirajade, we have Banishments, and we can make the Omni Negates with it. We have Albaz in the graveyard, so this is reasonably strong, and if we're playing a second Makurio, we can easily search for one. Next is Quem plus Shrouded Dragon. So this is similarly to Quem plus... similarly to how Sarania and Albion paired together to search for Branded Fusion, Quem is also like a third half to that pair, because she can also send Retribution or Branded Fusion to the graveyard. So what you're going to do is start with Shrouded Dragon. The reason to start with Shrouded Dragon is because you might draw a better starter. You might draw into something like Opening or Aluber, and those would be potentially better summons than the Quem. But assuming you draw nothing, you're going to go for Quem and then send Branded Fusion. And then here, you can see that we actually have to do something very different, which is to summon Sanctify. And then we can use Cartesia to send Albion, and Albion sets Branded in red. So we now have the means to make Mirajade on the opponent's turn. We have Sanctifier to revive an Albaz. And if we do have to use this Albaz earlier, let's say we revive it to the field with Albion, or with Sanctifier I mean, and it stays on the field, we still have another target with Branded in red, which is the Quem, so we can still potentially make Chimera. It's the strongest way to play this. Surprisingly, this is the strongest way to play this hand. We also get Cartesia back to hand, although you could consider leaving it in the graveyard as a target for Sanctify. So here's another version of playing Quem plus Shrouded Dragon. This is a line that you can do if you desperately want to ensure that you get to Mirajade. Maybe you're playing against a matchup where you are certain that Mirajade is super important. Just gonna start the same, you're gonna add back the Branded Fusion, and now you're gonna go Lubellion with double Albaz. So this is basically sending the second Albaz just so that you can leave it in the graveyard. You're gonna make Mirajade, and now you have a second Albaz still in the graveyard, which you can revive with Rentburn. Will require more discards, but that is something that you can easily choose to do. And then there is another option here, which is Quem plus Shrouded plus 1 discard. So you can see this line makes use of negating your Unmarried with Rindbrum, and it also uses Branded in white. Next is Quen plus Shrouded plus discard version 2. So there's another way to play this. And this lane goes like this. Okay, so we have Banishment, Mirror Jade, Grand Grenole, and there's no Albaz in the graveyard, but if we do play a second Quen, we can trigger Grand Grenole to summon a second Quen, and that can send Albaz to the graveyard. And then next is Quen plus Foolish. So this is an interesting combo. You can see it says it's similar to combo 99, which is Quen plus Shrouded Dragon. So this is a slightly better way of improving on an Alaba 1-card combo, right? If you start with Foolish Burial, you have access to an Alaba 1-card combo, but with the Quen, you can actually make it stronger. So you're going to use the Foolish to send Shrouded instead, and then add Branded Fusion back to the hand. It's the same line, but we summon Sanctifier, and then go into Grand Grenole. Then we get access to Branded in red in the Endphase, and we have Albaz in the graveyard for Sanctifier, plus Grand Grenole and Branded in red. Again, similar to before, if you send Shrouded, instead of Shrouded, if you send Serenir with the Foolish, you can get a Dark Monster into the graveyard and then use Lubalian, pause another discard to make Mirror Jade just like before. This next one is Quen plus Foolish plus 2 discards, so this is an option that you can do if you want to discard 2 cards. Okay, so this is actually the combo I just mentioned with 1 discard, not 2. So this should actually be changed. I want to change this now to 1 discard. And this endboard has access to Light and Darkness Dragon. You'll notice that we actually fused away our Quen with Cartesia instead of the Albion on the field, and we did that so that we could access Lubellion. We wanted to send Lubellion with Grand Grenole, tribute to Albion, partly to get lost, but also partly to leave Lubellion on the field so that we can make Light and Darkness Dragon. If you didn't want to do that, if you're not playing Light and Darkness Dragon, or if the card is still not out when you're watching this, then you can leave the Quen on the board and that would probably be a lot stronger. The next combo is Quen plus Sarcophagus. This combo looks like this. So this is a very similar board that we've seen before with the Branded in Red, the Sanctify, and the Grand Guinole, the Albaz in the Graveyard. The difference with this one is that you actually don't have the option of sending Sarania because we're accessing our second half of the pair with Gold Sarcophagus, right? Which can only get us to Mercuria and Shrouded, right? It can't get us to Sarania, so we're not able to use an extra discard here to access Lubellium. Well, next is Quem plus Sark plus 1 discard, so this is what this combo looks like. Okay, so we actually can access a Dark Monster, and that's exactly what this combo does. It searches for opening instead of Branded Fusion. And that's going to allow us to get Aliber into rotation, and that's important because it's a Dark Monster for Lubellion, and that's going to let us access Mirror Jade. And then we also do a similar play I mentioned earlier, where we fuse away Quen so that we can get access to Lubellion, because it's important for Light and Darkness Strike. Next is Quen plus Cartesia. So this is what you can do with Quen and Cartesia. A lot of people seem to think that this hand is exceptionally strong if you draw Quen and Cartesia. I'm not actually quite sure where that misconception comes from, because this is not actually an amazing combo, as you'll see. It's fine, it's not that weak, but it's also not that strong either. So here you can see we have a very basic end board. It's pretty much the essentials, the Mirror Jade, the Lost, and the access to Light and Darkness Dragon. We have Grand Guinole as well, and that's going to let us summon a second Clem if we play one, and if we don't, then it's going to summon like a Despian Quiritis. Next is Quen plus Duplication. This is in here because it's pretty much demonstrating yet again how duplication can be a one-card Requiem look. And we do require a discard because we're going to summon Lubellion on the opponent's turn. So on the opponent's turn, we're going to banish the Branded Fusion. And because Quen is a light spellcaster, it's going to give us the ability to make Sanctify. The only catch here is that yet again, we would have to either discard a monster that we can summon with Lubellion, or we would have to wait until a monster hits the graveyard because of what our opponents do, right? So we need to wait for them to put a monster in the graveyard, or if we discard one ourselves, then we can use Sanctify, because there's no other targets to revive. Next is Quen plus a discard version 2. This is an alternate way to play it, and you can see the notes here say if the luck is not good. So if you're not playing Requiem, or it's not good in a matchup, maybe you're playing against Stun or something, then you have an alternate way of playing this, like this. So this combo allows us to summon a Mirror Jade and then also fuse with Albaz, right? And we require 2 discards for this. So I'm gonna put this here. Distance updating. This requires 2 discards. And this is not a version 2 anymore, it's just version 1. Next is Coin Pulse High Spurs and 2 discards. So you can see here we have a pretty basic end board. You can kind of imagine what this might be. This is pretty much just acknowledging that Quam is not a starter, so we're going to use High Spirits to do the best thing it can, which is search for Kit. And then Kit is going to perform a 1-card combo, but with the requirement of having to put 1 card back. So we're going to normal summon. We can't special summon because Ramping on the Graveyard is not an Albaz fusion. And this is just a basic 1-card line. Remember that when you do High Spirits search for Kit to access a 1-card line like this, you don't have the option of doing the extended line where you activate Mirrorjade, because you can't search for High Spirits in the end phase and then use it because you've already used it. Next is Quem plus High Spirits. So again, this is something you can do with just High Spirits and Quem, but this is without using any discard. So this is another option of how to play it. So this is again a Verte line, and it's taking advantage of the fact that you can summon Albion from the graveyard like this by sending a card from the hand. This doesn't require any discards, so to be honest, compared to the last combo, while this is a lot weaker, if you had 3 very important cards in hand that you wanted to keep, you could consider doing this line instead. It also plays around Ash, of course, because it's a Verte line. And then we have Quem plus Kit plus a discard. So this here is showcasing that Quem is not a starter and Kit is better. So if you have Quem and Kit, you're just going to summon the Kit. And then we're going to go for a 1-card combo. So here, one option you have is actually putting the Quem into the deck with Kit. That way, if it's your only Quem, you can still go for the extended line where you activate Mirrorjade, because you can then summon the Quem back out from the deck. So that would require using this as your put back for Kit, and then your other card as your discard. And in the last Quem combo I have here is Quem plus Branded in White. This is again a Verte line, showcasing that any branded spell or trap in your hand plus Quem can do this combo without requiring any discards. In practice, the rest of your cards in your hand will have to be very specific for this to be viable, because what you can also do is use Quem to send Elbaz and then use Branded in White to fuse something away from your hand and banish the Elbaz from the graveyard. That's always a potential option. And you can even go into Verte from there. So this line is very easily improved, but this is the basic version of it. You'll notice there was even a secret effect of Branded in White being used here, because we can reset it using Shrouded Dragon from the graveyard. So next is the Kit combos. Kit in many ways is the same as Aliber, since it pretty much can do whatever Aliber can, except you have to put back 1 card. The only difference is that combos that require Aliber and Kit can't use Kit again, right? Because they have to start with the Kit. But in this combo, that's not the case. So we're just going to do the exact same line as we do with Aliber plus Lubellion, which is this Bystial line here. So here we're actually going to misplay the combo a little bit the way this is supposed to go. This is a mistake in the spreadsheet. After you negate your Mirror Jade with Renbrum, that's going to trigger your Quen. So you're also going to get to revive Cartesia here. But in this combo we actually missed that, so we just set the branded in red. But you're also going to have Cartesia on the field as well. Just like in the Alaba plus Lubellion combo. Right? Same as Keeper plus Lubellion, and same as Alaba plus Lubellion. You know, Cartesia on the field. Cartesia on the field. Cartesia is on the field in opening plus Lubellion as well. And the same is of course true for Kit. You have Cartesia on the field too. So instead of saying Cart in the hand here, this should be on the field. Next is Kit plus Serenia. This combo looks like this. So because Kit can search for any branded spell or trap, it makes sense that you're going to use it in the same way that you do with Alaba. Now usually that is to search for high spirits, so that's exactly what we're going to do. So this endboard has all the key pieces. We have Mirror Jade, Quen, Albaz in the Graveyard, Branded Lost, and Banishment for Light and Darkness Dragon. Next is Kit plus Deployment was 2 discards. This is going to be the same as Alaba plus Deployment. So again, this has everything you need. It has the Branded in red, Quen, Albaz, Mirror Jade, Branded Lost, and it also has Grand Granola as well. Next is Kit plus Branded Fusion. You can see this ends on a very strong board here. So this is pretty much the same line that you get in some Keeper combos, right? Where you banish Makuria from your graveyard, summon Grand Granola, and then use Branded Sword to add back the Cartesia. So this is a very similar line to those combos. Next is Kit plus Branded Lost, which ends on this board here. Yep, so this is a very basic line, but you do have a lot of what you need. This is very winnable. And then we have the alternative version, which is version 2, which can end on Quen as well, plus Renbrum. So I actually like this combo a lot better. You don't end with a trap card to set, but you do have Quen, Mirror Jade is live, Rinbrum is its own negate, and then you have Albaz in the graveyard. So by using Branded in red in the end phase, you're able to do this nice line here. You will need to toggle on if you want to be able to use the Mirror Jade, so make sure you do that. Next is Kit plus Shrouded Dragon plus 2 discards. It says here that this is the same as combo 25. Okay, so that's this combo. We have everything we need here. And then we have Kit plus Foolish, because it is also the same as combo 27. The reason why a lot of these lines say that they're the same is because, like I said, Alibur and Kit are basically the same card in a lot of different contexts. They just require one extra discard. Okay. Next is Kit plus Foolish plus 2 discards version 2. You see there's actually a few different versions of this. Okay, so fairly straightforward end board. We have Mirror Jade, Banishment, and Albaz in the graveyard. Pretty good. And then we have the last version, which ends on Mirror Jade, Banishment, Branded Lost, and a second spell or trap, which in this case is going to be Branded Kin. But it could of course be anything else. It could be Branded in red, or even like, I guess, yeah, it could be Branded in red. You can enter any 2 that you choose to though, and the combo goes like this. So this is pretty good against a deck like Tenpai, for example, although we don't have access to a Requiem luck, which is what we really want versus Tenpai, but we do have the means to negate a board break it with Braided King. Next is Kit plus Gold Sarcophagus. So this is a strong board we have. Again, access to everything. And then we have Kit plus Duplication plus 3 discard. So this is a standard Duplock plus a basic 1-card combo. So this is gonna look like this. So you can see here that this consists of the basic 1-card combo, where we go for the extended line so that we can access light spellcasters. That makes our Duplication a 1-card luck. And you can see this is where we need all 3 discards. 1 for the Kit, which was our starter, 1 for Libellion on our turn, and now we need the 3rd one here for Libellion again. We're gonna get Makuria as a negate, and we're gonna shuffle back for Sanctifier. If we had 1 more monster on the board, we would have had to shuffle away either our Cartesia or our Quen for Sanctifier so that we have room to activate it. But we have room this time, so we're going to recycle our Grand Guinal. I'm going to put Albion on our sealed. And now here we have this basic setup where you have a Makuria for any monster effect that might be problematic. You have Mirror Jade for any normal summon. And you have, actually the Mirror Jade isn't live right now, but you have Makuria to deal with a potential normal summon, and you have Cartesia into Furious Dragon with the Albion and Albaz to deal with back row. So you have a luck for their entire combo, and you also have the means to deal with whatever non-engine cards or problematic grind game they might set up. So this is really strong. Next is Kit plus High Spirits plus 2 discards. So you can probably see a recurring pattern here. It is pretty predictable at this point because they already have the High Spirits in the hand. We can afford to set with Albion and then go for the 1-card line where we use High Spirits in the Endphase in the extended combo but we also get to set a card with Albion, exactly how we use high spurs in some of the other lines when we don't draw it alongside a good discard. Next is Kit plus Brendan and White, and this is the last Kit combo that I have here. And this combo looks like this. You might be able to expect what this is at this point. So this is very similar to how the combo with Alba and Branded in White works. It's just one option where you can access Titaniclad. Here I chose Titaniclad over Albion. You can of course do the same exact thing with Albion triggering in the end phase. But when you summon Albion, you would have to not activate its effect. I tend to think that Quan's a little bit more valuable though. But if you had like a dark monster on the field, in your hand I should say, then you could maybe consider sending it Albion instead, because it's a little bit safer of a card. I just think it's worthwhile getting Quen and Cartesia into rotation. So that's it for the kit combos. In general, like it says here, they're just Alba combos, but they do require one extra discard. So for the most part, that is what they end up being. Okay, so this next one, Rata Fusion plus Lubellion. This is very similar to every Lubellion combo. It's a Bystial line. You don't actually need Alba to do this line. Right, you can still summon Renbrum, and you can still banish the Mercuria with Sarony. The line plays out pretty much in a very similar way. So it's the exact same end board. We have Glenn, Cartesia, Mirajade that's live, Windbrum is in a gate, this Grand Quinal in the graveyard, Albaz in the graveyard, and Branded in red. If you play a second Mercuria, then you can search for it, and if you don't play a second Mercuria, then one alternative way of playing it instead would have been to actually send Branded Sword instead with the Saronia, so that you can get back the Mercuria. And then instead of searching for Shrouded with Branded Lost, you can search for Kit, and that would just require an extra discard. Instead of getting an extra draw, you would instead not have this draw, and you would have to give up another card, but you would get your Mercuria back. So next is Branded Fusion plus Saronia. This combo goes like this. So because we didn't have a normal summon, we can actually go for Tragedy with Branded Fusion and then search for Alba. And because we have Saronia, the best way to search for a spell or trap with Alba is actually to go for High Spirits, because Saronia plus the Shrouded Dragon, which you can search, is always going to pair up to make whatever spell or trap you want. So you might as well get the free draw from Shrouded and the free send with Titaniclad, or off Titaniclad. So that's going to access Quam in the end phase, and we still get whatever spell or trap we want. In this case, it's going to be Branded in red, just like the regular Branded Fusion 1-cut combo where we set Branded in red and try to go for Chimera on the opponent's turn. Except we also get a free Quen, with Albaz in the graveyard, and a free draw as well. Branded Fusion plus Deployment is next. This combo looks like this. So here on the end board we have Quen, Albaz, Miragi, Branded in red. Grand Gunnel can trigger for either a second Quen or a Despian Comedy. We have 2 Branded in red targets, I guess 3 technically. We have Alba, Tragedy, and also the Albaz. So we can provide Albaz with Renbrum, but also use Branded in red whenever we want, because we have other targets. This next combo, Branded Fusion plus Lost. This is Branded Fusion plus Lost plus 1 discard, which looks like this. So here on this end board we have, again, a similar thing. You might have noticed a similar pattern here where we draw a Branded Fusion and we don't have a normal summon. The idea is to search for a normal summon with Tragedy. That's probably the most important idea to take away from these Branded Fusion combos. And we're going to search for Albert, and that's going to get us the Branded in red. Because he had the last Hydra, and it means that when we fuse at the Branded in red, we're going to have a Mercurius search. And we also have a way of getting Albaz into the graveyard because we used Shrouded Dragon on this turn to set it there. So this is a pretty good board. We have more disruptions than what it looks like. And then there's another version here which is the same requirement, but we go for a different combo. Now we have Branded Fusion on Shrouded. This is a basic 1-cut combo, but it just uses the Shrouded Dragon to put Albaz into the graveyard like we saw before. You are going to use it first though, because you might draw a card that helps you combo them a bit better. So this is the basic board. We have Alaba, we have Mirajade, we have Branded in red, and if we wanted to, we can go for the extended 1-cut combo with just Branded Fusion, where we activate Mirajade, and instead we search for opening, so that we can access Cartesia. That might be better if we want to go for like a Requiem lock. Next, we have the same combo again, but with 1 discard. So this actually allows us to go for a lot more. This might be exactly what I just mentioned. And then next we have Branded Fusion and Foolish Burial. This endboard you might recognize, it's very similar to combo 23.5, which is this one here, where we have Alibra and Branded Fusion. So it stands to reason that if you have Branded Fusion hard drawn, and Foolish, which is just another copy of Alibra, it's the same thing as having Alibra and Branded Fusion. So this is going to be the exact same line that we've seen before. The only difference is it's going to go for Tragedy instead of hard drawing Alibra directly. So again, this combo has Mirror Jade, Rinbrum, Quan to revive. No Albaz yet, but we can easily get it into the graveyard. We have Magnum, which is Disruption. We have Cartesia, which could be used to make Lubellion as a way of shuffling or getting Mirror Jade off the board. So we can use Cartesia to fuse away Mirror Jade plus the Albaz. That's going to trigger the Quan to revive the Mirror Jade. And we can have Lubellion, which can make something else, like a Furious Dragon, for example. We have another banished Albaz here. We will need to make room on the board, but that's easy to do once our opponent starts interacting with us. We also have Branded in Red here, which can target Tragedy at any time. Branded in Red is a really good way of clearing monsters when you have too many, because you could use 2 from your field for Chimera, which is... it's a really efficient way of disrupting your opponent. You always want to be using 2 monsters, so that's a good way of clearing maybe the Quan once you've used it, or the Alibra is not doing anything. Another thing to consider, I think like I said last time, if you want to make Light and Darkness Dragon, you could instead leave the Lubellion on the board, kill up on the Magnum, and instead just search or bounce the kit back to your hand. So that's a possibility as well. And then this is the exact same thing, Branded Fusion plus Sarcophagus. Gold Sock is just another copy of Alibra, so this should be the exact same line. And again, all of the same things apply. One other thing is that you should probably adjust the zones so that your Alibra goes where Rinbrum is. That way you have this zone free for Rinbrum itself, just because this is the Anima zone and you want to avoid that if possible. It's a very insignificant improvement, but it is free, so you might as well do it. Then we have Branded Fusion plus Duplication. This is another Requiem luck combo. This is going to utilize a Mirror Jade effect so that you could access the light spellcasters. This is the most important thing about any combo that includes duplication. If you are playing a lock, you really want to make sure you access those light spellcasters. So here we special summon the Tragedy to the field, but it could also be anything else that's possibly in your opponent's graveyard or in Duel graveyard, depending on what your discards were or what else you have at hand. Well, this is really strong. It's pretty much a 1-card combo plus a duplication. Next is High Spirits plus Branded Fusion. So you can probably start to see the pattern in how these combos are constructed. You can see that we don't have a target for High Spirits, so it would make sense that we're going to activate Mirror Jade to get to Quem, to get to Cartesia, so that we can access our own High Spirits target in the Endphase. And that's exactly how this combo was going to go. Notice that you actually don't activate the Mirror Jade until the end phase itself. This is just a way of playing around something like Karen from your opponent. It's always a possibility that you want to get as much information as you can. And then next we have Branded Fusion plus Branded in White, which ends on this board here. The Branded King, like it says in the notes, can be anything else, but I just like to set Branded King when there isn't a target for anything else. So this end board has everything. It has Quem, Cartesia, Mirror Jade, Rinbran, and a set. Albion is not a target for banishment, which is why we don't set it. But you could set something like Branded King that ends what your discard is. If you have a discard that's like, it's a target, maybe an Albaz or something, then you can set Branded in Red. That's it for the Branded Fusion combos. Branded Fusion in general, it says that they don't often get access to Lost, which is true. You often don't get to Lost because you don't make Albion with a lot of these combos. You're often making Lubellion with Branded Fusion. In general though, Branded Fusion combos don't look quite like this because you have a whole hand and the chances of not having a normal summoning Branded are pretty rare. So most of the time you can have more to play with, and that's when Branded Fusion gets really crazy because you can have access to all of the rest of your combos, plus a Branded Fusion hard drawn, which just extends through any hand trap for the most part, and can end on the stronger board. Next, this is the High Spurs combos. These High Spurs plus Lubellion. This is a very standard combo. This is very important. So this is pretty much a one-card line, which goes into Albion, into Rebellion, into Mirror Jade, but we also get access to Quen because we started with High Spirits, and we also get Cartesia back because we already had Rebellion, so we got to send a different light monster with Branded Fusion. And then you have pretty much the exact same combo here, which is going to be the exact same thing, but you don't get access to Cartesia. Because instead of sending Cartesia, we're going to have to send Rebellion. Yep, so it's exactly the same combo, except we don't have Cartesia. Next is High Spirits and Albaz plus 2 discards. So this is going to be a way of not using High Spirits to play around Ash, and instead going for Branded Fusion. We are still going to play around Duel, because if your first action is going to be High Spirits, then you might as well activate your cards in the draw phase. You can see we're still in the draw phase. We're going to search for Kit. This is just a way of getting to Branded Fusion, and this is why we need so many discards, 1 for Kit and 1 for Rebellion. From here, we're just going to go for the 1-card line, and then this is going to be all we need, because we have the Quam in the Endphase and access to our Light and Darkness Dragon through Banishment. So we have the Banishment for the Light and Darkness Dragon, the Mirror Jade, the Quam. Albaz is in the graveyard here, because we discarded it with High Spirits. This is everything we need. Next. This is technically a 3-card combo. It's High Spirits plus Albaz plus any normal summon and a discard. This is... And I'm generally avoiding 3-card combos on the spreadsheet because it would get way too complicated way too quickly, and it would be kind of pointless to map them all out. But this one I'm including because it is a very special example. So I've added Ash, which is my normal summon of choice. It's just a completely useless card that can still be normal summoned. So we're going to Spatula Summon the Kit, and it's important that we Spatula Summon it because we're going to go for Verte. And we're going to make Mirror Jade. This now plays around Ash. And we're also going to get to set our Branded and Red. So the reason why we set Albion and not Titanic Rod is because after Verte resolves, you can't Spatula Summon, so there's no point going for Quen. It's much better to go for Albion and just set something like Branded and Red. Alternatively, we don't have to go for Branded Lost, right? We can also search for something else. There's this line here, for example. So this combo ended on Branded in Red plus Cartesia in the hand. Yeah, this is pretty basic. And next is High Spirits and Cartesia plus 2 discards. This is apparently a basic 1-card combo, but it also gets access to Grand Grenelle. This is kind of how you play these hands that have nothing to do except activate High Spirits with a bad target in hand. This is basically the combo that you go for every time. It's just going to be kit and hoping that your one-card combo is enough. Yep, so we set Banishment because we can still access Light and Darkness Dragon. We have Quem, or Cartesia, sorry, in our hand. And we do have Quem once our opponent triggers Grand Grenade. Next is High Spirits and Shrouded. So, Shrouded is a High Spirits target, which is why you expect this combo to be pretty good, and it is. So this is a pretty basic full combo. You have Quem, Mirror Jade, the Banishment. Again, everything should be looking very similar. If you think that all of these end boards are looking the same, that's a good thing. That means the deck is good. That means the combos are doing what they're supposed to do. Next is High Spirits and Mokuria. This combo looks like this. Okay, pretty basic board. And then we have High Spirits plus Mokuria plus 1 discard. This is a completely different combo. And it goes like this. So this line is similar to some of the Keeper lines we've seen, where we banish Cartesia and then add it back with Branded Sword. So this is a pattern that you sometimes have to keep in mind, that you can do this play if you're playing Branded Sword. Next is High Spirits and Maximus. This is going to be another example of what happens when you just draw High Spirits with a bad target. So it's pretty much just a one-card combo. And if you have a spellcaster as your target, then at least you get Grand Grenade in the graveyard, which does give you access to Quinn on the opponent's turn. Keep in mind also that you don't have the option of going for the extended line because you've already activated High Spirits. So you can't go for the Clan Cartesia line. You have to settle for this basic line. And then we have High Spirits plus Magnum. This is another High Spirits one-card combo, but this time we have a good target, which is a Dark Dragon, so Magnum. And this is going to be the exact same combo for any Dark Dragon like Baldrake or Droy Swam as well. So this is a basic line, except we get Quen for free as well, because we have Titanic Lead. That's it for the High Spirits combo. These do get a little bit more complicated when you start adding in High Spirits plus X card on top of other combos. So when you have like a normal summon as well as a High Spirits combo, that's when your turns can start getting really crazy. But obviously this spreadsheet is just going through the basic combos. It says here the High Spirits can play around Ash a lot by going for Verte. This is true, but it usually requires more than the basic cards. If all you have is High Spirits and one other card, it's often not right to go for Verte, which is why a lot of these lines don't do it. Next, we have some deployment combos. So this is deployment plus Albaz. There's a lot of different versions here. You can see we'd have up to version 4. The first one I'll show you just looks like this. It really depends on the situation what the best option to go for with this hand is, because it's not actually a good play. You can't full combo with Albaz and deployment. You can summon Cartesia and you could just make Sanctify it and pass, which is sometimes the best play. If you're gonna get max seed on your Cartesia, this can be the best play. Often you will just pass on the Cartesia as well. And against certain matchups, this could easily be the right play too, or with certain cards in the hand, this could be the right play. But another option is to go for Mirror Jade and Cartesia in hand. So this is a way of guaranteeing access to Mirror Jade. And the reason you activate the Branch of Doombred on your turn in the Endphase is so that you're playing around Cold by the Grave, which would otherwise stop the Branded in it. So you're going to do it on your turn. This is pretty much just Mirror Jade Pass, so it's pretty weak, but sometimes it's superior to Sanctify a Pass. And then third version here is Grand Guidal plus Quen plus Albaz and Graveyard plus Cartesia in the hand. So this is technically the strongest way. All of your disruptions resolve. This is technically the strongest way of resolving it. So the reason you search for High Spirits in the Endphase by sending it to the graveyard is because there's no other good card to send. You can send Retribution, but there's no branded spell yet. You can send another Albaz, which you already have one. You can send Branded Sword, but there's nothing banished, so the best card to send is honestly just a High Spirits. You can't activate this immediately in the Endphase, because you can only use one effect. But you generally could just get this for Fallen, right? Just generate advantage. The way that this combo is going to interrupt your opponent is you can either revive the Albaz of Quen, discard a card to fuse away an opponent's Dark Monster, and then discard the High Spirits to make Mirror Jade. And in the fourth option here, Deployment plus Albaz, this is a special line for when you're playing Ecclesia. So it relies on Ecclesia and Lulu Wanalef being in your deck, which is not something that you should have, usually. But if they are in your deck, if you're playing a special version of Branded, then this combination of cards actually sets up for what is essentially full combo. So you're gonna summon Ecclesia on the opponent's turn, or on your end phase with Lulu. And then on the opponent's turn, you can actually activate Ecclesia to special summon Albaz from your deck. So as a quick effect, you're gonna summon Albaz, which is gonna be a way of fusing away an opponent's monster. That's 1 disruption. You're gonna summon Mirror Jade. The Mirror Jade can now activate, but if your opponent plays into the Grand Guild, you can also bring out Quem. And if you do this first, before activating the Mirror Jade, then you can guarantee a trigger of Quem as well. We're gonna send High Spirits here because we don't need anything else. Now while we activate the Mirror Jade, that's disruption number 2, it's gonna trigger the Quem to revive the Cartesia. Now we can activate Rinbrum, revive Albaz. We've already activated Albaz, so we can't fuse again. But by putting it on the board, we can now fuse it away for Cartesia. That's gonna summon Albion. Albion can then banish both Albaz for Furious, which is disruption number 3. And then we also have Albion in the end phase, Cartesia in the end phase, High Spirits in the end phase, and Ecclesia in the end phase, all activating and adding cards to your hand. So this is pretty much full combo, plus 3 disruptions on your opponent's turn. And then there's also this, deployment plus any dark monster technically does a very similar thing. So this replay is also going to show you how to disrupt on your opponent's turn. So that's exactly the same, except we didn't need to draw Albaz directly. We just had Baldric, right? Any random dark monster. And then there's also Aboshi here when we draw a light monster. So it is capable of making the exact same thing, except instead of Furious, we are going to go from Lubellion into another Mirror Jade. The reason being we don't have another Dark Dragon. We do need a lot of discards. I've not shown for these replays the discards. These deployment lines, I've not shown the discards, but you do need quite a lot. And then next we have another line which is deployment at any light or dark monster. So this is again one of these Ecclesia lines. Again, you don't do these in regular branded unless you're playing Ecclesia. Sometimes I've actually played Ecclesia just so that I have access to this, so the deployment is essentially a strong play by itself. So this is going to be the exact same. We're going to disrupt in the same ways, and this time we're going to send the Golden Sword Soul. The Golden Sword Soul is able to trigger to revive Cartesia at any time, so we don't need to rely on Quan, which means we can use Quan again to make a second copy of Mirror Jade, or a second use out of the same Mirror Jade, and we're also going to make Dragus Depelier. So this is technically more disruption than the previous options, and we do so by using the Golden Sword Soul. This is what allows us to disrupt this many times. And then back to what you can do in a regular branded deck without Ecclesia. Deployment plus Cartesia looks like this. So this is again the same end board that we made before, where we leave the Albaz in the graveyard, we go for the Quan, the follow-up, and the Grand Portal. This is the strongest, highest ceiling way of playing this. In practice, this is probably what you're gonna have to do. But depending on what the cards in your hand are, it could easily be better to make Sanctifier. Or Mirror Jade directly. Next is Deployment plus Lubellion, plus 1 discard. This is a way of getting to actual combos, so we're gonna resolve Branded Fusion this time. But we get there through accessing Branded Fusion through the graveyard. So this is something that you see a lot, where your opponent starts with Cartesia, or you start with Cartesia, and then we use Grand Gnome plus Saranir to access Branded Fusion from the graveyard. And then we're going to do a basic 1-pot combo, that's why we need this discard. And we also have Grand Gnome up here as well, in addition. So we have the basic line, plus access to Cartesia and access to Quan. Next is Deployment plus Saranir. This is the exact same line. The only difference this time is that actually there's no difference. The difference in the previous line, you may have noticed that we sent another copy of Lubellion. This time we have to send the Lubellion because we don't have access to it. So we need the way of sending the Albion to the graveyard. Yeah, so you can see we have the Lubellion here, we don't have another Lubellion in the graveyard, whereas in the previous line, we had another one. So, you see here it says sending the second Lubellion is redundant. If you're playing Golden Sword Soul or Fairy Tale Snow or some other light monster, you could send that. A second Cartesia is also not a bad idea either. And Deployment plus Tragedy, this is another one of my favorite combos. You can see that this surprisingly ends on full combo out of nowhere, which I think is really cool. Yeah, so this is full combo. We have Mirror Jade, Grand Gnome, Quen, Albaz in the graveyard, Banishment, Lost from Mercuria, and we have, well, Cartesia in the hand. We have everything. Next is Deployment plus Shrouded. So this is not a difficult line to play, but it is very... You have to recognize right away that you need to chain your Cartesia to Deployment. So instead of activating Shrouded first, you're going to summon Deployment, summon with Deployment. If you're only playing one Cartesia, then this helps to take out Cartesia from your deck so that you're not going to draw it. That would make the Deployment redundant. But more importantly, it's actually because if you don't have any other light and dark monsters, you're going to want to activate the Shrouded to send Retribution, and then chain so that you can use its body as material for Grand Gnome. This is going to send Saranir, which is going to pair with the Shrouded, and you're going to get to Branded Fusion. And then next we have Deployment plus Duplication. So this is showing that Duplication can actually target Fusion Deployment, not just Branded Fusion. So if you do open a brick where you have Deployment and nothing to do with it, and then Duplication, you can do this play. Technically still leads to a few disruptions. On the opponent's turn, you're going to banish Deployment to summon Alvez. That's going to make Mirror Jade. That's going to make Granguinol, which is going to send for a bunch of follow-up. You're going to get Quem, which can technically revive the Mirror Jade, and you're going to get this in the end phase, as well as this in the end phase, as well as this in the end phase. Pretty good. Also this in the end phase too. And that's it for the deployment combos. If you draw Cartesia directly, things actually get a little interesting. This is one of my favorite combos here. If you draw Cartesia plus Albaz, there's a very nice line you can go for that plays around Ash, and also Requiem locks your opponent. So the reason why we're going to normal summon the Albaz and then special summon the Cartesia is because if our Cartesia gets impummed here, we can still make Verte, whereas if we were to normal summon the Cartesia and then we got impummed, we don't have the option of going for Verte. But we're going to make Albion here, and that's going to make Granguinol, which is going to send our Requiem. Now, because we haven't activated Branded Fusion or Deployment, we've got locked ourselves into fusions, we can just link summon, go for Mirror Jade. Actually, we're going to go Sanctify. Yeah, we're going to go Sanctify because we have Requiem, so we're going to want to summon that to our opponent's field, and that's why we're sending Quen. We're going to set Branded in red because we have Albaz as a target. And then on the opponent's turn, we can put the Quem on our field, the Requiem on their field. It's pretty good. Next, we have Cartesia plus Albaz. This is version 2, so this is an alternative way of playing this. This is for when we don't have a Requiem in the deck, or we don't want to Requiem lock our opponent. We can also go for this line instead. So here we have what looks like Mirror Jade Pass. The reason we search for Shrouded to draw a card, and then Sword to add by Cartesia is just so that we can get resources into play. There's no reason to search Mercuria now, because we're going to Rindbrum, revive Albaz, and then search for Mercuria on our opponent's turn. Because they have Branded in red, so it's really easy to fuse. So this is decent. We have the Granguinol, which could summon Quen. It's a lot stronger than it looks. If you're not playing a Requiem lock, this is the best thing you can do with Cartesia and Albaz. Next is Cartesia and Lubellion. So this is pretty much a full combo. We just don't get access to Quen. That's the only thing we're missing here. Although we are going to end on Granguinol, so we kind of do have access to Quem. Yeah, so this is a basic Cartesia start, where we're going to pair Shrouded with Serenia to access Branded Fusion from the graveyard. And from there, it's just going to be a 1-card combo. So if you wanted to, technically you could search for High Spirits and then go for a line where we activate the Mirror Jade, send Titaniclad, summon Quem, High Spirits in the end phase to revive the Quem. It would just require a second copy of Granguinol at the extra deck. Next is Cartesia and Serenia. This is again the exact same thing. We're going to access Branded Fusion through the graveyard. So this is the exact same end board. Next we have Cartesia and Shrouded plus a discard. So you can see that this is also ending on the exact same board. The reason for this is, well, Cartesia with Shrouded or Cartesia with Serenia is pretty much the same thing. Granguanal can send the other half regardless of which one it is, so it stands to reason that these should be the same combo. Again, you just need to make sure that you chain the Cartesia instead of drawing a card. So it's a really basic one-card line plus access to Granguanal. And then we have Cartesia plus Tragedy. This is also technically the same thing. You have to use Tragedy's second effect and not its first effect. So if you have access to Tragedy and Cartesia, but you have to normal summon the Cartesia, then you can go for this line where you activate Granguanal, use Serenade to send Branded Fusion, and then reset Branded Fusion with Tragedy. Just to clarify here, remember that Tragedy is only one effect per turn, so that's why you can't search. You have to decline this search, and then you have to use this effect later. If you search, it's not going to do anything because Aliva can't be normal summoned. You've already summoned Cartesia. From here though, it's just a normal one-card line. You're going to end on the same board. And that's it for all of the Cartesia combos. So it says here that combos using Cartesia as the normal summon usually get to Branded Fusion using Ledge of Fusion, and that's what we saw. It's exactly what we said. This is how Cartesia can be a starter sometimes, but the end board, clearly you can see very often not as much as what some of the other combos end on, which is why Cartesia is a starter, but it's not a really good starter. The combos don't actually end on that much. And then we have a couple of miscellaneous combos here. This is just an important combo to know. Lubellion plus any normal summon. So you can go for a Verte line using Lubellion. This is something that you should always recognize. With Lubellion, this is a special summon. This is a way of putting a body onto the board without locking yourself into fusions. So when you see Lubellion in your hand, you should be thinking about Verte as a possibility. Often it's not going to be your priority number one, but if you don't have any other way to play, like if your hand is just full of Ash Blossoms and Maxis, then this is what you're looking at, right? You're looking at Verte. And if you do have any other way to play, but you get hand trapped, then you should be looking at the Lubellion thinking, okay, I can make a Verte now. That's how you should be looking at this card. So in this hand, for example, you're going to use it, you're going to get Magnum, and you're going to banish the Lubellion to summon the Magnum. And then it's just Verte, which is just Mirrorjade. And then in the end phase, you're going to get Serenia. This is going to be your follow-up. This is going to allow you to send Retribution to get back the Branded Fusion. It's also your discard for Albaz too. Next is the Lubellion and Tragedy. This combo looks like this. So this is basically the exact same idea. We're going to use Lubellion as an extender to make a Verte. But because we're normal summoning specifically Tragedy, which has a graveyard effect, we get a slightly stronger end board. We're going to search Serenia this time. That's so that we can send something to the graveyard that we can reset with Tragedy. In this case, it's going to be Branded King, but it could also be Branded and Red. That's also fine too. Next, we have Shrouded plus Branded in Red plus 1 discard. You can see this end board here is just Mirrorjade, which is the purest end board of all. It is simply here because it's easy to overlook this possibility. So if you have exactly Shrouded Dragon and a discard and a Branded in Red, and no other playable hand, or no other playable cards in your hand, one option to consider instead of just drawing a card and seeing what happens is to actually use the Shrouded Dragon in a guaranteed way by sending Albaz and then chaining Branded in red while you have the dark body in your hand as material that you can use for Lubellion. Now you have at least guaranteed Mirror Jade. You don't get to draw a card, but you've taken away the risk of drawing another brick, because then you would be in a really bad position. At least this way you have Mirror Jade. And very similarly, there is this as well, which is Shrouded Dragon plus a useless branded spell or trap. So let's say you have a hand like this. You can't combo with the Albion on its own, the Ash does nothing, and the Branded Lust does nothing. What you can do is draw a card and see what happens, but a safer way to play it is to summon the Albion from the hand so that you can make Verte like this. You've at least guaranteed Mirror Jade, and whenever you're making Verte, you're guaranteeing Mirror Jade and a Rinbrun play, providing you have another card in hand. And then there's also Shrouded plus Dupe. This is again the same idea. I've said this as the note, so all of the combos. This is just considering whether you want to draw a card, or if you have a way of using the Shrouded Dragon in a better way, a more guaranteed way. So in this case, we're just going to send the Branded Fusion. We're going to draw a card, and if it's still a brick, then we can go for Branded Fusion on the opponent's turn with Duplication. We can't luck with Requiem like we normally do because we don't have access to light spellcasters. So we're just going to go for Follow-Up, which is sending Tragedy to search for Alaba, and then we end on Mirror Jade. This is on the opponent's turn. In a situation like this, if you drew with Shrouded and you drew into a playable card like Alaba or Quan or Opening, it's not the end of the world to have Branded Fusion in the graveyard. It's very easy to get to, for example, Retribution in the graveyard to get it back. If you draw Alaba, you could just search for Opening, summon Quen, send Retribution, get back the Branded Fusion. It's really, really simple to get it back. So don't be afraid of sending this to the graveyard to make better use of a duplication. One other miscellaneous combo is another 3-cut combo. If it's Keeper plus Makuria plus Albaz and a discard. So you can see this actually ends on a really, really good board. And actually has another really nice quality, which is that it plays around Ash. So if you specifically have Makuria, Albaz, and Keeper, you have access to a really cool play that goes like this. You're going to discard the Albaz, you're going to get Branded Fusion, but before activating it, you can use Keeper's second effect to revive the Albaz, and then you're going to use them into Albalentus. So if you're playing this as a way of beating Tempai, or just because it's good in the format in the future at any other time, then this is an option that you have available if you draw it. You wouldn't ever play this just so that you can do this combo, because this is very specific. You need very specifically Makuria and Keeper and a hard drawn Albaz. But if you have this exact setup, then you do get to do this Albalensis play plus Makuria, which is now a monster negate, right? So you can now beat Ash on Branded Fusion. And from here, it's just going to be a basic combo that looks like this. However, it's not actually that basic, and because we're going to banish Makuria, right? So we're going to get to search for Cartesia. Still had Albaz in the graveyard here because we had a second one. And then we're going to tribute Albalenitus for Lubellion because this is a Dark Dragon, it's level 8. So now we need a way of getting Albion into the graveyard, but that's fairly straightforward. We have Cartesia. We're going to summon the Cartesia, and that's going to let us clear away our Albion. The reason we search for an Albaz is because there's nothing else to search. Wait, we could search for Shrouded to try and draw a card, which is fine, I guess, but having Albaz for the opponent's stand, because we are going to revive this Cartesia, so it's probably better to have an Albaz. We're going to get Mercuria back because of Branded Sword, and we're going to set Banishment to play around, or to allow us to get to Light and Darkness Dragon. We also get to search for Fusion Deployment, which is Avalantis' Graveyard effect, right? This can add Poly or a Fusion spell, and that can be Fusion Deployment. So this board is really, really strong. We have access to everything. We have so much more follow-up than usual. And we even played around Ash. Next we have Cartesia plus Branded Lost plus any light or dark monster. This is another 3-card combo, but it's important to show because this is a special way of playing. If you draw Cartesia and Branded Lost, plus any useless monster to fuse with, like a Baldrake for example, or it could be a Magnum Opus, you can still access Branded Fusion, because Grand Granola is going to access one half, and then the Branded Lost is going to access the other half. You search for Shrouded and send Serenity. It has to be this way around. You can't search for Serenity, of course. But you can send it and then search for Shrouded Dragon. So the only thing to be careful here is your chain links. Make sure you know which card is searching which. And from here, it's just going to be a 1-card combo. But my accessing Branded Fusion from the graveyard. Okay, and then another combo that I think is important to point out is what happens if you draw both Lubellions and another Bystial. You can actually make use of a rare effect, which is where you summon Lubellion from the hand. So you can still actually make Verte in a hand like this that's just full of Bystials. Even without a normal summon, you can get 2 Bystials onto the board. One of them is summoned normally, and then the second Lubellion can actually summon itself from the hand. I'm going to be able to send a Retribution here. The Retribution is important. Now you can summon the second Bystial. And now you have your 2 bodies for Verte, which can make the Verte, can now fusion summon into Mirajade. And the Retribution is important because we're going to search for Quan. And the reason we're searching for Quan over Shrouded is because Shrouded is the same as Quan, but Quan has lasting effects on the opponent's turn. So you can argue, depending on your hand, whether a draw would be better, but I like searching Quan. We still have our normal summon. After we use Verte, we can still normal summon. It's only special summons, which we're locked out of. So we can still summon Quan, use the effect to send Branded in red, and then add it back to our hand. We also get to search with Magnum in the Endphase, which is going to be this Albaz, as a way of having a discard and an extra dark monster in play so that we can make better plays with Branded in red. You could realistically add a different card, a different dragon like Keeper, so that you have 3 different names available for Chimera. That is also something to think about. Next, we have a few grass combos. So grass, of course, is not a guaranteed combo. You can actually do nothing with grass very often. You can sometimes completely break and do nothing. But grass can often do a lot by itself, so I've got 3 different examples of how you can play with just grass. So the first situation looks like this. And what I've gone and done is add myself a discard and a second discard and a third discard just in case we need them. We're not going to guarantee that we need these, but we could possibly use them, right? We never know what grass is going to mill. So here we're going to mill 20 different cards. This is the most likely thing that you're going to mill, right? Because you're going first and you draw grass, and your opponent is playing a 40-card deck. So if you're playing a 60-card deck, you got to mill 20 cards. And in this situation, you can see that we know Tragedy, Albion, Sarnia, Mercuria, Artesia, Ice Spirits, Alaba. These are things you're kind of looking for. Rebellion as well. The main thing you're looking for is a Retribution pair. So you're looking for a Shrouded and a Sarnia as a way of getting Branded Fusion from your graveyard. If you mill the Branded Fusion itself, and you only need to look for one of them, and then you can add it back. And then you also need to check if you've milled all of your Elbas. In this case, we haven't milled any. If we don't have a normal summon in our hand, then we can strongly consider activating Tragedy to search for an Halibut if there's one left in our deck, or even Quen. And the last thing to then consider is if we do have a normal summon, or if we milled our best spells and traps, maybe we want to not use the Tragedy to search, and instead just use it to reset. In this exact hand, this is how we're going to play it out. We're going to choose to not search with Tragedy, but we do search with Tragedy, sorry. We search for Quen, and Quen is going to be able to send Branded Sword on summon. So that means we can banish the Mercuria and then easily add it back. So what we're going to do is use Shrouded to send Retribution. That's going to add back the Branded Fusion which we sent with Sarnia. Now we're going to send Maximus and Albaz with Branded Fusion for Albion. This is why we got Quem, by the way. We don't need to search for Alaba because Quem is better. You have Cortesia in the graveyard which we can revive. So we're going to make use of Quem's both effects. And from here we're going to combo pretty effectively. We have access to everything we need. We can search for Kit, which we didn't mill. We can go to Mirajade. We can get back Akuria so that we don't die to Nibiru. Bring out Branded Lost. Use the Kit, now we can get access to Branded and White. It will keep fusing because they have more Albaz in the graveyard. We're going to fuse with an Albaz from our hand so that we can get one back into the graveyard. This is important because, as always, we want to end with Albaz in the graveyard, if possible. And we also sent Requiem with Grand Granole because we have access to it. We're going to make Sanctifier, set Branded King. This now negates Cold by the Grain. So we can very easily Requiem lock our opponent. We intentionally left one zone free so that we can summon with Sanctifier, and we can negate Cold by the Grave. We have Mercuria, Mirajade. It's a lot. And it's just all from just grass. The next example for grass goes like this. This one is a little bit weaker, but it's still a very strong showing for grass. So in this line, we ended up milling our Branded Lust, which is why we weren't able to end on it. But we were still able to access a whole bunch of fusions like Mirajade, as well as Jedis Depelia and Furious. We got out on the gate, we got Quem, Cartesia. This is everything we could need. We even milled Requiem, so on the opponent's turn, we can easily Requiem lock our opponent. And then a third example of grass is like this. This one is also pretty strong. This time we mill less than 20 cards because sometimes not all of your opponents are going to be playing 40 card decks. Sometimes they will have slightly over, especially in Master Duel. So this time we're only gonna mill 18 cards. So this would be a 42 card deck from our opponent. We still have access to everything though. Branded Fusion plus Retribution is all you need. Now we're gonna add back Kit, which we banished as our dark monster for Lobellion. Put a Search from a Courier, and then we get Quam in the Endphase, send Albaz, and we get to set Branded in red. We're not setting Banishment because we milled it, and we also have Requiem here. We have Granguinol for a Karidas or a second Quan. Albaz is in the graveyard. We have follow-up, be it opening protection. It's very strong board from just grass. And then the next thing here I have is just an Aliber 1-card OTK. This is an important combo to know. If your opponent ever passes turn, going first, and you have Aliber and you want to play around Nibiru and OTK your opponent, this is how you're going to do it. So, Titaniclad's effect gains attack equal to the levels of the monsters, which in this case is going to be Rebellion and Albaz. So that's 12 levels, and you gain 100 for each, so it's 3,700, which is exactly what you need, so lethal. And then the next two combos here, the last two that I'm going to show at the moment, we're going to skip over this Floodgate combo section, and then we'll also look at these later on as well. I'm going to show these Dragoon combos because some people think Dragoon is good in Branded, and it is okay, so I'm going to show you some examples of how to use it. So this is with Deployment and Branded Fusion. If you remember the regular Deployment plus Branded Fusion combo and what that ends on, this is the Dragoon version. So you're going to summon Dragoon using the Light Hexial Fusion. And then in the end phase, we're going to add Albaz to our hand. We're going to add Cartesia to our hand. We're going to add Branded Opening to the hand. This is important. We needed to use Opening to search for Branded and Red because we needed the Dark Monster for Lubellion. Now we're going to get to make Mirror Jade, which is going to revive the Cartesia for the opponent's turn. So there's a lot of play in the end phase here, but the upshot of this combo is that we have Quen, Granguinol, Mirror Jade, and most importantly Dragoon in the game. It's relatively weak compared to what you normally get. You notice there's no Albaz. We've already used Granguinol, so Artesia is kind of limited. We have Mirror Jade and Quen, but no discard for Dragoon. It's a good combo, but it's probably not better than the regular Deployment plus Branded Fusion combo. Aliber combo we had. Oh no, it was Branded Fusion. And then this next one is Aliber plus Deployment. This one looks like this. So in the previous line, we had to access a dark monster in our end phase through opening. This time we don't need to do it, so it stands to reason that this should actually be a little bit stronger of a combo. We're still going to send the Light Hexial Fusion, and we're still going to summon Dragoon. And then we're going to go for very similar lines where we're going to play in the end phase of Branded and Red. Adding Cartesia first so that we have our discard. Adding Albaz first, and then we're going to banish into Mirror Jade. This is going to revive the Cartesia, so we've actually ended on the exact same board. Still no Albaz in the graveyard, but we have the same board, right? And it's just as strong as the previous one. Leaning in a little bit too much into the negate, in my opinion. I think that it's probably better to just go for the regular line Aliber deployment ends on a lot more than this. So you should consider that strongly when deciding if you want to play Dragoon or not. That's it. So we're gonna skip over the Floodgate combos for now and the Despian combos for now. I'm gonna come back to these later. There's a whole section on Floodgates, so we're gonna go over these combos then. So the Verte for this worksheet, remember the most important combos. The idea is not to memorize all of these. I need just to keep in mind the general patterns that you see. Remember the one card line is very important, it comes up a lot. I remember the different patterns that you see with activated Mirror Jade going for an extended line, and then using High Spirits in the Endphase. Remember the differences with Keeper and how you can sometimes revive Albaz to your field, which allows you to summon Rinbrum and make a lot stronger of an end board, like this one. Remember that Nadia basically does its own thing after any other combo. And Kit is just Aliber but minus one card. Branded Fusion typically searches a normal summon by sending Tragedy. High Spirits also goes really nicely with another combo with a normal summon. Deployment generally doesn't do much on its own. You need a very specific way to play. If you're starting with Cartesia, then you're going to get to Branded Fusion from the graveyard. And yeah, remember the basics. So it's about looking for patterns, it's about looking for what you'd expect from your combo. Yeah, so that's it for the spreadsheet. Let's move on to the next section. The first hand trap we're going to talk about is Ash Blossom. Branded is famous for being weak against this card, as it can negate your very important Branded Fusion. It's the only real hand trap that can negate Branded Fusion, which is what makes it one of Branded's main weaknesses. Ash is also one of the most popular hand traps in the game, so naturally playing around this card is important. The first and simplest way to beat Ash Blossom is to just draw your outs to it. Called by the Grave and Crossout Designator can both just negate Ash Blossom. So if you draw one of these, in a hand like this, you don't need to worry about doing anything fancy to play around Ash. When it comes to Crossout specifically, you do need to have a copy of Ash in your deck in order for it to work. If you're playing Crossout to begin with, then you're probably playing Ash in your list. However, you do still need to make sure that you didn't draw all of your copies, especially if you're playing just one copy as a target for Crossout. Another card you could draw that works similarly to Called By and Crossout against Ash is Thrust. Thrust won't negate Ash, but it will let you set Fusion Duplication, which would allow you to resolve a Branded Fusion on the opponent's turn. This is nowhere near as powerful as resolving it on your own turn. However, it's a lot better than nothing, and if you have some other stuff on your end board, then it could easily be enough to win the game. Duplication provides disruption as well as follow-up for your next turn. If you happen to draw first, as well as Called By or Crossout, then there's no conflict here, as you can still use the Called By or the Crossout on the Ash, and then still resolve the Thrust later on, as Called By and Crossout only negate effects, not activations. One thing to keep in mind about using Thrust to play through Ash is that the Branded Fusion has to be in your graveyard for Fusion Duplication to work. So if your opponent ashes something besides Branded Fusion, like Aliber or Foolish Burial, and you aren't able to access the Branded Fusion, then it's actually a more effective Ash than if they just waited until Branded Fusion. Most opponents won't do this though, as it is very risky. So overall, drawing Thrust, or the duplication itself, is a pretty reliable way of pushing through Ash. The next thing I want to mention is Branded Lost. Some players mistakenly believe that Branded Lost protects your Branded Fusion from Ash Blossom. This is not true, since Branded Lost only protects your cards from having their activations negated, but Ash Blossom only negates effects, not activations. If Branded Lost could be used to counter Ash Blossom, it would be a staple for ya in every branded deck. In the hands where you don't draw a direct out to Ash, there are some interesting lines you can go for to play around it. As I showed in the combo section, there are a lot of lines that don't use Branded Fusion and instead go for Verte. Verte's effect cannot be ashed, which is what allows it to play around Ash really well. Most opponents will always try to hold their Ash for branded fusion, and they won't realize you're going for a Verte line until you summon it. An example of a good Verte line would be Alba plus Albaz. As shown in the combo section, this line searches for high spirits with Alba instead of branded fusion. In order to do a Verte line, you need to have a way of special summoning a second link material in addition to your normal summon, which is one of the reasons why high spirits is so commonly associated with these lines. High spirits can search for Kit, which can then special summon itself from the hand. You can also get a second link material using the Bystial Rebellion. If you want to play around Ash with this hand, for example, then you can go for a Verte line like this. And then there's also Cartesia, which can be used to summon out a second link material as well. If you wanted to play around Ash with this hand by making Verte, you could do it by special summoning the Cartesia. There are other cards which can special summon monsters to your field, like Deployment and Opening. However, these cards don't help you make Verte since they both have fusion looks. In general, Verte lines end with weaker endboards than regular combos, so choosing to go for them can be risky. They aren't weak though necessarily. If you look at this endboard from the basic Alba plus Albaz combo, you can see that it has Mirajade, branded in red, and Albaz in the graveyard which can be revived with Rinbrim, and also branded Lost, which can search for Makuria. There's at least 4 disruptions, potentially more. Something to be aware of when going for Verte lines is that once your opponent sees you've summoned Verte, they now know that they don't need to hold the Ash for branded fusion, which means if they do actually have Ash, then anything you activate from that point on that can be ashed could realistically get ashed. This is most likely going to be your Albion trigger in the Endphase, but it could also be something like a branded Lost trigger after you resolve Verte. This is important, as it can make your endboard weaker and might make a difference to whether or not you think the line is worth going for. If your endboard is not strong enough, then it doesn't matter if you played around handtraps, you might just lose to your opponent's engine cards anyway. Another small thing you can do to play around Ash better is use High Spirits to send Albion to the graveyard rather than Titaniclad. Most regular combos prefer to send Titaniclad, since if branded fusion resolves, you're going to have access to Albion as well anyway. However, in the cases where you get ashed on branded fusion, you won't have access to that Albion, which means you don't get its end phase effect. If setting something like Branded Red is a stronger play after getting ashed than summoning Quen in the end phase is, then it's going to be favorable for you to have that Albion triggering rather than the Titaniclad. So if you are concerned about Ash, you can consider sending Albion in place of Titaniclad. This only matters in regular combos, not Verte lines, since Verte lines will always play around Ash, and they will also always send Albion, since Verte's effect locks you out of special summoning for the rest of the 10, making Titaniclad pretty useless. This hand is an example of a time where you could send a potentially redundant Albion in an attempt to play around Ash better. Something else you can do when playing around Ash, or any hand trap for that matter, is to try and read your opponent's toggles. For Ash Blossom specifically, this is actually pretty easy. If your opponent has their toggle set to auto, then you can pretty quickly detect an Ash Blossom from them. A lot of cards can be ashed and branded, but not all of them, which means if they only have a response to the cards that can be ashed, it's pretty safe to assume that they have Ash. Cards like Rebellion, Alba, Shrouded, High Spirits, Deployment, and Opening can all be ashed, and cards like Cartesia, Goldsuck, and Kit's effect to special summon itself all cannot be ashed. Ash also wouldn't show a touhou on the resolution of any effect, and you wouldn't show a touhou on the summon of a monster either. Not every hand is going to allow you to do this, and not every opponent is going to have their toggle set to auto the whole time, but it's worth paying attention to when it does come up. Sometimes it's possible to draw a hand that is so powerful it can beat Ash Blossom by just powering through it. A hand like this, for example, can actually do a lot, even after getting ashed on your branded fusion. You could consider playing around Ash by going for some kind of Verte line here, but you don't have to, because of how strong the endboard will be after the Ash Blossom anyway. It's also possible to have a hand like this, which has no good options for playing around Ash. If your branded fusion gets ashed here, the best you can do would be to summon Granguanol and hope that it alone will be strong enough to survive the opponent's turn. In some rare cases, you can actually set up a negate for Ash Blossom before activating branded fusion. In regular branded, this can only come in the form of Makuria, although in other variants of branded there could be other options, like Dragoon for example. This combo, which was also shown in the combo section, makes use of Albolenitus to make Makuri alive before activating Branded Fusion. The endboard is pretty strong, and it was safely done while being immune to Ash Blossom. This is also something that can come up a lot when you draw grass, as you're able to add back Branded in white, banish Makuria, and then add the Makuria back to your hand with Branded Sword before going for Branded Fusion. One thing about searching for high spirits with Alba is that you can sometimes bait your opponent into ashing the high spirits. If you don't have any other way to get to Branded Fusion, then you don't want your opponent to ash your high spirits. But if you do actually have another way to get to Branded Fusion afterwards, then you would be happy for them to ash the high spirits. In these situations, I like to play with my opponent's mind a little bit by changing how long I spend resolving Alaba's effect. If you think for a long time before switching high spirits, your opponent might get suspicious that you are trying to play around Ash Blossom, and so they might be more likely to actually just use their Ash on the high spirits. In contrast, if you take no time at all to resolve Alaba, your opponent is more likely to believe that you already have Branded Fusion in hand. It's a small thing, and it doesn't always work, but it doesn't hurt, so it's something to keep in mind. There are a lot of times where you can choose to not play around Ash Blossom even though you have the means to. One example would be if you know for a fact that your opponent is not playing Ash. This isn't something that's ever really going to matter on the ranked ladder, but if you're playing in a tournament where you know your opponents, or it's game 2 or 3 of a best of 3 match, or any other way that you could otherwise know the information that your opponent doesn't have Ash, then you can go ahead and just not respect it. This is something that actually comes up a lot at the top of the rated ladder as well, as players very often play against the same opponents over and over. There are also sometimes decks like 60 card decks that typically don't play Ash Blossom in the list, so depending on what is popular in the card format, you could make an educated guess about whether your opponent is playing Ash based on the number of cards in their deck. Another time where you can reasonably conclude that your opponent doesn't have Ash is if you're going second, and you successfully resolve Maxi on your opponent's turn 1. If they had Ash, they'd probably use it to negate your Maxi, so when it comes to your turn, you don't ever have to play around Ash. And then the last thing to consider for playing around Ash is with Gamma. Gamma can be a good card in Branded, so if you're playing it and you draw it going first, you can try to set it up so that you're activating Branded Fusion before putting any monsters on the board. That way you can use it to negate the Ash if your opponent has it. Not a lot of hands can do this, since you normally need to use your normal summon to access Branded Fusion, and Gamma is limited to 1 now anyway, but theoretically this is a possibility. Anyway, that's it for playing around Ash Blossom, so let's move on now to Maxi. So next is Maxi. This is another big weakness of Branded, although it's usually not a complete death sentence when it resolves, like it is for a lot of other decks. Again, the simplest way to beat Maxi is to just draw your Ls to it. Coldbite, Crossout, as well as Ash Blossom will help Maxi. There's also Gamma, but again this card is limited to 1, so you're probably not playing this anymore. Then there's also Thrust, which is also a good card to counter Maxi, as it adds a lot of extra power to your end board without giving any draws to that Maxi. In the case of using Cold by the Grave specifically, you never need to worry about your own Maxi being useless afterwards, because Branded doesn't really need Maxi for his end board to win the game. You can easily just use that dead Maxi as a discard. When Maxi is chained to your Branded Fusion and you have no out to it, the best thing to do is usually just to summon Sanctifier Dragon. This gives 1 draw to your opponent, and the Sanctifier can revive Albaz on the opponent's turn, which could potentially fuse into a Mirrodute. It's a decent amount of disruption for the price of just 1 draw for Maxi. Sometimes it's also worth it to push further by special summoning 1 more time, just to set up 1 more disruption. If you have a Cartesia in your hand, for example, or a kit, or even a deployment that you haven't used yet, then it can be often worth it to give 1 more draw if you're going to be setting up 1 more disruption. There are also some situations where you can completely play into Maxi, giving lots of draws, knowing that you're probably going to win anyway because you have the means to set up a Floodgate reliably. It's usually very risky going for this, since there's a good chance that you're going to lose your Floodgate to a Cold by the Grave or a Droplets on your Sanctifier. So it's best to only go for this if you have some means of providing reliability. This could be with Branded King to negate Droplets or Cold by, or it could be by utilizing Branded Lost and summoning the Floodgate during a Branded Lost window. That way you're immune to Cold by and Droplets. This hand, for example, can reliably set up a Floodgate under max C, like this. Something else to remember is that if you are playing a Floodgate that can be accessed by Grand Guignol, like Requiem, you can set up that whole lock in just 2 special summons, assuming that you have a normal summon which can search for Branded Fusion, your Branded Fusion summons Sanctifier, and then Cartesia either special summons itself from the hand or gets summoned from the deck with deployment. Cartesia can then use its effect on the opponent's turn, which can send the Floodgate to the graveyard. This sets up the lock with just 2 draws from XC. This is usually preferable to playing all the way into Maxi and trying to set up a Floodgate reliably like we just saw. However, it is more vulnerable to cards like Cold Buy and Droplets. Like with Ash Blossom, Maxi has a pretty distinctive toggle if your opponent is on auto. Maxi could be chained to anything or in the summon of any monster. And if your opponent is toggled on, the Maxi could also be used on the resolution of anything as well. If you see this toggle pattern from your opponent, then you can be pretty comfortably sure that they have Maxi. It could also be a lot of other cards, and it is worth keeping them in mind. However, by far the most likely option is that it's just Maxi. One thing you can do to prepare better for Maxi is to save your fusion deployment until after using Branded Fusion. Most opponents are going to chain their Maxi to deployment, so if you want to then summon Sanctifier, you're going to have to give your opponent at least 2 draws. If instead you hold the deployment until after using Branded Fusion, you can then choose to not use it at all if your opponent has Maxi. This does play harder into other hand traps like Impalm, although it's worth playing it like this if you have a specific reason to believe that your opponent has Maxi, for example because of their toggles. Another way to prepare for Maxi is to send Albion to the graveyard with High Spirits in place of Titaniclad. Titanified is usually good because it can special summon Quem from the deck if you Endphase, but under Maxi, that's going to give your opponent a draw, whereas Albion's effect to set Branded in Red or Branded King or Branded Banishment won't give any draws. Another thing to keep in mind is that Branded Opening doesn't have to special summon, it can also add to your hand. If your opponent chains Maxi to Opening, you can consider denying them any draw at all by choosing to add with Opening instead of summoning. You can still normal summon whatever you add, so it's not as if you're really wasting anything by doing this. This is also true for Cartesia as well. Since Cartesia is a quick effect, if your opponent ever uses Maxi, you can consider chaining Cartesia in order to deny them the 1 draw. So that's it for playing against Maxi. The truth is, Maxi is pretty annoying no matter what, just as it is for most decks. A Maxi can be especially annoying if they also have another copy on their own turn. So next is Infinite Impermanence. In general, this card is not a huge problem for Branded. The only time where Imperm can really be devastating is when it's used on Aliber or any of your Aliber substitutes like Keeper and Kit, when it's used as a starter. If you don't have any other way to play after that, then that Imperm was extremely effective. Again, the simplest way to beat Imperm is just to have Crossout. This time, Thrust isn't a very good card as it isn't made live by Imperm, and you also can't use Cold Buy on an Imperm either. The typical way to play around Imperm and Branded is to summon Cartesia before normal summoning Aliber. This allows you to chain Cartesia's effect to Fusion Summon in response to the Imperm. You can then fuse away the Aliber or whatever the Imperm target is in order to still resolve its effect. This is why you should pretty much always use deployment to summon Cartesia before going for any of your other plays, especially your normal summon. Eventually you're going to want to use the Cartesia at some point during your combo, so you will then have to be giving up on the protection from Imperm. However, it won't be until after you've resolved all of your good Imperm targets, like Lubellion, Albion, and potentially even the Bystial Lubellion as well. Other than your normal summon, the best Imperm targets in your regular combos are Albion and Lubellion. In particular, it can be effective to Imperm Lubellion over Albion, since in most standard combos, Albion is going to banish Albaz from your graveyard, and the Lubellion is going to discard a card for cost. This means that it's usually more impactful to Imperm Lubellion rather than Albion. It's not just deployment that can get Cartesia onto your field before your normal summon. It is also possible to summon Cartesia from your hand using its own effect. This hand, for example, can go out of its way to play around Imperm by setting up Cartesia before summoning Aliber. You can then benefit from the targeting protection that Cartesia provides up until after you've resolved all of your important effects. In a similar way to how Cartesia plays around Imperm, you can also play around it with Branded in Red and Super Pulling. Both of these cards can, as a quick effect, remove your Aliber from the field in order to dodge an imperm. It's pretty difficult to use Super Poly on turn 1, but if you're going second, this can be very impactful. Similarly, if you're using Branded in red like this, while going second, you can use it to not only dodge imperm, but also summon Dotting and Chimera. When you're going first, if you have a draw Branded in red, you can sometimes try to set it up so that it can protect your Aliber from imperm. And the way you do this is by getting a target for the Branded in red into the graveyard before you normal summon. The way you can read your opponent's toggles for imperm is to realize that if they are on auto, there wouldn't be any response from them until the moment you put a monster on the board, at which point there will be a response to everything. This is especially important to recognize since if you do summon a Cartesia to the field first, your opponent is pretty likely to hold that imperm for a long time, so it's best not to get confused about what it could be. Because of Cartesia, sometimes your opponents will decide to hold their imperm until their own turn, where they will then use it on either your Mirror Jade or your Cartesia. This also happens if your opponent top decks imperm as their 6th card. In either case, remember that you can still activate Mirror Jade, even though it's negated. This means you can still send Bryn Brim to the graveyard, and you can still revive Albaz. If you don't have access to Cartesia, and your Aliber ends up getting impermed, one of the ways you can extend is to pivot into a Verte line. Cards like Lubellion, High Spirits, Deceit, and even Branded in white can be used to summon out a second monster without locking yourself into fusions. Keep in mind that if you start with Keeper of Dragon Magic instead of Aliber, you won't be able to do a Verte line, since even after being impermed, Keeper's effect will still lock you into fusion monsters. Even though your normal summon is usually the best time to use imperm against Branded, some opponents are going to wait until after Branded Fusion resolves to use their imperm. If your opponent imperms your Albion, then it's not actually so bad, since you can still tribute it to summon the Bellion from the graveyard, and then trigger it in the Endphase. With Albion's effect to the Endphase, you can add or set Branded in red to your field, and since Albaz is still in the graveyard, you can activate the Branded in red and access Mirror Jade. You could even then trigger the Branded Lost to search from a courier as well. Effect Veiler is largely the same as imperm, since their effects are very similar. The main way to play around it is to summon Cartesia before summoning your Aliber, and everything else that applies to imperm also then applies to Veiler. One of the differences between Veiler and imperm is that it can be outed with Called by the Grave. It also makes Thrust live, since it is a monster effect. This means that you have a lot more cards in your deck that you can hard draw to directly counter the Veiler. There's also Crossout, and as usual, if you do want to out this with Crossout, you will need to be playing Veiler in your own deck. One of the other differences with Veiler is that by putting a light monster into your opponent's graveyard, Veiler, unlike imperm, allows a Bystial like Magnum Opus to actually work as an extender. If your Aliber gets Veilered, you can use a Bystial to banish the Veiler, special summon the Bystial, and then link into Verte. Another difference is that Veiler can only be used in the main phase, which means if you use Branded Opening to special summon Aliber in the draw phase or the standby phase, your opponent isn't going to be able to use Veiler. Since searching in the draw phase specifically also plays around Roll and Lockbird, there's not much reason to ever summon in the standby phase. So if you are going to play around Veiler this way, you might as well play around Roll at the same time, by using Opening in the draw phase. That being said, your Aliber can still be impermed in the draw phase, which is why if you have Fusion Deployment or any other way to access Cartesia first, then it's probably still worth playing it that way, since you're going to be able to play around the Veiler and the imperm. Veiler only being able to be used in the main phase is also something you can respect when pushing for lethal going second. If you're planning on removing blockers from your opponent's field with cards like Mirror Jade or Furious Dragon, then it's optimal to wait until the battle phase, before using these removal effects. That way you're playing around a Veiler. This is especially important when you're pushing into Max C, since your opponent is more likely to have Veiler if they have more cards in their hand, and it's also much more important in that situation that you actually succeed with the OTK. The next handtrap to talk about is Nibiru. In general, Nibiru is not usually very effective against Branded. There are some situations where it can be really good, but for the most part, Nibiru is never going to win the game against Branded on its own. Branded has a lot of ways to continue playing in the end phase, and from the graveyard on the opponent's turn. And it generally is never that sad about having its monsters sent from the field to the graveyard, where they can easily just trigger or be revived. One of the specific reasons why Nibiru isn't good against Branded is that it can be punished by Granguil. In this situation here, for example, most opponents are going to use the Nibiru right here, since they want to deny Lubellion's effect to bring out Branded Lust. In response to Nibiru, you can chain Cartesia to summon Granguinol. When the chain resolves, Granguinol will miss its on-summon trigger, but it will still get its second effect to special summon a Quem from your deck. Quem can then send Albaz or Retribution or Branded Sword, all of which have the potential to be stronger than usual since you're now still going to be in the main phase. Nibiru also triggers Mirror Jade when it tributes it, which means the Nibiru buddy itself is always going to be dealt with. Additionally, Mirror Jade can even chain its effect in response to the Nibiru to banish your own Lubellion, allowing you to sneak another Albaz fusion into the graveyard for free, like Titaniclad for example. By combining this with Cartesia to summon Granguinol, you can set up some really nice lines where you actually rebuild your whole end board during the entries, like this for example. By summoning Albaz and fusing with it, you've put Albaz back into the graveyard, which means your Quem doesn't need to send it. This allows you to send something else, like additional discard fodder like Branded Sword, Retribution, or a target for Retribution to add back. You could even send a second copy of Albaz, so that your Branded in red can be used more freely. When it comes to your one-card combos, Nibiru is actually a little bit better, since you still have to summon 5 times, but you don't have access to Granguinol. Another way of beating Nibiru is with Mercuria, although I personally think this method is hugely overrated. In the combo section, you will have seen that almost all of the combos that could search for Mercuria on the first turn in order to play around Nibiru actually don't do it, and instead search for an extender, like Shrouded Dragon or Kit. This is how you get your highest value out of your branded combos, since Mercuria can just as easily be searched on the opponent's turn instead. Using Mercuria as an out to Nibiru is not something that I ever really planned for, since Branded usually plays their Nibiru pretty well. That being said, there are times where searching Mercuria on your own turn to beat Nibiru is actually the best play. For example, if there's no better targets to search for with Branded Lust, then you might as well get the Mercuria sooner rather than later. Another example is when you're going second. One of the few times when Nibiru can be devastating for Branded is when you're trying to push for lethal going second. So Satan Mercuria for this kind of Nibiru is actually pretty good. It also comes up when you hard draw the Mercuria and your opponent just so happens to have the Nibiru. Although to be completely honest, even if you hard draw Mercuria, if you're not playing multiple copies or a Branded Sword, it can actually be better to just let the Nibiru resolve sometimes so that you still have access to the Mercuria as a disruption. Thrust can punish Nibiru pretty hard. You can add grass to your hand if your opponent isn't also playing a 60-card deck, and options like Fusion Deployment and Branded New White are pretty good as well. Reading the toggle for Nibiru is pretty simple. If your opponent is on auto, they aren't going to have any response until you summon your 5th monster, at which point they will have a response to everything. Even if your opponent doesn't use Nibiru right away at the time you would expect them to, it doesn't necessarily mean that they don't have it. Sometimes your opponents will try to get creative with the Nibiru when they recognize that it's not going to be very effective, so it is a good idea to not ignore it and to not play into it unnecessarily. And then of course, like every other hand trap, you can also beat it with Crossout if you're playing it. So next is Droll and Luckbird. In general, Droll is like Ibiru. It's not really an effective hand trap against branded, although it can sometimes be pretty good in certain situations. The simplest way to beat Droll is to use your quick play searches like Opening and High Spirits in the draw phase. Droll can only be activated outside of the draw phase, so you're pretty much buying yourself one free search by doing this. Although if you do have multiple searches to activate in that same draw phase, then you'll be saving yourself 2 free searches as well. You will need to be toggled on in order to do this, so if your toggle is set to auto, then be aware that you might miss the chance. Also, it is worth noting that High Spirits can actually be chained to Droll and Luckbird as well. When it comes to High Spirits specifically, this can actually be a little bit tricky, since it can sometimes be difficult to decide right away what your first play should be. High Spirits can be a starter, but it can also be an extender, so if you do draw High Spirits in your opening hand, it's important to make sure that you know whether or not you're going to activate it as your first action before leaving the draw phase. If High Spirits is going to be your first action, then there's no reason not to use it in the draw phase so that you can beat Droll and Luckbird for free. If you use High Spirits as your first action, but in the main phase instead, then it's almost certainly a mistake, since you're just inviting yourself to be drolled unnecessarily. This hand is an example of a hand that could use High Spirits as its first play, or choose to keep it as a potential push through a negate on the Alibi. If you do decide to start with High Spirits, then the best way to do it would be during the draw phase. The only possible exception to this would be if you are baiting your opponents into using Droll because you expect them to have it, and you have a triple tactics talents. Opening is also sometimes better used in the main phase rather than in the draw phase. Droll isn't always as popular as Imperm and Maxi, which is why it's usually better to play around those cards instead, by summoning cards easier first and holding the opening so that you can chain it to a potential Maxi. The reason to play around Droll and Luckbird instead would be if you have no means of playing around the other cards anyway, like in this hand, or if you have a hand that is actually hurt by Droll and Luckbird quite a bit, like this hand. Another thing to point out, like I mentioned earlier, using opening in the draw phase also plays around Vela. One of the times where Droll can kind of hurt you is when using High Spirits to search for Shrouded Dragon during the main phase. Shrouded Dragon draws a card, meaning that under Droll you can't activate it, which not only means you can't get a draw, but more importantly means you can't pay the cost of sending a card to the graveyard from the deck either. That being said, there is usually a way to adapt most of your combos so that you can still make a decent end board under Droll. One of the times where Droll can actually be devastating is in hands that are relying on Foolish Burial or Gold Sarcophagus to start a one-card combo. Foolish Burial is the only starter in this hand, for example, and it's going to lose pretty hard if the opponent has Droll. Also, any time that you start your turn by using Shrouded Dragon to draw a card right away is also pretty risky into Droll. If you have Alibi and Rebellion, you can respect Droll by summoning the Alibi first. In general, as long as you have Branded Fusion, Droll isn't going to do much, as Branded doesn't really need to search any cards once it's got access to its Branded Fusion. You are still able to use Albion's effect to set while under Droll, just keep in mind that you have to set the card, you don't have the option of adding it to your hand, so those combos that use High Spirits during the end phase won't be possible. The double pattern for Droll if your opponent is on auto would be a response window after you draw or search. Usually Droll is going to be dropped immediately anyway, so there isn't much benefit to interpreting their toggles. However, some opponents would still like to play around Gamma while you have no monsters on the board, so if you do see a response after searching but your opponent doesn't use anything, it could potentially still be Droll. And then the last thing to mention is that as usual, Droll could be outed by Cold Buy and Crossout, and it also makes Thrust live. And you could also still use Thrust to set duplication to your field, like normal, even though you can't search. That being said, When it comes to Cold Buy specifically, I recommend that you think twice before using Cold Buy on draw, since you usually will have a way to keep playing anyway, so it could be sometimes the better play to keep the Crossout or Cold Buy for a more important hand trap like Ash Blossom. The next hand trap to talk about is Dimension Shifter. Shifter is strong against Branded because it denies you all of your graveyard effects. This means that some of your consistency is gone, since you can no longer access Branded Fusion through Retribution. It also means that a lot of your power is gone, since you're not able to trigger things like Albion or Titaniclad in the Endphase. And you're also not going to be able to get Albaz into the graveyard to use as disruption on the opponent's turn. You're also cut off from a lot of follow-up, since all of your spells and traps, including Branded Fusion itself, are going to get managed after you use them. Something else that's really important about Shifter is that it disables Mirror Jade. Mirror Jade needs to be able to send a card to the graveyard as cost, which means it can't be used under Dimension Shifter. Since Shifter lasts for 2 turns, it means that it's pointless to summon a Mirror Jade on your turn 1, since it won't provide any value or disruption on the opponent's turn. There are some things you can still do under Shifter though, like activate Branded Fusion and resolve Luvelian. Luvelian can shuffle from banished to its fusion summon effect, which means you can still easily summon whatever you want with it. Mercuria and Tragedy both trigger when banished, which means you could still effectively send them from the deck to the graveyard with Branded Fusion, which will then get them to trigger. The typical game plan under Shifter is to use your normal summon to access Branded Fusion like normal, and then activate Branded Fusion to summon Lubellion while using Mercuria from your deck. This allows you to trigger Mercuria for a search, and summon either Dracostopelia or Rindbrum with the Lubellion. And Mercuria can then search for Kit. Shrouded Dragon can't be used in the Shifter, so Kit is usually the best target. If you summoned Rindbrum, then you are also able to special summon the Kit from your hand, and use it to search for Branded King or Retribution, both of which are disruptions that can be used under Shifter. However, keep in mind that if you summon Dracostopelia instead, then you won't be able to special summon the Kit, as you won't have an Albaz Fusion on your field. Having Kit in your hand for next turn is still pretty good, and often you will do this anyway, since you can use it to add back the Branded Fusion from Banished. In fact, this is sometimes the better way of using Kit, even if you can special summon the Kit. One other option is to summon a Furious Dragon with Lubellion. Furious Dragon is also a pretty good disruption that can be used under Shifter. However, it does require 2 Dark Dragons as material, which means you will need to either discard one as cost for Lubellion's effect, or send 2 copies of Albaz with Branded Fusion as the material for Lubellion, in which case you are giving up on the Mercuria search. And then another good card to summon once it's released in Master Duel under Dimension Shifter is Light and Darkness Dragon Lord. Here's a combo that allows you to do that. Shifter does make Thrust live, and you can use it to set cards like Imperum, Dimensional Barrier, or Branded King. Since Branded Fusion is going to be banished, there's no point in setting Fusion Duplication. However, it is worth noting that Fusion Deployment is also a valid target for duplication. This means that if your opponent allows your deployment to go to the graveyard, then you will still have the option of using duplication effectively. This is actually a pretty common oversight in my experience. Most opponents will not use Shifter in response to deployment, even though I think they should. Something else you can do to slightly play better into Shifter is to chain cards like High Spirits and Opening to Shifter just to get some relevant cards into the graveyard. If you're able to then send an Albaz or a Despian monster to the graveyard, for example, then you give yourself the option of still using Branded in Red on the opponent's turn. The toggle pattern for Shifter if your opponent is an auto will be that they have a response to everything. This is also the same as Max C, however, you can sometimes infer that it is Shifter instead because your opponent didn't respond to an effect that special summons, like Deployment or Cortese's effect in the hand. Remember that Shifter is a dark monster, which means it is a viable target for a Bystial. And also keep in mind that by using Shifter, your opponent has given you information about what deck they're potentially playing. so you can try to use that information to your advantage when deciding what exactly you want to summon with Rebellion and what card to set with Thrust. Next up is Ghost Ogre. This card is kind of famously bad against Branded, as there's almost no good times to use it. None of your monsters need to stay on the field for their effects to work, at least not on turn 1, and if your opponent ever tries to use Ogre on a fusion monster, you can use Opening to protect it from being destroyed. One of the best times to use Ogre against Branded is in response to Cartesia. Granquenol requires Cartesia as material, so if you use Cartesia's effect and your opponent chains Ghost Ogre, then you won't be able to summon Granquenol unless you have another Cartesia in your hand, and you might then even be forced to summon something else. If you suspect your opponent has Ogre, you could try to plan for this by making sure you have at least a good backup target to summon with the effect. At the very least, it is worth sparing a thought to what would happen given your exact hand. Another good time to use Ogre against Branded is in response to Albas's effect. This isn't something that's going to happen on your turn 1, but it might come up on an opponent's turn, or when you're going second. The way you could try to play around this is to try and chain block Albas, so that your opponent can't use Ogre on it. And like always, you can out it with Cold Buy and Crossout and Thrust. Usually you can just ignore Ghost Ogre, it's not that common and it's not really that big of a deal most of the time, even if it catches you by surprise. The only thing to be aware of is them using it on your Cartesia, which could potentially force you into a bad situation. So the next thing to talk about is Bystials. Bystials are good against Branded since they can effectively negate any of your graveyard revive effects, like Quen, Banishment, and Rinbrim. They can also negate Branded in red, and Cartesia's effect in the Endphase. Bystials can also banish cards like Albion, Titaniclad, and Granquenol, and also Lubellion from your graveyard. Additionally, Bystials can also be strong when used to banish Albaz from the graveyard in response to the effect of something like Albion on the field or Branded in white. When this happens, similarly to how Ghost Ogre interacts with Cartesia, you could be forced into summoning something that you don't want to. When it comes to banishing Albaz fusions from the graveyard, it's important for your opponent that they do it at the end of the main phase. If they let you go to the end phase, then you're going to have priority to activate one of your Albaz fusions first. If you've suspected that they have a Bystial, you can punish this mistake by using your most important effect first, which will be likely Albion or Titaniclad. One way to play around Bystials is with Branded Lost. On the summon of Albion, your opponent isn't able to activate a Bystial, or anything at all for that matter, so you're freely able to resolve it to summon Lubellion. Using Lost to play around Bystials on your opponent's turn is also a viable strategy. If you want to use Rinbrim to revive Albaz, you can try to do it during the Branded Lost window so that your opponent can't respond. Another way of playing around Bystials is with Mercuria. If you happen to draw Mercuria in your opening hand, then you could punish a Bystial in response to your Albion by negating it and then banishing the Mercuria for the effect of Albion. Something else you can do to play around Bystials is choose to set cards like Branded King or Retribution with Albion in the end phase, since they don't lose to Bystials on the opponent's turn, the way that Banishment and Branded in red do. This is something you might consider against decks that play a lot of Bystials like Centaurion, or you might want to do it if your opponent used Magnum earlier in your turn. Magnum often can search for another Bystial in the end phase, which means your opponent might just have an answer to Branded in red or Banishment. Retribution specifically could even negate a Bystial, so you can sometimes use it on its own to protect your Rinbrim or your Quen. Remember that Bystials trigger Granquenol, so similar to how you could play around Nibiru, you could also chain Cartesia in response to a Bystial. That way you can trigger the effects of Granquenol to summon out Quen from the deck. Unlike Nibiru though, Granquenol will also be able to trigger its on-summon effect as well. Another way of playing around Bystials is to summon Lubellion with Granted Fusion instead of Albion. It doesn't matter if your opponent has a Bystial, you're still going to get to Merjade, since Lubellion can use banished monsters as material. The toggle pattern for a Bystial is going to be in response to everything as long as there's a target in the graveyard and a monster on your board. The way you might detect a Bystial from your opponent is if there's no response until you put a target into the graveyard and a monster on the board. And then the last thing, as usual, is Thrust and Crossout. You can't cold buy a Bystial, and using Crossout is always suspicious since your opponent gets to keep the Bystial, and using it again on their own turn is pretty good against Branded still. And then Thrust is actually extra good since you could search a card, not just sit. Anyway, that's it for the Bystials, let's move on to DD Crow. Crow is similar to Bystials in that most of its good uses are exactly the same. Therefore, pretty much all of what I said about Bystials also applies to DD Crow. There are, however, a couple of differences. For example, Crow is able to banish a spell or trap, not just a monster. This means that it can also prevent you from accessing Branded Fusion through Retribution. The way you could try to play around this is by accessing Branded Fusion from the deck rather than the graveyard. Another strong use for Crow is in response to Duplication, to banish your Branded Fusion. Duplication needs to banish the Branded Fusion itself in order to copy the effect, so DD Crow will effectively negate it. This is hard to predict, to be honest, but if you were going to try and play around it, you could do so by only activating the duplication during a Branded Lost window. Reading your opponent's toggles for DD Crow is pretty simple. There's going to be no response while you have no cards in your graveyard, and as soon as you get a card into the graveyard, there's going to be a response to everything. And then of course, as usual, you can out it with Cold by the Grave, Crossout, and sometimes Gamma, and you can punish it with Thrust. In the cases where you get your Branded Fusion banished by DD Crow, then Thrust for Duplication loses a lot of its value, so you might want to consider setting something else, like Imperm or Branded King. Ghost Spell is interesting against Branded. This card is usually considered bad against Branded, but it does have a few important uses that can catch you off guard. This card can negate Albion and Lubellion, as well as Kit, and some of your endboard pieces like Branded in Red, Banishment, and Rinbrum's affecting the graveyard. If you have Branded Lost on the field, then Ghost Spell won't be able to negate Banishment or Branded in Red, since Ghost Spell actually negates activations. Playing around Ghost Spell is not something you normally do, since the card is not that popular overall in most formats. However, if you see that your opponent is playing Ghost Spell, or you're in a situation where it costs you nothing to play around it, then you can beat it by chain blocking important effects like Albion and Lubellion. For example, if you have a Quem on the field when summoning Lubellion, you can use Lubellion as Chainlink 1 and Quem as Chainlink 2. This is something I like to do whenever my Quem has been impermed or veiled on its first effect after I normal summoned it, since it's a way of playing around Ghost Spell for free, as the Quem can still be activated to chain block the Lubellion despite being negated. Next is Gamma. Gamma is pretty hit or miss against Branded. It can be devastating at times, but also pretty useless at other times. The best time to use Gamma against Branded is on your normal summon, whether that's Alibur or Keeper or Kit or even Quem. Your normal summon is almost always pivotal in accessing Branded Fusion, and denying that is the best thing that Gamma can hope to achieve. Once Branded Fusion resolves, Gamma becomes a lot weaker because of how your plays branch out into multiple effects. If Gamma is used on something like Albion, for example, then you're still going to be able to trigger it in the Endphase and keep Albaz in the graveyard as a target for Branded in Red. If you had opening in your graveyard, then you can even protect the Albion from being destroyed, allowing it to still be tributed for Lubellion. Another important thing to realize is that Branded Lost protects your Cartesia from being negated. If your opponent chains Gamma to Cartesia while you have Branded Lost, it is still going to special summon itself as well as the driver from the deck, but it is not going to negate Cartesia. Also, similarly to Nibiru and Bystials, Gamma triggers Granquil. So if you can summon Granquil in response to Gamma, you're going to be able to trigger its effect to summon Quem. Since this would be happening before you activated Branded Fusion most of the time, it actually gives you some interesting extra lines that you can do to punish your opponent. Burst is a really good counter to Gamma, since most of the time your opponent is going to be using Gamma on your Alibur. Then, since Gamma puts a monster on your opponent's field, you can actually just use Thrust to search for Branded Fusion anyway. Detecting Gamma is pretty simple. If your opponent is on Alto, then they're going to have a response to every monster effect you activate, and nothing else. You could maybe detect this by seeing a response to cards like Mokuria, Shrouded Dragon, Tragedy, and Lubellion. And then finally, Crossout is technically able to negate Gamma if you're playing it. You just need to watch out for that same Gamma being used again on the opponent's turn. So those are all the main hand traps you're going to need to worry about. But there are also some other handtraps that aren't released yet in Mastodon, and these are likely known to be pretty popular, so I think it's important to talk about them as well. No Charmy Thualas is very similar to Maxi, and for the most part you're going to play around it in the same way. Thualas allows your opponent to draw a card every time you special summon from the main deck or the extra deck. This mainly matters for your extra deck summons, but it does also draw from Fusion Deployment, Branded Opening, and Titanic Lad in the Endphase. It also draws from Granquinal's effect to special summon, which is important to remember when you're playing against multiple handtraps. The main way to beat Thualas is the same as Maxi, it is to draw an out to it. Cold Buy, Crossout, Ash, and Gamma will all beat it. And Thrust, just like Maxi, can help you still make a good board under the Thualas. If your opponent chains Thualas to your Binded Fusion, you will typically just summon Sanctify and pass, just like you would with Maxi. One difference though is that if you have the means to search for Cartesia and then special summon it from your hand, it won't give your opponent an extra draw, like it does with Maxi. So you should try to do this if you can, if you're under Thualas. Detecting Thualas from your opponent's toggles would be pretty simple. As long as they control no cards, they will have a response to everything. It's also worth keeping in mind that if your opponent has 2 copies of Thualas, they can use them both, although they would most likely use them both at the same time. Next is Molchalmi Perulia. This allows your opponent to draw a card every time you normal summon, or special summon a monster from the hand. This card in general is not that powerful against Branded. It's always going to draw 1 card to replace itself, since you're pretty much always going to be using your normal summon. However, there's a huge amount of hands that don't need to special summon from the hand at all, so it's unlikely for Perulia to be drawing multiple cards against Branded, and even the few hands that do special summon from the hand generally only need to do it once or twice. It's pretty reasonable to give your opponent 1 extra draw if it means you can perform a full combo. 1 extra card in your opponent's hand is not usually going to make the difference as to whether or not they can break your full combo. Detecting Perulia from your opponent's toggles is not really something that's going to come up, since most opponents will use it right away in the draw phase, since they want to make sure that they get that draw feed normal summon, which could easily be your first action in the main phase. If your opponent has a response to everything but they didn't use Perulia in the draw phase, then the hand trap is probably not Perulia. In general, if you have an out to Perulia like Cold Buy or Ash, I don't think it's a good idea to bother using it, since your opponent is probably only going to get 1 or 2 draws anyway, and it's better to save that for a more important hand trap like Ash. Next is Dominus Purge. This card can negate any card or effect that tries to search a card. The best target for this would be Alaba and also High Spirits. This card is tricky because it can't be beaten by Cold Buy, and it doesn't make Thrust-like since it is a trap card. It also can't really be beaten by Crossout since you're never going to be playing this card in your deck. One thing about Purge to remember is that you get a lot of information about your opponent's deck because of the attributes that it locks you into. Some popular meta decks that might be playing it are Voiceless Voice, Melodious, and sometimes Ritual Beast. It's also worth noting that your opponent can't use fire monsters after using Purge. So if your opponent uses Purge, you now know for a fact that you aren't also going to get ashed. The toggle pattern for Dominus Purge is going to look similar to Ash, except there's not going to be a response to costs that don't search, like Deployment and Branded Fusion. If you suspect your opponent has Ash, but they end up not having a response to your Branded Fusion, then there's a good chance that that is Dominus Purge. Although, like I said a minute ago, Purge would likely have been used earlier on cards like Alabar, Keeper, High Spirits, or even Tragedy. And then the last hand trap to talk about is actually one of the scariest hand traps for Branded out of all of them, and that is Dominus Impulse. Dominus Impulse can negate Branded Fusion just like Ash. It also works under Branded Lost, and it can't actually be hit by Cold by the Grave or Gamma. Crossout is also not likely to be able to negate it, unless you're willing to play a useless copy of Impulse in your deck. And since it's a trap card, it also doesn't make Thrust live. It's for these reasons that Impulse is honestly even better than Ash against Branded most of the time. Playing around Impulse is going to be very similar to playing around Ash. You want to focus on Verte lines and playing with High Spirits. Impulse can't negate High Spirits or Verte, so if your opponent is holding it for Branded Fusion, then by the time you get to Verte, it's going to be too late for them to use it. Impulse can only be played in a limited number of decks, due to the attributes that it locks you into. So if your opponent uses Impulse, it does give away some information about what deck they're playing, just like with Dominus Purge. Overall though, Impulse is pretty difficult to play around. If there are popular decks that play this card, then Branded is definitely going to be at an inherent disadvantage. So that's all for the hand traps. Well, there's also a few board breakers that I think are worth mentioning as well, because the way you play around them is often as part of your turn 1 combo, so it's not too dissimilar to playing around hand traps. The first board breaker I want to talk about is Evenly Matched. Evenly is a card that I don't really consider to be a problem for Branded, as you do have a few good ways of dealing with it. The first and best way to deal with Evenly Matched is to use Sanctifier to put a monster on your opponent's field during the battle phase. Evenly requires your opponent to control no cards, so since they now control a monster, they aren't able to use it. It's usually important to put the monster in defense position so that they can't crash it, and then activate Evenly anyway. Although you can technically achieve the same thing by just having all of your own monsters in defense position. If the monster you're summoning to the opponent's field is a Floodgate like Requiem or Authors, then that's even better, and playing around Evenly Matched would just be a bonus here. If you have Sanctifier on your end board, then using it is pretty straightforward. Once your opponent enters the battle phase, you can activate Sanctify. It's worth letting them commit their battle phase first, since it makes them waste it, and you now know that you are guaranteed to survive the turn. If you don't have Sanctifier on your end board, then it's still usually possible to play around Evenly Matched by summoning Sanctifier with Branded in Red into Rebellion, or Branded in Red directly. You can also summon it easily with Fusion Duplication. In either case, you're again going to want to wait until the battle phase to do this, so that you're forcing the opponent to commit to it. Sometimes you will have to make Sanctify in your main phase, because the only way you can summon it is with Cartesia's effect. This is a little riskier, since your opponent can choose to stay in the main phase, but it's still worth doing, as the downside of getting Evenly Matched is pretty bad. And also, you should still save the actual Sanctifier effect for the battle phase. Sometimes you will have to jump through hoops to do this, but in my opinion it's always worth doing, since most opponents are not going to pretend to have Evenly, they probably really do have it. And even if they are just pretending, you still skipped their battle phase. Another good way of beating Evenly Matched is with Light and Darkness Dragonlord. Most of the combos in the spreadsheet are designed with this card in mind, which is why they prioritize setting Banishment, so that you can easily summon this card with it. If your opponent goes into the battle phase, all you have to do is flit Banishment, targeting Albion, and then summon Light and Darkness Dragon. The Light and Darkness Dragon will negate the Evenly, and it will still have 2 negates left over for your opponent's main phase too. A third way of beating Evenly Matched is with Branded King. Branded King can negate anything, the only problem is that it also negates most of your own board as well. Since Evenly Matched is going to be most likely the first card your opponent uses, negating it with Branded King is going to be very costly, as you won't have had the chance to use the rest of your board yet. For this reason, Branded King is not an ideal way of beating Evenly Matched. That being said, it does still allow you to keep all of your cards, and the opponent has lost their battle phase. So if your opponent is playing a deck that can't easily clear your board in main phase 2, then you're still going to be in a pretty good position. And then the last way of beating Evenly is to just let it happen, by forcing your opponent to use their battle phase, of actually playing into one of Branded's strengths, which is your follow-up on turn 3. You can keep Mirror Jade and still have Disruption available. If Albaz is in your graveyard, then you even have access to multiple disruptions, including Renbrum. Technically, if you're playing Evenly Matched yourself, which is very common in Branded, you can even negate it with Crossout. This is actually a pretty good out, since there wouldn't be much good uses for that Crossout on your end board otherwise. Next is Lightning Storm. This card is popular in Tempai and also some other going second decks like Sky Striker. Also, if you're playing in a best of 3 tournament, Lightning Storm is a potential side deck card that the opponent could have. The way to beat Lightning Storm is pretty simple, you just have to put your monsters in defense position. There's also Branded Opening, which could protect some of your important monsters, however it won't protect Cartesia and Quen. So you're going to want to always have those cards in defense position. In general, Lightning Storm is usually more effective against Branded when it's used to destroy your back row. One of the ways you can play around this is by using Banishment to summon Light and Darkness Dragon in the standby phase, so that it will negate the Lightning Storm. And then there's also Branded King. Using Branded King is very risky, since, unlike with Evenly, your opponent is still going to be able to be in their main phase, which means there's not as much compensation for negating your own board. Tenpai, for example, could very easily kill you afterwards. And then the last way of beating Lightning Storm is with Sanctifier. Lightning Storm can't be used if your opponent controls a card, which means you can very easily disable it by putting a monster on their board during the standby phase. Now, this is something you're probably never going to do just to beat Lightning Storm. However, if you're summoning a Floodgate like Requiem, then you can easily beat Lightning Storm for free just by doing it in the standby phase. Next is Forbidden Droplets. Droplets is pretty good against Branded, especially when it's Tenpai that's using it. However, it's under death sentence by itself, since even if they negate every monster you have, you're most likely still going to have a disruption to your back row, Branded Lust, and Alvaz in the graveyard. One way of playing around droplets when you're trying to floodgate your opponent is to only use Sanctifier during a Branded Lost window. If at any point your opponent tries to use droplets before you've used Sanctifier, you can always chain Sanctifier to the droplets, or if you can't, you can chain a spell or trap like Branches and Bread or Banishment, and then chain Sanctifier to that. And then the last board breaker I want to talk about is Triple Tactics Talents. Talents is pretty simple to play around, however it's also easy to overlook. The way to respect talents as best you can is to make sure that any monsters you summon on the opponent's turn are summoned in defense position. That way, if your opponent steals them with talents, they aren't going to be able to attack with them that turn. It's a small thing, but it's easy to do and it doesn't really cost you much of anything. Also, if you summon all of your monsters on turn 1 in defense position as well, and then all of the monsters you summon on the opponent's turn are also summoned in defense position, you're making it so that your opponent can never steal a monster with talents and then crash it into a monster with equal attack, clearing 2 monsters for the price of 1. But anyway, that's it for the individual cards I wanted to talk about. In practice, your opponent is sometimes going to have multiple hand traps, as well as multiple board breakers, or a combination of board breakers and hand traps, especially when it comes to Tenpai. So playing around everything at the same time can actually get pretty difficult. Anyway, let's now move on to the next section where I'm going to go over how to play out opening hands that have a lot of engine in them, and therefore a lot of different options for how to play. As you'll see, it's mostly the ideas we talked about the combos in the combo section, as well as the ideas in this section about playing around hand traps. So now we're going to go over what you can do when your opening hand contains a lot of different starters and extenders, more than just the basic requirements for a standard combo from the spreadsheet. This hand, for example, contains multiple ways to play, so piloting this hand optimally is going to be more complicated than simply following the line from the spreadsheet. Hands like this are actually going to be pretty common, since Branded usually plays a lot of engine cards, no matter how you build the deck, so it's important to know how to approach them. In general, I like to break down hands like this into 3 separate steps. Step 1 is to identify all of the 1 or 2 card combos that you have available, and to think about which one of those combos makes the strongest end board. Then step 2 is to consider how you could combine different combos together to create an improvised combo that has an even stronger end board. And then step 3 is to consider how you could use some of the starters or extenders in your hand to help your other starters or extenders play better into hand traps. Combining these 3 steps together and then applying your best judgment is going to help you make the most of this kind of hand. So using this hand as an example, we have to start by identifying the different basic combos that we have available. You can see that for the first step we have Aliba, and Nadia, both of which are their own 1-card combos. And then there's also a whole bunch of 2-card combos as well, like Alva plus Deployment, High Spirits plus Serenia, Deployment plus Serenia, and also Nadia combos with all of these cards as well. A lot of these 2-card combos have fairly similar endboards and strength, but probably the strongest one in isolation is Alba plus Nadia, which can end on Mirror Jade plus Banishment plus Branded Lost, plus Albaz in the Graveyard plus Quan plus Cartesia, and it also draws 1 card. And this combo also requires 1 discard. On its own, if we were to just do that combo and discard one of these other cards, the endboard we'd have is pretty good. But clearly it's going to be possible to end on more given that we have so many other extenders. If we then move on to the second step and try to combine these cards to get better value, one of the first things that comes to mind is that Serenia plus High Spirits can play without a normal summon. In fact, the optimal combo from the spreadsheet for Serenia plus High Spirits doesn't even use its normal summon. This means that we could easily improve on that combo with this normal summoned Alva. Also, the Serenia plus High Spirits combo uses Serenia and Shrouded to access Branded Fusion through Retribution, which means we could use Alba to search for something else. Another thing is that the Nadia plus Alba combo doesn't access Cartesia until the Endphase, and it doesn't summon Granguano on the first turn at all. We could improve on this since we have Deployment, which means we can access Cartesia a lot earlier. Having Cartesia's effect for free, and therefore Granguano's effect for free, is usually an indicator that you can set up a Floodgate look, so that's now something that this hand has access to. Something else I'm noticing is that since this hand can draw a card with Shrouded Dragon, we don't actually need to give up one of these cards in hand as a discard for Rebellion. We can instead just discard the card that we draw. Overall, an improved way of playing this hand might look something like this. So this endboard now pretty much has everything you could ever want from a branded endboard. There's Mirror Jade, Quen, Cartesia, Albaz in the Graveyard, Requiem Lock with Sanctifier already made, there's Granguano in the Graveyard, Branded Lost to search for Mercuria, and the Albion set is branded in red. You could also play it slightly differently, setting up Banishment instead of branded in red, and you can always go for Sanctifier on the opponent's turn with branded in red in order to play better into droplets, rather than having it on your end board now. Either way, the board is more than strong enough to win the game against any matchup. And then for the third step, we want to think about how we can instead sequence these cards so that we can play around hand traps as best as possible. The first thing to notice is that since we have Deployment, we have pretty good coverage over Imperm and Vela. We can also play better into Droll by using High Spirits in the Droll phase, and Nadia 7 in general is pretty good at extending after any hand trap at any point during a combo, since we are playing Maximus, so no matter what happens, Nadia is going to make sure that we have a strong play afterwards. Playing around Ash is something we could do with this hand. Since we have High Spirits as well as a normal summon, it's pretty easy to go for a Verte line, and it would be a strong Verte line too since our normal summon is actually Alva, rather than something like a hand trap. That being said, I don't actually think that this hand needs to play around Ash, since even if your branded fusion gets ashed here, the end board is still going to be very strong. This endboard has Mirajade, Quen, Albaz in the graveyard, Branded in red, discards in the hand, and Cartesia with Granquinol still available. It's still pretty good to say that Branded Fusion was Ash. Another thing about this hand specifically is that since there's multiple ways of accessing Branded Fusion, Alava's effect becomes less important to resolve. Because of this, I actually think it would be better to deliberately play into Impermanent Veiler by normal summoning Alaba before using deployment, with the intention of trying to bait the opponent into using it if they have it. If Cartesia is on the board, then our opponent is probably not going to use the Veiler or Imperm on Alaba, which is why we actually want to summon the Alaba first. This encourages our opponent to use their hand traps in a predictable way, which is, in general, exactly what you want them to do when you have a hand full of extenders like this. Also, saving deployment until later on is a way of playing bets into max C as well. If Alaba gets impermed, we can very easily go to plan B, which is to access Branded Fusion anyway through the Sarania plus High Spirits combo. For this to work best, it would require not using the High Spirits in the draw phase, and instead keeping it unknown until we've tried to resolve the Alaba. If we didn't do this, then our opponent might catch on to the fact that we're still going to have access to Branded Fusion if they imperm Alaba, and so they might actually choose not to, even though there's no Cartesia on the board. So overall, with all of these things considered, I think the best way of playing this hand would be something like this. Next up we have this hand, and I'll go through this one a little bit quicker. So firstly we can see that we have a few 1 or 2 card combos, but just like the previous hand, clearly we have more going on than just a spreadsheet combo. According to the spreadsheet, Keeper plus Opening plus 3 random discards can create an end board of Mirajade, Banishment, Lost, Makuria, Quem, Albaz in the graveyard, and Granquinol in the graveyard as well. That board is very strong, and it is more than enough to win a game against most matchups. That being said, sequencing our plays so that we play better into hand traps is more important than having the strongest board. And if we do have to end on a slightly different board, even a slightly worse board, in order to do that, then it is still going to be worth it. When it comes to playing around hand traps with this hand, the first thing to notice is that we have a copy as Cold by the Grace, which means we have a direct out to something like Ash Blossom and Maxi. Even though it's possible for our opponents to have 2 hand traps that we want to negate with Cold by, generally it's okay to completely play into Ash and Maxi, since the chances of them having both is pretty low. The next thing to notice is that we have High Spirits and Albaz, which means we can access Cartesia before going for our normal summon. This creates the same effect as Fusion Deployment, which is to play around Impermanent Veiler. There's also a Branded Opening in this hand, which is technically an extender that we can use after Keeper is normal summon. However, something else that is pretty noticeable in this hand is the amount of discards that it needs. Keeper, Opening, and High Spirits are all wanting to discard cards from our hand. Not to mention there's also the Bellion later, which we are going to want to use, and if we do have to use the Cold by the Grave on a hand trap, then we won't actually have that available as a discard either. What this means for this hand, as well as similar hands in general, is that the best way to play is going to be to accept that some of our extenders are just going to be used as discards. In this case, the Branded Opening and Keeper are achieving the same thing, which is to search for branded fusion. And they're also both requiring a discard, which is why it's best to just discard one for the other, as we can't really afford to use both of them. And then the last thing to point out is that since High Spirits is going to be our first action, there's no reason not to use it in the draw phase so that we can play better into draw. So combining these ideas together, I think the optimal way to play this hand would look something like this. This inboard is pretty much exactly the same as the spreadsheet combo for opening plus keeper plus 3 discards, except we also have a Barrel of Furious Dragon in addition, and instead of having Mercuria in the hand right away, we do have to get it with Branded Lost on the opponent's turn after Fusion Summon. Overall though, the endboard is stronger, and it played pretty well into handtraps. You'll also notice that we didn't discard the Cold by the Grave, which means that if our opponent did have a hand trap, and we had to use the Cold by the Grave, it wouldn't have made a difference to what was possible to make. And then the last example of this we have is this hand. The first thing to notice about this hand is that it has a hard-drawn Branded Fusion. In general, whenever Branded Fusion is drawn directly, it means that the hand is probably pretty good. And in this case specifically, you can see that we also have Quem plus Lubellion, which is one of the strongest 2-cut combos in Branded on its own. On its own, Lubellion plus Quem can end on Mirajade plus Furious plus Banishment plus Lost plus Quem plus Cartesia plus Albaz in the graveyard and a draw 1, which is a game-winning endboard in any matchup. However, our specific hand here could actually even improve on this endboard just a little bit. Again though, like before, playing around hand traps is the most important part of these powerful hands, so it's important that we sequence sell cards correctly. To start with, we have Branded Fusion in our hand, which means it's actually not possible to go for a Verte line. However, it does mean that we play pretty well into Impa Molvela on our normal summon, since we would be able to extend afterwards, with what is essentially a full combo anyway. This combo even beats Nibiru, as you'll see, since it's able to get to Mercuria before its 5th summon. Anyway, overall, I think the optimal way to play this hand would probably look something like this. The endboard has Mirajade, Furious Dragon, Rindbrum, Quem, Cartesia, Branded Lost, Branded in red, Mercuria in hand, and Albaz in hand, as well as discards for Albaz later on. There's no Albaz in the graveyard, but it is easy to get it into the graveyard using Cartesia. And Granquinol is also still available, which means you can send Requiem and then use the Branded in red to summon Sanctify, meaning you have access to a Requiem lock as well. So now let's move on to some actual examples in Master Duel. I'm going to do some example hands, and I'm going to do it live with whatever opening hand the deck shuffler gives me. This way, it's hopefully going to be a more genuine demonstration of how you might actually approach an opening hand in practice. Okay, so now what we're going to do is some example hands, So I'm gonna go over to solo mode. I'm gonna click on one of the solo modes that has an extra deck. And we're gonna play some test hands. So we're gonna go for branded, this is the deck. And then we're doing test hands from this list. It's not exactly the standard deck list that I showed before, but it's pretty close. This one has Requiem in it. We're playing Lenatus. Book of Eclipse is in here. It's just a more format specific deck list. But it should be the same. So we're gonna go ahead, pick first. It's important that you pick one that has an extra deck so that you can resolve Maximus, but it's not that important. So here we have an interesting hand right away. This doesn't have any direct ways to stop playing, but what we do have is branded in white. So we're immediately out of the spreadsheet here. We can activate branded in white. If we fuse Albaz and Tragedy, that will trigger Tragedy, and we can search for Alaba, which is going to be our normal summon, which could be branded fusion. So going Lubellion into Mirror Jade, the only question is, do we discard branded in red or Mercuria? I'm thinking Mercuria is a good answer because we do play branded sword. If we check the decks, you can see that we do play branded sword. So what we could do is banish the Mercuria later on for Albion, and then search for Shrouded Dragon to get it back by sending branded sword. Right, branded in red helps play around handtraps a little bit, right? It can protect our Lubellion from Impalm, for example. That would be pretty good. It's also a better end board piece if we set this, right? Because we're gonna get back in Mercuria anyway, but even if somehow we didn't, this is a stronger card than this. I think the play is straightforward here. I think we're gonna activate Branded in White, and we're gonna go for Lubellion. There is also this option of Renbrum, but this doesn't seem that good because sending Mercuria for Renbrum isn't going to banish it, so we're not gonna trigger a search. It has to be Lubellion using the Tragedy. And I'm gonna put it in the extra monster zone, just because this is gonna be my Mirror Jade. So it is cutting Mercuria and activating Tragedy. The chain links here are just to protect against something like Gamma, which would have been stronger on Lubellion. It also protects against, like, Ghost Bell, although I think they would have used Ghost Bell on brands in white. So here, if they had Inpan or Vela, we could chain Branded in red, target the Albaz, and we could make Mirror Jade anyway. And then with the actual Lubellion effect, we could make potentially Mercuria, I think. There's also Coritis, which we could make. But using Mercuria to make Rinbrum, I think is the stronger play, right? He's away the Mercuria to make Rinbrum, then we have Mirror Jade, Rinbram. We search for Aldaz or Alaba, and then we still get to go for Branded Fusion. That seems pretty strong to me. But our opponent doesn't have any hand traps because it's a solo mode. We're gonna search for Alaba. Not Quem because we don't have Branded Fusion yet, so we just want to search for that. I'm gonna go Mirror Jade. I'm gonna put this in attack position. In the current format, I think I'd go for defense position just because of Tempai. But in general, it's gonna be an attack position. Now we get to go for Bind Adhesion. And now the question is, what do we summon with Branded Fusion? Because we already have Mirror Jade, so we don't need to use this to get to Mirror Jade. I think the option looks like it could be Cartesia. So if we send Cartesia as our light monster for Albion, we're going to be able to banish the Mercuria as well as the Cartesia for Granguno. We could then maybe do a line where we use Granguno and Mercuria, probably Mercuria, to search for Shrouded to get Branded Sword. Although there's no Albaz in the graveyard. There will be an Albaz in the graveyard. Yeah, I know we can Spasher summon the Cartesia from my hand by adding it back. We can go for that kind of line. Alternatively, we could go Albion, sending Lubellion into Renbrum, get a search. Like this, get a search at this for Shrouded, draw a card, add back Makuria, and we end on Rinbum, Mirror Jade, Branded Lost, Makuria negate, Branded and Red with a target. We could also activate the Mirror Jade at that point to send Titanic Lad, negate with Rinbum, and then summon Kwamini Endphase. That's a good option. I kind of like that option more, I think. So our options are between Mirror Jade plus Rinbrum plus Quen plus Albaz in the graveyard plus Branded in Red plus Makuria, which is pretty strong. Or we could go for the Cartesia line, where we would have to use Cartesia to fuse away the Albion, or we would have to send Luvelian with Grand Guinel to send her away. I don't think it's as strong. I think we should go for the Rinbrum line. So I'm gonna go Albion here. We're gonna send the usual Albaz and Luvelian. And we're gonna summon Rinpu. So looking at the other options here, Furious is not good because we would have to use Albion itself. We don't have another Dark Dragon in the graveyard. If possible, it would have been nice to end on that, but I don't think it's gonna be possible. I think we just go like this. We make Rinbrum. And that's gonna search for Shrouded. There is an option of searching kits because you do have a card in hand, but I don't think we want to put back this card. It's pretty good on our end board. So I'm just gonna search for Shrouded Dragon. I'm gonna bring out Branded Lost. And now we're gonna draw a card. We get Branded Lost first so that we don't draw it. We only play one, so we might as well get it for free. And here we want to send Branded Sword so that we can get back Makuria. And we draw High Spirits, which is interesting. It is very interesting. Because we could potentially use that. We could go High Spirits in the end phase to discard Cartesia that we add back. It would just mean that we actually send Cartesia and not Albaz. We don't currently have an Albaz, so it would be nice to send Albaz. Is that better? We would get Cartesia to the field. I think it might be better. It might be better. So one option to consider here is how many Quen we're playing, and in this build it's just one. So one makes this play a little bit less attractive because it means that we don't have the option of summoning one Quen this turn and then Grand Guinel summon the second Quen to send Albaz, so we would have to access Albaz through Branded Lost. Right, we would have to use Cartesia or Branded in Red to fuse, then search for Albaz, then send Albaz from a hand with the Cartesia on the field to get it into the graveyard. And even then, it's really only accessible through the Quen because Rinbrum is on our field. And yeah, I mean, it would have to be the Branded in Red that we use as well. It can't be Cartesia. I'm not sure. I think either option is good here. I think if we toggle on and go to the end phase, we can activate the Mirror Jade. We're gonna send Titanic Lad, a bit of negate. So if we did this in the main phase, we could have returned Luvelian to the hand and then discarded it to search from Magnum. That's probably the better play in this exact deck. But just to match the spreadsheet and what I was setting up earlier, we're playing as if Light and Darkness Dragon exists, so this is going to want to set Banishment. We're going to want a Rebellion on the board. And I'm not going to return my Alibi to hand because I want to use it as material for Chimera. So now we're going to use Titaniclad. We're going to summon Quem. And I think the best way to play this is probably to send Albaz. It's a little bit more reliable into board breakers. If we send Cartesia and then use High Spirits, we are going to get to search for an Albaz, so we don't actually need to resolve the Branded Lust. I was wrong about that. We get to search for one with the High Spirits. We already have Mercuria. There's nothing else to set. But it's still unreliable, right? Because if we get, let's say we get Dark Rollet or Droplets, we can not access an Albaz fusion anymore. Right, Branded in Red is limited. I guess it's not, because we can still target the Tragedy, but then use the Albaz from the hand. You know what? I think I'm convinced. I think I like this line better. I think I like this line. So here we get access to Grand Canal, we get access to Albaz in the hand, and then Quanda's Sky Trigger. We get to revive Cartesia. And now we get Albion. Which sets banishment. Okay. So here on this end board we have Mirror Jade, which is live, Renbone, which is a negate, Mercuria, which is a negate. We have Cartesia, which can make a second Albion. Or it could make potentially Lobelian, but probably Albion. I do want to go Albion here into like a Furious Dragon, right? And then we have Branded in Red, which can target the Tragedy at any time to make Guardian Chimera. We have Quan, which can revive Mirror Jade. If we were playing Drago's Depalia here, it would be pretty good because we could send away the Mirror Jade to summon Quen, or to summon it back with Quen. But we don't want to have that option. That being said, this board is crazy. I think this is easily enough to win, except for against like the craziest of Tempai hands, for example. So this is a good board, and we're starting with a pretty bad hand, all things considered. Okay, so this hand, I tell it on right away, this is something you're gonna have to do. You want to make sure that if you're gonna use High Spirits, you're gonna play around Duel. So I'm looking at this hand, and I'm seeing we have a target for High Spirits. This is also a target. However, we don't have another normal summon, and I'm pretty sure this, you don't want to use Lubellion. If you can, you'd rather use Lubellion for its own effect. Search Sarony and then send that for High Spirits. So I don't think we're playing around Droll in this particular hand. The only tricky thing is that it actually hurts, right? If we go main phase, activate Levelian or activate Keeper, it's actually gonna hurt quite a bit if we get Droll. The safest way to play it is to go for Keeper first and search Branded Fusion, because we can still do quite a lot under Droll if we have Branded Fusion. We can also then chain High Spirits. I think it's the strongest play is to not play around Droll in the Droll phase. And we're gonna start with Keeper. And the only other consideration is, instead of playing around Droll, what we could do is discard a Lubellion for Sarania and then search. Use the High Spirits first. That way we can get to Shrouded, draw a card, and then discard that card from Keeper instead, because Nadir 7 and Maxi are kind of good. We don't necessarily want to discard these. So there's that option. But there is also the option of just going for the Keeper plus Lubellion comp, right? The Bystial combo, where we don't actually high spirits our Sarania, we just summon it. So this is tricky. There's quite a lot of options here. I think, given that the hand is so strong, it's reasonable to just summon this now and discard Maxi. It honestly is reasonable. Yeah, I think we're gonna try and go for the the Bystial combo. We're gonna discard Maxi. And if we got hand trapped here, we would have access to Branded Fusion this way. We would also have Nadir 7 afterwards. But let's say we didn't get hit with a hand trap because our opponent has no hand traps. So we're gonna go for the Bystial line here. And what I'm doing here is still resolving. I'm summoning the Rin from first, before activating Lubellion, because it's still not completely guaranteed that I'm gonna want to search for Sarania. Could still be searching for Lubellion, searching for Magnum, I mean. So let's say we got Action Branded Fusion. It might be better to get Magnum, although in this case, because we have high spirits, it's probably still Sarania. But here, what we're gonna do is summon the Sarang, which looks a little weird because we have high spirits. But I think we're gonna go for this line. So this is gonna add Cartesia. Then we summon the Lubellion. We do this first to play better into Nibiru. We're gonna send... Here, I think we're gonna send Branded Sword, because in the regular line we could send Retribution as halfway to Branded in White, where I kind of like it better to just search for Branded in White with Kit, I think. I prefer that. So I'm gonna send Branded Sword so that I can play around Nibiru completely, and also just have the Makuria in my hand. So this is going to be the first summon, so in response to Cartesia, I'm going to chain the Branded Sword. That way I have a negate. Okay, so now one option, because we have Keeper specifically, we could revive the Albaz to our field. We needed to leave it in the graveyard for now because we wanted to summon Cartesia. But now I could bring it to the field and then use it as material for Cartesia. That is an option. I'm not sure how much I like that option though. Yeah. No, I like this option. I think it's good. Because it's basically the same thing. Except when we use Branded in White, we're gonna get to leave Albaz in the graveyard instead of banishing it from the graveyard. Because we're now using it from the field. So we're gonna go for Grand Guano here. I'm gonna use the Keeper because we want to use Lubellion as material for Light and Darkness Dragon. So the chainings here don't matter. Our opponent can't respond anyway. Just make sure you know which you're sending with which. So usually we would send Titanic Blood here. However, because we have Nadir, I'm thinking it might be better to just send a Requiem Lock. Right, so that we can do this, and then we could still send Nadir later with... I still send Titanic Clad with Nadir. And then with Branded Loss, we want to search for Kit here. And the card we're going to put back is going to be the High Spirits. We don't really have a use for it. So we're going to add Branded in White. This is Mirror Jade when he is the Grand Guano from the field, and the Albaz. Now we need to wait until the end phase to activate the Mirajade in this line because we need to trigger the Quen, which we don't have yet. So there's no option of using it now and then returning Lebellion. We've also already used Lebellion, so we would always leave it on the field. We could pass Kit, but we can do that again in the end phase anyway. So from here, I think we're going to go Nadir. And we're going to go for the Maximus line because we play it. So I'm going to search for Nightthirst. The only issue here is if we draw exactly Quen, that would actually mess us up. And we didn't. We do Banishment. Okay. So that makes our end board even stronger. I'm going to banish Garura because it doesn't do anything, and Grand Grenell does. So now we're going to use the Maximus, and we need to send Titaniclad. And we also can send Albion, but we're going to send Albion with Mirajade. So what I'm actually going to do is just send something else. Like, Albalanatus. Our opponent sends nothing. If they did send something here, like their own Albas fusions or like Entis and Herald, you could consider interacting with it. Remember that Renbrum could actually negate one of their monsters. If it is a fusion synchro, right? Because this can negate anything from the extra deck. So you could do that. Given that, it might have been actually better to use Maximus to send Albion there because it's more important. That way, if we had to negate one of their cards, we will be able to keep Mirajade. Yeah. So from here, it's just gonna go set. I'm gonna go Endphase. It's important that we make room, so we definitely need to bounce. Definitely need to bounce with Renbrum. I think the best target to bounce is the Kit here. This should be... we have Albaz in the graveyard already. And... so I think a good send here is just... a card that's going to come back to my hand to use as a discard. So honestly, I'm going to send High Spirits. We're also going to get a Fusion Deployment here for free. High Spirits. And then remember, we're not going to trigger Cartesia because we want to activate Mirajade, send Albion, and then Wingate. So they return the Kit, we need it for follow-up, and this gives us room to summon Cartesia. And now we get Albion to trigger. And it's going to set Branded in red because we already drew the banishment. So now what we can do very easily is actually Requiem look on the opponent's turn. The only difficulty is that we have to make room first. So the reason we can't do it in the standby phase... okay. Oh, the reason we can't do it in the standby phase is because no matter what we summon with Branded in red, no matter how we use it, we're gonna have no zones to summon our Sanctifier monster to. Right, so what we need to do is wait until they do something. Then we're gonna use, like Branded in red, we're gonna use 2 monsters for Chimera to make room. Then we can go full Sanctifier using one of our monsters on the field. Summon back the Requiem under Branded Lost. Okay, so this hand we actually have Grass. Okay, so this hand is really good. In general, when you draw Shrouded plus Grass, you want to go for Grass first. There's always a chance that you don't mill both pieces of a Retribution combo, so you might as well hold the Shrouded in the hand so that you can do that afterwards, right? Send the missing piece. You're probably going to mill a Shrouded, but it's better to use a Shrouded in the hand because it also draws a card, whereas in the graveyard it doesn't draw. So, another consideration is we could actually use the Keeper because we could get access to Fusion Deployment, and then Deployment brings out Cartesia from the deck. I don't like that though. I think I want to keep the cards in my hand. I think we're going to start with Grass. Okay, so we did null Serenia. Well, before activating it, let's look at the graveyard. We have 1 Elbaz, 2 Elbaz. 1 Elbaz is left in the deck, so it can still resolve Branded Fusion. We know that Branded lost. We also mulled Red and Banishment, so that's our targets for Albion gone. And there's actually no Retribution here, which is interesting. There's High Spurs, which can be added back as a discard. Kit is gone. Maximus is in the graveyard, but we could still add it back with Nadir if we want to. So I'm going to activate the Sarony here. This is just going to send Attribution. And now we're going to use the Albion, I think, to get to Branded Fusion. Or should we use the Keeper? I think I'm going to draw a card. I want to draw a card because I don't want to discard either my Eclipse or my Nadir. So I'm going to send Branded Fusion this way. We draw another Eclipse. Okay, so we don't need to. You know, the card is not once per turn. We're going to add back the Branded Fusion. So now that our opponent knows they have Branded Fusion, there's not a lot of reason for them to hand trap Keeper. Although he would get to Cartesia, and that would protect Albion or Rebellion from Endphase, and I think that's important. So I'm going to discard an Eclipse. I'm going to search for deployment. We still have Cartesia in the deck, which is why we can do this first. So because we have access to Elbaz in the graveyard, we can revive with Keeper. There's a chance that we can go Renbrum here. So we can send Makuria to the graveyard. And then make Albion with Cartesia. That's an interesting line. It does play worse into Impalm. So depending on our opponent's toggles, we could maybe just choose to go Albion into Rebellion into Mirajade here, because then we would have the full protection of Cartesia. Whereas if we go for Renbrum, then activate Cartesia, try and fuse a face down Albaz that we have from Keeper, we can just get Impalmed and we cannot lose. We do have Book of Eclipse to beat Impalm, although it's not the best Book of Eclipse. It would turn off our Renbrum. Yeah, so it's a choice between playing better into handtraps or going for a stronger end board. I think I'm gonna choose to play better into handtraps. So I'm gonna go for Albion here. I'm gonna send the last Albaz. Oh, I have to send Rebellion because we haven't got one in the graveyard yet. And we're gonna go... Do we want to go Rebellion? I don't really want to discard one of these. I could make Furious Dragon instead. So Furious Dragon could make... Well, just Furious Dragon, and then we could summon... Rebellion, we could activate Cartesia. There wasn't actually a reason to send Rebellion, but there was nothing else better to send. We didn't want to send our one Quen because we need it in the deck. I think Furious is kind of good here. Yeah, I kind of like Furious. I have an idea of how I want to play this. I'm gonna use none of the Albaz, so I'm gonna use this and this. I'm gonna summon Furious here in Extra Monster Zone. Now I'm gonna use Keeper. Will they revive Albaz, not Shrouded, because it's not Albaz while face down. Has to be the real Albaz. Now we can actually use Cartesia to make Mirajade. So now we've accessed Mirajade without needing to discard a card. We have Rebellion, which contribute Furious, but we're not going to do that. We're going to just keep the end board like this, I think. We're going to use the Keeper, the Nadir. So we're going to send Garura, we're going to add back the Maximus that we milled. This is going to draw as a card. Best kind of draw here would be something like Super Poly or Maxi, which are into Thrust, which sure, we're not getting handtrapped at this point, so that's not the greatest of draws. We're gonna send Maximus here, and now we're gonna activate. So we haven't sent Titanic Lead yet, so we're gonna send that. But we have sent Albion. We can send a Rinbum very easily, and we also can access Grand Canal pretty easily through the Cartesia. Although, do we want to do that? Yes. Yes, we do. So on the opponent's turn, we want to use the Grand Canal as a way of triggering Quen. So we're gonna get Quen here because we just sent Titanic Lead. Right? I can't see it, but I think the second send is this, because we're gonna summon Grand Canal on the opponent's turn with Cartesia with our Mirror Jade. That's gonna let our Quen revive it. That's the plan. So we're gonna send Alvalanatus, and then we're gonna set and pass. So we have Quen. We already have Albas in the graveyard. In fact, we have all of our Albas in rotation, so I think it's important that we get some kind of follow-up, some kind of hand advantage, I think. So I'm gonna send another Retribution Lure, because we're gonna want to make Rebellion, right? Because we want to recycle our Albas. We've already used all 3 of them. Here I'm gonna set what do we want to set? Branded Opening? Branded Sword? This could honestly be setting Branded Sword. Maybe we should have set Retribution with the Quen. I think that was a mistake, yeah. I forgot about having both our targets already milled. We were supposed to set Retribution with Albion, not send it to the graveyard with Quen, because then we're gonna have to set something kind of useless. I think Branded Sword might honestly be the best answer, but maybe we could also just add it to the hand and use it as a discard. It's also Branded Opening, which we haven't used yet. We could use Opening maybe to get some targeting protection. I don't hate that idea. Destruction protection, I mean. Yes, I'm gonna set Opening to the field. Now we just have a little bit more survivability. And we get to search for a deployment here. So this is our end board. And importantly, what we're gonna do is, once our opponent starts playing, we're gonna activate Mirror Jade, and then we're gonna use the Quen to revive it. So I'm just gonna demonstrate that. Something to consider is if we milled Requiem or not. We did not. So that could be our send for Grand Canal. So here, we're gonna use Mirror Jade. I'm gonna send Rinbum because we have Albaz in the graveyard. And now we can use Cartesia. And I'm putting this in defense position because we're trying to play around talents now at this point. There isn't much way to fuse to get the Requiem into rotation to summon it. The only way we can do that now is to revive Albaz with Renbrum, fuse into like a Lubellion into a Sanctify. But that does require room to be made on our board. It does require interaction. Okay. So we can't clear one of our monsters using Furious Dragon. However, we actually need 2 zones available for Lubellion into Sanctifier, because we need a zone for Sanctifier to actually summon. So the way I would maybe go about this, it's just to wait. Yeah, it's just to wait for our opponent to clear one of our monsters. It's an awkward way of doing it, but this board is really strong. Even if we don't get to the Requiem lot, we are meridating our opponent twice. We're using Furious Dragon. Yeah, Book of Eclipse. It's really strong. So I'm not going to show the rest, but this is a very strong end board. And then we could do one more test hand. Okay, so we do grass again. I don't really want to do it at the grass test end, but I suppose we will do it. And I'm in the draw phase because we have the option of playing around draw. I'm not sure that we need to. I think it might be a mistake because again, we don't know what we're going to mill with grass. So we don't really know what we want to search either. If we send Titanic Lad, for example, with this High Spirits and then we mill Quen, that's going to be a wasted Titanic Lad. I think we're just going to go to the main phase and resolve grass. Okay, so we didn't get any triggers, but we did get some stuff, I believe. I see we have a Requiem, a Branded Sword. One Albaz is milled, both Lubellians are here. Red is not available, we have Opening Protection. High Spirits is the... it's actually not a lot here. Is it branded in white? Yeah, there's not a lot here. This is just extra setup. If our hand wasn't playable, this would be a very unfortunate mill. But I think it's actually fine because we can play. So I'm gonna start with High Spirits. We can basically now go for regular High Spirits plus Sarania one-card combo. But we have bonus cards in the graveyard, right, to help us out, like the Branded Sword and the Nobelian, the extra Albaz. So this is gonna be Shrouded Dragon. It could also be Quen, but in this situation, even though we haven't had a normal summon, I like getting Shrouded because it plays better into hand traps. Right, if our opponent has Vela or Impalm, they can stop Quen, but they can't stop Shrouded. So we're gonna send Retribution. And no Branded Fusion. We join to Thrust, which is gonna help play through hand traps, although we already do have Duplication. I'm gonna add back the Branded Fusion from the graveyard, just to check what's in the deck. With Thrust, we have Banishment is available target, and that's pretty much it, right? We don't really have anything else. There's Banishment and another Duplication. That's probably how we would have to use this dust, just to set Banishment, yeah. So the host is not actually amazing in this situation, unless our opponent summons a monster to the field. So I'm gonna go Branded Fusion here. One option we have is to send Tragedy so that we have access to a normal summon. The only problem with that is that Branded and White is here. So there's not much good targets for Alaba, and we already have Quen in the end phase, which we don't want to waste. So I think we might just go Albion here. Albion here would get to... It wouldn't be that good. I feel like it has to be Liberian. Okay, so there's a creative play, yeah, that I see. Because we have the second Albaz meld, we could send Rinbrum for the summon of Lubellian. Discard the tactics because we don't need it. And then maybe we shouldn't discard the tactics. No, we should discard the thrust. It doesn't really do much, like we just said. Even if they do have a hand trap, it's not doing much. We already have duplication. So we send Lubellian. Yeah, I'll show you. I think this is the right line. Instead of searching for Alaba as a normal summon, I'm gonna search for Cartesia, right? So we're gonna go like this. I'm gonna go Albion, discard thrust. Oh, we're actually gonna make a Lubellian Zard. We're gonna make Albion with Lubellian with one of our Albars. And this is only possible because we have a second Albaz in the graveyard. So what I want to do is banish the courier, and the only way to do that, we can't make Lubellion again, so it's gonna have to be Rinbren. And I'm gonna summon it in the extra monster zones. That's gonna trigger Rinbrum, or the Makuria, and we're gonna get to search for Cartesia here. I think Cartesia is best. Right? Yeah, I think Cartesia is best. We can't special summon it, I believe. We don't have another Albaz. So we could Noah summon this. We could get to Branded Lost. We could fuse. And then we can trigger that searches for Kit. Yeah, okay, so we can access Mirajade this way. So, then a normal summon first. Normal summon plays around them using Impalm on the summon of Lubellion. Now we're gonna bring out Branded Lost. I should also use the Branded Sword now. We should have done this before we played into Nibiru. So that was a slight mistake. Right, I believe the Lubellion here was... the Cartesia was summon number 5, right? No, the Lubellion was summon number 5. Yeah, so we did need to add back Makuria one step earlier. But now that we've got here, we're gonna go like this. I'm gonna use the Lubellion from the field. Now we're gonna activate this Chenik 1, this Chenik 2, it doesn't matter, I'm just picking an order. And now this can add Kit to our hand, because we've already used Shrouded. And this actually needs to send another Shrouded, because we need an Albaz name in the graveyard. So I'm now gonna go Kit. We're going to add Branded in White from the graveyard. I'm gonna put that Max C because we don't need it. And then we're gonna use the Branded in White. This makes Mirajade. And now, instead of using the Mirajade on the Branded Lost, I'm gonna wait to the Endphase so that we can trigger Gwen. I'm gonna set duplication. Endphase we have Titanic Lead. Well, then I want to summon a Quem. It's important that we don't add back Cartesia here, because we're going to want to revive it. So I'm going to send Albaz because we don't have one. I'm going to activate Albion. We don't have Branders in red, but we do have Banishment. I think I'm going to set Banishment. And now we're going to use the Mirajade. I'm going to send Lenitus because we already have Albion in the graveyard. And then we negate. I'm gonna return the kit to my hand for follow-up. I also kind of need another discard in hand. And this can revive Cartesia. And now we get a search for deployment. You can see that deployment searches from Lenitus are mainly just discards, but that they are worthwhile. So here, because we have Requiem in the graveyard, what we can just do is duplication right now. Get rid of the Quen. Requiem block our opponent. I kind of like that because we don't need this Quem. So I'm just gonna not overcomplicate it. We could summon this directly because we don't need to access the Requiem. That might have been a thing in the previous hand actually, now that I think about it. So yeah, I think we're gonna go like that. Because we have the Maximus in the deck, we're not using these. So I'm gonna summon this in attack position. Actually, it probably should have been defense position, but doesn't really matter. We're not triggering Quen, but we are chaining Sanctifier during the branded last window. We're going to target the Requiem. And then the next thing I think we want is Albion or Magnum Opus. I'm going to go Magnum Opus. I think Magnum Opus is more important follow-up than Albion. The only objective here is that we're going to summon a Dark Dragon. So we're going to summon the Requiem here, and then, yeah, we're going to summon the Dark Dragon to our field so that we can fuse it with the Dark Dragon that we searched but lost. Right, that way Cartesia can make Furious Dragon to deal with back row or Nightmare Pain, and they can't get rid of the Requiem. So here our opponent is probably losing, and we're going to go on to win this game. We have so much extra plays, even if they do out the luck. So yeah, I'm going to do one more, just because I didn't want another hand with grass, so hopefully we can get a different hand. Okay, perfect. This hand is a complete brick. We can't actually do anything with this. This card cannot summon itself. It's a complete brick. I'm pretty sure the best play is to set this and pass. Okay, so let's do one more hand. Hopefully we don't brick, and hopefully we don't draw grass again. Okay, so this hand is kind of interesting. It's pretty different to the hands we've seen. This is a very basic hand. I can see that we have an Alibi 1-card combo, so here we can go for any of our Alibi 1-card options. We can go for Mirror Jade Pass with Banishment. We can go for the extended line where we send Titanic Clad. Because we're not playing 2 Grand Canal and we're not playing Draco Stapelia, we can't go for the Requiem walk. However, I think there's a world in which Maximus helps extend here, so what I'm gonna do is search for Band of Fusion. I'm gonna go for the regular line. So here the card to discard I think should be Thrust, because at this point you would have already been hand trapped. So I'm just gonna discard Thrust. So at any point we actually had Book of Eclipse to protect us from targeting from Infirm or Vela. That would have protected everything here. Even if they used it on the Summon of Rebellion, we would have still got to Branded Lost if we want to. Although we probably would not have done that because we want to keep our Mirror Jade face up. So now this is the 1-card line we could just pass down. We could activate the Mirror Jade and go for the extended line. So because we have Maximus, I think we're going to use the Maximus. So important to note here was swapping out our Albion for one that cannot be targeted by banishment. But we're doing this so that we can also send Titanic Led. Now we get to set. I think we're also going to set Retribution, or should we keep this as a discard? We do need a discard. I think it's probably best kept as a discard, in my opinion. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna go for Quen. And Quen is gonna send Albaz. As we need access to Albaz, we can now revive it with Rindbrum and then use our discard to fuse. This can't set Banishment because this is not a target anymore, so I'm just gonna set Branded in red. And now we have an improved version of the one-card combo and board because we drew Maximus. So moving on, I want to now spend a little bit of time talking specifically about the different Floodgates you can play in Branded. I have here a list of all the relevant Sanctifier targets, as well as some other Floodgates that we'll get to later. Again, I'm on EDO Pro just so that I can order these into whatever order I want. And then also, just a reminder that summoning Floodgates is mainly done with Sanctifier. And you're often going to be getting these Floodgates into the graveyard with Gramgranol, Fusion Duplication, Grass, or even with Branded Fusion itself. You can also draw them in your opening hand, and then discard them with one of the many discard effects that you have in Branded. So firstly, Gimmick Puppet Nightmare. This card is banned in Master Duel and also the TCG, but I'm mentioning it anyway since it really is the perfect Floodgate for Branded, that all of these other options are going to be judged against. It's also not currently banned in the OCG, so there is that. The reason why Gimmick Puppet is the best is because it's the only one out of all of the options that meets all 3 criteria for being a really good Floodgate. Aside from obvious qualities like actually being a Floodgate and being able to be accessed somehow in the Branded engine, there are 3 qualities that make a Sanctifier Floodgate really good. These qualities are being a lingering effect as opposed to a continuous effect, being level 6 or higher so that it can be accessed by Gramgranol, and being specifically a dark monster so that Fusion Duplication can access it by sending it to the graveyard as material formed of Bellion. Gimmick Puppet is all of these, and to top it off, its effect is also completely one-sided, and it locks your opponent out of all special summoning, no exceptions. The card is also reusable, meaning that you can summon it again on the next turn to continuously lock your opponent. All of the combo lands from the spreadsheet that include Requiem also work for Gimmick Puppet, and overall, if it wasn't for the fact that this card is banned, it would be the only Sanctifier target that you ever need. This card might be a puppet, but as you'll soon see, it's these alternative Floodgates that are the ones that really have the strings attached. One other small thing to note about Puppet is that if you play Sprint in your extra deck, it was actually a valid target for High Spirits, since they are both machines. So next is Ido, the Supreme Magical Force. When summoning Floodgates in Branded was first discovered, this card was considered one of the best options, alongside Ra's Disciple. However, looking back, it's pretty funny how overrated these were. In fact, Ido is still apparently overrated now, since it was banned in Master Duel alongside the Gimmick Puppet, despite there being better Floodgates available. Ido is a level 6 Dark Monster, which means it meets 2 of the 3 criteria to be a good Floodgate. However, unlike Gimmick Puppet, Ido's effect to lock your opponent out of summoning is a continuous effect, rather than a lingering one. At first glance, you might think that a continuous effect is better than a lingering effect, since it lasts for multiple turns. However, this isn't really true, since continuous effects can be outed, whereas lingering effects are a lot more reliable. And it's also pretty easy to win the game on your next turn after locking the opponent anyway. So you don't really need to worry about having access to a lock for multiple turns. If you were to attack your opponent on turn 3, but not end the game, it would require attacking over the Floodgate, and then you could summon it again on the next turn anyway, which means it doesn't actually matter whether the Floodgate is continuous or lingering. Your opponent will be locked for multiple turns regardless. Once a lingering Floodgate like Puppet has resolved, there's nothing your opponent can do to reverse it. But with a continuous effect like Ido, it's possible for them to have an out by using any card that can remove monsters from their field, like Dark Hole, Droplets, Fire King Island, or Nightmare Pain. Ido specifically also has an additional downside if it's destroyed by a card effect. It will return to your own field in the next standby phase and then destroy your whole board. One advantage that Ido actually does have over Gimmick Puppet, and over any other Floodgate for that matter, is that it also stops your opponent from normal summoning, and even normal setting. This makes Ido effective against more matchups than other Floodgates, since it will also stop decks that are happy to just use their normal summon, like Labyrinth, Flu, and Stun. Not being able to sat monsters either makes it slightly easier for you to OTK on the next turn. Another advantage of continuous Floodgates in general is that they continue to lock your opponent out of summoning during your next turn, at least until you attack over it in the battle phase. whereas a lingering effect would expire as soon as your opponent's turn ends. Overall though, Ido was just worse than Puppet, since the advantage of having a guaranteed turn skip without ever having to worry about your opponent randomly drawing it out is by far the most important difference. Next is DDD Vice King Requiem. Unlike Puppet and Ido, Requiem is still actually legal, and out of all the Floodgates currently still legal, it's probably the best one. Requiem is the best because it's a Grand Guignol target and a dark monster, and its effect is also one-sided and covers pretty much everything. It does technically allow your opponent to special summon DDD monsters, however that isn't going to be a problem unless they're actually playing D&D. One small catch to this is that DDD Devisor King Deus Machine X is an Xyz monster that can just be summoned on top of the Requiem for free. If this happens, the Requiem luck will be outed, and your opponent will have a free body to use as Ling material. This sounds like a huge flaw for Requiem, however in practice, most decks are not going to waste a slot in their extra deck just to play Machine X, just for the off chance that they play as branded and need out the Requiem luck. Even decks that have a lot of free space in the extra deck, like Voiceless Voice and Labyrinth, are still probably never going to do this, since it's arguably still not worth it, and many opponents are probably not even going to think about this in the first place. That being said, if Branded ever becomes a popular tier 1 deck in the future, and the standard builds are all playing Requiem, then Machine X is actually a pretty good counter that players might start adopting. Another important quality of Requiem is that it's a pendulum monster. Requiem being a pendulum monster can be a disadvantage, since it means that the Requiem is not reusable, as it will go to the extra deck when you attack over it rather than the graveyard. However, it can also be an advantage. The advantage of Requiem being a pendulum monster is that it's not possible to send it to the graveyard for the cost of droplets, meaning the droplets can't out-Requiem once it's on the field. It is possible for droplets to out-Requiem, or any other Floodgate for that matter, by negating the Sanctifier. However, as I've mentioned a few times before, you can get around this by using Sanctifier during a branded lost window, and this is something that you'll see a lot when we look at the Floodgate combos. Next is our called Christia. This is another continuous Floodgate like Requiem, and it's also level 8, making it a Grand Guignol target. Unlike Requiem though, Christia is a light monster, which means that summoning it with duplication is a little bit different. To access Christia with duplication, you're going to have to summon Albion instead of Lubellion. From there, you can use either the Albion to summon Sanctifier, or use Albion to summon Rebellion, which then summons Sanctifier. If you use Albion and Rebellion like this, it does mean that the rest of your disruptions are a little bit weaker, since you no longer have the option of using Albion or Lubellion for something else. Although that would only really matter if your opponent had a way of outing the Floodgate. Another thing to keep in mind when summoning Albion and Rebellion like this is the amount of space it takes up on your board. Between Albion, Lubellion, Sanctifier, and the monster that you want to summon with Sanctifier, this whole line requires 4 zones, meaning that if your end board has more than 2 monsters on it, you're not going to have the space available to do this. To get around this, you might have to use monsters from your field as material for Albion and Rebellion's effects. And then also keep in mind the difference between Albion and Rebellion. Rebellion can fuse monsters that are banished, whereas Albion cannot. If you compare this to using a dark monster as your Floodgate, like Requiem, it's definitely a lot cleaner to use the dark monster. All you have to do is summon Rebellion with duplication. Rebellion can fuse from anywhere, even your hand, since it requires a discard, and this only takes up 3 zones. You also still have Albion available for later, should your opponent somehow out your Floodgate. Getting back to Christia itself, this card is double-sided, as it prevents both players from special summoning, which means it can actually be summoned to either side of the field, and still be effective. Although, if you are going to summon it to your opponent's field, it would need to be in defense position, so that your opponent can't crash it into something like your Mirror Jade. Christia also loses to droplets 100% of the time. Even if your opponent can't negate Sanctifier with droplets because you used it in a branded lost window, they can still use the droplets on the Christia itself. If Christia is on your field, they can use the droplets to negate its effect, and if it's on their own field, they can just send it away for the cost of droplets to then negate something else on your board. And there is also a variety of other outs, depending on which side of the field it's on. If Christia is on the opponent's field, then it can be outed by most of the same things that Requiem can be outed by, like Fire King Island, a Tribute Summon, or Dark Hole. And if it's on your own field, then any kind of conventional board breaker like Raigeki or Talents can out it as well. Christia has a small downside, which is its conditions setting that it will return to the top of the deck instead of going to the graveyard. This means it is going to break your next draw if it ever happens, and that will also make it more difficult to repeat the luck on the next turn, since you're going to need to have a way of getting it back into the graveyard if you want to then summon it back. And then the last thing to mention about Christia is its summoning condition. If you have 4 fairies in the graveyard exactly, you can actually special summon this from your hand. Funnily enough though, the only fairies in most branded decks are 2 copies of Alaba and 1 copy of Tragedy, meaning it's impossible to get 4 fairies into the graveyard. Theoretically though, if you were playing a list that had a high count of Despian monsters, it would be possible to summon the Christia from your hand, although it would still be pretty rare. Next is Jaugen the Spiritualist. This card is unique amongst the Floodgates as it is a live spellcaster, which means it can be sent directly from the deck to the graveyard with Branded Fusion for the Summoner's Sanctifier. This means that Branded Fusion on its own, or Verte on its own, or Duplication on its own can set up the Floodgate. I won't spend too much time on Jaugen since it is now also banned, but I think it's still worth pointing out. Jaugen is only level 3, so it can't be accessed by Granquinol, which is a big downside. However, Verte being able to set up the Floodgate on its own is a uniquely attractive feature of Jaugen that kind of makes up for the lack of accessibility through Granquinol. At the World Championship, we saw Branded exclusively playing Jaugen as its Floodgate of choice. However, I do personally disagree with this choice. I've always thought, even back when this card was legal, that Jaugen was inferior to Requiem, since being able to access your Floodgate with Granquinol gives you so much more agency over how you plan your combos. Verte is not something that comes with every game, and as a result, playing Jaugen as your Floodgate usually ends up being more incidental and situational than I call part of your game plan. Jaugen has to be summoned to your own field since it does have an effect to destroy your opponent's board, so if you give this to your opponent, they're just going to use it to wipe your whole board. The effect is also not once per turn, so something like Branded Opening isn't going to protect you from this. Putting Jaugen on your own board isn't really a problem though, since even though it's very small, you can protect your Jaugen from being destroyed by battle using Mirror Jade to banish your opponent's monster. The fact that Jaugen has its on-field effect and can be normal summoned if you draw it does technically make it a little bit better to draw than other Floodgates. However, this is hardly an advantage, since Branded discards a lot of cards anyway, so a hard-drawn Floodgate is always going to just be used as a discard. Overall, Jaugen is not the optimal Floodgate in my opinion, it never was, and it's now banned anyway. Next is DD Authoress. This card is interesting, since it's the only other Floodgate we have, besides for Gimmick Book Bit, that applies a lingering effect as soon as it's special summoned. This immediately gets around all of the potential outs that continuous Floodgates have, like Island, Pain, Droplets, and Dark Hole. And the card is even a dark monster, meaning it works pretty well with duplication. The part that prevents Authoress from being the best available Floodgate, even better than Requiem, is that it's only level 4, meaning that you can't access it with Granquinol. Authoress also still allows your opponent to special summon Fiend monsters, which means decks like Bell, Unchained, and in the future Fiendsmith can still make a lot of plays under this Floodgate. It also means that any deck that plays Typhon has the ability to summon the Typhon right away on top of the Authoress. None of these things are a death sentence for the relevance of Authoress. However, it is an unnecessary downside, since cards like Requiem or Christia don't have this issue. Ultimately though, I think it's the fact that you can't access this card with Granquinol that makes it suboptimal in my opinion. One of the small things to note about Authoress is that it's actually technically a hand trap. You can summon this card in the battle phase as a blocker, which theoretically can be an extra buffer against being OTK'd under Maxi, since eventually you will draw your Authoress, which makes it slightly harder for your opponent to push for lethal, kinda like how the Golden Sword Cell works. And then lastly, since Authoress is a Fiend, you can use it as a high spurs target, providing that you are playing Croritas in your extra deck. Next is Well's Disciple. This card is the worst option we've talked about so far. it's not a Grand Guignol target, and it's also a light monster. Its effect is a continuous, and it provides no additional benefit. This card is not even a high spirits target either. The only advantage that this card has is that its effect is one-sided, and its effect has no loopholes, like Orpheus has. Your opponent is going to be locked out of all special summoning. Overall though, those advantages don't outweigh the disadvantages in terms of the accessibility of this card. Ra's Disciple did make a little bit more sense in the past, before Cartesia, Grand Guignol, and Duplication even existed, since the way you would set up a Floodgate at that time was just by sending it to the graveyard with branded fusion directly. There was also no Sanctifier, and instead branded Expulsion was used to summon the Floodgates. So next is Nightmare Corruptor Ibli. This is another banned card, and it actually wasn't even banned because of Sanctify. However, even though it never really saw play as one, Ibli was technically a good Floodgate to summon with Sanctify. Ibli is a dark monster, and its effect to prevent your opponent from special summoning any monsters other than link monsters. If you're playing against a deck that doesn't play link monsters, then Ibli might as well lock them out of all special summoning, and even against decks that do play link monsters, if all they have to clear the Ibli is a link 2, then you can easily prevent this by just banishing their normal summon with Mirror Jade. The downside to Ibli is that it can be outed by link 1s like Link Haribo, and more importantly, it's not a target for Grand Guignol. One cute play you can make with Ibli is that if you draw it and then make Verte, you can actually special summon it to your opponent's field with its own effect, essentially setting up your own Floodgate for free. And then next is Performapel 5 Rainbow Magician. This card is a little different from most other cards that we've been talking about, as it's not actually a Floodgate that you summon with Sanctify. Instead, this card actually sets itself up by placing itself in the Pendulum Zone from the graveyard whenever you set a spell or trap to your field. This card worked best against Super Heavy Samurai specifically, as the deck doesn't have any spells or traps to set, which means your opponent will be locked out of using any monster effects on the field, or even attacking with them. This is pretty much an auto win against Super Heavy Samurai, which is why it saw a little bit of play during formats where Super Heavy Samurai was popular. The way you get this card into the graveyard is going to be either with Branded Fusion, Grass, or Duplication. And you can also easily trigger its effect to scale itself by setting a card from your deck with Albion during the end phase. Next is Dark Symbol. This card is like Gimmick Puppet but for back row decks. Its continuous effect prevents your opponent from being able to set any cards, which is going to be game-winning against decks like Labyrinth, Stun, Paleo, and Dinomorphia. Simorgh is a dark monster, and it's also a Grand Guignol target, which makes it a pretty good Floodgate all around. The fact that Simorgh is a continuous effect rather than a lingering one is also not as much of a downside as it would be for the regular Floodgates, since the kind of decks that this card would be used against wouldn't normally play those typical outs. Overall, the matchups that this card is good against are too niche for you to ever consider playing this in your main deck. However, in a tournament that has a side deck, it is something that you could consider, especially given that it only takes up one slot in a side deck. And then there's also Jinzo, which is pretty much the exact same as Simorgh, except instead of preventing your opponent from setting cards, it prevents trap cards from being activated. Jinzo is a slightly better option for going second, since it would still be effective against cards that are already set, and Floodgates that are already face up. Jinzo deals with evenly matched Imperm, whereas Simorgh does not. Jinzo is also double-sided, so it would prevent you from being able to use trap cards as well, like Banishment and Duplication. Overall, if you were going to side one of these, I think either one is fine. Personally, I prefer the Dark Simorgh. Generally though, you don't see Floodgates for back row decks like this being played anyway, and while I think a lot of the reason is that players just have never thought about it, it is true that Branded has a pretty easy time winning when it goes first against those back row decks anyway, so it might not be worth a slot in your side deck. Next up is Shaddoll Schism, and by extension Shaddoll Window. This is an option you can play in Branded that is surprisingly underused in my opinion. The way you access Window is by sending App Cologne to the graveyard with Grand Guignol, which then searches for Shaddoll Schism. From there, all you need to do is get a dark monster into your graveyard or have it on your field, and you can then use the Schism to summon Window on the opponent's turn. The advantage of this over a regular Sanctifier Floodgate is that you only need to access Grand Guignol to have access to it. which is a lot easier than also summoning a Sanctifier. If you consider games where your branded fusion gets ashed, for example, it can often still be pretty easy to resolve a Cartesia after that to get to Grand Grenol. However, getting all the way to Sanctifier as well as Grand Grenol in order to set up a Floodgate is a lot less likely. Since Winder can win a game by itself, this can be a good backup plan to have for when you can handtrap. You can also send Abcalon to the graveyard with Nydia's Servant and Dogmatica Maximus. So there's potentially a lot of consistency that you can have for getting to Winder. Overall, the main downside of Winder is that it requires a lot of extra deck space. Abcalon and Winder are the minimum that you have to play, but you can also sometimes play Shaddoll Construct as a way of making the combo slightly better, and as a way of fleshing out the Shaddoll engine so that it has more versatility. Either way, using just 2 of your extra deck slots for this is still very expensive, and for me personally, it's always the reason why Winder never makes it into any of my serious deck lists. One thing to remember about using Schism is that it does actually have an extra disruption attached onto it. When you summon Winder, you also get to send a Dark Master that your opponent controls to the graveyard for free at the same time. And then next I have Dimensional Barrier, Summon Limit, and Skill Drain. These are here just because they are Floodgates, and they are technically playable in Branded. D-Barrier is an optional target for Thrust, but if we're also talking about side decks, then it's reasonable to side all 3 copies. Summon Limit is a card that you can side pretty easily. If you make a decent end board and then back it up with a Summon Limit, you're probably going to win the game instantly, but if you do ever have to play under your own Summon Limit, Branded would be a better deck at doing that than a lot of other decks would be. Assuming you have a setup in the graveyard already, you can still resolve Branded Fusion to summon Albion or Rebellion, which then summons a boss monster like Mirrorjade or Furious, and this is only 2 summons, meaning that you can play pretty well under that summon limit. Skill Drain is playable purely because your input monsters are so big. The idea with Skill Drain is to instantly win the game by setting up a board and then flipping a Floodgate that your opponent cannot do anything about. Even though it also stops you, the fact that you have big monsters on the board already is going to be enough to give you a game-winning advantage. And then, lastly, I also have Branded Expulsion here, because it is also a card that we've used in the past to set up Floodgates before it got banned. Expulsion was typically used to summon Gimmick Puppet, but also often Ido and Ra's Disciple, since the nature of Branded at the time was a little less powerful than it is now. So being able to lock your opponent for multiple turns was actually sometimes necessary. And Expulsion also wasn't as reusable as Sanctified. So if we now go back to the spreadsheet and take a look at these Floodgate combos, we can get an idea about how you might use these Floodgates in practice. Okay, so scrolling down to the Floodgate section here, we can see that we have one combo here, Alaba plus High Spirits plus Albaz plus 1 discard. And this can end on a pretty reasonable board, just like most of the other combos, but also a Sanctifier and a Requiem Monk. So this combo looks like this. Yep, so you can see that this endboard has the Sanctifier pre-made in the Endphase, rather than waiting for the opponent's turn. This is because we can actually access the Branded in red without using Albion, so it's actually safer into Cold by the Grave, so that we can use the Branded in red in our turn by accessing it with Retribution, and then the Albion can actually set Brady's Blazing Branded King, which means that we can negate Cold by the Grave on our Requiem when we try to use Sanctifier. We can also maybe negate Droplets under certain circumstances. Okay, so next is Alaba plus Deployment plus 1 discard, This is another very similar board that is going to end on a Requiem luck. You can see that this is a combo from earlier on. In the spreadsheet, we can probably see it all the way at the top here. Aliver plus deployment. Right, there is a regular line that you can go for here. However, this is a version that actually allows you to get to a Floodgate. So you can see that we're going for the Requiem luck here during the standby phase, so that we can better play around something like a lightning storm or a evenly matched, I guess. So yeah, going into standby phase works what's the best in general. And we can also get the search from a courier earlier on as well. Putting Albion on your field is just to have resources. You're expecting your opponent to be locked, so you might as well worry about resources as opposed to disruptions when it comes to your own cards. Next is Aliver and Rebellion. This is a good combo that ends on a really strong board. Here is how you can tailor the combo to working specifically to set up a Floodgate. So here you will have noticed that we relied on Quem to revive Albaz and then fuse it away into Lubellion. That is how we were able to get to Sanctifier to ultimately get to the Requiem luck. If Quem didn't resolve, then we wouldn't be able to get here, at least not right away. But it still would be okay because our end board still does have Mirror Jade and Renbrim available. Next, Aliver plus Rebellion plus 1 discard. This is almost the exact same thing, but this is allowing us to discard a card. So you'll notice here that we made use of the Mirror Jade, chain Renbrim, chain or bounce the kit back to our own hand. This was pretty good as it allowed us to better play into disruption that our opponent might have been saving, And you'll also notice that we used Sanctifier under the Branded Lost window to better play into responses. Next is Alibi and Requiem. This card looks like this. You can see here that we're going to use a Dead Miragede. This is a 1-card line. You might recognize the end board for being the 1-card combo that uses Requiem as its discard. So this combo was relatively easy on the opponent's turn. All we have to do is resolve the Cartesia, and as soon as our opponent lets that Cartesia resolve, we have the lock guaranteed, as we're going to go straight into Sanctifier, and then trigger the Branded Lost and use the Sanctifier effect during the Branded Lost win. Next is Nadir plus 1 discard, so 1 Nadir Servant can actually get you to a Requiem lock. And this is how you do it. So you can see that in this combo made use of Lulu Walilith. It's back in the extra deck now, but we did use Lulu Walilith. Without it, then this combo line isn't possible. Next is Alibi plus Branded in Red. This is again a very basic combo that you might expect from a normal branded deck, and it makes a pretty normal end board, but you can also tailor it to make sure that it always ends on a Requiem lock if you want to. Okay, so it's pretty much just making use of the fact that if you hard draw the Branded in Red, then you can use Branded in Red on the end board in addition to a regular 1-card combo, which is able to access the Requiem. Next is another combo. This is Foolish plus Branded in Red plus 1 discard. You'll notice that this is exactly the same end board, and it makes sense because this is basically the exact same requirements. The only difference is that it is slightly better because you have Tragedy in the graveyard. So here on this combo, you can see that we actually got to reset the Mirror Jade. So this Mirror Jade is actually live as well. Next is Cartesia plus any dark monster. So this is actually an example of a window lock, showing you how you can get to window using Granguinol. It is important that you have the dark monster because you do need the dark monster material for the window. Next is another one. This is the Dear Servant, how the Dear Servant can set up window. And this combo looks like this. So you can see that by sending Mercuria with Quen, we actually get a useful banish with the Schism. We can banish this as our dark monster, and that allows us to get a search for next turn. Next is Quen plus Cartesia. This hand surprisingly can also achieve a Requiem lock, and this combo looks like this. Okay, so again, we're going for the sec to file up during the standby phase whenever possible, just to play around things like Lightning Storm. Next is Branded Fusion plus 1 discard. This is a pretty interesting combo. Well, it's interesting because of how lame it is, but this is honestly overlooked. If you are playing some Shaddolls in your deck, it is possible to just Branded Fuse for a window directly. Or not directly, but making use of Libellion. This is pretty bad, and you would never do this with Branded Fusion, but theoretically you can. And the next is Branded Fusion plus 3 discards. This is the actual way that you can get to window using Branded Fusion. This is probably the more realistic combo line that you would go for. So this is basically the same requirements as the previous combo, except we're actually going to use more discards, and now we actually get to a realistic endboard. So on the opponent's turn, what we can do is use the Shaddoll Schism, banish the App Cologne and the Tragedy, or maybe the App Cologne and the Albion to summon Window. That way we can still use the Tragedy as a target for Branded Red, and whenever we summon from the extra deck, we can also use Quem to revive this Mirror Jade. And then the last combo I have here is Alaba. This is also shown at the very top of the combo. This is here as the 1-card PL combo with just Alaba. This is actually possible to... It's actually possible to Requiem lock using just Alaba. And this combo goes like this. So this is a pretty interesting combo. The reason why it's not very common is that it does require 2 Grand Grenades in the extra deck, and it also requires you to be playing Draco's Depelia. And they're both not mandatory. You can cut Draco's Depelia, and you can also cut a second Grand Grenade. But if you are playing them, then this line is technically possible. And yeah, that's it for the Floodgate combos. There's definitely more. As you can see, it says here that many of the combos above, so all of these from the rest of the spreadsheet, also have the ability to Requiem lock. You just have to deliberately go out of your way to do it. The reason why most of these combos don't do it is because it's not essential to win with Branded, and it's actually more optimal most of the time to not go out of your way for it, and just focus on setting up things like Mirror Jade and Follow Up and Light and Darkness Dragon, things like that. Before we move on to the mech section, I want to briefly mention these cards here. This is a list of a bunch of obscure floodgates that are technically viable targets for Sanctify. Some of these are just bad versions of the ones we've already talked about, like the barrier statues and the arc jet and the scythe, but there is also some more interesting ones that actually don't lock the opponent out of special summoning, but instead lock them, like Dark Angel for example, out of something else. Dark Angel locks them out of using spells. Banisher of the Radiance and Banisher of the Light both have macrocosmos effects to banish any card sent to the graveyard. Thunder King can prevent from searching, and Invader of Darkness is an interesting counter to rooting decks specifically. It also counters Pearly as well. End of Anubis is pretty interesting against Tyr and 60 card Paleo, and also Chaos Hunter and Lancia are pretty good against Ritual Beast. They're also going to be pretty good against Malice when Met Deck comes out as well. You might notice that some of these are not actually light or dark monsters, like Wang Hu and this barrier statue. However, they are technically still accessible in the Branded engine, as they could be sent to the graveyard with Branded Fusion or Duplication for the summon of Rindbrum. Lancia and Contact C I felt were uniquely interesting, since both of these cards you could theoretically be playing as part of your non-engine anyway, depending on the format. So if these cards are ever in your deck and they end up in your graveyard because you used them earlier in the game, it's possible to make use of them as an improvised Sanctifier Floodgate later on. Mass Change 2 is something I also thought was pretty cool. You can use this to summon Dark Law as part of your end board, which is actually going to beat a lot of decks by itself. I think this idea is underexplored, and it's something I want to look into a little bit more myself, although I suspect that it's only going to be good going first. Theoretically though, you can use Mass Change 2 to dodge Imperm on your Aliber, and that is a really strong play. And then the last thing that I just had to include is this really funny combo that uses Neko Main King and Queen Angel of Roses. There's no standard combo in Branded that can access these cards, but theoretically, if you were to get both of these pieces into the graveyard, you can use Sanctifier in the draw phase to put Neko Main King on your field and the Queen Angel of Roses on the opponent's field. In the standby phase, the Queen Angel of Roses has a mandatory effect to destroy the smallest monster on the field, which is going to be the Neko Main King. Once the Neko Main King is destroyed, its effect activates and it then becomes the Endphase, so you end up skipping your opponent's turn. It's completely impractical, but I wanted to mention it just because I think it's pretty cute. So that's it for the Floodgate section. I think the main thing to remember is that Requiem is overall the best replacement for Gimmick Puppet, but there are still some other interesting Floodgates that are worth considering. Anyway, let's now move on to the next section, where I'm going to talk specifically about the non-engine cards that you can play in Branded. Alright, so the next thing I want to talk about is the different non-engine cards you can play in Branded. In general, non-engine cards are included in every deck to some capacity, and the exact ones that you play are format dependent. It makes sense that non-engine cards depend less on your own deck and more on the meta decks that you're going to be playing against, since they interact with your opponent's cards and not really your own cards. For this reason, which non-engine cards you play in Branded is always going to be affected more by the meta at the time than any of the arguments I'm about to make for them now, so keep that in mind when I go over them. So firstly, Maxi. Maxi is kinda the single best card in the game, but there are actually some interesting points to make about Maxi in Branded specifically, so this is actually the most complicated card to discuss. Branded likes to draw a lot of engine cards, especially going first, but also going second too. Ideally, you want to be drawing 3 or 4 engine cards, and just 1 or 2 non-engine cards. If you draw more than 2 non-engine cards, you're pretty likely to break, or at least get stopped by a single disruption. This is why Branded tends to play less non-engine cards than other decks. Because of this, there's an argument for playing high-impact going second cards like Super Poly, Droplets, or even Nibiru, over the more common low-impact cards like Ash, Imperm, and Vela. Most of the time, a single low-impact handtrap will not be enough to stop a deck from playing by itself, but a single high-impact card might be able to. Since you're only playing enough non-engine in Branded to draw 1 or 2 most of the time, you'd rather it be a high-impact card so that it has more chance of actually stopping the opponent. Low-impact cards like Ash, Imperm, and Vela are generally stronger in decks that play enough non-engine cards to reliably draw multiple of them, like Snake Eye or Centurion. Maxi is technically a high-impact card, but only when it resolves. Sometimes Maxi will just be negated by Ash or Cold by the Grave, which makes it super low impact when it happens. This means that on average, Maxi is actually closer to a low-impact handtrap rather than a high-impact one. Often you'll go second with Branded with nothing but Maxi, and the opponent will negate it. Then you're just a card down, watching your opponent full combo with no other hand traps, hoping to top deck the one perfect board breaker that deals with their board. Because of the amount of cards in Branded that require discards, you also really feel the weight of being a card down. And with Branded being pretty strong at breaking boards with its engine, it is easy to think sometimes that playing a more reliable card that is guaranteed to have some impact every time, like Droplets instead of Maxi, would result in more games being winnable. You could also make the argument that Branded doesn't make good use of Maxi when it goes first either, since the end boards that this deck makes usually have enough power and follow-up to win the game on their own. In the end though, I think Maxi is still just too good not to play. It helps in slow games, and it's one of the only cards you can play that has the potential to stop any combo deck, no matter how many extenders they have. When you go first with Maxi, it's a pretty good way to force the opponent into using their Cold by the Grave, which would have otherwise been a pretty good card at pushing through your end board. It also fills the specific role going second of sometimes taking Ash out of the opponent's hand, meaning that they don't have it for your Branded fusion on the next turn. There is one exception to this, and that is fire decks that play Sunlight Wolf, like Snake Eyes or sometimes Rescue Ace. These decks are able to use Ash on your Maxi and then add it back to their hand with Wolf, meaning that they can use it again on your Branded fusion. This means that against those decks specifically, Maxi is actually a little bit worse of a card going second. Anyway though, overall I think it is still worth playing Maxi in most lists. Just be aware that there are actually good arguments to play other non-engine cards instead of it. So if you ever do see a Branded list that is not playing Maxi, this isn't a dumb oversight, this is actually a pretty reasonable choice. Next is Ash Blossom. Ash is important in Branded for negating Maxi when you go first. Even though you have a few good plays into Maxi, you'd still rather not have to deal with it, so playing free Ash to give yourself the best chance of outing Maxi is a very good reason to play it. As a standalone handtrap going second though, it is pretty low impact, so the chances of it being enough to stop your opponent from playing are pretty low. I like playing Ash, but it is reasonable to not play it because of how weak it is, especially considering that you're not likely to draw it alongside any other handtraps. And so you can instead use that space for a more impactful non-engine card, like Gamma, Talents, or Droplets. Keep in mind that in order to negate Ash with Crossout, you do need to be playing some number of Ash yourself. So if you want to max out on your ability to play through Ash, you are going to need to play at least one copy of it in your deck. Another thing about Ash is that it is a very safe disruption against Tenpai, as it cannot be invalidated by any combination of board breakers or Sankin summoning. It's also really good against the mirror match and against Labyrinth. So depending on what's popular in the format, or if you're playing with a side deck, Ash is definitely still good to have. Next is Imperm. There's not much to say about Imperm, it's always going to be fine. Imperm is very reliable, in fact it's probably the most reliable card in the game. Since it can't be negated by Cold Buy, it doesn't play into Thrust or Talents, it works in multiples, and it is still good as your 6th card. Not to mention, it hits pretty much every deck. It is relatively low impact, but its reliability does somewhat make up for that. I don't think it's great in Branded, since it's not high enough impact, but it's definitely not a mistake to play Imperm in any amount. I like playing one copy in my 60 card lists sometimes, so that I can set it with Thrust and negate it with Crossout. Next is Vela. Vela is kinda like Imperm, except it's a little bit worse in every way. It plays harder into all the cards that Imperm avoids. Vela is also bad as your 6th card, and it can't be used as a thrust target. It is overall a little too low impact. That being said, Vela can actually be sometimes useful over Imperm in Branded specifically. Because it's a monster, Vela can be normal summoned to help make Verte. It's also a spellcaster, which means it's a target for high spirits. And because it is a light spellcaster specifically, you can actually use it as material for Sanctify. This can be relevant for duplication plays, as well as times where you have both Quam and Cartesia on your field, and you're only playing one of each. Next is Gamma. Gamma is really good in Branded in my opinion, at least before it was limited to 1. The main reason for this is that it's a high impact handtrap that can often stop your opponent by itself. Gamma can sometimes be useful going first, as most opponents will not respect Gamma against Branded, and you can occasionally use it to play around Ash on your Branded feature. Gamma is known for being bricky, since you have to play Driver, and if you go first and set up a board, Gamma is in your hand completely dead. However, in Branded specifically, these are both less of a problem, since so many of your cards require a discard anyway, and you're never really relying on the power of non-engine cards after you've set up a board. Since Gamma is limited, it makes sense that you wouldn't play it anymore. However, I do think that it is not unplayable still in Branded. Branded has a lot of ways to discard dead cards, so the cost of playing the one driver isn't felt nearly as much as it would be in other decks. Nibiru is an interesting card. This one, more so than really any of the other cards, is extremely format dependent. There's usually a use for cards like Ash, Vela, and Imperm, even in the formats where they aren't good. However, Nibiru has the potential to be either game-winning or literally unplayable. So for Nibiru specifically, the format is by far the most important factor in determining whether or not you should play this. That being said, Nibiru does have a few qualities that Branded specifically appreciates. It's high impact, meaning it can carry a game by itself, and even against decks that usually play through Nibiru, it is still potentially useful, since Branded has a really good ability to break medium-sized boards with its engine. Against Mathmech, for example, this card is always really good. A regular full combo for Mathmech usually wins the game versus Branded. However, any board that they can set up after being hit with Nibiru is probably easily breakable. Another thing to keep in mind about Nibiru is that it's a light monster, which means it can be used as material for cards like Cartesia, and just by having it available in your deck, you have the option of making a bigger Titanic lad than you would have otherwise. The last thing that's really important to know about Nibiru and Branded is that it's really good going first. Against pretty much any deck that tries to OTK you, besides for Tenpai, Nibiru is a good way of ensuring that you will survive the 10. Branded is already pretty difficult to OTK, since it has a lot of floating and protection, not to mention disruptions, and adding a Nibiru to that makes it pretty much impossible. Branded has really good follow-up even if you Nibiru you're on board, so you're not losing much when you do this either. Having Nibiru in your deck also means that it's much more scary for your opponents to try and OTK you under Maxi. Next up is Ghost Bell. Ghost Bell is hardly ever played in Branded, and it makes sense since the card is just very niche in general. and it only really sees play in very specific formats, or in decks that are playing so many hand traps that they're already maxing out on the better ones. If Ash, Veiler, and Imperm are low impact hand traps, then Ghost Spell is very often a very low impact hand trap. You wouldn't really play this in Branded except as maybe a side deck card for Labyrinth. It is interesting to note though that this card can negate Cold by the Grave and Bystials, which are some of the best outs to your end board power plays like Branded in Bread and Rinper. And then we have Bystials. I have Baldrake and Drowisworm here to represent the idea of playing extra Bystials that are part of your non-engine. Branded is always going to be playing Sarania and usually Magnum Opus anyway as part of its engine, but the other Bystials are completely optional. Bystials have the advantage of synergizing somewhat with your engine, as they can be used as good targets for high spirits, and they can also do small things like banish Mercuria or Tragedy from your graveyard. You can also use them as material for Verte sometimes as well. Overall though, as a non-engine card, it needs to be effective against your opponent. And Bystials are not good against every deck, so you are better off playing a more generic non-engine card than more Bystials. I think this is a trap that a lot of players fall into when they first build Branded. Just because the Bystials are technically part of your archetype according to the lore, doesn't mean that they are worth more in your deck than something like Imperm or Ash would be. You can side Bystials with decks like Mathmeg, Labyrinth, and Fiendsmith once it's released, but unless the format is full of decks that lose to Bystials, you probably don't want to be main decking a whole bunch of them. Next is Droll and Lockbird. This is another card that is extremely format dependent like the Biru. Droll is high impact, which makes it a good choice for Branded. However, it does only work in the right matchups. It is a high spirits target though, and it is generally just a good card to side deck. Droll is known for being really good against the decks that it's good against, but also really bad against the decks that it's bad against. Because of this, it makes it extremely hard to want to choose to main deck this card, even if there is decks in the format that really lose to it. DD Crow is next. This card is not often played in Branded, but in the right situation it can be good. It is a dark monster, which means it can be used with Cartesia, and it's also a winged beast, so it's a decent target for high spirits as well. Unlike the spellcaster hand traps like Droll and Veiler, a winged beast high spirits target is actually a little bit better, since sending Renbum to the graveyard is usually better than sending Granguanil. Sending Renbum is more useful if you get hand trapped, and since it's an Albaz fusion, it means you can use Kit's effect to special summon itself, giving you the option of making Verte, or extending to a hand trap on your normal summon. Crow is pretty good as a side deck card against decks like the Mirror Match, Pearly, Mathmeg, and Telements, and it is also sometimes played against Tempai, not because it's really effective, but just because it's one of the only cards that can do anything at all. So next is some board breakers, starting with Super Poly. Super Poly has always been exceptionally good in Branded specifically, since it doesn't require the opponent to summon all of the materials themselves. This means that it's good in way more matchups than if you were to play Super Poly in a different deck. In Branded, most of the time you want to use this to summon Mirror Jade if you can, using Albaz along with one of your opponent's monsters. Even when you don't draw Albaz, you can usually try to access it through something like Deployment, High Spirits, or Mercuria's Banish effect, in order to make that Super Poly really live. Super Poly plus Albaz is often the only out you have to really strong end boards, from decks like Super Heavy Samurai, Manadium, and Pendulum. And the fact that this card is also extremely impactful going first makes it a really attractive card to play. Mudragon and Garura are also playable as generic targets for Super Poly. Mudragon can be summoned using Baron and Appaloosa for example, and Garura can be summoned with 2 Elaborate monsters for example. Super Poly in general is a really good card to use, and I think a lot of Branded players actually make the mistake of having too much allegiance to this card. It's not actually mandatory to play, and if the format isn't right for Super Poly, then it is reasonable to cut this card. In general though, Super Poly is a staple in Branded, and it's not really ever an actual mistake to play it in your deck. Next is Evenly Matched. This card is also really good in Branded. You can comfortably main deck this in a lot of formats, and it will be very strong. It goes without saying that decks without an Omni Negate on the end board will get completely swept away by Evenly Matched, like Rescuays, Ritual Beast, and sometimes Jubel. So this card is definitely pretty good going second. It's also not that bad to draw going first, since you can easily just use it as a discard. Evenly is a thrust target too, so you can also choose to play just one copy rather than 3, with the intention of searching up with thrust. Or if the card is actually really good in the format, you can play all 3 copies, and then have access to 6 copies, given that you also play 3 thrust. Forbidden Droplets is good in Branded. This card is pretty much exactly what I'm talking about when I say that high impact cards are better than low impact cards. Droplets has the ability to win a game by itself, whereas cards like Ash and Imperm are much less likely to. Droplets is also perfectly playable when you go first, just like Super Poly, so it fits very nicely into a Branded deck. Droplets does require discards a lot of the time, so there is some conflict there, since you already have a lot of good discard effects, especially when you go second. However, Droplets can send cards from the field as well, so you can somewhat get around this. Sending something like Alva or Keeper as the cost for Droplets so that you can dodge Imperm and Vela is also a really good use of the card. That lets you also deal with an opponent's end board and some of their non-engine at the same time. Talons is an interesting card in Branded. Most of the time I don't like playing this card, since it's really only good as a board breaker going second, and it's pretty weak going first. The reason why I don't like Talents going first in Branded is that it doesn't really help you play after getting ashed on your Branded fusion. If you draw 2 cards after getting ashed, there is a pretty good chance that the cards you draw still don't help you set up a board at all. And if you look to the opponent's hand instead, hoping to take away their only starter, you can get punished very easily by your opponent just having more than one starter in their hand. Since so many decks play with 1-card combos now, attempting to take away their only starter is a very unreliable strategy in my experience. So overall, Talents is just kind of bad for going first. It is pretty good going second, as it can be used to help OTK, force disruptions, or potentially refill your hand, all of which can be useful. It's also a thrust target, so you can get away with playing just one as an option that you can search. I mentioned earlier in the decklist section that I don't think Talents is actually necessary to play, since Branded specifically has so many other good thrust targets that are most of the time going to be even better than Talents, like Grass, Branded Fusion, Branded in White, and Fusion Duplication. Next is Dark Roller No More. This card is something that usually only sees play in side decks. However, you can occasionally play it in the main deck, since it can be essential for certain formats. And it can be a one-off for a thrust as well. Drawing this card going first can be mitigated by discarding it just like Evenly Matched, and in general, Branded is not a deck that really needs any non-engine cards to back up its board, as its end boards are usually strong enough on their own. I don't personally like this card very much. I prefer to just side it as a silver bullet against certain decks that make end boards that are weak to it. Fuwalos is theoretically pretty good in Branded. Fuwalos tends to create this dynamic where decks will make mediocre end boards onto Fuwalos and give you a couple extra draws in the process. This is perfect for Branded, as the mediocre board that your opponent makes is playing right into Branded's hands as a powerful engine with board breaking capabilities, and the extra cards you get help to eliminate the chance of bricking. That being said, Fuwalos can be negated by all the same cards that Max C can, so it might be that in practice, Fuwalos in Master Duel is just the same thing as Max C, where it gets negated too often to consider it a high impact hand trap. Overall though, just like Max C, Fuwalos will probably get played in the deck. You can mitigate the fact that the card is bad going first by using it as a discard. The card is also a winged beast, which makes it a target for high spirits. Was this card released, you're probably going to play it in Branded. And then the last card I have here is the Black Goat Laughs. This card is the most interesting one in my opinion. It's not a hand trap or really a board breaker, but is nonetheless still a non-engine card. And it is a card that can work as a disruption going first, and as a tool to help break a board going second. The nice thing about Black Goat is that you can discard it and still get the value from it. This is something that no other non-engine card can do in Branded, so it's pretty unique and efficient in that regard. It also adds extra power to your grass, and it is also technically a thrust target. Overall, I think Black Goat is really good in Branded. The only issue is that it's a pretty low impact card, which means it doesn't really fulfill the role that you want from a non-engine card, and so shouldn't really be taking up the non-engine slots in your deck. If I was going to play Black Goat, I would be trying to cut engine cards for it, so that I can still have as much room for my usual non-engine. But anyway, that's it for the non-engine cards. There's more to say about these cards in general, but I wanted to keep the discussion relevant to Branded specifically. Remember that above all else, the relevance of any given non-engine card depends on the format, and even the amount of non-engine cards that you need to play in your deck is format dependent as well. Anyway, now that we have all the main theory for going first covered, I want to move on to talking about some advice specifically for going second. But before that, let's go over a couple of example games that bring all of these ideas for going first together in practice. Okay, so now we have this opening hand here. You can see we have a pretty good hand of engine cards. We have Foolish Burial was opening, which is already a really strong end board. But we also have Grass, which is pretty good. Our opponent has a 40 card deck, so we're gonna mill a lot of cards with this. We won the coin flip, so we don't have any idea what our opponent is on, but we do know it's a 40 card deck. We also have Book of Eclipse and Maxi, which means we have a really good hand. It doesn't beat Maxi from our opponent, but he does play through hand traps pretty well, and it makes a really strong end board, with the engine backed up by some pretty good non-engine. So what I actually decide to do in this game, because Foolish Burial plus opening ends on such a strong combo by itself, I actually decide to use the Grass as a discard, because I don't want to run into the possibility of having a bad mill with Grass, needing to discard one of my non-engine cards with opening, and just being in a bad situation, right? If we mill Banishment and Branded in red, right, the Albion targets, then we could be in a bad situation for no reason. If we mill Quem and Cartesia, they're not so easy to get back. So I decided not to risk it and just use the Grass as a discard for opening. The reason I'm in the draw phase is because we want to know if I'm going to play around Duel and Vela, right? We can use opening in the draw phase, and that beats it beats Vela and Duel from our opponent. It doesn't beat Impalm, but it does beat Vela and Duel. We can go for Alaba, and then Foolish can go for something like Quem. In the end though, what I actually decide is not to do that. I decide to go for the main phase and start with the Foolish. The reason for this is because we actually have the Grass as a follow-up. So if it wasn't for this Grass, if this was another brick, let's say this was another Maxi, activating opening would be better first, because you want to bait your opponent into imperming the Quem, right? Because if you start with Aliver and it gets impermed, opening for Quem does not extend. It doesn't go anywhere. You can't make Verte because you're locked. And there's nothing you can send with the Quem that helps. However, if you start with the opening, and then that gets impermed, the Quem, you can normal summon Aliber and that will extend. So if it wasn't for the Grass, we would actually start with the opening. It plays worse into Maxi, but it plays better into Imperm. However, in this case, we're going to play well into both because we have the Grass. If our Aliber gets impermed here, we can just use Grass, and then opening is going to be pretty good at extending because we get to resolve Grass. And what happens is we don't get impermed, so we get Branded Fusion, and here we've decided that we're going to discard the Grass. So we're going to start with the Branded Fusion, and our opponent chains Maxi. We were going to chain opening to this anyway, because we want to go for a line where we send Makuria with Quem, and then banish it with Albion. However, because our opponent chained Maxi, we get to chain to that, and cheat out one of our monsters before they resolve. So we're going to discard the Grass, and we're going to summon the Quem. The reason we discard the Grass is because we're not going to be doing much under Maxi, so we want to keep our non-engine cards, right? We want Maxi and Eclipse. We don't know what our opponent is playing, but these are pretty generic cards. It's likely that these are going to be good. And then, as usual, under Maxi, with Branded Fusion, you're going to want to make Sanctifier. And I put it in the extra monster zone just to allow for as much space on the board as possible. and I put it in defense position to play around Lightning Storm. But is that to use the Quem? Yeah, because by giving one more draw to summon Cartesia, you actually set up a Requiem lock. Right, you can use the Cartesia on the opponent's turn to send with Grand Granole, and that can send Requiem, then Sanctifier can revive it. And then I send Makuria here because the chances are if I'm gonna go for a Requiem look and it resolves, then we're probably not triggering Gwen, right? Except for when we use the Grand Granole. And at that point, the only thing I want to do is revive a Makuria because it's a monster negate on the board as well as in the hand, right? You can send it from the field. So I just want to reborn that to the field with Quem and then put the Requiem on their field. That's the game plan. We're not able to do anything in the standby phase because Cartesia is main phase only. So we have to wait for our opponent to do something. Our opponent here decides to destroy monsters instead of the back row, which I find a bit weird, but to be completely honest, it does force the Cartesia. I think this is a misplay regardless, I'm not sure what they were thinking, but technically it forces the Cartesia because we don't want to fuse the Quem, right? If we want to revive the Makuria, we don't want to fuse with the Quem. So we would want to fuse at the Albur instead. But I decided to let it go because I have Maxi. And then our Sanctifier gets tributed for Santa Claus. So luckily enough, this card is a light monster, which means we can still fuse with Cartesia. And then something interesting about Sanctifier is that it obviously mentions Albaz because of its fusion material, right? So Clem can actually revive it. Our opponent reveals that they're playing Tempai, so this is a pretty bad situation. Book of Eclipse is not good versus Tempai, not when they have Sunken Summoning, and Maxi isn't good either. So our win condition here is to resolve the Sanctifier look, right? So what we could do is use Cartesia, fuse with the Santa Claus, and then make Grand Granole and use Quan to revive the Sanctifier. The reason we don't do it straight away is because I want to play around Gamma, so I wait for my opponent to commit a monster first. I let the chain resolve. Genroku is pretty good for us here because you have Maxi, so we're gonna Requiem lock the opponent, but we can get a few draws out of it first. I decide to use Cartesia right away, and I've used the Maximus that we just drew. We don't need a discard in hand, and just in case our opponent has a Cold by the Graze for Requiem or Sanctifier, I decide to keep the Santa Claus on the board because it does have, you know, a defense position body, so just anything that makes it slightly harder for Tempai to kill you might be worth it. So we do get to make the Grand Granole. The chances are if our opponent had Forbidden Droplets, they would use it on Cartesia, especially, yeah, they would probably use it on Cartesia, but especially now Grand Granole, once we revealed that we got rid of the card in our hand, right? They now know pretty much everything except for this last back row. So the chances are if they had Droplet, they would use it here. They would also get to negate Quam at the same chain if they have two cards to send, so this would be a very high value Droplet. The fact that they don't chain pretty much confirms that they don't have it. It also confirms that they don't have Magnum or that they don't have Cold Bay. However, it's still technically not confirmed because they could know that we're going to Requiem and they're holding for this card specifically. So on Resolution, we just use the Sanctifier right away. We target Makuria just because this is going on our field. We might as well put the negate just in case. And then they chain Genroku here. So this is actually a very interesting moment. Because we have Book of Eclipse, the way this works is that we can still technically lose to droplets here. If in response to Albion, our opponent used Forbidden Droplets, they could negate Albion, right? They could negate our Sanctifier, and that would prevent the lock. However, if they sent a monster or a trap, we could chain Book of Eclipse, which would put our Albion face down, and that would allow us to resolve the Requiem lock. However, because they chained Genroku now, what we could do to play around droplets completely is activate the Book of Eclipse now. This is a really cute interaction. So what would happen is, if we chained the Book of Eclipse to Genroku, even if our opponent then chained droplets to negate Sanctify, the Book of Eclipse would flip the Sanctifier face down before it resolves, which actually allows it to resolve, even though it's already been negated by the droplets. I don't chain, but I actually should have chained just to ensure that there wasn't any droplets. And then at this point, our opponent can't do anything. The last chance for them to use droplets was in response to Sanctifier. It's now too late. They can't send the Requiem for cost because it's a pendulum monster. And now Turbai can't do anything. We trigger the Grand Granol just to summon Quiritis. And our opponent can't do anything here, so they surrender. So this game is versus a 60 card T-Element pile Snake Eye deck. And we're going first, and you'll notice the first thing that you'll notice in this hand is that we have Aliber and Opening. So the Aliber plus Opening combo is really strong. It should end on this end board here. And you'll also notice that we have Shrouded and Branded in White, which are actually two engine pieces that get used in the combo. So Aliber plus Opening combo actually uses these. The Shrouded is used to send Branded Sword to the graveyard. So if we're going to use this Shrouded, it should be to send Branded Sword so that we can go for the combo as it says in the spreadsheet. We also have Ash to help play through Maxi. We have Opening to help extend a little bit through hand traps. Branded in White could extend into hand traps. Another consideration is to activate Opening in the draw phase. This is always something to think about. Because he had Aliper already though, doesn't really do anything. We don't play around draw by using this in the draw phase. Because we're just gonna be summoning Quem, right? So there's no such. We could still do it outside of the main phase though, to play around Bela, so that our Quem doesn't get Bailed. However, if we summoned Quem in the draw phase to play around Bela, and then normal summoned Aliber, the Aliber would get Bailed. And it's actually better to have our Quem get Bailed, or Impalm, than Aliber. So if we were going to start with this combo, I would start with the Opening, and I would do it in the main phase. I think that's the optimal way to play this hand. However, we actually misplay. We start with the Shrouded. What we should have done is recognize that we need this as part of the combo. It's not too much of a misplay to use it right away, but if we were going to use it now, we have to be sending Branded Sword, and I actually don't. I send Retribution, which is a misplay. So now the combo has to be improvised a little bit. It's technically okay though, because we have the Branded in White, right? So we can make use of sending Retribution as a sword in a way that you'll see later. And then we go into a useless card, which is the Keeper. It's a redundant normal summon. Now that we have Retribution in the graveyard, it's actually correct to normal summon Aliber before Opening, because if we get Impermed or Veiled on Aliber, the Quem is actually better, because it can send Branded Fusion, which we can get to with Retribution. And then it also has its second effect to Tricky D's later on in the turn. So we chain opening to Branded Fusion. This is because we wanted to resolve Quen before Albion resolves, right? We want to banish Mercuria in this line from the graveyard with Albion. And the reason we're chaining is just to plan a little bit better around Maxi. We technically have Ash, so we didn't need to respect Maxi. So maybe that was wrong. Although it's still correct to play around it like this, because you never know, they can gamma your Ash, or they could potentially not Ash Branded Fusion because they bricked and they really want to Maxi your Branded Fusion to get a draw. So there's always that possibility as well. But this resolves, we just got a Keeper because we need the other cards. And we're gonna summon Albion. We send Khaleesi here because that's how you play this line. Albion has to be chaining 1, and then Quen has to be chaining 2, because we need to send the Mercuria to the graveyard and then banish it with Albion. So here we have Granguinol. We have to summon it in the extra monster zone because we're gonna run out of space in the main zones if we don't use the extra monster zone here. And we banish the Mercuria so that that triggers. We're also gonna trigger the Quen because we need the Albaz on the field. And then we send Sarony. So the reason we send Sarony is because we messed up the combo earlier. We made the mistake of activating Shrouded. Usually in this line, what happens here is that Granguinol sends Lobelian, and then Lobelian tributes Albion, brings out Branded Lost, and we have the Shrouded Such for the Shrouded Such instead of Kit. Right, so we have Mercuria such as Shrouded instead of Kit. In this combo, because we already used our Shrouded, we're getting Kit, but that means we don't get to Branded Sword, because we need Branded Sword in the regular line. We need Shrouded Dragon to do that, and we need to add back the Cartesia. The only other way to get to that is to send Sarony into the graveyard, which then sends Branded Sword. So that's what we're going to do now. The reason this still works is because we hard-drew the Branded in white. So what we can do is use Kit to search for Branded Lost instead of Branded in white. And then it's the same thing. We just missed out on a free Kit search, which we would have had if we had done the combo correctly. So we're going to use the Branded Sword. We add back the Cartesia. And now we're going to special summon it. And then here I make probably the biggest mistake. For some reason, instead of Mara Jade, I just make Furious. This is supposed to be Mara Jade. In the regular line, you use the Granguinol, but using the Albion is important too, because in this particular version that we played, we didn't tribute Albion with Lobelian, so it's important that we fuse it away. But this can still make Mara Jade, and that's what we should have done, but for some reason I decided to make Furious Dragon instead. Now we use the Kit, and we're going to add the Branded Lost. We also made another mistake, because Kit is going to have to put back a card to the deck, and we're going to have to put back the Ash Blossom here. Because we had Retribution in the graveyard, what we should have done is chained Retribution to Kit to add back something like Branded Fusion. And yeah, we should add back the Branded Fusion, and then put that back into the deck so that we can keep the Ash Blossom to make our end board stronger. We don't want to add back the opening because this is protection in the graveyard. We'd rather have this in the graveyard. And then another thing that we messed up is the placement of the zones. We should have actually put Alba where the Kit is, because in the regular line, we're gonna summon Renbrum, right? We're gonna summon Renbrum, and that would have to go in this Anima zone if we did the combo correctly. But because we haven't, it doesn't actually matter here. And now I have to put back the Ash, so that was a mistake. Now we can activate the Branded in White. We have to summon Mirajade here, we can't go for Windbum. And now we summon the Mirajade. That triggers the Branded Lost, and we just search for Albaz because we've already used Shrouded, McCreary is gone, we've already used Kit, and we have a Cartesia on the board so we can use this on the opponent's turn. And then we set Branded in red. So overall, if you look at this end board, it's pretty strong, right? Outside of the fact that I misplayed a few times, the end board is still really good and it should be winning the game. We have Mirajade, we have Furious, we have Quan, Cartesia on the board with Albaz, Branded in red, we have Grand on the graveyard, Opening Protection, Branded Lost. It's really, really strong. Should be beating anything that they throw at us. So they start with Imseti. Now, we can't activate Cartesia before the main phase, but as soon as they activate something in the main phase, what we could have done is, on resolution, we could now use Cartesia to Requiem lock our opponent. In order to do that though, we would need a second Grand Canal. So if we were playing 2 Grand Canal, you can see that we're actually not in this case, which is why we didn't do it. But if we were playing 2, we could use the Cartesia right now, fuse away the Alba, and then that summons Grand Canal, which sends a Requiem to the graveyard. We can then use the Branded in red to summon Sanctifier. Sanctifier can then summon the Requiem under the Branded Lost window, and we win the game from that. However, we're not playing 2, so that option isn't available. Our opponent also draws Droplets, which is a very good card for breaking this board. Then we see Reinforcement of the Army, and we see Rhino Heart. So usually against a standard tier line, what you want to do is let all of the starters resolve, let them summon Kit Colossus, let them search with it, and then banish the Kit Colossus with Mirajade. That's the strongest way you can use Mirajade against tier cards. So that's what we do. And then on the resolution here, we're going to activate the Mirajade, send a Renbrum because even though there's no Albaz in the graveyard yet, there could easily be once we use this Albaz with Cartesia. Now they decide to chain Droplets, and they decide to just send Kit Colossus as cost. Alright, they don't send any more cards, which I think is a mistake. I'm not going to analyze my opponent's games, or my opponent's decisions, too much because it's not relevant to Branded. At least not until we get to the Branded mirror match. But this is a mistake, I think, and I think they overestimated the impact of me banishing my own monster with Mirajade. So what happens here is that because they set their only monster, they can choose to not negate Mirajade, and they don't. They negate my Furious Dragon here, and now my Mirajade has to banish something, and we choose to banish Kit. We don't banish anything else because Quem and Cartesia have value, this has value in the graveyard. Would rather not destroy this if we don't have to, and banish this. Which just leaves the kits and the Mirajade itself as the options. So the reason why we don't banish the Mirajade itself is because our plan is to fuse away this Mirajade with Cartesia and then revive it with Quen. If we banish it, then we can't revive it with Quen, right? It has to go to the graveyard. So we don't want to give up on that plan because we already have Rinbrum, we already have an Albaz in the hand. So like, we have a way to, we have Cartesia on the board as well, so like, there's no good use for a Quen aside from reviving a Mirajade to reuse it. So that's how we really want to use our Quen. So we just decide to banish the kit. And now we don't do anything on resolution, nothing's threatening yet. We don't want to be doing anything until our opponent proves that they have something threatening. And they don't mill anything. This triggers the Grand Canal, but we choose not to use it. We don't want to unnecessarily block our zones. And it's also, there's no point summoning Quiritis yet, because this is not a threat. The Sharon is not threatening anything, except for like the battle phase. So there's no reason to summon Quiritis where it's easily outable. We'd rather wait for later. Now they try to end the main phase, which is why we use the Cartesia here. And we actually make Sanctifier, which I think is a mistake. What we should have done instead is fuse the Albaz and the Mirror Jade into Lubellion, and we should have chained Retribution to add back Branded Fusion so that we have a discard for the Lubellion. Then we're going to trigger the Quen, revive the Mirror Jade, and Lubellion can then make Sanctifier. That would have been, I think, the much better play, because we would have shuffled away the Quen from the field for Sanctifier. It's gonna get hit over by the Sharon anyway. It's gonna be forced by the battle phase anyway, so we might as well make use of it now. We revive the Mirror Jade, and we shuffle away the Quen for Sanctifier. I think that was the best way to play this. We get Albaz into the graveyard, and yeah, because we have a banished Albaz, so with Lubellion we don't have to get rid of our Albaz from the graveyard. We have Mirror Jade, we have Rindum for Albaz, and then we get a search with Branded Lost, so we still have a discard available for our Albaz. But instead we went straight for Sanctifier, which I think is a mistake. Now they decide to go battle phase anyway, and I let them attack her with a Quen because I can always revive it with Sanctifier, and protecting it would have been more hassle than it's worth. We don't want to waste our Branded in red or our Sanctifier just to get rid of a Sharon. It's basically not doing anything at the moment. Then they activate LSS. So generally what you do against Snake Eye is you want to use Mirror Jade to banish Popular because it denies a lot of value. However, because this is not a pure Snake Eye deck, and it's also main phase 2, there is no threat of getting OTK'd by the Link monsters that are probably not even in the extra deck, but even if they were, it's main phase 2. So instead we can just ignore everything except for Slandridge. So we're going to let them resolve this whole line, and then we're going to summon the second Mirror Jade and banish the Flamberge. So on summon, we're going to flip Brandon a red, again making sure, by the way, that every single one of our usual spells is chanting 1, just so that we benefit from Branded Lost. We're going to target the Albaz, and we're actually going to chain Retribution. This train is not necessary. We didn't need this because we already have a discard available, which is the second Albaz. So we make the belly, and we have to use the Mirror Jade so that we can clear it and make way for another Mirror Jade. Remember, we can only control one Mirror Jade. So this is now the Branded Lost window, they can't respond. And we shuffle back the banished Albaz is important, and not the one from the graveyard. We discard the Albaz so that we get another Albaz in the graveyard for Rentbrum. We keep the Branded in white in the hand. We also shuffle back the second Mirror Jade. The reason why we shuffle back the second Mirror Jade is because if you look at the extra deck, we don't have like a Dragostapelia. So there's not really a reason to shuffle back our own Lubellion, because it might seem like we have a grind game intact, like keeping Lubellion, but if we use both of our Mirror Jades, it would be hard for Lubellion to actually recycle them anyway. It would have to summon something very useless, like a Mud Dragon. This Titaniclad is going to leave the extra deck because it's going to be the send for the second Mirror Jade. And the only other monster that we can fuse a banished Mirrorjade with, or a banished Mirrorjade into, is Mud Dragon. And that would be a pretty poor use of Lubellion on a following turn. So I decided it was much better to just recycle the Mirrorjade now and give up on Lubellion. So Lubellion stays on the board, it's not in the extra deck, but we have another Mirrorjade still available, and this ends up coming up. Now we're going to use the Mirrorjade. Again, it's under the branded Lost window, just to make sure nothing can happen. We banish the Flambudge. Now they reveal that they have the King's Sock. And they put a Lubellion face down. I guess the reason why they put the Lubellion face down is just because nothing else matters. The Sanctifier can't be targeted, and everything else is already used as effects or is negated. They discard their last card to send Happy to the graveyard. Now here I consider using the Sanctifier as a deception. We can actually steal the Happy and put it on our side of the field. However, this is a misplay, because we're not actually preventing zombie vampire here. Is there a secret line of text on zombie vampire that says any monster any monster from your opponent's graveyard can actually be used as a level 8. So I actually do fall for this. I activate my Sanctifier. I try to steal the Happy, but I of course have to give them a monster too. And I realize when I'm deciding which monster to give them that it doesn't matter what I give them. Even if it's not level 8, they can overlay it into zombie vampire because of how zombie vampire works. So once I realize that, I decide to give them Albion because it will trigger. It is a level 8, but it doesn't matter. It does not matter. And now they go Anima. We are forced to put the Happy here. We had no choice. They're gonna activate the Anima. Now they have access to Happy again once they link the Anima off. And you make Zombie Vampire. Again, this is not because it's level 8. They could have used it with any monster that I gave them. They detach the Albion, so we will now trigger in the Endphase. We know the branded King, so that's nice because we're in main phase 2. We're guaranteed gonna get the Endphase Valiant. They only milled again and then desummon it. I wanted to play around this effect to special summon Ken here, so I trigger the Grand Guignol. I decide that it's better to use Grand Guignol here to fill up my board rather than using Renbrum, because Renbrum for Albaz is not worth it yet. It's not really a good monster to summon. If you look at our extra deck, there's no boss monsters left, right? There's just this Mirrorjade. And as long as we have this Mirrorjade on the board, we can't summon this one. So I decided to just summon Crossout. It's a better monster. They link off the Anima, and they go SP. So he summons 0 bars. And because they haven't summoned the Happy yet, they can now summon to the zone. This will then clear the whole board. We can trigger a Mirrorjade and we can trigger Crossout. I decide to add with Crossout. We could have special summoned a second Alba or added a Tragedy to a hand. I decided the best option was to just search Albaz because we had that Mirrorjade in the extra deck. When the 0 bars returns in my turn, we can normal summon the Albaz and out it. That was my plan. If we instead searched for something like Alba, we would have to use Branded in white to summon the Mirrorjade and then actually use its effect to out the 0 bars. Because it's too big, it would be huge. But by adding the Crossout to my hand, I could out it just by fusing with it, and then we still had the effect available as a disruption for the next turn. And then you go to the Endphase, and the reason I don't add anything back here, we did have Branded King, we had Cartesia, we had it is just those two, but the reason we didn't add those back, we also had Titanic Lad, but there is no target for Titanic Lad. We actually have been through all 3 copies of Albaz and Quan, and we're only playing 1 Quan. But the reason we didn't use this, or the Cartesia, is because we were out of time, so I had to press no to those prompts. Again, poorly played, I should not have let myself get that low on time. And we drew a gold sarcophagus, so this card can be used. We still have Tragedy in the deck. 0 bars returns, and we decide to use it. We're going to banish the Tragedy, we might as well, and search for that second Alaba. And now the decision here is between normal summoning Alaba or normal summoning Albaz. So we have banishment left in the deck, so what we could do is normal summon Alaba for banishment. Then on our opponent's turn, we can flip the banishment to revive. What could we revive? We could revive Albaz, and Albaz can fuse. No, we can't revive Albaz. We can revive Quen. It's not that good, and in the end I decided it's not as good as normal summon Albaz anyway. I can't remember exactly what my thought process was, but I decided to normal summon Albaz, and it is the better play here, because by fusing away the 0 bars, we preserve the Mirror effect. We do have 1 Albaz fusion left in our extra deck, so this is our last banish with Mirror. And by having that available, we basically ensure the victory, because my opponent is on very little resources. As long as we have this Mirror banished, we should be safe from anything that they can top deck. I also then use the Branded in white, and we summon Mud Dragon here. This is to protect against snow. They still have snow in the graveyard, as well as a few cards, so they can use snow a couple times here. But Mud Dragon means that they can no longer put a Mirror face down. So now no matter what they top deck, snow will not out it. And snow cannot attack over Mud Dragon either. So I actually think it was a mistake by them to not play around the Branded in white. They knew that this was in our hand because we added it back with Retribution. They should have Book of Moon to the Mirror Jade with snow on summon, right before we activated the Branded in white. But now the Mud Dragon just checks snow forever. They're on a 2-turn clock. They join to Keldo, it does nothing. They summon it, and we summon Albaz in the Endphase because we have to do this on the opponent's turn. So we're just summoning damage just in case. At any point, if they try to activate the snow, we're gonna chain the Mud Dragon to make our Dark Monsters untargetable. That's exactly what they do. We chain Mud Dragon, call him Dark. And then the only thing to do left is to banish the snow. And then declare an attack with Mirror Jade. So when it comes to going second with Branded, it's not as simple as just following spreadsheet combos, playing around hand traps, and improvising your combo for certain complicated hands. Going second is really where Yu-Gi-Oh! Gets its near infinite complexity, so there's really no way to formulate a comprehensive plan for how to win going second. How you actually play when going second is going to depend massively on the matchup, and there's really no replacement here for general skill at the game. That being said, I can still give individual pieces of advice, like tips and tricks, and some general approaches you can have to different situations. One important component of going second with Branded is OTKs. To start with, let's look again at the OTK combo from the spreadsheet. This is the simplest form of going second with Branded. If your opponent has a completely empty board and no hand traps, you can easily go for exact lethal with this line. This also worked with Keeper as your starter, since it has the same attack as Alaba, and it also works with branded opening as well. In the case of using opening, remember that you can only special summon in defense, so if you want to OTK using just the branded opening, you will need to add the Alibi to your hand instead of special summon, and then you can normal summon. Springen's kit is not able to OTK like this. It would be 100 damage short. However, if you're playing Nibiru in your deck, then Kit can still OTK, as you can use the Nibiru as material for Albion, and then banish it for a bigger Titaniclet. The nice thing about all of these lines is that they play around Nibiru by not summoning 5 times. They're also very practical, meaning that if your opponent passes on nothing, you're likely to actually go for this in a real game. Here is another specific OTK combo, this time using Albaz, Cartesia, and Super Poly. This also works with fusion deployment instead of either the Cartesia or the Albaz. In most games though, your opponent is going to have a board, and you're also going to have more engine than just one single starter card, making most games a lot more complicated. Because of this complexity, most OTKs are going to be something that you have to just figure out in the moment. There's a million ways to push for lethal in Branded, and there's a million things your opponent can have to stop you. That being said, there are still some common OTK patterns that are worth pointing out. For example, a 3000 attack monster and 2500 attack monsters will attack in total for 8000 damage exactly. 3000 attack monsters and 2500 attack monsters are both very common in Branded, with the most common 3000 attack monster being Mirajade, and the most common 2500 attack monsters being Albion, Gramguanol, and Bystials. There's also Sanctifier and Furious Dragon as 3000 attack monsters as well. You can then expand on this idea by recognizing that Mirajade is able to banish a monster, meaning that this pattern with Mirajade is still lethal through one blocker. Furious Dragon is also able to remove a monster, however it requires you to give up one of your own. So this OTK pattern with Furious Dragon is not lethal through one blocker, unless you have another monster to destroy outside of the pattern, or you have an opening in the graveyard to protect. A similar OTK pattern that is also pretty common is with 2 3000 attack monsters and 1 2500 attack monster. In this case, it's possible to have Mirajade and Furious Dragon, meaning that it's possible to have lethal for 2 blockers, providing that you have the right setup for Furious. And then another similar OTK pattern is with 1 3000 attack monster like Mirajade, 1 2500 attack monster like Albion, and then any 2 of your small monsters like Cartesia, Albert, Albaz, Quen, Keeper, or Kit. This will always be either exactly 8000 damage or a little bit over. The benefits of recognizing these OTK patterns instead of just figuring it all out in the moment is that you can save time in your games and reduce the chances of making mistakes in your visualization. If you can immediately recognize a line that gets you to one of these patterns, then you don't need to spend any time double checking that your line is actually lethal, since you already know for a fact that it is. One other tool that can sometimes help with OTKs is Quiritis. If your opponent has monsters in attack position that aren't level 8 or higher fusion monsters, you can use Quiritis to make them all 0 attack, which for the purposes of attacking for lethal, means they might as well no longer be on the field. If your opponent has enough monsters, you can even line up an OTK pattern into these 0 attack monsters. In which case, it doesn't matter if your opponent has too many blockers or some surprise additional blockers from the hand or graveyard, they're still going to be able to OTK. Another important thing to remember when going for OTKs is that branded in red prevents the monster you summon from being able to attack directly. Also, Lubellion cannot attack the turn it uses its effect. These are important to remember, as they're very easily forgotten if you're not paying attention. A small thing you could do to help mitigate these downsides is to make sure that the monster you summon with branded in red ends up attacking over a monster, and Lubellion is put into attack position always, so that you can still attack with it if its effect gets negated by something like Imperm. You can also plan to use Lubellion as the monster that you choose to destroy with Furious Dragon, or as material for another fusion sword. That way you aren't missing out on any damage. Overall, OTKing is very possible in Branded. However, it's actually not that trivial, and there's a lot of games where you can't OTK at all. Compared to other decks, Branded is actually fairly bad at pushing for lethal, and so it's important to recognize when it isn't possible to OTK. Something I found to be very useful in practice is to decide very early on in the turn whether or not I'm trying to push for lethal that turn. Pushing for lethal or just breaking a board and setting up for turn 3 would involve very different plays, so you might as well commit to one path as early as possible. If you're not going for an OTK, then your objective going second is probably going to be to break as much of your opponent's board as possible and then set up disruptions for turn 3. Breaking boards is something that is a lot easier for Branded than OTKs, so optimal play going second at high levels is actually more often about breaking a board and then setting up your own than it is about OTKing your opponent. In general, breaking boards with Branded is different to most other decks, in the sense that you have much more realistic chances of breaking established boards with just your engine cuts. While other decks rely heavily on hand traps and board breakers to do most of the heavy lifting going second, Branded is often able to play into end boards using cards like Albaz, Branded Lost, Mirror Jade, and Chimera, all of which have powerful board breaking capabilities. Branded Lost in particular is very threatening, as it takes away a lot of your opponent's control, and so most opponents are going to respect this by using removal or negation on the Branded Lost, which helps clear the way for your actual starters. Chimera and Albaz are run powerful when you resolve, so in practice, chain blocking these effects so that they're less likely to be negated is very effective, and this is not actually that difficult to achieve either. A lot of your engine in Branded is also just very good into disruptions inherently, as cards like Albion and Mirror Jade have multiple different angles in which they apply pressure, and so it's very difficult to deal with them once they hit the board. I mentioned this in the going over cards section, but I'll reiterate what I mean by different angles of pressure. Albion and Mirror Jade both have powerful effects on the field that your opponent wants to negate if they can. They also have a lot of attack points, meaning your opponent is also incentivized to remove them. But they also both have powerful effects in the graveyard, which disincentivizes your opponent from removing them, or demands that they have another kind of answer for them in the end phase. Mirror Jade also has another angle to it, which is the effect of the Albaz fusion in the end phase that it sends to the graveyard as cost. Similarly to how I talked about OTK patterns, you can also learn to recognize specific board breaking patterns as well. One of these patterns is fusion deployment and Branded opening. A chaining opening to deployment, you're able to chain block Albaz with Alibur so that conventional negates like Appaloosa and Baron can't be used on the Albaz. Another similar board breaking pattern is with Quem and Branded fusion. This line again uses the idea of chain blocking Albaz. There's many slightly different ways you can do this, but the important part is using Quem to revive Albaz and then chain blocking its effect. When it comes to using Albaz as a board breaker, I'll reiterate some of the things I said earlier in the going over cards section. It's generally not reasonable to just summon Albaz on its own and expect its effect to resolve. Your opponents are almost always going to have a way to deal with this, so you don't really want to be committing your normal summon as well as a discard just to have your Albaz negated or removed. It's a little bit better when you use fusion deployment to summon Albaz, since you get to keep your normal summon for something more important, but it's still just as likely to get stopped. In reality, dissolving Albaz as a board breaker is going to require you to bait your opponent first, or otherwise force out their disruptions. You can try to chain block it, for example, like we saw a minute ago, or you can plan to summon Albaz during your end phase with something like Titaniclad, with the idea of resolving it after your opponent has already used all of their disruptions. Some opponents will also overlook this too, especially when they're unfamiliar with Branded, as they will underestimate the power of your end phase. With fusion deployment specifically, you will often find yourself having to make the choice between summoning Albaz or summoning Cartesia. Albaz is a lot stronger of a board breaker in theory, however, as I've just mentioned, it doesn't often resolve, especially when it's being used as one of your first plays. Cartesia can still be the better choice to summon, even though you are going second. The way you make this choice exactly is going to depend on the situation, but you can consider factors like whether or not you can get access to Cartesia otherwise, whether or not you need Cartesia's effect to dodge targeted negation on your normal summon, or if you plan on summoning Albaz in the end phase with Titaniclad or Sprint anyway. You might also make the decision based on the number of discards you have in your hand, since Albaz requires a discard, whereas Cartesia does not. Thrust is a card that is very strong going second. You can use this to search for grass, or branded fusion, or a board breaker like Talents if you're playing it. Drawing Thrust will usually give your hand a lot of extra gas, and it's an extender that is never really redundant, as it has a lot of good targets. If you already have grass and access to branded fusion, you can still benefit a lot from searching for deployment, branded in white, or fusion duplication. Fusion duplication is not always that bad going second, just because it's a trap card. As I said, branded is more often about breaking boards going second and then setting up its own, rather than OTKing the opponent. This means the duplication can be an important part of setting up your disruptions for the opponent's next turn. In fact, if you're playing a Floodgate for sanctifying your deck, like Requiem, duplication is potentially really good still going second, as it can lock your opponent out of playing on turn 3, rendering any follow-up they have completely useless. Earlier I mentioned Guardian Chimera, and how it's best used when chain blocked so that it's harder to negate. In general, Chimera is better when it's destroying 2 cards, however if you have a lot of good draws left, then it can still be better to draw 2. If you're rather going for Chimera as a last resort, then drawing 2 is going to give you a better chance to find an extender than drawing 1. One of the big problems you'll face when going second with Branded is drawing too many cards that require a discard. In this hand, for example, you have 3 cards that need a discard, so if you were to activate all of them, then you'd end up using your entire hand. This is a problem, since it means that your opponent probably only needs to have 3 separate disruptions on their end board to completely stalk you. You can try to play around this by using cards that require a discard as your discard for other cards. So overall, Branded might have a good ability to play into boards with this engine, however, just like any other deck, the simplest tool to help go second is your non-engine cards. That is exactly why they're in your deck, so it makes perfect sense that they will be the most important part of your game plan for going second. Using handtraps and board breakers in general is fairly straightforward, and how you use them is not often relevant to Branded specifically. However, there are some times where your non-engine decisions are impacted by the engine cards that you draw. In this hand, for example, we have a lot of cards that require a discard, as well as an Ash Blossom. If we use Ash as a hand trap on our opponent's turn, there's going to be a noticeable lack of cards in our hand to use as discards. In this situation, it's reasonable to consider not using the Ash as a hand trap, and instead just using it as discard fodder. If the opponent starts playing, and they seem to have the means of playing for Ash, then it's probably better to just hold it as a discard, and to only consider using the Ash if there was an opportunity for it to be extremely impactful. And this also applies to your other hand traps as well, like Imperm and also Bystials. The last thing I want to mention about going second with Branded is that not every game is winnable. In fact, quite a lot of them are not. Some players have this misconception that Branded can always win every game, you just have to be skilled enough. This isn't true, especially when you're going second. Sometimes your opponent's combo is so strong that you have no chance of beating it with your engine cards, meaning that you have to draw a non-engine card and resolve it in order to win. Since Branded doesn't always play that many non-engine cards, it is realistic to not draw any and then lose to your opponent's full combo. It's very possible that your opponent's end board will just have more disruptions than you have cards in hand. If every single one of your starters gets negated, then there is just nothing you can do. Skill has nothing to do with it. The only chance you have in games like this is to stop your opponent with hand traps or the perfect board breaker. Recognizing these games and knowing that they are unwinnable is important, as it will let you focus more on the games that are winnable. Similarly, sometimes you could even have a hand trap, but your opponent is able to extend right through it. These situations are even worse since you're down a card now, and as I mentioned a minute ago, it is important to have discards available if you want to break a board. Anyway, that's it for going second with Branded, so let's now move on to some actual games against various different matchups. So the nice thing about playing against Tenpai is that if they win the coin flip and choose to go second, you can be reasonably certain that your opponent is playing Tenpai, which means you can adapt your turn 1 appropriately. If you ever get to decide to go second against Tenpai, you should definitely do it. Branded is not one of the decks that is super comfortable going first against Tenpai, as the hand traps can be very effective at stopping you, and it's pretty strong at going second into the weak board that Tenpai creates as well. The first thing you want to make sure that you do when playing against Tenpai is to summon your monsters in defense position so that they can't be destroyed by a lightning storm. Even if you have opening in your graveyard to protect them from destruction, your opponent is not going to fall for this, and you should still summon them in defense anyway, so that you can save the opening for a later destruction effect, like Transcendent or Black Rose. The easiest way to beat Tenpai is to Requiem lock when during the standby phase. By doing this in the standby phase, you're playing again around Lightning Storm, as well as other board breakers like Waigeki, Feather Duster, and Talons. Because Tenpai always plays droplets, you want to try and play around it here by summoning the Requiem during a Branded loss window, and you will usually achieve this by flipping Branded in red or Fusion Duplication. Another way of beating Tenpai is by fusing away all of their monsters into Albolenitus with Albaz. Ideally, you'd want to wait until the battle phase to do this, so that you don't have to deal with Sengen summoning, making their monsters unaffected. However, it's pretty common for Tenpai to try and summon Transcendent Dragion before entering the battle phase, so you will most likely have to do this in the main phase instead. In order for this to work in the main phase, you will need to deal with Sengen summoning if they have it, and you can do this by either destroying it with Furious, Chimera, or by negating it with Luna Walilith, which you can summon with Granguido. One way of combating the board breakers that Tenpai has is by summoning Light and Darkness Dragon Lord with Banishment in their standby phase. This allows you to negate up to 3 of their board breakers, and it can even negate their starters as well. Branded King is technically a way of beating board breakers, although it's usually not the ideal way to do it, since it also negates your own board. If you do get to use your end board against the Tenpai starters, the best monster to banish with Mirror Jade is usually the Chundra, but you can also sometimes banish that normal summon, whatever it is, so that they can't activate Chandra in their hand. Something you still need to be careful of is Sengen summoning. It can often help a lot to have an end board that has a way of outing Sengen summoning, otherwise you could just be cooked right away if they have a starter, even if they don't have a board breaker. And here is an example game against Tenpai. Okay, so we now have a game versus Tenpai. Our opponent's selected going second, so we know that we're playing against Tenpai, even if the name is Avo Brando. We know it's not branded, it's 40 cards, and it's selected going second. So it's Tenpai. Our hand is kind of bad. We don't have anywhere to play except for the Nadia 7. So that's what we have to do. We have to start with Nadia. Because we have the Maximus already, we can search for Quen instead. And we still send Gavura so that we can summon the Maximus, and we want to see another draw. And we draw it to Alaba. We then go for the normal summon Quen. The reason we have to go Quen instead of Alaba is because we are already locked. We're already locked out of the extra deck, so Alaba for Branded Fusion or High Spirits into the Sarania line. That's not gonna work, we can't summon from the extra deck. So instead it's just important to get the Quen onto the board for the opponent's turn, right? We want as much as possible for the opponent's turn, which is why we start with Quen. And then we get input. But this is fine, because we have Maximus. So we can still extend from here. And we're also playing Lulu Wananek because it's really good against Tenpai. We're pairing it with the Elbow and Natas. So we can still do pretty good plays with the Maximus here. I get to send the Lulu and the Titanic Led. Titanic Led is not going to summon Quan because we already have it, but it can still search for Albaz, which is important, because Lulu's going to get us to Cartesia. So we set the thrust, and I go with the Endphase. Our opponent sends Promethean Princess and Kita, which reveals they're on Tenpai because no real fire deck would actually send their princess to the graveyard. It can't be used in the graveyard. But we know it's Tenpai, right? We already know it's Tenpai, so this even more confirms that it's Tenpai. The reason we set the thrust is because we know it's Tenpai, we know that there's a chance they have Lightning Storm, and what we want to do is just attract the Lightning Storm to the back row, rather than getting rid of our attack position Quan. I think it's worth it. You don't normally set bluffs in Branded because you want all the discards you can get normally. Also follow-up is important in Branded, so normally you don't do this, but in this exact situation it was worth it because we have enough discards and we don't want our opponent using Lightning Storm on our Quan. In the end phase, Lulu summons Cartesia and we get to search for Albaz. We can now fuse the Albaz using Cartesia on our opponent's turn. One cool setup that we have is Requiem. Because we hard draw it, we can actually fuse into something like Lubellion specifically, using the Requiem. Then the Lubellion makes Sanctifier, which can then revive the Requiem. Right, so we have that line available. It does lose pretty hard to imperm or drop stuff. Our opponent starts with Desta, so we got punished for setting the thrust, but it doesn't really matter. I still think it was the right play. And then here we activate the Cartesia when we see the Zangan summoning. I think this is unnecessarily playing into Gamma. We should probably have waited for them to summon a monster first. But anyway, we go for the Lubellion. There is no droplets, although they could still be a droplets now. We shuffle back the Lulu and Lilith so that we have it available for later if we need it. All we need to do is make sure there's one zone available. And now we can Requiem lock. They don't have droplets, so they can't chain to this. And then Oliver can search for Branded Fusion. The Requiem goes in defense position so that they can't crash it. But there's no attack position monsters anyway. They crashed Chandra, but it doesn't mean much. We're just gonna win the game here. From here, the game is really simple. We just activate Branded Fusion and ensure that we have lethal. When you're playing against Yubel, just like with Tenpai, the battle position of your monsters can be important. Against Yubel, you want to put your monsters with lower attack than defense in attack position, and your monsters with lower defense than attack in defense position. This is so that your opponent reflects less damage with Nightmare Pain when their Yubels attack into your monsters. This can make a big difference, as it can affect how many Yubel monsters your opponent needs to summon in order to crash for lethal. The Bystial Lubellion, for example, has 3000 defense, which means it only takes 3 Yubel monsters to attack into a defense position Lubellion to deal lethal damage. However, Lubellion having only 2500 attack means that it requires 4 Yubel monsters to attack into an attack position Lubellion. When you're using your end board to disrupt Yubel, if they start with Dark Beckoning Beast or Opening of the Spirit Gates, you should probably use Mirror Jade to banish their Dark Beckoning Beast before they can link it off or use its second normal summon. This puts the opponent in an awkward position, where they've already used their normal summon, and they can't use the Spirit Gates to revive anything, since there's nothing in their graveyard yet. They pretty much need exactly Nightmare Throne to extend from this position, and if they do start by normal summoning Lotus, you can again just banish it, as it puts them in pretty much the exact same position. When you're going second against Yubel, something you should always try to think about when playing into their board is whether or not to summon your monsters in attack position. If you're not able to break the board, you're going to be forced to attack into their Yubels, which makes it much easier for them to kill you on the next turn. In fact, it might even kill you on your own turn if you're not careful. For the most part, Yubel combo boards are going to be enough to deal with the majority of your hands, especially once Mastodol gets Fiendsmith and Verrugus. The only chance you have to break a board like this is actually Dark Roller, or maybe Albaz plus Super Poly. Here is an example game against Yubel. Okay, so now we have a game against Yubel. You can see that I'm going first. I won the coin flip, so I have no idea if my opponent is playing Tempai or not. And I have Kit plus Duplication, which is not the strongest combo, but if it all resolves, then this hand is actually pretty good, because we're gonna have a 1-card combo plus Duplication, and we also have these on the end board as well. So something about the Kit 1-card combo is that you do have to give up on 2 cards in hand, which will probably be the Thrust no matter what, and then either the Super Poly or the Branded in red. The reason why you want to give up the Thrust is because the only good target in this deck is Duplication, and we already have it. So we're going to go to the main phase. There's nothing to do in the draw phase. We normal summon and it resolves. You choose to put back the Kit, there was no response, and even if there was a response, like I said, we already have the Duplication, so we don't need the Dust. From here, it's just a 1-card combo. We have to go for Lubellion. There is no access to a Renbrum line because we don't have any other material or any other way to get to Albaz in the graveyard. Sometimes you can make Renbrum with Kit in this position, but you have to have specific setup in the hand and graveyard. So we're gonna make Mara Jade, which is part of the 1-card line. Something you'll see here is that I put the Lubellion in attack position. This is something you can do against Yubel. However, I should have also put the Mara Jade in defense position as well. What you want to do is either choose between playing around Lightning Storm, in which case everything goes in defense position, or you can play around Yubel cards by putting everything with its smallest stat facing forward. Right, so the Lubellion, you take less damage when they attack into it. But with the Mara Jade, this is in its biggest stat, right? So they should have... this should be in defense position if I want to play around Yubel, but I did not know that my opponent was playing Yubel. And then we set the cards and go to the end phase. We go with the end phase even though we're going to activate the Mara Jade, because we want to just play around end of main phase things like Karen, for example. We activate the Mara Jade. The reason we activate the Mara Jade here is because in order for Duplication to be a lock with Requiem, we need to have access to a light spellcaster. So this is why we're choosing to go for the extended line here. So banish our Lubellion. It didn't end up mattering what stat it was in, what position it was in, because we banished it. We send Cartesia. This is what you do in the line so that you can search for high spirits. Now we can use the high spirits we had to toggle on in order to do this. And we add Albaz because it's going to be material for Cartesia. This is something we've seen a lot in the 1-card combo section. And now we go for Duplication in the standby phase. The reason why we're doing this, targeting the Branded Fusion, is because we're trying to Requiem lock right now. We don't want to mess around, we don't want to get Lightning Stormed. We don't want them to special summon like a Diabell Star as first action. We're just going to lock them right away. We also want to get the search for Mercuria as early as possible as well. So here we get hit with Cold by the Grave, which means we can no longer use our Requiem luck. The reason why the opponent has to use it now is because there's got to be a Branded Lost window if they let this Lubellion resolve. The reason why this is not a branded lost window right now is because duplication, remember, does not create a branded lost window. It doesn't count as a spell or trap that fusion summons, right? It technically is just copying. So this one doesn't create a branded lost window, which is why they're able to use the cold buy. But this is their last chance to get rid of the Requiem. Otherwise, we would have summoned Sanctifier and then used Sanctifier's effect during the branded lost window. Instead, we now choose to make Libellion. With Libellion, we choose to make Furious Dragon. There's no point going for Sanctifier, it wouldn't be as good because we're not locking anymore, right? So we choose to go for Furious Dragon, and we put it in defense position to play around things like talents. This is incidentally playing around Yubel cards, but it is more so just a rule of thumb in general. Anything you summon on the opponent's turn should go in defense position. And the reason we shuffled back Albaz and Titaniclad is because we just want to recycle our resources. So our opponent starts with 1/1, revealing that they are playing Yubel. Now on summon here, what you want to do usually when your opponent normal summons a Lotus or special summons a Lotus is just get rid of it. Either with Mirror Jade, or in this case we're going to use Furious. This Mirror Jade is dead, so this is why we're using Furious. If this Mirror Jade was live, it's better to banish because you want the 0/0 fiends like Lotus to be banished rather than in the graveyard. That way they're not material for Phantom. The reason why we really want to use, another reason why we want to use the Furious so early is that we want to get our Mirror Jade off the board so that we can revive it with Quem, because this one is currently not live. So we pop our Mirror Jade, and our opponent shows us that they have a really good hand of extenders. They now have Nightmare Flown. So that's going to get them to the Dark Reckoning Beast. This is pretty strong. Our Furious was pretty wasted because they can still revive the Lotus, right? It wasn't banished. We had to destroy it. So now they can use the spell. And at this point, they're going to make Phantom. This is a summon from the extra deck, so we can use Quem, and we're going to try to revive our Mirror Jade. They try to negate, and we have to negate this because it is really important that we get back to this Mirror Jade. Mirror Jade goes in defense position, and the reason we don't banish immediately on summon and we let them use their additional normal summon is because what they can do is revive Lotus anyway, right? They could always revive Lotus. We didn't know about this Lotus, but they could have easily discarded a card and then revived this Lotus. So we didn't want to let that happen. So they're going to go for Spirit of Yubel. Now here, one problem that we're facing is that our monster zones are full and we don't have a discard in hand for Super Poly. We do have Garura in our extra deck, and this is a really good card to have because everything Yubel has is a Dark Fiend. However, we don't have room, right? We don't have a discard. We need to clear our main monster zones in order to do something like revive Albaz with Rendbrum. So one thing we do here is actually trigger the Grand Grenade and then chain Cartesia. And the objective here is to try and free up a zone by summoning Coritis in the extra monster zone, and then a second Quem from the deck, which is going to get us a discard fodder in our hand. So that sends Branded Soul, which we're going to use right away so that our Super Poly is live. Here they discard the Nightmare Pain. Now what I should have done is recognize that this is attempting to now use this second effect or third effect. They want to now add the continuous spell back to the hand. They want to add the Nightmare Pain back. What I should have done here is either use the Mirror Jade to try and banish Spirit, or use the Super Poly to get rid of the Spirit. That way they would have been denied access to the Nightmare Pain. but I didn't do that, I missed this, so they now get the pain back. Now they make Almirage. They're threatening to make SP now, which isn't the worst card in the world, but it is pretty threatening, and SP never means that you are surviving the turn when Yubel is summoning it, right? Because they can still crash into you and deal lethal damage. So I decide to play around SP, I get rid of their monsters now. And here it looks pretty good, except for the fact that they still have Nightmare Pain, they still haven't been through their Grave Squirmer yet, and they can still summon the Phantom from the graveyard. So they now summon out the second Phantom. This gets them the Grave Squirmer and triggers the Nightmare Throne, which is gonna get a lot of link material. At this point, that is all that's happening. They're getting link material, and what we're trying to stop is them having 3 Yubels on the field and hitting into us for lethal. That's what we're trying to avoid. Here, when they summon the spirit, we try to banish it with Mirror Jade, and we get punished by this 1-up Shelvara that they had in the hand. This allows them to actually trigger the spirit. So this is pretty bad for us. However, there is no guaranteed way to get to 4 Yubels. They would need 4 Yubels here to do lethal damage, right? This is the difference between having 2500 defense and 3000 attack. If they could summon 3 Yubels, it would not be lethal. But 4 Yubels would be lethal. Whereas if this was an attack position, or this, they would only need 3. So they go for SP now anyway. And something we need to respect is the Endphase effect of Terra Incarnate, right? The Terra Incarnate that this Yubel summons, that would be a way to clear our whole board. They banish our Rinbone, we still can't chain because our monster zones are full. I think, again, this might have been misplayed. I think I was really caught off guard by the Cold by the Graze. I didn't really know how to handle it, and also powerful Yubel hands are hard to deal with in general. But yeah, I think there could have been maybe a play we could have made by reviving Albaz. The only problem is we didn't nearly have enough discards. We definitely were not going to get another one. So I don't know how we would have resolved both Super Poly and Albaz. But now we go for the Grey Squirmer. And we attempted to end the main phase, which is why we use Corridus. It just means that SP can't destroy our Cartesia or our Quen. The Elf lets them get back the SP, which is really strong. And now in the end phase, they're gonna get Yubel to be destroyed. Oh no, they chose to tribute actually. I was thinking they might summon Terra Incarnate to destroy the whole board, but they actually ended up tributing. And then we get Branded and High Spirits back in the end phase. Now here I was pretty low on time, I didn't have a lot of time for this turn. This is honestly not the easiest situation to deal with, right? When your opponent has a Yubel, and then the Nightmare Pain and the Throne. Attacking for lethal into this board is actually kind of difficult. Right, if you just banish Yubel with Mirror Jade, the Nightmare Throne will trigger and they'll summon another Yubel. So you have to find a way to essentially deal with that, right? What I should have tried to do is try to access Guardian Chimera to pop the Nightmare Pain and the Nightmare Throne. But without a lot of time, I end up making some mistakes here. I try to pop just the Nightmare Pain. I summon Albaz here. We can't activate the effect because we've already used our Rebellion. Here they negate our Cartesia. This works even on the Branded Lost because this is not really negating, it's just changing the effect. Now they get to summon the Terra Incarnate. And we cycle one of the Phantoms, which is important because they've been through both of their Phantoms, so now they have access to another one next time. We go battle phase, hit up SP, and we just have to pass 10. Our Mirror Jade is going to be live, Our Furious is live, our Albaz and Cartesia can make another Albion, so we have a decent amount of disruption here. The only problem is, it is pretty scary when you're facing Yubel. So map is a really good draw for them because this lets them get back to another Spirit Gates, which is a lot of resources. And I actually thought that I might lose this game at this point. I decided to pop this so that it wouldn't search. So I chain here to summon Sanctifier. I think this is the mistake, is Sanctifier doesn't do much. All I wanted to do was trigger the Quen so that I could get back to Mercuria. I wanted this Mercuria on the field so that it can be a negate. And I use the Mirror Jade here, I just want to get rid of the Yubels. I go for this because... Why do I go for this? Yeah, because if I banish the Terra Incarnate, then the Nightmare Throne would just replace it. What I should have done, if I wanted to banish the Terra Incarnate, and I think the better way to play this overall, would have been to just pop the Spirit Gates, let that resolve, and then on the next chain use Cartesia as chaining 1, and Mirror Jade as chaining 2, to banish the Terra Incarnate, then Cartesia would resolve, to summon Sanctifier. Then we would get the Branded Lost, we would get the Quen, but they don't get to trigger Throne because it's the Branded Lost window. That would have been the better way to play it, but again I was low on time, I was struggling to out this board. They go for the second Phantom, and then in the end phase they get to destroy. We tried to negate, but of course they have this. Thinking about it, actually, maybe this was a mistake. Maybe we should have just let this resolve. Because it would have destroyed their Phantom, but it would have triggered the Nightmare Throne anyway, so it was basically the same thing. We summon Alba instead of Albaz because, again, our Lubellion has been used. So we can't fuse with these Yubel monsters. And we get branded in white. This is our real only follow-up to get to our second Mirror Jade or our Guardian Chimera. And we get to search for Maximus here. And add back Cartesia. So we have a lot of resources. All we have to do is clear the Yubel monsters and beat the spirit that we know is in the hand. So the way we can beat this spirit is... Actually, I don't think we did know about this. Yes, we did know about the spirit. Yeah, we know about the spirit. We just had to play around this. The way we can play around this is to negate it with Mercuria. So one idea that I came up with was to revive it to the field with Quen, and then we can negate the spirit. So we need to first remove these Yubel monsters, and that's going to be with Branded and White. We're going to make Chimera. And I decided to draw first because there is nothing in my deck that can really matter, so I just want to draw cards and then search. I guess it made sense to actually draw first, now that I think about it. I search first. So now they trigger to summon the Terra Incarnate. We now have to get rid of this, but we can do that with Mirror Jade if we're able to get to it. So what we can do is fuse away into Mirror Jade. We can banish this, we can attack for lethal, but we do have to deal with the spirit. And the way that I should have done this, I misplay here. I have my normal summon available. What I should do is activate the Dear Servant, get the Quen back from my graveyard, then normal summon it. It doesn't matter what we send. The important part is that we then use the Mirror Jade, banish the Terra Incarnate, and then that triggers the Quen because the card left the extra deck, to revise the Nakuria, which then negates the spirit. I misplay, I activate the Mirror Jade first. Now we don't actually have this option available. I send Dragoon because it's never gonna matter. And we normal summon the Quan. So here, we don't really have a lot of options. The best option we really have is to use the Retribution and then add back maybe the branded in red. There's not really anything to make. The Verte is the last card in our extra deck. It didn't end up mattering because I used the Shrouded to draw, and we just drew into Callby, and because they have a spirit in the graveyard, we can now just negate it. But what I should have done was the Mercuria line, where we use Nadir Servant before activating Mirror Jade. That would have guaranteed the win, even if we didn't draw Callby. But we drew it, so now we just attack for lethal, even though we misplayed. Against Fire King Snake Eye, or any version of Snake Eye for that matter, if your opponent starts with Snake Eye Ash, it's a good idea to use your Mirror Jade banish on the Poplar. You might think that it's better to banish Snake Eye Ash, since Ash's second effect is how they access Flamberge. However, it's possible for your opponent to still access Flamberge anyway by summoning Oak with the OSS, so it ends up being better to take away the Poplar value instead. From this position, if your opponent has no extenders, the only line they have available to them is to use OSS on their Ash to summon Oak, which then summons back the Poplar from Banished. At this point, if you have any other disruption at all you have to do to cut them off of accessing Flamberge is to get rid of the Oak. When you're going second against Snake Eye decks, it can be very hard to break their board when they do their full combo, especially when it's backed up by 1 or 2 handtraps. Some of your best attempts at beating a Snake Eye board are using Super Poly plus Albaz to summon Mirror Jade, or just Super Poly on its own to summon Muck Dragon with their fire monsters. Against Fire King Snake Eye specifically, removing all of their fire monsters from the board can be game-winning, as it turns off their Princess and potentially their Kirin in hand too, which will in turn disable their entire Fire King engine, allowing you to combo pretty freely. Abahamud has a video about combating Snake Eye with Branded on his channel, so I definitely recommend you look at that. He is a very good Branded player. Here is an example game against Fire King Snake Eye. Okay, so here we have a game against Fire King Snake Eye, and we go first. We have a pretty bad hand, it doesn't play, but we do have a draw, and we do have Nadir, so we don't get to combo with the fusions, but we do get Nadir at least. We start with the draw 1 and we send Albaz because it works with more top decks. We go into Thrust, so we still don't have a play, we have to go for Nadir Servant combo. For some reason, I decided to send Albion here. I think my thought process was that because he have Albaz in the graveyard already, I want to make sure that my 1 Maximus getting hand trapped doesn't end the game, right? Because if my Maximus got hand trapped, we would have to use the Book of Eclipse, which we don't want to do. We don't want to use this Book of Eclipse if we don't have to. I thought it was a lot safer to just use Quen, because even if Quen gets stopped, we can then use Albion in the Endphase. I don't think it was necessarily correct, but that's what we decided to do. We get Veiled, and then this is just a cold buy. The style is pretty good for us because the rest is still alive, even though we called by the Vela. So Chrome resolves and we send Cartesia. Cartesia is gonna be added back in the Endphase, and then we can use Albion to actually use High Spirits if we want to, because we already have Albaz. We set Duplication. We don't have access to Branded Fusion, but we can technically get to it by resolving Cartesia on the opponent's turn into Grand Gwenel, into send Sarony, right? And then send Branded Fusion, then Duplication. That's our method of getting to a Requiem lock. But we also have a lot of other options for how to disrupt the opponent, so this is not one of those situations where you would be expecting to Requiem lock necessarily. And then here we get to revive. a Cartesia. So this end board here has a Cartesia, it has a material to fuse. Once we put the Albaz in the graveyard, Quan can revive it. We have Grand Granol, which can summon a Quiritis. We're not playing Bildu on the net right now, but we are playing Quiritis, and I think we're also playing a second Quen for Grand Granol as well, although we might not be. If we get impumped in the draw phase though, this loses a lot of its power. One play that we still have is to actually activate the Cartesia anyway and then chain Book of Eclipse. That way the Cartesia would still resolve, and you would be able to summon in Albion or Sanctify or something like that. Probably Albion. Our opponent does the Snake Eye Ash though. We do have a super poly target for this, so I did think here we activate the Grand Granol. I want you to summon Quiritis. And then on the resolution here, what we could do is use Super Poly to summon Garura. This might actually be one of the reasons why we chose not to use Maximus, because I think we were relying on Super Poly into Garura here, right? I think that was maybe my reasoning for why we wanted to keep Garura in the extra deck. And we want to use it here, right? We want to strongly consider using it here because what our opponents can do is play around Super Poly. It's very common for good opponents to do this. When they have the Snake Eye line here, they play around Super Poly, right? By getting to Nightmare Phoenix as quick as they can, or SP Little Knight. We decide to use the Quen because Quiritis left to the extra deck. So we're going to summon the Albaz. This is pretty good because it's going to let us use material for Cartesia while still discarding this Elders of the Hand. So we're going to not let them play around Super Poly. We're going to get rid of those cards now. Now what we can do is at some point activate the Cartesia, then chain Book of Eclipse, and then we can still fuse the Albaz on the board into Albion if you wanted to, or we can make Mirror Jade directly using the Garura, which is pretty good. We can also use Duplication, targeting Super Poly again, now that it's in the graveyard. And that can also make Mirror Jade with this Albaz, so it was pretty important that we had this. Our opponent goes OSS into Oak. This gets them back into the Snake Eye cards. Activating Oak here doesn't really go anywhere because they can get to Flamberge and they can push, but they can't link off the Flamberge without any of them extended. And what they do is they try to end the main phase. And I make the mistake of letting them go battle phase. I think I was happy to let them guarantee that they wouldn't kill me. Right? I was happy to let them go battle phase because I got to guarantee that I wouldn't die. However, I played really hard into Garunix. I did recognize that Garunix was a possibility. This is something this magic can do. So if they ever have a small fire monster, they can crash into yours and then trigger Garunix and damage them. This is really strong, especially if there's a Fire King in the graveyard, because they can resolve Kirin, the on-summon effective Garunix into Kirin, into Spatial Summon, something like Alvata. And they could do that all in the damage step, right? So you can't respond with a lot of cards. And we should have played around this. What we should have done is activate the Book of Eclipse in the end at the main phase. We should have used the Cartesia, Chain Eclipse. Then we should have made Mirror Jade with these two, and then these would have been face down, the Snake Eye should have been face down. We have a face of Mirror Jade, that if they somehow in the remaining 3 cards have a way to extend, they still have to push through the Mirror Jade. I think that was the better play. We need to still have Duplication on top of that. So yeah, I think we messed up by letting them go battle phase. Another good option was to just simply activate Quiritis at the end of the main phase. Right, the Snake Eyes would have gone to 0 attack, and so would have Quen. So when they crashed, they actually wouldn't have died, which would not have triggered Garunix. So that was another good play we could have made. But I made the mistake here of guaranteeing my safety by letting go battle phase. And then we use the duplication. It's too late to use Cartesia in the battle phase. So we make Mirror Jade. And I decide to use the Mirror Jade to banish one of them. We draw into a kit. I send Rinbrum because even though I don't really want to discard the kit, we are going to get Cartesia in the Endphase, likely, so we want to set up the possibility of using Albaz to fuse in the unphase. I decide to banish the 8th Slinker Ash, and they decide to crash the Oak anyway so that they can trigger Garunix. This then pops Ulcanix. They don't have any other fire monster, which is usually what you expect. If there's no Fire King monster in the graveyard, then they're gonna go Ulcanix, and that's gonna get them to a rank 8. And they decide to attack her with a Quen, and I use the Rinbrun. Titanic Clad is still in my extra deck, so I can still fuse with that Garunix here. And that's what I tried to do, but our opponent chains Ghost Ogre. And Aquam gets destroyed. At the end of the battle phase, I strongly considered using Book of Eclipse, because as soon as the main phase is entered, they have priority to activate or to summon from the extra deck. Right, and I didn't want my opponent to summon the Fire King Nexies, because that would destroy the board. However, after some thinking, I decided it was better to just let them do it, because this doesn't go as far. Right, the Fire King Nexies would not go as far as it looks. Quietus would trigger, Mirrodade would trigger, Cartesia would come back, I would have infinite follow-up. So they decide to go Vampire instead. And then this is Ignition effect. There's no reason to let it resolve. We just flip it face down. I get to draw 1, but it doesn't matter, we have easily enough follow-up at this point. And they even draw Ash, which is really funny because we draw Branded Fusion. So they actually stop my Branded Fusion OTK. It's actually hard to OTK here. What we needed is a second Grand Granule in the extra deck, but we only played 1 in this list. So we just have to attack over the Zombie Vampire. The damage is 7,000, so there was no reason to try a banish. We push for an extra 3,000. It's not lethal, so we might as well preserve our Mirror Jade. The only other option was to consider activating Mirror Jade to send another Albion, just so that we can set Branded in red. The reason why I didn't want to do that is because I was pretty sure that this was not Impalm. The reason I thought it was not Impalm is because my opponent did not Impalm me on turn 1, right? We know that they Impalmed me in the draw phase, which makes me think that they top-decked Impalm. So for this to be Impalm, they would have had to... They would have had to have it in their opening hand, right? Which makes you think that they would have chained when we normal summoned the Quem at the start of the game. Right? You think that they would have... When we called by the Vela, they probably would have chained Impalm, right? If they had it. So I was pretty certain that this was Cold Bite and not Impalm, which is why I didn't want to waste the Mirror Jade. I'd rather have the Mirror Jade over Branded in red. We know that they have some plays because they have OSS in the graveyard, so I wanted to preserve my disruption. It was important. They draw a fire monster, which is really, really good. We actually gambled on them not having a fire monster. So they get to go Ponix. And then when they activate Island, we decide to chain Mirror Jade, because if this card in hand isn't a fire monster, they instantly lose the game. Right, so we decide to banish. But the card in hand was a fire monster, so they now get to select Kirin. This triggers Garunix. We now have no Deceptions, but our board is still tricky to deal with. They decide to end the main phase, which is why we use Quietus. They go battle phase anyway. These two don't crash because zero monsters don't kill each other. Then they go into the Fire King Nexies. This is still pretty bad, you know, it triggers the Mirror Jade, it triggers the Quietus. Which is why they choose not to actually activate the unsummon effect. So they just go straight for the ignition effect to try to pop their island. Then lets them pop the Yang, and that revives Orcanix. But at this point they time out. They were too slow and we get the win. Against barrier statue stun decks, it can often be hard to do anything against a barrier statue backed up with some back row. Most of the time these decks will be playing summon negates like Judgment and Warning, so even if you do have a normal summon that is bigger than the barrier statue, it's still pretty easy for them to protect it. One thing you can try to do to play around this better is to set your monsters instead of summoning them, just in case your opponent attacks into them and flips them face up. Keep in mind that Judgment and Warning can still negate flip summons, however it's still better to go for this plan over normal summoning them, since your opponent might attack into him, flipping them face up, and even if they don't attack, you can at least prevent your opponent from applying pressure by attacking directly over and over again with the barrier statue. If you manage to get Sanctifier on the field against these decks, it is pretty much unoutable, since they often only play removal that targets, like Punishment and Crackdown. Some of these decks also play Super Poly, which Sanctifier also beats, since it can never be used as fusion material. Here is an example game against the barrier statue stun deck. Okay, so here is an example match against a stun deck. You see my opponent is going first. We didn't draw any non-engine cards, but once our opponent activates Morganite and Necro Valley, we know exactly what we're playing against. We don't need any non-engine. And our opponent almost summons Commandant, which is good. We don't want to see a barrier statue, so when they set 2 back row, we're pretty happy about this. The only Floodgate there is to deal with is the Necro Valley. This deck is a lot harder to beat when they have a barrier statue here instead of this. When that's the case, you pretty much have to win with Inflam or Droplets or big normal summons, right? Or normal sets. That's like your game plan. But because they don't have that, it's a lot easier for us. So we're gonna draw for time. And we go straight to the main phase. There's no reason to play around like Joel or Vela because there's nothing in hand. And even if there was, you wouldn't play around those in this matchup because this deck doesn't play handtraps like that. Even Impalm is likely to not be here, so right now I'm not expecting either of these back row to be Impalm. Typically you would expect the back row in this matchup to be these cards, Punishment and Crackdown, and also like Iron Thunder, Solemn Judgment, maybe like a Macro Cosmos, right? Something like that. Maybe another Floodgate like Skill Drain, maybe. But those are the cards that you expect. There's also a Super Poly as well, which this deck sometimes plays, although I would be skeptical about Super Poly because they did not keep a card in hand. I think you would probably not summon this if you had a Super Poly. So my expectation right now is to just play around Judgment and Punishment, things like that. So our hand, you can see that we have quite a lot of extenders here. So you might think that pushing for lethal is really straightforward, but it's actually not, because Necro Valley is a pretty good Floodgate against Branded. It does stop quite a lot. It stops Albion from being able to banish from the graveyard. It stops Libellion as well. Right, Libellion can shuffle from the banish zone, but if you try to shuffle a monster from the graveyard, it won't let you. You can't do that under Necro Valley. You also can't add anything back with Attribution or Kid or Tragedy. You can't summon a Bystial, so there's actually quite a lot that you can't do. So I pretty much realized that there's no way to push for lethal, and instead I decide that we should just go for our anti-stun tools, right? So that's gonna be Chimera to pop cards, Furious to pop cards, and Sanctifier. Sanctifier is really good because it can't be targeted. So in the interest of doing that, we're going to start with the Libellion. This is just to turn our Libellion into Sarony. It's a better card, it's a Dark Dragon. It also triggers if we use it as material. So even though we can't summon it, it's still better to use the Libellion. And we start with Keeper. We discard Thrust because this is never going to be live in the matchup and never going to activate a monster effect. And now instead of going straight for Branded Fusion, we want to play around Judgment. Judgment is usually not great against Branded Fusion because you have a lot of ways to add it back, right? We can use Synergies or Shrouded to send Retribution, and then Retribution can add back the Branded Fusion. Because Judgment negates the activation, you can try again, and you can use Branded Fusion again. Same for Tragedy, you can reset with Tragedy or add it back with Kit. So for that reason, Judgment is usually pretty bad against Branded Fusion. However, because our opponent has specifically Necro Valley, this shuts down every way of recycling Branded Fusion. So if we were to activate this and we got hit with Judgment, we would not be able to use this again. Right? Not until we got rid of the Necro Valley. So what I do instead is go for opening, trying to get to Branded Lost first. And we chain block. This is why a Synergies is important. We want to chain block the Alba because we don't care about this effect. But we do care about this effect, and we want to avoid Solemn Strike or Iron Thunder, something like that. Iron Thunder is also the reason why you summon your cards in the same zone as their zones, right? Because the Iron Thunder, when it negates and destroys, will also destroy that whole column, right, of the card that it negates. So that's why we summon in the zone here and summon in the zone here. So we chain block and we get to Branded Lost. We send Retribution even though we can't use it because there's just nothing better to send. We can't use opening, we already have it anyway. We can't use any effects, so like High Spirit, none of these work under Necro Valley, so we might as well just send something for later in case the game goes in an unexpected way. And then we get Branded Lost. Branded Lost is going to make it so that our Branded Fusion can't be hit with Judgment. And this would probably prompt a Solemn Judgment. And if it doesn't, you can be reasonably sure that they don't have it. And even if they don't have it, Branded Lost is pretty good. You can see we go for the Branded Fusion now. There is no Solemn Judgment. And we summon Albion with Send. Cut easier just to get it into rotation. Although, admittedly, this doesn't really matter. Because we're in the Branded Lost now, it's going to be pretty hard for them to use any other back row like Crackdown or Punishment. So we can try and get rid of one of these under the Branded Lost window. They can't use Iron Thunder either. So we're going to try and get rid of the Necro Valley under the Branded Lost window. And the way we do that is by making Furious Dragon. So it has to be channeling one Albion, otherwise we don't get a Branded Lost window. And then here I make a mistake, I think. I decided to banish both of my monsters from the field to make Furious Dragon. The reason we can't banish from the graveyard is because of Necro Valley. But I think I should have banished the Albaz that I searched instead of that Albion. I think having Albion on the board already established is pretty good against stun. This would have made it very easy. All we would have to do is keep attacking with it, and if it ever died, it gets to set Branded King in the Endphase, which is really, really good. It pairs very well with our Furious. I had a specific line in mind, which is why I did this, but I think it was a mistake. I think we should have played it a little bit slower and just summoned Albion and left it on the field. But under the Branded Lost window, we decided to pop the Necro Valley, so now we are free from the Floodgate. We now go for Goldsock. The plan now is we're going to summon Sanctifier with Branded in white, and then we're going to make Chimera with Branded in red. So that's going to get to all three of our anti-stun tools. Right, it's going to be Sanctifier, it's going to be Furious, and we're also going to pop with a Chimera. So we get Shrouded, to send Branded in white. Drawing Lubellion is pretty good here, but the reason we searched Albaz is because we know that we were going to have a dragon monster. So what we want to have is Albaz in the hand, so that we can use Branded in white. The plan was to use... sorry. No, that's not true. We're going to use the Albaz from the graveyard, actually. Because we're no longer under Necro Valley. So we're gonna get to summon Sanctifier like this. And now we just get to summon Kit. This gets to Branded in red, but for some reason I had back the Branded in white. This was just a misclick. I think I don't know what I was thinking. But if we added the Branded in red and then put back the Rebellion, we would have gone for Chimera to pop one of the back row, which still hasn't been used, which leads me to believe it's not anything like an Iron Thunder, because it probably would have negated Kit, or maybe, yeah, probably Kit. It didn't have a chance to negate anything else, so it could have still been Iron Thunder up until that point, but not anymore. So now we pretty much have a read that it's maybe a dead Super Poly, or it's specifically these kinds. And then they reveal Punishment, which we did expect. They send Milan here, which is going to be pretty good against Out the Furious, but it does put it back into our deck, so we can still summon it again if we want to. We just go to the Endphase and we don't get anything because we didn't send any fusion monsters to the graveyard. Our opponent draws 2, and they do draw Desires, which is a pretty good draw. The Sanctifier is hard to deal with, so we're still feeling pretty comfortable here. We can easily summon Kit from our graveyard or Alaba to get to Branded in red, and that would be pretty good. No matter what we do, the Sanctifier is pretty safe and hard for them to deal with, because of the fact that it can't be targeted or used as fusion material. Our opponent's draws for Desires are pretty bad though, so this game gets pretty easy now. We just summon back Kit. We do it in the end phase because we have to use Albion, the Sanctifier Dragon, on our opponent's turn. We get back Kit, we put back Albaz, we'll get back Branded Fusion, and from here it's pretty basic. All we're gonna do is try to Chimera our opponent and summon back Out the Furious. Again, the chanting 1 is important here so that we can summon Furious under the Branded Loss window. We search for a Dark Dragon here to banish with Albion because we don't have any in our graveyard. Now, under the Branded Loss window, we get to pop one of the new sets. We pop the new one because the old one didn't do anything last turn, so we can be pretty sure that it's not threatening. We did basically the same plays last turn, so we're pretty sure that this doesn't do anything. And then we go for Rebellion. Now we just activate. And we're gonna get to clear the last 2 back row. This is again under the Branded Loss window. We sacrificed pushing for lethal, but I think it's worth it because this time we actually have Albion, so we're gonna get to set the Branded King, which is another really good tool against stun that outs any Floodgate. And we still have the Sanctifier. So at this point, the game is pretty much unlosable. We send another Branded Opening just in case our opponent has like double Raigeki or something. And then we set the Branded King. And now all we have to do... Probably should have done it in the standby phase, but we should have revived the Furious Dragon with Sanctifier, and then we have a pop for the back row in the end phase. There's only one unknown now, so all we have to do is destroy it, and the game from here is straightforward. Against specifically Runic Stun, Branded actually has an easier time than it usually does against Barrier Statue Stun. The reason for this is that Runic Stun tends not to play Barrier Statues, except for the light one, which Branded can actually play under. Sanctifier is just as good against Runic decks as it is against other stun decks, since it can't be targeted by the Runic spells. Also, by playing 60 cards, you make it harder for Runic to deck you out. and also harder for them to banish important search targets off of the top of your deck. Branded King is really important against Runic Stun in my opinion. This card single-handedly turns Runic Stun from a bad matchup into a good matchup. You can use this card at any time to negate every Floodgate your opponent has, as well as their Runic Fountain, allowing you to easily push for lethal that turn. Branded King is also reusable, and it's also likely to be the only card in your deck that can deal with Grave of the Super Ancient Volcanism once it has resolved. Against any Runic deck, one of the classic plays you can make is to destroy Runic Fountain with Furious Dragon during a branded loss window, so that your opponent can't use Hugin to protect it. This can be a very powerful play if your opponent doesn't see it coming, as it can sometimes clear the way for you to OTK your opponent completely uninterrupted. And here is an example game against Runic Stun. Okay, so this is a game against Runic Stun with Lust, the coin flip. You can see that our opponent is going first, and they only have Runic cards, but we don't know that yet. We see that they just start with a Flash and Fire, and when we see it evenly matched, it's pretty telling that this is likely to be a stun deck, but it's not guaranteed. And then what happens is our opponent, because they just have a bunch of Runics, they basically play pure Runic. They banish a banishment from our deck, so we have to remember that we don't have this. And then they draw 2. And then they normal summon the statue. So now we know that it's Runic Stun. And they don't set any back row. They just leave cards in the hand, which implies that they are either barrier statues, like more duplicate barrier statues, or they're just Runic cards. And I think it's more likely that they're Runic cards because this deck usually only plays the light statue, so the chances of them being more copies of that are pretty rare. And even if it was a barrier statue or 2, there would still have to be another card which is likely to be a Runic. So there's no Floodgates, basically, is what we're having to deal with, except for the statue. So right now that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we have a light barrier statue plus a bunch of Runics, and that's what we're facing. In general, light statue is pretty good against branded because, or it's pretty good for branded, because you can still summon lights under the light statue, right? And most importantly, that's going to be Sanctifier. This card beats Runic really well because it can't be targeted. Right, all of the Runics, like Freezing Curses and the Flashing Fire, they target, right? So this is going to be dead, Flashing Fire is going to be dead, even Slumber and Gary are going to be dead. So we want to turbo into Sanctify, that's basically the game plan here. That beats the Runics. We want to get rid of the barrier statue, and then we want to be able to just use our regular anti-stun tools, right? So Chimera, Branded King, and Furious. So we start with the Foolish Burial. We're going to start with the Tragedy. We want to get to Albert as our normal summon. We don't draw a card first because we want the Tragedy to be in the deck. So now we send, and we send Albers. The reason we send Albers is because we have Cartesia. We want to protect our Albert from exactly Freezing Curses. So we're going to special summon the Cartesia first. We can still do this under the light statue because it's a light. And we can still summon Grand Granole as well because this is also a light. So we're going to draw a card. We special summon, normal summon, everything's in attack position because we can attack over this light statue. We want to fatten it. And we get Branded Fusion. We're not expecting Ash here because we know that this is a stun deck. We're pretty sure the hand is full of Runics and barrier statues. We summon the Sanctifier. I put it in the extra Monster Zone just in case we fill up our main Monster Zones. And I send Maximus because I have a bunch of Bystials. Likely, I'm gonna want to banish this card, so I don't want to use my one and only Quen. So we start by just going Battle Phase. And then here, before we attack the Hugin, you'll notice that because we have 2 Bystials, we can actually threaten lethal. Right, we can summon both of these Bystials by banishing two monsters from the graveyards, and that's going to be lethal. Right, our opponent is on 6,000, we can attack over the Hugin, and then the rest is lethal. So what this is going to do is either win the game, or it's going to force our opponent to spend their runics to summon monsters, right? Or if it's Flash and Fire or Runic Slumber, they might target our monsters. And that's exactly what happens. They have to summon Gary. Now what this means is that we can play a bit safer in main phase 2. Golden Jobless wasn't going to threaten us, but there's always a chance that their only runics in hand were things like Freezing Curses and Slumber or Flashing Fire, right? Things that actually disrupt us in main phase 2. So it was important to force them. Now we can just basically combo off. We're gonna go try and set up as much as we can. We're gonna get Kit. And this is where we get Freezing Cast. Our plan was to go Grand Guno, or it was to make Furious, right, with the 2 Bystials. Furious would be really good. We get to pop Fountain. We can't protect it with Yugen because they have Gary in the extra Monster Sim. So we would just pop Fountain and that would be pretty good for us. But they negate our Cartesia. And they banish nothing important, just another Shrouded. This is where they draw. So now we have to consider the possibility of new runics. Although at this point most of the scary ones have been used. It's only Flashing Fire that really means anything. Destruction isn't that important. So we're gonna summon the Kit. This gets us to Branded in White. We do have Albis in the graveyard. So we can make Furious here, but instead of making Furious directly, it's worth going for Albion first. Just because it puts a body on the board, which is good versus stun. And this is also going to be our access to Branded King in the Endphase. So here there's the option of using Furious to pop Albion and the Runic Falcon, and then Albion can set Branded King in the Endphase. But there's actually a slightly better way to do it, which is to pop Sarania, because Sarania can send the Lebellion, which is going to let us tribute to Albion. It's the same position, but we get Branded Lost for free. So now we get to set the Branded King, and at this point it's pretty unwinnable for Stum. Their best attempt at winning this. Adding Cartesia back, by the way, might have been a mistake. I think we should have left it in the graveyard for Sanctifier, but that's a small thing. This is very hard to come back from. Our opponent would need things like Sphere Mode in the hand. Admittedly, that wasn't unlikely, because they did brick. We assumed it was runics and various statues, but it could have been board breakers. We know that they're playing evenly matched, so it could have been mob evenly matched, and it could have been something like Sphere Mode, right? Or Lava Golem. They start by popping our Branded King, which forces it out. We don't use it because we don't want to negate our Furious Dragon. There's no point to do that. They tribute to summon Majesty's Fiend, but at this point there's just nothing they can do. The deck is not equipped to deal with the situation, and they surrender. When you're going first against Labyrinth, you want to use Branded in Red to summon Chimera during your opponent's end phase to destroy 2 of their back row. You can also try to summon a Furious Dragon as well to destroy potentially a 3rd back row. Having Furious Dragon on your field at the start of your turn 3 is important, as it can be changed to powerful floodgates like Skill Drain and Rivalry. In general, against Labyrinth, creating value out of your cards is often more important than creating disruptions. Reviving things like Albion and Quem, while going out of your way to access Cartesia and Granguno, can be an important part of outgrinding Labyrinth. As long as your opponent has 1 unknown back row, respecting the possibility of Karma Cannon is important. So you shouldn't ever commit into an OTK just to lose to 1 Karma Cannon. Instead, you should be focused on outgrinding Labyrinth by spamming the board with lots of big monsters and continuously removing their back row with Furious Strike. When you're going second, one of the things you want to do is chain your quick effects to the opponent's trap cards to prevent your opponent from using Lady's effect. This can be important as the trap card they are trying to set is probably Dimensional Barrier if they're playing it, which they can potentially use right away with Kukluk. For this reason, if you have multiple quick effects in your hand, you should consider saving them as interruptions for your opponent's lady. Banishing Lovely with Mirajade is high value, as most Labyrinth decks will be only playing one, and they have no good way of accessing their Lovely again once it's banished. Something else that comes up against Labyrinth is the fact that you cannot chain monster effects to the opponent's normal trap cards while they control Lovely Labyrinth. The way to get around this on your own turn is to toggle on when you summon Mirajade so that you can banish it in response to its own summon. Using Mirajade while you have priority like that is important, as if the opponent was able to use a trap card like Punishment or Karma Cannon, then you wouldn't get a chance to chain your Mirajade before it gets removed. Another thing that Labyrinth does these days is to use Simultaneous Equation Cannon. This card is very difficult to get your head around. That being said, this card is easy to understand once you start playing with it or playing against it quite a bit. One of the easiest ways to beat this card is to always allow yourself to remove monsters from your field so that you can deny them the appropriate solution. Often it requires a certain level to be on your field to resolve, like a level 8 for example, or a level 6. So by keeping Mirajade live to remove your own monsters is going to be pretty important for beating Equation Cannon. Another thing you can do is try to generate so much card advantage that they always have way too many cards for any valid solution. Once you get to this point in the game, as long as you can keep your card advantage, the opponent is pretty much screwed, as they can never use their Equation Cannon. Here's a graph that shows the valid solutions to Equation Cannon, and using this can help you understand exactly when and how your opponent can use Equation Cannon. Anyway, here is an example game against Labyrinth. Against Ritual Beast, the thing you have to be most scared of is the Protoss lock Calling Dark. Against a Ritual Beast board like this, on top of the Protoss Dark lock, it can be really hard to play through it. That being said, there are a couple ways that you can try to play into this. The first way is to have Evenly Matched. Evenly Matched will break this board pretty easily, leaving your opponent with only a little bit of follow-up. It's still not trivial to win these games, since Appaloosa can still often be enough to beat you, but you do still have better chances of winning a grind game. The second way to play into this board is to use the light monsters that you can still summon to break some of the board, and then set up the means to play on your opponent's next turn once the Protoss lock has expired. Sanctifier is pretty good for this, since you can't be targeted by Raytiari, and getting opening into the graveyard is important too for playing around Steeds. If your deck is 60 cards, a Ritual Beast player is likely to go for Protoss Calling Dark. However, if your deck is 40 cards, it would probably not choose to do this, and they would probably go for Protoss Calling Fire instead. This is an interesting mind game that you could use to try and get a small edge against Ritual Beast opponents. If the Ritual Beast player has Colossus instead of Protoss, it's usually a lot easier to beat. Drawing cards like Albaz, Deployment, Cartesia, and Super Poly, or Branded Fusion directly, will all very easily remove Colossus. There are some hands though that do unfortunately just completely fall to Colossus, like this one. When you're using your engine to disrupt Ritual Beast, it's usually best to use your Mirajade Banish on Cannahawk and Rampengu before they can use their ignition effects. It's important to stop Ritual Beast early, and should be especially careful of Lara's Graveyard effect, as it can invalidate Furious Dragon and Guardian Chimera. Here's an example of our game against Ritual Beast. Okay, so here we have a game against Ritual Beast. You can see my hand is really crazy. We have access to the Bystial combo, Surrendrum. We even have a hard-drawn Branded Fusion, so we can get Cartesia with Keeper, right? We can get Deployment, and then that summons Cartesia, and now we're protected from Impalm. We even have Thirst to set duplication, so our hand is really crazy. Even the Shrouded is a good draw, because we have to discard it for Keeper. The reason to discard it instead of using it first is because we don't know exactly how we're going to use this yet. If we go for the full Rindbrim line, the chances are we just want to use this to send Branded Sword to get Makuria back from Banished. But because we don't exactly know how we're going to play it because of hand traps, we're just keeping the option alive, right? Theoretically, we could have used it to try and find Cold by the Grave, but the chances are low, so I decided to just discard it. Our opponent chains Max C here, which is bad. Max C is one of the worst cards they could have had, because now this hand gets a lot weaker. We go for Branded Fusion, and it gets ashed. So the reason we still activated Branded Fusion was because it's still worth it. One extra draw just to summon Sanctifier is generally worth it. And we also need to put it in the graveyard because we want to target it with duplication. So then we go Thrust. This sets duplication. So now on the opponent's turn we can still use duplication. We might as well search for the Serenity here, by the way, because it has a trigger effect if we discard it. And then we send Albaz with Shrouded because we just want Albaz in the graveyard. It's better if we duplicate and Full Abelian or Albion and then banish Albaz or shuffle it into the deck. It's good to have one still in the graveyard to revise with a potential Rindbrim. So our opponent draws Map C, which is a crazy card in this matchup again to just have on your own turn. As a second copy, it's really good. They start with this card, which reveals they're playing Ritual Beast, and then they start with Small World. I consider chaining to the Small World because I don't want them to search for another Max C here. I know that would be really strong, but in the end I decide not to chain because we would still be giving them some draws anyway, and I wanted to gamble on the chance that they needed to use this to search for an engine card. And they do. They search for a Lauren. So I'm happy to see the Lara. And then they normal summon Cannahawk. Here I decide to stop playing. I decide I'm gonna banish the Cannahawk. And the reason is because this is pretty strong. Banishing Cannahawk is pretty strong deception against Ritual Beast, especially when they have only 2 cards left in hand. But then they chain the Maxi, and we're forced to chain the Cartesia here just to minimize the draws. But this is going to be pretty bad because we're going to have to do a lot of special summons. We're not actually playing the Requiem luck in this version, so we can't go for a Requiem luck right now. But that's fine. I think it's fine to not go for a Requiem luck anyway. I think it's reasonable to think that you can disrupt this without needing Requiem. But the Maxi is going to make it very difficult. So we go for Albion. The reason we go Albion is because we just want to keep as many bodies on the board as possible, and I want to keep the Sarony as a potential body to summon. And we trigger the Grand Granola as Janet 2. This sends Garura. I'm sending Garura here because I want to discard for Albaz, right? We have a second one. So I'm gonna go Mirajade here. And now I want the option of sending Rinbrum or Biding Albaz and then discarding a card to fuse. The idea is that even though they're going to draw a lot of cards, if we stop them and don't die, our follow-up might be able to win the game. We just need to survive the NTK. So here we banish the Cannahook, all in one chain so that they don't have a chance to trigger it. We now have an extra card in hand to discard for Albaz and a Bystial to summon. I'm feeling pretty confident about my chances of surviving the turn. However, if they can get to a Protoss luck, it's still potentially quite hard for us. So what we could consider doing at this point is holding Rinbrum only for Protoss. This is another reason why going Albion was really good. It's because we want actually to have 2 discards, and we want to be able to fuse with the Protoss, right? We want to fuse with the Protoss because it's a dark. And that's what we want to save our Rinbrum for. So our opponent starts with a Wen, which... No, they go for Wen now, which is really strong. It's probably the perfect counter to Mary Jade here because it just brings the Cannahook right back. And we can't do anything about this. There's no reason to use our Rinbrum yet. I think we've decided that the only way we're gonna win is if we confuse with the Protoss. So we trigger to summon Quam and we send Mercuria. The idea is that this is just another disruption they have to play through. At some point we're just going to revive this when they summon from the extra deck. And then because we control the Mary Jade, it's going to negate. Right? So when we have an extra monster in the gate. We activate Inheritance now. Now they go for the Link 2. The Link 2 is pretty good. They haven't got a normal summon left, so I decide to revive and then negate this. This effect is gonna normal summon again. Because we know they have the Laura, that's gonna be 2 bodies for the price of 1, and I just think that that's not worth it. We might as well negate with Mercuria. Especially because this card only tags out for oh no, this tags out for 2. I thought for a second this tags out for 1. It's Nachi Draco that tags out for 1. But they still have a way to extend here. They go into the Banshee. This is how they get to Protoss. And this is where we are wanting to summon Rinbum. Wanting to summon Albaz, sorry, with Rinbum. So they summon the Link 4, and then I look to the extra deck. I look to see if they can have 3 different attributes to banish for Protoss. They absolutely do. They have Ashe, Maxi, Laura, Rampengu, different attributes. However, I make a mistake here. I use the Rinbrum. For some reason, I decide that this was the best play. I should have waited for Protoss, but I thought I could clear the Link 4 here. So we go into Titanic Lead, and I mistakenly think that I'm safe from Protoss. I think my reasoning was that we're gonna send Opening, and that's gonna protect my monsters from Protoss, and nothing can die by battle because Echoing's too big, and that's it. Right? We're gonna go on to win. However, there is something I forget about, which is the fact that they can make SP. And I make a really good play here, which is to actually banish Opening from the graveyard. Now they can call Dark, destroy their own SP, but that doesn't matter. They're destroying my monsters. They even get to use Cold Bite here on Titanic Lead. The Protoss doesn't die, the Mary Jade can't kill it. We get back some resources, but we're in trouble now because we are top decking with very few follow-up, given that we have a Protoss look. But we can still do an Elevate. We go for Shrouded, and we draw High Spirits. Our only option here is to go from Maximus because of the Protoss luck. It's not like, so like we can go for Cartesia, we've already used our Granquinol, you don't have another one in the extra deck. Then they just go for Book of Eclipse, they don't want to deal with the Maximus. We summon Cartesia, just for the opponent's turn. And then here, in the Endphase, by toggling on, the Book of Eclipse draw gives me 1 draw, and it ends up being Shrouded. So we use the High Spirits. This lets us send the Albion, search for Albaz, which we can now fuse with the Cartesia. We could even now set Branded in red. So here I had this plan. What we're going to do is activate Cartesia to make Sanctifier. Then we can use Sanctifier to revive, well, anything, right? Because we're not Protoss locked anymore, so it can be Mirror Jade, it can be, yeah, it'll be Mirror Jade. But it could also be Albaz to try and fuse away the Protoss. Right, we have Rebellion back in the extra deck, so we could do it that way. And then we had Branded in red as well for a Chimera at any time. However, when they flip, and we go to activate Cartesia, I end up making Chimera because somehow, when building my deck, I forgot to put Sanctifier in it. So this was gonna be a really good game, and I still think it was okay. It was worth showing the 10-2, but we ended up messing up here because we forgot to play Sanctifier. The last attempt we have here is to simply summon Mirror Jade, banish the Protoss, and then hope that they can't kill me or out the Mirror Jade. But of course they can, they have a lot of follow-up themselves. So they just go on to clear my board here and OTK. Voiceless Voice is generally considered to be a good matchup for Branded, and the reasons for this is that the Voiceless Voice board is very beatable on its own, since outside of any non-engine cards they might have, they usually only set up 2 to 3 disruptions, and Branded is pretty good at playing into weak boards. Additionally, Saravis' effect to negate special summons can only negate inherent special summons, like late summons or synchro summons. Fusion summons can't be negated by Saravis, since they aren't inherent summons, which means Branded can ignore Saravis for the most part. The only inherent summons that Saravis could potentially catch you out on is the special summon of Lubellion from your graveyard, or the link summon of Verte. Another reason why Branded is good against Voiceless Voice is that their main disruption, Skull Guardian, is an activation negation. Branded plays pretty well into activation negations, since it can use Branded Loss to counter them, and it can also use Retribution and Tragedy to try again on a Branded fusion that had its activation negated. Also, the Voiceless Voice monsters are all light monsters, which is the best attribute for Albaz to fuse with, and the targeting protection from Barrier is not irrelevant, since so many of Branded's removal effects do not actually target. A really good play you can make against Voiceless Voice is to try and banish with Mirror Jade when they try to attack with their Skull Guardian, sending Titanic Lead to the graveyard as cost. If they let your Mirror Jade resolve, you can banish the low, which will reduce the attack of the Skull Guardian, causing it to crash into your Mirror Jade, and this will then not trigger the prayers in the graveyard. If they negate your Mirror Jade, then it will destroy your Mirror Jade, so you can trigger Mirror Jade's graveyard effect when destroyed, which they won't be able to negate since they already used their negate. Then, during the end phase, you can use Titanic Cut to summon Albaz, which can then fuse with the Skull Guardian into Albion, which then summons another Mirror Jade. It doesn't matter if they use the press here to replace that Skull Guardian, since you still have Mirror Jade's lingering effect to resolve, so you can easily just destroy the second one. In general, Voiceless Voice is another matchup like Labyrinth, where getting value into play can be more important than setting up actual disruptions. One thing that is important to be aware of against Voiceless Voice is Typhon. This card is always in the extra deck, and it's a real threat against Branded's disruptions. Even though your opponent isn't going to OTK you with Typhon, they can use it to cut off your follow-up, as it will disallow you from activating Mirrorjade. So it's important to respect this card where you can. Here is an example game against Voiceless Voice. Okay, so now we have a game against Voiceless Voice. We are going first, and you can see that we didn't open up many options other than just Aliber. So we have Aliber 1-card combo, or we have Aliber plus High Spirits as our 2-card combo. We don't know what we're playing against. We won the coin flip, so we have no idea if it's Tempai or anything. It's just a 40-card deck. But the hand is generally okay. If the Aliber combo can resolve, then duplication plus Super Poly is gonna be pretty strong, right? But we are weak to a hand trap here. The Aliber plus High Spirits combo should end on this end board. You can also end on this end board. However, for this line specifically, this game, I was actually playing Estella in my deck. So what I wanted to do was go for the Estella 1-card combo, just to try it out. And I actually don't think it's a terrible decision here if you are playing it. I think it works pretty well in this exact situation. So the Estella combo works by sending it to the graveyard with Branded Fusion. And then when you activate Lobelian to discard a card, as long as you discard a spell or trap, we're going to discard the thrust, the Estella will trigger. Right? If a spell or trap is sent to the graveyard, you get to special summon it. So we're going to make Mirrorjade like usual. And now we're going to get to summon the Estella. We discard the thrust first because this card also requires another spell or trap to send, so we are also going to discard the High Spirits. But we send the first because this is a little stronger. This is more of an extender. The first doesn't really do anything because the only good target to set in this current build is duplication. And we already have it. So we discard the thrust, and if we do get nibbed or impalmed or something, we could still potentially use the High Spirits by activating Mirrorjade. Right, and get to Quen in the Endphase, which is still gonna make the Branded and High Spirits live. So we discard the thrust first. Now we use the Estella to summon up Cartesia. This is the 1-card line. You don't summon Quam here, you just summon Cartesia, because if you summon a Quam, you have no way of getting Cartesia onto the field, not without activating the Mirrorjade. So yeah, you fuse away the Albion to put it into the graveyard, summon the Titanic Lad with Grand Granole, and that gets you Quan. We don't have Albaz yet, so we're going to send Albaz, and then we get to set Branded in red. Because we didn't use High Spirits, we get to add it back to the hand. And we're also going to get Cartesia back to the hand. So now we have a really strong end board. Our opponent didn't have any hand traps. So we have Super Poly that's live, we have a discard for it, we have Duplication, which can summon a Requiem lock. We also have a discard for the Lobelian. The Mirrorjade is live. There's an Albaz in the graveyard to Renbrum. There's a Quan, there's a Grand Granole, and there's also a Branded in red. So this board is pretty hard to beat for any deck. But Voiceless Voice is gonna struggle to play against this, especially. So our opponent has a hand full of engine and extenders, but your Ash return, which is unfortunate. Although this can be good against Grand Granole still. So they try to play into it. They start with Saphira. And then they reveal that they have Barrier. And they search for low. They then try to Ritual Summon. When they Ritual Summon with the low into Skull Guardian, the thing to consider here is that once the low hits the board, they have a negate, right? So you are kind of... Usually you're forced to remove Skull Guardian now in response. It's also going to make the Tog 2 protection live. So what's going to happen is this is going to activate, and this is our last chance to interact with our opponent without them having the targeting protection or the negate. However, we actually decide not to do anything. Our removal doesn't target, so we don't care about barrier. And because we have so much going on, we decide that it's actually better to just hold the Mirror Jade. So we let them summon. They search for the Serratus. They summon. This actually triggers Grand Granule, which we're going to use. We activate it now because there's no guarantee that they will activate it again. This card will trigger it, but there's no guarantee that they will use it this time. So we try to activate Grand Granule, and that's when they use Ash. This makes sense. This is a good Ash against Branded. On your own turn. And then you get out the trap. So the trap is going to let them pop a card at any time, or summon Gnome Extender from the deck. Right, so we activate Mirror Jade on Resolution. We're just trying to force the Skull Guardian here. We send Rinburn because we have Albans. They're forced to use it. We also chain to destroy the Quen. This is because Quen will trigger on the new chain because Rinburn left our extra deck. So this is smart. And then we just decide to chain so that we can summon the Elbaz now. The reason we summon it now is because we're going to get to play around Ghost Ogre on the Resolution. So the way this resolves is our Mirror Jade gets negated and destroyed. And then on a new chain we get Albaz chaining 1 and then Mirror Jade chaining 2. So we've now played around Ghost Ogre, and this is a pretty good situation. And in general, when you use Mirror Jade versus Voiceless Voice and they negate it with Skull Guardian, it's pretty fine because that means the graveyard effect resolves, which is problematic for them. It means they can't set up that much. And you also get a lot out of it, right? Removing your own Mirror Jade is sometimes good for you. It means you can summon another one. And that's exactly what we're going to do now. We get to go for Albion. We remove the Skull Guardian even though they have prayers in the graveyard, which can replace it by summoning out another one. But we do it because we just want to force the prez. We know that in the end phase, Mirror Jade is going to clear everything. So by forcing the prez now, we're ensuring that in the end phase, there's actually nothing on the board, right? Because Mirror Jade will destroy it, and they won't be able to trigger prez because they've already used it. And they actually decide not to use it, probably for that exact reason. We banish the Titaniclad for the second Mirror Jade. We leave the first Mirror Jade in the graveyard just because there's a chance that we can revive it with Banishment or Quen. So we just banish the Titaniclad. And now we banish, this is important, we banish immediately to play around Typhon. Typhon would be summonable, and that would be pretty good. It would get to walk over the Mirror Jade and bounce the Albion, and that would in theory put away our follow-up quite nicely from that perspective. But the duplication would have still saved us there. The Branding Red would have been pretty good too. So we banish it just to play around Typhon anyway. They go for the Serratus. And then you have another extender. They can actually keep playing, but it's not enough. We have more removal. Super Poly against the Voiceless deck is a lot better when you have Mud Dragon, but we're not playing Mud Dragon, we're playing just Gorora. This extra deck is pretty tight, so we didn't have room for both of them. So we just decided to flip the Branded in red now. And here, because we have access to 2 pops with Chimera, and then duplication can remove another card by going into Furious Dragon, we just decide to pop the 2 monsters. They both trigger the prez. We're just playing around Typhon by removing every monster that they summon. This is their last monster. We now flip the duplication, and that's going to get us to Furious Dragon. We send Tragedy. There's no reason to go for a Requiem lock in this matchup most of the time. Although it would have been pretty good if we did that in the standby phase. But we chose not to. We just played the engine. We get Tragedy instead now because it's small follow-up. And Furious Dragon just removes the Skull Guardian. From here, it's over. Our opponent surrenders. Centaurian is another deck that you have a fairly comfortable matchup against with Branded, especially going first. One thing you can do if you know you're playing against Centaurion is to play around Bystials, since that deck usually plays a lot of them. You can do this by setting up Branded Lost before resolving Branded Fusion, or by summoning Lubellion with Branded Fusion instead of Albion. When you're disrupting Centaurion, one of the easiest ways to win is to banish their Primera with Mirror Jade, as it is their only tuner. This is pretty much always a good play, however it's especially a good play if they've activated Primera's effect to Surge that turn, and already used their normal summon, since there would then be no possible way for them to summon another Primera due to how Primera's effect locks them out of special summoning another Primera for the rest of the turn. The endboard for Centaurion often consists of dragons. Auxilia, Blazar, and Bystials are all dragons, which means that contact fusing into Alba Lenitus is a viable strategy for breaking these boards. I'm usually pretty skeptical though about breaking a board like this, since it does often require you to commit a lot to it, and it's very possible to break a Centaurion board without going for Lenitus. If you can't easily summon an Albaz though, like with Deployment or with a Quen, then it can be really threatening to have that option available. Something important to remember is that Blazar Dragon can negate normal summons, so don't be fooled into thinking that you can beat it by normal summoning Albaz while you have Branded Lost on the field. The Blazar can just negate the summon of Albaz if your opponent wants to. Here is an example game against Centaurion. Okay, so this is now a game versus Centaurion. We have pretty good hand here. We have Branded Fusion Heartgone, and then we also have other plays. We have High Spurs plus Albaz, High Spurs plus Shrouded. Shrouded is its own play. Branded in Red is going to let you play through handtraps pretty well, and it's also a strong piece of the end board if we get there. So this is a pretty good hand going first. So for this game, I actually knew that I was against Centaurion. So my thought process going first is that we have not much obligation to make a super strong end board because Centaurion is pretty weak at breaking a board. So as long as we're able to end on something competent, like Mirror Jade plus a little bit more, then the Centaurion deck probably doesn't beat me, right? Like if I end on Mirror Jade and a back row that resolves something like Banishment or Branding Red, that's probably going to be enough to stop Centaurion because they really only have 1 or 2 pushes. And if you take away Primera, for example, they might just struggle to do anything at all, right? So they might just lose to 1 Mirror Jade. So my priority here, when I thought about how to play this hand, was to play through handtraps. The Centaurion deck's win condition going second in this matchup is just to draw multiple handtraps and stop me from play, right? And you can see here they actually have drew multiple handtraps, but I of course don't know that. So my objective is to play around handtraps as best as I can and to reliably make a board of at least Mirror Jade, right? So what I'm going to do is play around draw in the draw phase by activating High Spirits. I want to discard the Shrouded, the Albaz, not the Shrouded. The reason why we discard the Albaz is because what I want to do here is search for Cartesia, then special summon the Cartesia. Now I have pretty much infinite plays that are insulated from Impalm, right? Like I go for Branded Fusion or I draw something with Shrouded. It's going to be protected from Impalm and Vela because I have Cartesia on the board. So that's my plan. And the reason why it has to be regular Albaz and not Shrouded is because we have Branded in Red, which is another way of playing around Impalm and Vela, right? If they try to Impalm something, we could chain Branded in Red, target an Albaz in the graveyard, and then fuse away the monster on the field. This works best with actual Albaz because Shrouded Dragon is not treated as Albaz while it's in the hand. So once we've added back to the hand with Branded in Red, we can't make like a Mirror Jade with this, whereas if it was this, we could still make like a Mirror Jade or a Nobelian or something like that. And then the only other way of playing around hand traps that I can think of here is holding the Branded Fusion, right? This is a one-of, they don't expect me to drew this card, especially in 60. So what I could do is just pretend that I don't have it, use my other cards, pretend to be trying to get to Branded Fusion, and then if they have any hand traps, they are certainly going to use those hand traps on those cards, and then we can resolve Branded Fusion after. So that's my plan. That's why we're playing in the draw phase here, and that's why we're getting Cartesia. We sent Titanic Lead because we're gonna summon Quen in the Endphase. Random Fusion easily gets to Albion, so we might as well go for a Quen as well. So I'm gonna start by special summoning. The reason why I don't draw a card is because I actually need this dark body for Cartesia. I actually want to fuse it with Cartesia, so my plan here is to play around handtraps the best I can by actually going for Cartesia before using Brandon's Fusion. So I'm hiding that I have this card. So what I'm going to do is activate Shrouded and mid-chain. This is going to allow me to use the Albion body as material before it goes back into the deck. And by sending the Retribution with Shrouded first, we can now access Branded Fusion with Grand Gonal by sending Serenity. That is something that our opponent thinks we're doing. We obviously already have it, but our opponent thinks that that's what we're doing, and therefore they are likely to want to stop it. They have Impalm. This could probably go on Cartesia here, or Grand Gonal. Grand Gonal is a good Impalm if you start with Cartesia. So here we activate Grand Gonal, and this is baiting Impalm, or Vela, or even Gamma. If this resolves, and we send Sarania, we can actually search for like Branded in White, for example, because we have this second Albaz in the graveyard, so that can just be an extender. It's not redundant if it resolves, but ideally we actually bait a hand trap with this. And it works. Our opponent uses a hand trap. We now get to chain Branded in Red. So this didn't really matter which one we discarded with the Shrouded, but of course by using with the High Spirits. However, by choosing specifically to discard the Albaz here and then hold the Shrouded for later, we were able to send the Retribution, which is kind of what made this Grand Gonal so threatening, and it might have been what prompted the Impalm. So I think it was correct to discard the Albaz. Here, it doesn't matter because we have both of them now, but that's gonna let us get to Mirror Jade, and that's gonna cause our Grand Gonal to still resolve. So we now have Mirror Jade, which is pretty much step one. We know that Centurion is gonna be weak to this card. All we have to do is banish Primera, and they're gonna be struggling, especially if it was their normal summon. So now our Grand Gonal actually resolves, and we're going to send Serenia, which is going to send the Branded in White. So we don't have the Albaz in the graveyard anymore, but we do have Shrouded, which is treated as Albaz. So what we could do is activate Retribution, add back Branded in White, and then use the Serenia plus the Shrouded to make Furious Dragon. And the reason why that plays good is because he actually beats Ash. So if we now get Ashed on this Branded Fusion, we are still going to be able to set up multiple disruptions. And we don't get Ashed, so we're going to go for Albion. Now, because we've already used Lubellion, right? No, we haven't used Lubellion. But because we don't have a discard, we don't really want to be going Lubellion here, so summoning Furious directly is pretty good, which is what we do. So we've now removed the two Dark Dragons for Branded in White, but what we can still do is we'll summon Furious anyway, so it doesn't really matter, but we can still add back Branded in White and make some kind of play with it. For example, we can make Sanctifier by banishing Cartesia and Albaz. However, there's no reason to actually go crazy, because like I said, we don't need a crazy strong end board to beat Centurion. So what I'm gonna do here is just use Retribution to add back the Branded in Red, so that we have some extra disruption for the opponent's turn. And now we get Quen. We already have Albaz and Cartesia in the graveyard, so what I choose to do here is just something that gets me an extra discard in the hand, an extra monster discard as well. That way, Branded in Red into Chimera is gonna be pretty good. And then we get Gamut on this Albion here, which I found was a mistake. I feel like this is a slightly weird gamma, but I guess there was no real good time to use gamma earlier? Yeah. Like, you could maybe have gammaed the effect of Albion on the seal, but then you would have still had to deal with the Endphase effect, and that would set like a branded in red, or a banishment. But because they already knew we had the branded in red in the graveyard, and we had the ability to get it back, I feel like this was a strange gamma. But yeah, at the same time, what are they gonna do? They can't use it anymore. I'm not gonna play. They might as well use it on this Albion now. Using it on Quan was also a possibility. Truthfully, I think using it on Cartesia would have been the most effective, because we didn't have a plan to that, right? We would have just followed up with Branded Fusion on its own. For the most part, we didn't really have a plan for Gamma on Cartesia. But our opponent couldn't have known that, so they didn't want to turn off their own Int-Bomb, right, by summoning Gamma to the field first. But now that we have this board, it's pretty much unlosable, because our opponent is on 4 cards, and they're playing Centurion. And we have, 3 different ways of removing monsters. They're gonna start with Choice 1. Bystials are like some of the best attempt at breaking a branded board in Centurion, but it's not enough in this case. So here I actually do make a mistake. The Centurion field spell cannot be destroyed by card effects while they control a Centurion monster card. So what I do is I try to destroy it with Furious, but because they have Emblem of Oath, they can actually chain to punish me. And that's exactly what they do. So they can now place a monster in the back row, and the Centurion, the stand-up Centurion will resolve because it doesn't get destroyed. One small thing that they do, which I think was a tiny mistake, was setting Primera with Emblem of Oath instead of Trudea. I think we should have done it the other way around, just because Emblem of Oath has this line where it says that you can't splash it from the extra deck except Centurions while you control a card with that name, right? And that name is Primera. So yeah, no, I think this was actually maybe okay. Maybe it was okay. I feel like it mattered because, yeah, it matters in this game because what happens is I choose to banish the Judea instead of just waiting for Primera, which was honestly sensible. I instead choose to just banish Primera at the Trudea. I know that it doesn't matter because we know the hand is Choice 1, we know that there's nothing they can do to stop me. So I just banish this for the sake of ease, but generally you want to banish this card. And in this exact scenario, this is why it mattered. If they had done it the other way around, they could make Typhon here, which would out some of my board, which is pretty scary. So that's why I have to use Renbrum on Resolution. I don't have to because this card is actually under Emblem of Oath, but I think at the time I actually forgot that they couldn't make Typhon, so I chose to play around Typhon here. We can always beat the Bystial because in response to the Bystial we could chain Branded in red. And instead of going Chimera, I just choose to make another Mirror Jade. Okay, so here I decided to go and do some flashy plays. We triggered Equam, we triggered everything. We went for Albion with Gartesia, and we summoned Sanctifier. At this point, I think sometime during the combo, I realized that they can't summon Typhon, so I decided to just not bother activating my Mirajade, waited for that battle phase, then banished Primera. They set the trap, and at this point they can't win, so I'm pretty sure they just leave the game at this point. We're just going to attack for game. Yeah, so that was a strong showing against Centaurian. The most important thing to take away is that playing around hand traps and ending on something is more important against Centaurian than making the strongest end board possible. In the branded mirror match, the player who goes first is favored to win. However, it's not an unwinnable matchup when you go second, especially when there is a skill gap between the players. Banishment is really important in the mirror match since resolving it can be game-winning on its own. Often you can revive a powerful fusion monster like Mirajade to your field, and then fuse away 2 of your opponent's monsters into Furious Dragon, Dragus Depelia, or even Granguanol if they have Cartesia. Often you will try to play around banishment if you can, and one of the best ways to do that is with Branded Lost. By resolving Branded Fusion, or any fusion summon for that matter, while Branded Lost is on the field, you're able to potentially access cards like Furious Dragon or Guardian Chimera to destroy your opponent's banishment during a Branded Lost window. Branded Lost is really good in general in the mirror match, as it can allow you to do things like play around both effects of your opponent's Mirajade, and so it's usually important to not let your opponent have Branded Lost if you can. One of the best ways to beat Branded Lost is to summon Furious Dragon and destroy it, and this is particularly effective when it's done in response to your opponent's Branded Fusion, to play around the possibility of your opponent having another Branded Lost, or a way to get their Branded Lost back. Super Poly is really good in the mirror match, as it can summon Albaz fusions, or Granguanol, pretty easily with your opponent's monsters, and it's also really hard to out-DK for it. Super Poly can be used in response to your opponent's Cartesia, all branded in red, which can force them into fusing into something that they didn't want to. Fusion Duplication is also really strong in the mirror since it can target the opponent's graveyard, not just your own. So what you want to do with Duped in the mirror match is banish your opponent's branded fusion instead of your own. This keeps the grind game intact, while removing your opponent's. It can also be a game-winning play to banish your opponent's branded fusion with duplication in response to their attempt to add it back with retribution. Sanctifier is a very strong and safe play in the mirror match, since it can't be fused away by things like banishment or super poly, and it also has an easier time reviving strong monsters, since your opponent's graveyard is going to be full of branded monsters as well. Sanctifier is usually pretty weak to Cold by the Grave, but you can play around that in the mirror match by only targeting monsters from your opponent's graveyard. Here is an example of a branded mirror match. Okay, so we have a branded mirror match now. Our opponent is going first, and they have 2 duplication, an Allure Adjuriswam, and then a Nemesis Corridor. This deck is actually not pure branded. This is a branded tier deck with Colossus, which is why they're playing a Corridor. It's close enough to regular branded, so that's why I'm including it as these replays. But they're going first, and their hand is not great. They have to draw something with Allure, otherwise they're in trouble. We have 1 handtrap, and the rest of our hand is pretty good for going second, especially in a mirror match. But let's see how our opponent plays this. So they start by banishing the Joyce when they have no other choice. They draw into High Spirit's Albad, so they might as well go for this combo. They still don't really have a choice. So they reveal and they send Titaniclad. Sending Titaniclad is fine. You can either send Titaniclad or Albion. This is the gambling build, or the gambling method. This is assuming that your branded fusion resolves. The strongest thing to do. However, if your branded fusion doesn't resolve, it is a bit safer to send Albion because you already have a branded in red target, so you would have a decent play with branded in red if your branded fusion was to get ashed. If it wasn't to get ashed though, then the Titaniclad is better because you're gonna get to branded fusion. You're gonna get to Albion anyway, right? And I think it's honestly reasonable for them to not play around Ash. They see that my deck is 60 cards, it's probably a mirror match. And then they search for Shrouded. I think Shrouded is a mistake here, because Shrouded doesn't go anywhere by itself. You should just get Springen's kit here and then search for Branded Fusion and do a 1-card combo. You have 1-card combo plus Titanic right at the end phase plus duplication. That's a good enough board. You probably have to discard this, but you can also discard this. Right, this one of these goes back for kit, and then you discard this for Rebellion. That's a fine combo to me. I don't see anything wrong with it. But they chose to get Shrouded. And their idea is probably just to make Duke live. Maybe they didn't see that the Springen's kit was a possibility. And they sent Branded Fusion, which is good because that makes that dupe live, so even if they draw that card, they can still dupe on my turn. And then they join to the Rebellion, which actually makes this all work out even better than if they search kit, because they can get to Serenia. They banish the Albas, and now they can tribute, and that pairs with Shrouded to search for Branded Fusion. So now they get to Branded Fusion. They activate Rebellion here. Now, I have Impom. I could negate this. In the Branded Mirror match, Branded Lost is really important. So there's a good argument to Impom here. However, I know that this isn't stopping much of their play, because they have Branded Fusion anyway, they still have a normal summon. There's a lot that they could do. So I decide that given that my hand has a lot of discard effects, right, this requires a discard, this requires a discard, this also requires a discard, I decide to just keep my Impom for my own turn and use it as a discard. So I let them bring out Branded Lost and resolve Branded Fusion. They send the Golden Sword Soul because they already have Rebellion, so there's no reason to send another one. And they use Albion Chaining 1, which is to keep the Branded Lost windows. And they search for Makuria. And then they choose to make Rinbrum by banishing that Makuria. So this triggers the Makuria, which is good. And it gets them to search for Cartesia. Cartesia can't be special summoned, there's no Albars in the graveyard, but they can just normal summon it because they still have their normal summon. So that's what they do. Now here they activate Cartesia. My thought process was that they have Albars in hand, and this is how they're gonna get Albion into the graveyard. They don't have Albion in the graveyard yet, so in order for them to get into the graveyard, they probably need to resolve Cartesia. And they probably also have Albaz in the hand because they didn't go for Mirror Jade, they went for Renpin. Right? They could have done this the same way by making Rebellion instead. We could have still banished Makuria. They would have just had to discard one of their cards, which they still have 3 of. So I felt the only reason not to go Rebellion here and discard a card is so you can get Rinbrum and Mirror Jade, and that would mean that they have Albaz in hand. And even if they don't have Albaz in hand, Cartesia resolving definitely puts Albion into the graveyard anyway, through Granguano, right? They're gonna fuse away the Albion. So my thought process here was that there's actually a really good value in Pump. And that's what I do, because this now prevents potential banishment, which is crazy in the mirror match, and it also prevents Mirror Jade. So now the endboard is likely to be a lot worse. Then they activate Corridor. This puts back an Albaz and allows them to make Colossus. Colossus says that we can't search, so that means we can't add with opening, we can't add with Alaba. We can still draw cards though. Yeah. We can still draw them with Shrouded, but we cannot search them with Alaba. And then you set 2 and pass. So when I see 2 set cards, I see probably a duplication and probably a brand new red, because what's the reason to set both? right? We have no discards in hand. We do get a discard with Attribution on the Apollo's turn, but that's still just one discard, right? So I think to myself, there's clearly no Albaz. I thought there was an Albaz, but there's clearly not. So now the Cartesia is only threatening to make Grand Granol or Dragos Depelia, unless they resolve a fusion first, right? With Banded Blast, and then they can search for an Albaz. I think they made a mistake. I think they should have kept one duplication in hand, given that it's once per turn. But this is how they chose to play it, and we draw into a Crossout. I'm happy to see the Crossout, because this probably negates any back row, right? With the exception of Super Poly, we can chain to anything they have. Banishment, or Branded in Red, or Duplication, and we can cross it out. So it would actually be pretty good. I start with Albaz, and the reason I start with Albaz here is because I see this board and there's no Mirror Jade. There's currently no Mirror Jade, and Mirror Jade is the strongest thing the Branded has to beat an Albaz. There's also no discard for Super Poly, which is the other strongest thing they can have. And there's also no room to activate Banishment, which is the third strongest thing they can have. Right, so their way of preventing Albaz here is quite limited. They would have to have like a Droplets or an Impalm set. Nothing else on the end board can negate this. So I decided to go straight for it. We discard the Shrouded because we don't exactly know how the turn is going to play out yet. So I'm just keeping my Shrouded options available. That's why we didn't draw a card first. We just put it into the graveyard. Now, options for what to fuse into, it's pretty much just Mirror Jade. We really want to fuse away this, because you want to be able to search without Alibaba. We also want to get rid of this, because this negates our Mirror Jade. And that's pretty much it. That we don't need to get rid of this. This is a vanilla, and we don't need to get rid of any of these. These are not that scary yet. The Cartesia is a little bit scary because it triggers Branded Lost. But getting a Mirror Jade is really important here. Now here they chain Cartesia, and they're threatening to make either Dragos Depelia or Grand Granol. I was thinking probably it's just Grand Granol, because Dragos Depelia would involve getting rid of one of their good monsters, right? The non-fusions are all liked, so they have to get rid of the Albion and then one of their boss monsters. So I was expecting this to make Grand Granol, and I don't think any other target to summon is very good, right? There's Coritis with the Despian. They have a Despia here, so they can make Coritis if they're playing it. I decided the best choice to do here is to chain Super Poly. And we discard the opening. The reason we discard the opening is because I really want to be able to cross out the back row. At this point, I feel like we've beaten the board except for the back row. We can still play with opening in the graveyard, still add it back to Retribution, and we choose to make a Gragonal here by getting rid of the Colossus. So getting our own Gragonal into the field is really good because that extends our plays. It allows us to search for Branded Fusion through Albaz. But taking away their Cartesia denies them the chance of making their own Gragonal. So now they need to resolve, and they have to make Coritis, right? If they were to make Dragos Depelia, they would have to get rid of that Rindbrum. And then here, our Albaz resolves, and we can clear the Rindbrum, the Mirror Jade. We don't want to clear the Coritis because it would trigger, but we do want to clear the Rindbrum because it negates our Mirror Jade. They don't have an Albaz in the graveyard to revive, so the Rindbrum isn't that scary. We trigger both effects because they resolve Cartesia, and they trigger Branded Lost. But there's nothing they can do here that really matters. The only thing they can search is a discard for the sake of having a discard for duplication. And they do just search a Shrouded Dragon. We get to summon Quan, and we get to send Serenir. The Quan plus the Serenir is going to allow us to get to Branded Fusion plus something else. We only need one, right? Because we already have the Shrouded. So we can send Retribution with Serenity, and then the Quam can actually be used to send Cartesia so that we have access to our own Cartesia. They trigger the Golden Sword Soul, which summons back their Quam. Now we set up Retribution, and we're saying Cartesia. The Quam is actually pretty good here because that can send Albas, and that can pair with their Rinbrum to now use this discard and actually fuse it. So that's something that we do need to be concerned about. We have Crossout for a potential Albans. That is something that I'm thinking about. But we also just have Mirror Jade, and Mirror Jade is, like I said, the best way to deal with an opponent's Albaz. And that's what they do, they send Albaz. So we now send Brand Fusion. They try to use the Rinbrum Brand away, which is weird to me. I decide to chain to add back here. The reason I decide to chain is because I want to know if I need to use Crossout on the back row. This Retribution add back Brand Fusion is what prompts duplication, because they can target my own branded fusion with duplication. And that's what they do. This would ordinarily be an incredibly powerful play. They would probably win the game from this. But we do have to cross out. We now have to cross out the duplication. So here they decide to summon Rinbrum instead of the Albaz, which is a sensible choice. It's not something that you always get to do. You can't summon Rinbrum unless it was originally summoned to the field first. You usually only get to summon Albaz because you send this with Mirror Jade. But in this case, it's better to actually summon the Rinbrum because the Albaz would just be banished by Mirror Jade, whereas the Rinbrum actually checks the Mirror Jade. This can negate Mirror Jade if I ever try to use it. It is smaller though, so it can just be attacked over. We now go for Branded Fusion. Now here is an interesting idea. If we activate this Albion, the Rinbrum actually negates him. It can negate and bounce our Mirror Jade, which is actually a really powerful play. So one potential option here is to not use the Albion, but a better option is to simply chain block it with Quen, because Rinbrum can't negate Quen. What they do have set up here is Quiritis plus Rinbrum combo. This is a nice combo where you can actually use your Quiritis at any time and then negate it with Rinbrum to bounce a card at any time. So that is something that we have to play around, but it would be even better for our opponent if we were to activate our own fusion monster for them to negate. That would be even stronger for them. So we're avoiding that. They now trigger their own Quen. This doesn't do much, there's nothing in the graveyard to revive, except for an Albion. It's just there for value. To be honest, reviving this was a little strange, because while it does turn Makuri alive, they didn't search for Makuri. Oh, actually, Makuri would be alive anyway. They have this. This doesn't really do anything, because it takes it out of the graveyard where it was safely done to trigger in the Endphase. Now it's actually just vulnerable to my Mirror Jade. So I don't think this was the right move. It looks like a good move because they're just walling up and protecting themselves from my combo. But I think it was a mistake. I think they should have left it in the graveyard. We don't even have to banish it. We can just leave it on the field. We already have Mirror Jade, so Albion makes Furious, and my plan here is that we're going to go battle phase, and we're going to attack over the Rinbrum, the Quiritis, and the Quen. We're going to leave the Albion on the field so it can't trigger. We're going to keep our Mirror Jade negate, or banish, I should say. We're going to leave the Bystial Rebellion, and they're not going to have much. The Endphase is going to add back High Spirits, it's going to add back Cartesia, but they're not going to trigger Albion, and we're going to be in a good position. After we clear the Rinbrum, we can then use our Furious, we can use our Mirror Jade, we can use our Rebellion to tribute. It's going to be very strong. We can dismantle the board after the battle phase. In the end of the main phase, they use Quiritis, Now what we could do here is chain something to disrupt the Renbrum. However, because you've already been through our own Grand Grenelle, there's not actually much to make. We can make this. We're playing Praskinian in this game. We could make this with our Cartesia, but that would require fusing Lequen, Cartesia, and Albion just to disrupt the Renbrum. And I don't think that was worth it, so I just decided to let them bounce. Maybe in hindsight it was better, but I thought it was too valuable to have these on the board. So we go battle phase, we attack over the important cards. And we leave the Renbrum because it's already been used now, so it's not scary. We get the Tribute, we get to bring out Branded Lost. Branded Lost are really important in the mirror match. We can pop this last back row. And here... oh, sorry, we're not popping the back row. We're making the Praskinian first. Now we're popping the back row. And then we get to search for Albaz. This looks like it converted our board into nothing, but it's not true. We have Cartesia plus Albaz now for the opponent's turn. We have Praskinian, which is actually kind of difficult to deal with because it can revive powerful monsters from the opponent's graveyard. And now here I make a mistake. I target the Colossus. I thought for some reason I could summon this, but I can't. It just gets banished. And then in the Endphase we have our set for banishment, which is crazy in the mirror match. We'll see that we're playing Dragus Depelia. So we can fuse away the Renbrum and the Albion into Dragus Depelia. We can revive our Furious at the same time, and trigger Branded Lost. We haven't been to our Mercury yet, so we can search for that. It's going to be in the gate once we get Cartesia fusion with Alvice, so we have a really strong position. Our opponent adds back their cards, but it's not nearly as strong as our entries. They use Attribution. I'm not sure why they used Attribution now, but I guess it doesn't really matter. And then in the standby phase, we decide it's time to flip. The reason we decide to flip is because their first action could be Branded Fusion in the main phase, and because they have their own Branded Lost, it would be too late for me to trigger my Branded Lost. If I was to chain Banishment, I could summon Furious and I could fuse away that board. I wouldn't trigger Branded Lost, and they would still have their own Branded Lost window to potentially dismantle my board. So I decide we have to chain now. That way, we can definitely trigger our Branded Lost, and more importantly, we have Furious Effect online to be able to destroy Branded Lost. But they start by bringing out Regained. I was scared for a second. I thought that I'd made a mistake. I thought that I was gonna get in trouble because a second Branded Lost. But they end up bringing out Regained, which I'm happy to see. Adding another Branded Lost would have been very good there. Now they activate Branded Fusion, and we can chain to pop the Branded Lost, and then we chain Cartesia. So we're trading Cartesia because we want our Mercuria to be online as soon as possible. They're not going to have a Branded Lost window, so if they summon Albion, we can just negate it. Right? If they summon the Velian, we can negate it. If they summon Renbrum, we can have that effect negated. It's just getting our options online as early as possible. They chain Hyspers, we chain Praskinian. Praskinian is gonna bring the Coridas back to our field, and this is gonna allow us to summon Mirror Jade directly. So we can keep our Cartesia on the field. They send another Grand Grenelle. Actually, I think it's our first Grand Grenelle. And you search for Kit, which they are playing. We fuse away their Coritas into Mirror Jade. So this was just a way of avoiding going through another Albion, because we want to keep our Cartesia on the board, we want to keep our resources intact. One thing about the mirror match is that it's actually kind of hard to OTK through any kind of board. So there's no chance of us dying here, so I am just conserving resources and building up my position. We protect with opening, again, just because we are not that concerned about dying, so we're just gonna keep our masters on the board. And they send Telemann's Habness for the branded fusion and go into Rebellion. Now we can respond because they don't have branded list. They use Chaining 3 as regained, that way we can't use Mercuria. But we can still use Dragon's Depelia. Dragon's Depelia on Rebellion is a really good play. Now we've negated the effect, and their ability to recycle cards has been eliminated, although they do still have Regained. They end up making a Masquerade here, which I guess they don't play more than one Mirror Jade? Or they haven't even bid through Mirror Jade in the first place. I don't know why they didn't just make a Mirror Jade, but it wouldn't have been enough if they did make Mirror Jade. At this point, we just have way too much. They send Opening. Magnum is a good draw, but I don't think it's quite good enough. They're gonna use Kit now. And we negate this. We negate this because this can get to Branded in White, and this can finally get to Mirror Jade. I think they delayed Mirror Jade too long, and we should have made it with the Habness. Right, Habness can put back. Oh no, Habness could not. Habness could not put back, because yeah, I see. So Habness can make Mirror Jade if you have Rebellion available, but they had already used it with the Branded Fusion, so yeah, they couldn't have made Mirror Jade. They were trying to make Mirror Jade here, but they couldn't because we stopped them. So we negate Kit, because that would get to Branded and White. They banished their own Grand Control for some reason. That feels like the worst target to banish, but I guess there might not be another target in deck. And they're just putting it back in the deck. So maybe it's actually the best target. They draw into another bad card. And right here I just decide to use the Mirror Jade. I want to get rid of the Masquerade so that I don't trap myself next turn with too low life points. And then here you can see that they just don't have anything. The board is full of vanilla monsters. Their hand is full of no hand traps. We add back Cartesia. And then we chain the Rinbrum. This is going to allow us to fuse in the Endphase. However, I don't do it because I think I had only a couple of seconds and I'm winning anyway, so I didn't want to worry about timing out. So I just press no, and then from here it's pretty straightforward. We actually have a good OTK. So one thing about monsters in attack position that aren't fusion monsters in the mirror match is that you can OTK them with Coritis. Now we're not playing Coritis because we're playing Praskinian in this deck, but they are, and we can actually take their Coritis with Praskinian. Praskinian then also has its own effect to inflict damage when it attacks. So we can actually easily OTK through this board. We want to search for Kit. I'm gonna make Rebellion. A lot of this is unnecessary, to be honest. We could just revive the Coritis and attack. But I wanted to show off. I wanted to do some stuff. We make Aurora here, which actually attacks for 3000 damage. And now we pop Rebellion because it can't attack. We're showing to Dupe, which is just a nail in the coffin. We now bring out Coritis, make their field 0, and they scoop. Okay, so this is another branded mirror match. This time we're going first. Our hand has Aliberg plus Shadow Dragon, which is a spreadsheet combo. And we also have Super Poly and Maxi, which is... they're both pretty good in the mirror match, especially going first. The kit here is extra extension, but because we have Super Poly and Maxi, we probably don't have the discard fodder for kit. And the Aliberg plus Shrouded line requires a discard for Rebellion anyway. So I look at this hand, I might think, if we don't get hand trapped, and our opponent's deck is playing 60, so there's a chance we don't get hand trapped at all, this is just going to be a basic combo Alibi plus Shrouded. So executing this combo goes like this. You add the high spirits, not branded fusion, and the reason you add high spirits is because you want to chain. You want to go Shrouded, chain high spirits, and the search is for Cartesia. Unison, Titanic Lab because you're going to get to Albion anyway through the branded fusion. This makes Grand Gruno, and then you send the Sarnia to pair with the Shrouded. So now you can get back the branded fusion. And from here it's a basic 1-card line. You go for Albion, into Rebellion, into Mirror Jade. We discard the Sarnia because the Aliber has Reliu in the graveyard, as does the Shrouded. And we discard the kit, we don't want to get distracted by it, our board is going to be enough, especially with this Nom engine. We bring out Branded Lost, so, and in the end phase we get a Quem. Quem sends Albaz because we don't have an Albaz set up in the graveyard. You then get Albion to set. This is going to be Banishment because our opponent's deck is 60 cards, so it's either tier or branded. It could be something else, but for the most part Banishment is fine here because we're actually playing Dragos Depelia, so there's no risk to setting Banishment here. Now we get Cartesia back, this is discard for Elbaz. And we pass turn. This is a pretty good board. Our opponent has a hand like this, so they actually have quite a lot of push. They have a lot of extenders here, so it's going to be quite an interesting game if they can play through this. They start with Allure of Darkness, and then they chain High Spirit. So here I realize what deck we're playing against. It's the branded deck, and it's the branded tier deck that you saw in the last example. And they go for this combo where you go Allure, chain High Spirit, so this is to search for Shrouded. They actually discard their Golden Sword Soul, which I think is a little strange. However, in general, going second, it makes more sense. Even though the Dragon discards are way better, that's only for your turn 1 combo. Titaniclad and Albion. Titaniclad and Albion are not going to do anything until the end phase, and you need to be able to play a bit sooner than the end phase. And this card does play sooner than the end phase. So I think this is actually the right choice. They search for Makuria here, especially considering that they don't have an exact line yet because they're going to draw 2 cards. And then they banish Makuria, and this gets to trigger. Full Quen. You now start with Quen. You send Retribution, that pairs with the Shrouded. They can now get to Branded Fusion. We don't have duplication, so we can't banish it. And then here, you see that they reveal Kaleido Heart and summon Rhino Heart. The reason I'm not chaining Maxi is because I want to use Maxi under a branded Lost window. So what's on my mind here is that I probably have enough to win between the Banishment, the Mirror Jade, the Super Poly, the Elbaz. But this deck does have a lot of push. There's always a chance that they do break my board, and I actually really want my Maxi to resolve. So what I'm going to do is Maxi late, give up on a few draws, in order to guarantee that I get some draws at all. So they send the Havness here, and then we still don't respond. Usually against tier cards, what we're going to do is let them resolve Kit Colors, and then banish with Mirror Jade. But I actually have a better idea this time, which is to use Super Poly. I use Super Poly, I let it resolve first so that I get a branded Lost window. It's very important that I get this, because we're fusing away the Kit Colors with our Grand Canal for Dragos Depelia. So the reason why this is the better play than using Mirror Jade is because I want to get my Maxi online as soon as possible, so I want the branded Lost window. Branded Lost will also deny Kit Colors, which is why this works. It's the same thing as banishing it. But also putting Dragos Depelia on the board is important because they're about to go Branded Fusion as their follow-up. And whatever they summon with Branded Fusion is pretty checked, to be honest, but Jinx Depelia, if they go Albion into Lubellion, or Albion instead of Lubellion, Jinx Depelia stops it, right? No matter what it is. They have to summon like Sanctifier to beat Dragus Depelia. If they summon Rindbrum, it's not bigger than Dragus Depelia, so we're still kind of checking it. So that's why we wanted to get this card on board. And we also now get our Max C online as well. Not to mention that we get Makuria, which is something that you'd rather have sooner than later. Then now activate Sharon. I decided this is not something I want to negate. I want to get some draws for Max C first. The chain to add back the branded fusion. And the mills were not good, they didn't mill anything. This now triggers Granguinol and we can summon our Skinian. So this is really good. This is going to allow us to disrupt from the graveyard. If they ever get another tier name into the graveyard, we could potentially deny them Rule Colors by stealing the Kit Colors. You now trigger their Granguinol and their Golden Sword Soul. Now when they try to use Cartesia, I decide to banish. The reason I decide to banish is because it's gonna force them into making something a little weird. I decide to banish Cartesia, but to be honest, I think this was a misplay. I think it's reasonable to conclude that they have only one Granguinol, given that it's a hybrid deck between tier and branded. So what I think I should have done is just banish the Sharon, because that was probably what they were trying to fuse with. And they do. They make Masquerade using their Courageous. This triggers the Sharon. And they now get Volcalos. We could have negated. We could have used Praskinian to steal the Kit Colors. However, I didn't want to block my zone. Instead, we could have banished it, which could have been a play. However, I guess I just didn't decide to do that. I think it would have been a good fight. Looking back, I think we should have banished the Kit Colors. There's not likely to be a better use for Praskinian here. However, it doesn't really matter. In the end, the Rule Colossus is not scary. It doesn't threaten this board. They activate Branded Fusion. And they go for Albion. So this is now checked by the Dragus Depelia. This is the perfect card to target with Dragus Depelia, because not only do you negate it, but you also make it level 1. Right? The counters make it level 1. And that means you contribute it for Rebellion, because Rebellion requires you to tribute a level 6 or higher, right? So they contribute, it's now stuck on the board. They go Lust for Grass, which would normally be a scary play, but we're also on a 60-card deck, and they only have 5 more cards than us. Not even that, they have 4 more cards. But they go for it anyway, and they mill 4, and they actually mill Albaz plus the Black Goat Lax, which is pretty good. It's pretty good mill. The Albaz doesn't really do much, but the Black Goat is reasonable, considering they only milled 4 cards. We now try to steal that Courageous, but it wouldn't actually be stealing because this is not properly summoned. This was summoned with Granguinol, so we would only be banishing this. But they actually take the bait, and they negate it with Volcalos. This gets destroyed. They trigger their Volcalos to reborn itself. But this now triggers our Alibi. And we can turn off the Masquerade now. And we put it in attack position just because Quam can't attack over. We're not too worried about dying here. There's almost no chance of getting LTK'd. They go Battle Phase. They crash into the Mirror Jade, which now triggers. And they can't hit over the Alibi because we put it in attack position. They could still attack with the other monsters, which I'm not sure why they didn't. They go Branded and Bred, and we chain Banishment. So the reason we chain Banishment is because we're afraid of a Guardian Chimera. Now they chain Saturnia, targeting our Mirror Jade, which was our banishment target. This was going to be a very strong play. We were going to get to... actually, we didn't have much in the extra deck, right? Because we don't have a Dragon's Depelia, and we don't have Coritis. We don't have Proskinian either, so this was not going to fuse, this was just going to reborn Mirror Jade. But they decide to negate it anyway with the Saronir, and then we decide to negate their branded in red with the Magnum. So this denies the Guardian Chimera. We're still drawing cards for Maxi, which is just a guaranteed win now that we're in main phase 2. I activate Rinbrum to fuse. I want to summon Albaz and fuse with their board, and probably gonna make piece of this, right, make Furious Dragon, but they decide to chain the Black Girl Laughs, which actually stops Albaz, because they could declare Albaz, and then we can't use its effect. They can actually to bring out Rebellion. And then they make Albalensis. So by summoning our Albaz, we actually fell for their bait. I felt that by forcing the Black Goat, this will work. We will get to resolve this. But in reality, it was a bait because this card is able to clear the field now. At least part of the field. They get to revive Albaz, but fortunately it can't trigger because they don't have a discard, and they're also locked under the Black Goat as well. We revive Kit because that lets us recycle cards like Banishment. They get to rebuild a board here, but it doesn't mean anything because we've triggered Mirror Jade, so I'm not afraid of anything on their board. They set opening in the end phase. We get to add back our cards. And then the whole board dies to Mirror Jade. Alpha Lanatus triggers for fusion deployment. But at this point, it's straightforward. We have a million cards in hand. It's pretty easy to OTK. So now what I want to do is spend a little bit of time talking about building a side deck in Branded. This video is about Branded in Master Duel, and Master Duel doesn't typically have a side deck, so I won't spend too much time on this. But there are community tournaments that do have side decks, and even official Challenger Cups kind of have side decks too. And there's also always a chance that you're watching this for the TCG as well. The first thing to realize about a side deck for Branded is that it's an opportunity to really lean into the value of those high impact non-engine cards. High impact cards that are like silver bullets for certain matchups are common for side decks in general. However, for Branded specifically, this is extra helpful, as the deck prefers its non-engine to be high impact when possible. You can side cards like Droll, Nibiru, Darkroller, and Evenly pretty comfortably, knowing that you're going to get to play them only in the matchups where they are good. This fits neatly into your game plan of drawing just 1 to 2 non-engine cards. If you're not main decking Ashe, then side decking it for matchups where it is a high impact card, like Labyrinth or the Mirror Match, is a pretty good option, although it's important to respect the popularity of those decks as well. If they aren't being played very much, then it's probably still not worth siding Ashe just for that. Something else you can do with Ashe is side it as an option for going first, so that you have an extra out to max seat. Another good cut to side in Branded is Red Reboot. Not only is this going to be the best out to trap decks, like Labyrinth and Stun, but it's also going to be a counter against any decks that are siding in Dimensional Barrier for going first. This can be any deck in the game, so in general you could choose to side in Reboot every time that game 2 and 3, if you know that you're going to be going second. I don't think this is a bad idea, although I personally don't side in Red Reboot against decks that are not trap decks. I think it's too unreliable, as your opponent might not have drawn their D barrier, which makes that Red Reboot likely to be useless. There's also the problem of not being able to OTK all the time in Branded, which means that Red Reboot ends up helping your opponent, as they will get to reuse the trap card that you negated, plus an extra one from the deck for free. Speaking of Dimensional Barrier, you can also side Dimensional Barrier yourself for going first. This is a good option when D Barrier is good in the format. You can even side just one as a target for thrust if you like, but there is nothing wrong with siding all 3 for when you go first. You can even side up to 6 copies of it if you want in the form of trap trick. Another good side card for going first is additional copies of Fusion Duplication. Hard drawing this card is really good when you're going first, so why limit yourself to having just one as a thrust target? If you play multiple duplication, you can even set it with trap trick as well. Something else I like to do a lot with my side deck is side engine cards for when I'm going first. Branded doesn't need any non-engine really at all to back up its boards in order to win. So if you side more engine for going first, you're only increasing your chances of winning, since you're going to have less chance of pricking and more ability to push their hand traps. The best engine to side for going first is probably then the DS7 package. This is what makes them in most sense, since the Dia is way better at going first than it is going second. So you can side, then a Dia package, and then main deck all of the other engine cards. Siding Nadia instead of maining it also lets you have better control over what matchups you side Maximus into. That way you're never going to accidentally use Maximus against a deck like Voiceless Voice or Labyrinth or Tia or anything else that has targets for it. You can also side a Sanctify a Floodgate just for going first if you want to. Although I personally think that you should main deck a Floodgate if you want to play one at all, so that you have the option of using it in game 1. First targets are something you can consider for a side deck. I mentioned D-Barrier already, but it could also be board breakers as well. Things like Raigeki, Duster, Evenly Matched, or even more niche options like Soul Release, and you can play these as one-ups since you're intending to search them with Thrust. Extra Bystials is something you can side, especially during formats where Bystials are good against a popular matchup. And Spell Trap removal like Lightning Storm and Cosmic Cyclone is also generically good too. Overall, when it comes to building a side deck, it's important to remember that you need to have cards to side out of your deck, not just cards to side in. Normally you want to swap non-engine cards for other non-engine cards, and only occasionally will you actually side out engine. When you're going first and you want to put in extra engine cards, you're probably taking out non-engine cards, in particularly Max C. Max C is something that is surprisingly bad when you're going first. You don't need it to make your end bot strong enough, and since it doesn't disrupt your opponent by itself, it doesn't actually do anything to prevent them from OTKing you. A lot of opponents will play into Maxi against Branded with the intention of OTKing you because they believe it's likely that you're not playing many of the hand traps to draw into. So Maxi is typically something that you'll side out for going first. This is an example of a side deck you might play for Branded, and it goes along with this main deck, and you can see that it uses a lot of the ideas that I just mentioned. There's Droll, Nibiru, and Evenly as high-impact silver bullet cards for going second, and there's some going first cards in the form of D-Barrier, and then there's also then a DS7 package, which is an example of siding engine. This deck list is from a format where Tenpai and Ritual Beast are really good, so that's why D-Barrier is the going first card of choice. It might look like the side deck is super simple, with just 3 copies of everything, but it's actually only able to be like that because the main deck allows it to. For going first, this list can side out the Gamma package, Magnum, and 2 copies of Max C, as they're all not that good for going first. The reason you want to keep 1 copy of Max C in the deck is so that you can still negate it with Crossout. This is a total of 6 cards, so you can side in the 3-card Nadia package, and then also all 3-dimensional barrier if they're appropriate to that matchup. If the D barriers aren't appropriate for the matchup, you can still put in Droll or Nibiru if they are good in the matchup, and remember that Nibiru is pretty good for going first in Branded specifically. For going second, you have the option of siding out Super Poly or Gamma if they're not good enough in the matchup, and replacing them with Evenly, Droll, or Nibiru if appropriate. And you can also consider siding out Ash, as it's not always the most effective hand trap to go in second. But anyway, that's it for the side deck. Like I said, I won't go into too much detail since side decks aren't really a thing for Master Duel. And I've also already mentioned a lot of the other ideas for side decking here and there throughout the video. Okay, so now what I want to do is briefly go over all of these other cards that you could theoretically play in Branded. These are all examples of exotic tech choices that you can technically play in Branded. Some of them are really here just for historical reference, and some of them are actually playable now for specific niche uses. Some of these are also just generically good in theory, but don't really have a place right now, and they could potentially be good in the future. Nightmare Throne is so that you can play a small Yubel engine that allows you to set up Phantom of Yubel before making any of your other plays. This way you can have a most in the gate for handtrap, most notably Ash Blossom on your branded fusion. You would play 3 Throne, 1 Spirit, and 1 OG Yubel, as well as 1 Phantom in the extra deck. It's a lot of bricks for just 3 good cards, and it's also an extra card in the extra deck, although going first with Throne is very powerful, so this is not actually that much of a gimmick. If you draw one of the Yubels, you can even sometimes send the other one from your deck to the graveyard with Grand Granole, allowing you to make Phantom without drawing the Nightmare Throne. Aqua Dolphin is a funny tech for going first. Since Aqua Neos exists, you can actually summon Dolphin with Deployment, allowing you to look at your opponent's hand before going for any of your other plays. This is another way of beating Ash, and getting information about your opponent's hand. I think this is underrated, to be honest, however, it isn't actually as good as it sounds, since you usually want to use deployment for your actual engine most of the time. Snow is something that some people play in 60-card versions of Branded, and even Tiras played this at Worlds. It's a good payoff for Grass, and you can also use this as material for Albion or Sanctifier with Branded Fusion, allowing you to get better value when you already have your main targets like Lubellion in rotation. Eldritch is a good counter to stun decks. You can search this by sending it to the graveyard with Branded Fusion, Grass, or even Grand Granole, and then adding it back to your hand with its own effect. This can help with OTKs, and getting bad spells or traps out of your hand into the graveyard. But for the most part, this card's best use is as a recurring searchable out to Floodgates, so it's pretty good in the stun matchup. There's some Shaddolls here like Dragon, Beast, Ariel, and Squamata. These are also grass payoffs, and they could also be good in a Shaddoll hybrid version of Branded as well. Dragon specifically is sometimes cited as a form of backer removal that you can access with Branded Fusion. And these also all work as additional targets for Abcalone as well. If you are playing a Shaddoll hybrid version of Branded, Shaddoll Fusion is very good. And to be honest, Shaddoll Fusion is a really good card to play in any version of Branded, specifically for going second. It's a bit too heavy of a package to side, since you would need to also side the Shaddoll monsters themselves. But if it resolves going second, it can lead to a really powerful push. Ariel, for example, is crazy strong against fire decks, since it just banishes things like Garunix, Princess, and OSS as soon as it hits the graveyard. Nerf Shaddoll Genius is more of a historic card than anything else. This card was played sometimes as an out to X Pearly Noir, during formats where Pearly was the best deck. This card prevented either player from using Noir's effects, which allowed you to then attack over it with something like Starving Venom. Hound of the Abyss is another historical card. Once this was released, it was the best way of outing Noir, since it was searchable with Thrust, and didn't require you to play any bricks. That being said, this was still often kinda unreliable, since you still have to draw either this or the Thrust, and if you didn't, then you had no way of outing the Noir if your opponent was smart. Shadow Mist and Plasma were one of the other options that I tried as a means of outing Noir. The idea was that you would send Shadow Mist to the graveyard with Branded Fusion, and it would then search for Plasma. Once Plasma hit the board, it would negate Noir's effects, and the Plasma itself could also suck up the Noir to out it as well. I liked this method a lot, since it was searchable, and Plasma would always win you the game from that position, since Pearly actually had no way of playing under its Floodgate. Another thing I tried for outing Noir was Witch of the Blight Forest, or Sangan alongside Dogaron or Santa Claus. The idea was that by playing Sandwich in the extra deck, you could summon Witch or Sangan with deployment, which then searches for the Kaiju or the Santa Claus when sent to the graveyard. This was very much a gimmick, but I did pull it off once in a Challenger Cup, which was very satisfying. You can even search for Fusion deployment with Alvalenitas, so this was technically a fully searchable out to Noir. Horus cards are playable in Branded. If you go first with these, it can be an easy way of getting bad spells and traps out of your hand, and also getting multiple bodies onto the board to make Verte. Going second, the Horus card will allow you to easily OTK, which helps to counteract the fact that Branded sometimes struggles with it. I've seen blind second builds of Branded that use the Horus package and the Shaddoll package as well. It's something worth considering for Challenger Cups, or if you're expecting to play a blind second build against Tenpai. Raigeki and Dark Hole are also in line with this blind second game plan. You can play multiples of these in a blind second decklist, but you can also just play one as a thrust target as well. Book of Eclipse is an interesting card in Branded. This is probably the most sensible card in this whole list, to be honest, as a lot of good branded decks actually play this, and for good reason. This card can be a board breaker against certain decks, while also not being useless going first. One cute way of using Eclipse is to dodge things like Imperm and Veiler on your normal summon. You can also sometimes order your Endphase lingering effects in a way so that you destroy your opponent's monsters with a Mirror Jade trigger first, before resolving Eclipse to flip up and let your opponent draw. Rollback is interesting in branded. A coolest way to use this is to mill it with Grass going second, alongside a copy of Evenly Matched. From there you can go to the battle phase and banish your opponent's entire field by copying Evenly with Rollback. Rollback also has the ability to target Branded King and Branded Banishment, but weirdly enough it actually can't target Fusion Duplication, despite the fact that all of the judges I've asked say that this should be a legal play in the TCG and the OCG, so I think it is just a bug in Master Duel currently. Karma Cannon is a trap that you can play for going first against decks like Kashtira, and is also a possible rollback target, or a trap check target, and this can be a way of adding big unaffected monsters like the Raid Raptor cards. Kashtira cards are part of an interesting build of branded that looks something like this. It also uses Kaiser Glider Golden Burst, and the whole point of this list is to prioritize making Verte rather than actually resolving branded fusion. Kaiser Glider allows you to dodge Imperm and Veiler on your Verte or your Alabra. This build was genuinely pretty good and underexplored in my opinion, although once branded got all of its support cards, this build became kind of unnecessarily weak by comparison. Invoke is technically fusion support and therefore could be playable in branded. Meltdown is like 3 extra copies of branded lost, and using Morganite you could have 2 normal summons, which branded actually appreciates quite a lot. There's even new Invoke support coming out in the OCG, so who knows, there could potentially be some hybrid build one day. You could even play Diviner in a build like this as a Consent Tragedy, which can then search for Alabra. Diablosis is a cool Grangbanal target. I actually played this in one of my ranked climb videos. This card lets you have a stronger turn 1 by taking a card out of your opponent's hand for free, and it can trigger to summon itself from the graveyard when you tribute Albion for the summoning condition of Rebellion. Extra Foolish Burial is technically able to trigger some Albaz fusion effects, and Foolish Burial Goods is just generally okay in branded anyway. The only reason you don't play Goods in standard branded is because it's not strong enough as a standalone card, but the effect itself is always going to be useful. Fusion Destiny is playable since it doesn't care about branded's fusion locks, and then the Ashizu cards are also not unplayable in branded either. I actually made a video a while ago about Ashizu branded, where the Ashizu cards worked pretty well, alongside Herald of the Orange Light, which took advantage of the fact that Despian monsters are also fairies. There's also SP and Typhon here, because they are generally useful tools to have in your extra deck. The fusion lock that branded has is not actually applying that often after your first turn, since you're not likely to be resolving fusion deployment again, and you can easily avoid going for branded fusion again if you really want to avoid being locked. Instead, the only reason why SP and Typhon are not playable in branded is just because there's no room in the extra deck. Overall though, as good as I might have made some of these cards sound, they're all pretty gimmicky, except for Book of Eclipse. Book of Eclipse is pretty good. And at the end of the day, feel free to experiment with these, but be aware that they are probably not optimal. Alright, so now for the final piece of theory for standard branded, I want to go over in detail how exactly the Endphase works in Master Duel, and how branded specifically can take advantage of these mechanics. As always, I'm going to go over the basics, so if you're newer to branded, this section will try to give you an intuitive way of understanding the Endphase, so that it makes sense in 99% of your games. That being said, it turns out there's a lot of hidden detail to the Endphase which you probably didn't know about, even if you're a branded expert, so be prepared to be confused. So to start with the absolute basics of the Endphase in general, the only effects you can activate during the Endphase are quick effects, trigger effects, and counter traps, as well as timed trigger effects like Albion and Titaniclad. You can also resolve lingering effects or continuous conditions like Mirror Jade, Magnum Opus, SP Love Knight, and Spiral Resort. As usual, like in any phase of the game, quick effects can be chained in response to any activation or on the resolution of an effect. The only effects that can't be used in the Endphase are spell speed 1 effects, like normal spell cards or ignition effects. The only exception to this is timed trigger effects, like Albion and Titaniclad, which are spell speed 1 effects, but are allowed to be used in the Endphase anyway because they are specifically timed trigger effects. You can tell something is a timed effect because it will have this timer symbol next to its effect in the menu. In Master Duel specifically, there are two game settings that will affect how the Endphase is going to appear to function, and they are the activation order setting and the toggle setting. Obviously, any remotely experienced player is going to be using manual activation order, but the toggle setting is something that you are constantly going to be switching between. In order to fully use and understand the mechanics of the Endphase, you will need to be toggled on. So for the rest of this section, I'll be explaining the Endphase from that perspective. Branded specifically cares a lot about the Endphase, since so many of its effects can only be used there. Branded commonly plays Albion, Titaniclad, Cartesia, High Spirits, Sprint, and Elbolenitus, all of which have optional timed trigger effects during the Endphase. There's also Mirajade's trigger effect, which applies a lingering effect to destroy your opponent's field during the Endphase. Once Mirajade's trigger has been activated, applying the destruction during the Endphase is mandatory, meaning you cannot now choose not to do it. And this is the same for Magnum's lingering effect as well. Once you've activated Magnum on the field, you then have to resolve the such effect at some point during the Endphase. When you have multiple timed trigger effects available in the Endphase, instead of chaining to each other like regular trigger effects, they will instead activate one at a time, since these timed trigger effects are all spell speed 1, so you can never chain one to another. If your opponent also has their own timed trigger effects, again there will be no chains. Instead, every single timed trigger effect will activate on its own separate chain during an open game state. Another important thing to realize is that it's important to know who the turn player is. The turn player is always going to have priority to activate any of their Endphase effects first, just like how they do in the main phase. This means that if both players have timed trigger effects in the Endphase, the turn player is always going to get a chance to activate one of these effects first before their opponent. And this priority even applies to quick effects as well. The turn player has priority to activate a spell speed 1 times trigger effect like Albion before their opponent can even use a quick effect like Maxi. Additionally, after resolving one of these timed trigger effects and returning to an open game state, the turn player has priority again to use another one of their timed trigger effects. In fact, if the turn player wants to, they have priority to use all of their timed trigger effects first, and all of their timed lingering effects and continuous effects before the opponent can use any of theirs. One thing that I want to make clear though is that this priority only applies to the spell speed 1 timed trigger effects. As I mentioned earlier, just like in any other phase, the rules for quick effects still follow the regular quick effect rules, which means, to put it simply, that quick effects can be used in response to or on the resolution of any effect. This quick effects timing flowchart accurately describes how quick effects interact here at the Endphase, so take a look at this if you're not sure. If you choose not to use your turn player priority during the Endphase and instead you activate nothing, then your opponent is going to have a chance to use their effects. This will be their first opportunity to use any effect at all, whether it's a timed trigger effect like their own Albion, or a regular quick effect like Welcome Labyrinth. If your opponent chooses to activate an effect here, then once an open game state has been reached, you're going to have another opportunity to activate one of your timed trigger effects. What this means is that you can sometimes catch your opponent off guard by passing your initial priority to them, which baits them into using an effect. For example, if we have Titaniclad and our opponent has a back row, which we know is Welcome Labyrinth, since they set it with a furniture during their first turn, when we enter the Endphase, since we are the turn player, we have priority to activate Titaniclad before the opponent has a chance to use the Welcome. We could use the Titaniclad and summon Quem. However, if we pass on the initial priority, our opponent now has the chance to use the Welcome Labyrinth. Now, if they use it, we get better value from the Titaniclad, as we can also summon Albaz and fuse with that Labyrinth monster. Another example of this is with SP Little Knight. If our opponent banishes SP Little Knight for its effect, they will be prompted to return the monsters it banishes to the field during the Endphase, as a spell speed 1 resolution of a lingering effect. By passing on the initial priority in our Endphase, we can bait our opponent into choosing to use the SP, resolving it and bringing their monsters back to the board. That way we can then use Titaniclad afterwards to summon Albaz and fuse with the monster that they returned. You can also do the same thing with Mirajade's lingering effect. In that situation where you're trying to bait your opponent into resolving SP, You can pass priority on your Mirror Jade once, so that your opponent might return the SP, and then you can destroy it with Mirror Jade. In reality, all of these examples are just tricks, since our opponent could have just passed priority back, which would have forced us to then decide between using the Titanic lead right there, or not at all. Because of priority, the opponent of the 10th player can always choose to resolve any and all of their effects after any and all of the effects of the turn players. That being said, not everybody knows this, so in practice you will catch people off guard with this. The examples I mentioned earlier are actually pretty realistic. This is pretty much all you need to know to have a basic understanding of the Endphase, and how you can use it to your advantage in Branded. However, there's actually a bunch of extra complications that I want to mention, just for the sake of being thorough. This flowchart from an old Yu-Gi-Oh forum maps out a basic rule set for how the Endphase specifically should work. For most cases, this flowchart will be sufficient. However, this is actually inaccurate, specifically with this part here. According to this flowchart, if both players pass priority after doing nothing, then the turn player will be forced to resolve a mandatory effect. In reality though, what happens when both players press priority after doing nothing is that the turn player gets another opportunity to use one of their optional timed triggers. However, this is where things get kind of weird. Instead of the turn player having another opportunity to use any of their optional timed triggers, they instead get offered a pop-up asking if they want to activate one of their optional timed triggers, like this. From here, if you ever see this message, it means it's your last chance to use that effect this turn. You no longer have the ability of using one of your other timed effects first. You now have to resolve this one first, or not at all. If you press no to this pop-up, you will return to an open game state, where you will be able to activate any of your optional timed triggers, except for the one that you were just asked about. And this cycle actually repeats. If you decline to use any effects here again, the game will pop up with a message asking you to use another one of your effects, where if you decline this individual pop-up window, that effect will be removed from your available pool of optional timed trigger effects. This will happen until you've depleted all of your available optional effects, at which point any mandatory effects that you have will activate, and any mandatory resolutions of lingering effects that you have will resolve. If your opponent is toggled on, then they will get an opportunity to use an effect of their own after each time you decline to use an optional timed effect from your available pool. Once you've used all of your optional and mandatory effects, the same process will start applying to your opponent. They will receive pop-up messages asking to resolve one effect at a time, followed by it being removed from their available pool if they decline. At any point during this process, if either player chooses to actually use an effect rather than just passing priority, then the whole cycle is actually broken and both players return to having all options available to them on the next open game state, with the exception of any effects that the player previously declined on an individual pop-up window. This all sounds really weird, and it makes sense that it wouldn't ever come up in a real game, since there's kinda no reason why both players would want to refuse all of their Endphase effects like this. However, it is still interesting to me that it happens at all. Here is a demonstration of this process happening. The way the game chooses what order to ask your optional effects in is actually determined by their card ID value. The earliest card ID will be asked first, followed by the later ones. Card ID is decided mainly by release order, and in the cases where cards are released at the same time, extra deck monsters will take priority, followed by main deck monsters, followed by spells, followed by traps. And I actually figured this out by testing it, so if I did make a mistake, it's probably due to a lack of testing. This is the card ID order for the relevant branded cards, and this is a better flowchart that I made which describes the weird Endphase behavior. In practice, this is not something you'll ever need to think about. However, I personally just find it really interesting that somehow, even if it's just theoretically, the release order of cards technically affects the optimal play in-game. So I'm not actually sure whether this is intentional or a bug. However, this is how it's worked for a while, so who knows if it will ever be changed. The only other thing on this flowchart that I haven't mentioned yet is the hand size check at the end. Here's another flowchart that I made, which describes the behavior of the hand size check in the Endphase. Something to keep in mind is that the individual pop-up windows will still show up, even if your toggle is set to off. This can be important to know, so that you don't time out during the end phase of an intense turn. You will probably need a couple seconds at least to decline all of the individual pop-ups, so be prepared for that to happen in the end phase, and don't ever let yourself get below that 1 or 2 seconds that you might need for this. When it comes to the card ID list, by the way, you might notice that Ecclesia being on this list is a little weird, since if you read Ecclesia's effect, it is clearly a mandatory effect, so it shouldn't be possible for it to be removed from your pool of activatable effects if you decline it, since it should be mandatory. However, this is actually not what happens. For some reason, Ecclesia's effect is optional in Mastodol, even though it is supposed to be mandatory. This is clearly a bug, maybe it's a translation issue, so it might also be fixed sometime in the future. Anyway, that's it for the Endphase section, and that's also everything for the standard branded theory in general. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed. So we've now finally reached the end of the video. I hope you found this video to be a useful guide for branded, and I want to thank you so much for watching it. Whether you watched the whole thing or just some small pieces of it, I hope you found the information that you were looking for. I've been asked many times to make an informative video about branded, so it makes me happy to finally be able to share all of my insights with the community. This video took me so long to make, and I really tried to put my heart and soul into making it as good as possible. So I'd really appreciate it if you could like the video and subscribe if you haven't already done so. Also, remember that there is a link to the combo spreadsheet available in the description. It's completely free, and I didn't really feel like putting any of the content for this video behind a paywall. However, if you do want a way of showing some extra appreciation, there is also a link in the description to my Ko-Fi donations as well. The last thing I want to say is that I understand this video is not quite what you'd expect from the average Mastodol guide, and as a result, it might not be for everyone. That being said, I wanted to make this my own personal creation anyway, and in my own personal way. It's a combination of my passion for making videos and my passion for competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Thanks again for watching.